Accused unjustly and ensnared in a web of deceit, Wang Dong finds himself beset by misfortune, with his mother unable to afford the medical treatment she desperately needs. Just as he reaches the depths of despair, he unexpectedly acquires the gift of clairvoyance, transforming his life from that moment onward. Fate may have closed one door on him, yet it has bestowed upon him an entire garden of opportunities. Chapter 1. The Gift of Clairvoyance. On the outskirts of Nantian City, the blazing sun of July casts an oppressive heat that suffocates the air. Wang Dong squats by a small river, his gaze fixated on the flowing water, feeling not a hint of the sweltering heat instead. His heart feels as cold as the river itself. Moments ago, he received the devastating news from the doctor that his mother's condition was critical, necessitating a staggering 500,000 for surgery. With a meager monthly salary of 3,000, and only 5,000 left in his pocket, he has exhausted all avenues of borrowing from relatives, none of whom are willing to lend him a dime. Convinced he would be unable to repay them. 500,000 is an insurmountable sum for him. Hey Wang Dong, where have you been? Why aren't you answering my calls? There's a major issue at the shop, get back here immediately. At that moment, his manager, Lu Tao, calls, his voice laced with anger. Wang Dong snaps back to reality, accustomed to such tirades, as Lu Tao often treats him as if he owes him millions. Just as Wang Dong prepares to inquire about the situation, the call abruptly ends. Given Lu Tao's tone, it seems something serious has transpired at the shop. Without delay, he rises and hurries back to Shenshi Pavilion. A recent graduate with a degree in archaeology, Wang Dong had aspired to join an archaeological team but was unsuccessful in securing a position. For now, he works at the stone gambling establishment, striving to earn enough to cover his mother's medical expenses. Fortunately, the owner of Shenshi Pavilion is a remarkable woman, a stunning beauty roughly his age, who has treated him with kindness, even covering a significant portion of his mother's medical bills since her illness began. Wang Dong holds deep gratitude for her generosity, yet he understands that her compassion stems merely from pity. With the hospital demanding an exorbitant sum of 500,000 for the surgery, Wang Dong cannot bring himself to ask the beautiful owner for a loan, as he is still indebted to her from previous borrowings. Half an hour later, he races back to the shop. This morning, he had taken leave to visit his mother, but he was surprised to receive a barrage of calls from Lu Tao, demanding his return. Upon entering the hall, he encounters a stocky, middle-aged man in a suit descending the stairs. His manager, Lu Tao. Upon spotting Wang Dong, Lu Tao's expression darkens as he strides over, reprimanding him. Wang Dong, you actually decided to return? I instructed you to work overtime in the warehouse last night, and you had the audacity to steal the boss's raw stones? What punishment do you deserve? What? Steal raw stones? Wang Dong is momentarily taken aback, hastily defending himself. How could I possibly engage in such criminality? Manager Lu, you must be mistaken. Humph, the surveillance footage is crystal clear. Do you dare to deny it? Lu Tao snorts disdainfully, pulling out his phone to show Wang Dong the incriminating video. After viewing it, Wang Dong is struck by a sudden realization. Last night, while working overtime in the warehouse, Lu Tao had called him to move the raw stones from the farthest corner of the warehouse outside, and he complied. Yet now, Lu Tao accuses him of theft. This is clearly a case of framing and betrayal. Wang Dong glared at Lu Tao in fury, his voice icy as he inquired, Manager Lu, what do you mean by this? Last night, you clearly instructed me to move this piece of raw stone. When did I ever? Boldly, you dare to steal the raw stone and yet have the audacity to slander me. Lu Tao interrupted Wang Dong, gesturing towards the door, prompting several security guards in the store to rush towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong, I have already consulted the boss, who has entrusted me with full authority over this matter. I have uncovered evidence that it was you who stole the raw stone. According to store regulations, you will lose your hands, and furthermore, you are hereby dismissed from the store. Lu Tao, you scoundrel, you are framing me. Do not listen to his lies. I did not steal the raw stone. Lu Tao is the true culprit. Panic-stricken, Wang Dong hurriedly explained to the surrounding security personnel, but no one paid him any heed. Lu Tao, with his arms crossed over his chest, projected an air of haughty superiority. Everyone present was well aware of Lu Tao's standing in the store. Apart from the boss and the store manager, he held the highest authority. Anyone who crossed him would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Among the security guards stood a close friend of Wang Dong's, who usually got along well with him, yet at this moment, he dared not speak in Wang Dong's defense. Wang Dong, you are facing your demise and still have the audacity to defame me. Truly incorrigible. Liu Tao's eyes narrowed to slits, emanating a chilling glare as he directed his gaze towards Wang Dong's friend, sneering, Li Feng, are you not the closest to Wang Dong? The task of severing his hands shall be entrusted to you. If you fail to execute it, you shall share his fate. What? You want me to take action? Li Feng's heart sank. He had always regarded Wang Dong as a brother, frequently dining together, and Wang Dong had assisted him with various personal matters. Now, not only could he offer no support, but he was also being asked to personally inflict such a grievous act. He could not bring himself to do it. Even if it meant losing his job, he would not partake in such an ungrateful deed. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely shook his head and replied, Manager Liu, perhaps you should consider someone else. Oh, it seems your brotherly bond runs deep. I see now you must be Wang Dong's accomplice. A cold light flashed in Liu Tao's eyes as he turned his gaze upon Li Feng. His tone frigid. You two conspired to steal the boss's raw stone, causing him significant losses. Your crimes are utterly unforgivable. Bring me some men, sever both of their hands, and throw them out of the store. Liu Tao, you scoundrel. If you have the guts, come at me. This matter has nothing to do with Li Feng. Wang Dong shouted in fury upon realizing Li Feng was also to face such a fate. Oh, it seems you are admitting your guilt in this affair, Liu Tao replied, waving his hand for the guards to momentarily halt before turning back to Wang Dong with a smile. If I did not provoke you, you would likely not confess. You are deceitful. Wang Dong finally comprehended that Liu Tao, that scoundrel, was deliberately exploiting his weakness. He had anticipated that Wang Dong would stand up for Li Feng, thus orchestrating this entire scenario. Liu Tao smirked and said, Do not speak so harshly. If I had not devised a plan, how could a stubborn wretch like you willingly confess? Since you have taken the initiative to admit your guilt, this matter has become quite manageable. In light of your service under me for so long, I shall not sever your hands, but rather shatter your legs and expel you from this establishment, condemning you to a life of beggary. Ha ha ha, bring him to me, break his legs, and throw him out of Xianshegu. Yes, manager. No sooner had the command been issued than two astute security guards rushed forward, brandishing steel rods and delivering a brutal blow to Wang Dong's legs. Ah! Wang Dong let out a blood-curdling scream, blood gushing forth. His legs instantly succumbed to numbness, and he was unceremoniously hoisted by the guards and flung out of the store, their laughter echoing mockingly behind him. Wang Dong lay on the ground, racked with pain, his consciousness fading into a haze. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth radiating from his chest. Looking down, he saw the ancestral jade pendant hanging from his neck, absorbing his blood and swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 2. Compensating with a store. Time passed, though he was unaware of how long. Wang Dong awoke from his stupor, and as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar figure of his good friend, Li Feng, crouched beside him. To his astonishment, Li Feng was completely unclothed, revealing even the intricate details of his blood vessels, bones, and internal organs. What is happening? In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that everyone on the street, men, women, and children alike, were all devoid of clothing, strolling about in their natural state. Is this some form of X-ray vision? As an avid reader, Wang Dong had often witnessed protagonists wielding extraordinary abilities, yet he never imagined such fortune would befall him. Now, he could finally take revenge for his grievances. Brother Dong, you've awakened. How do you feel? Li Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he helped Wang Dong to his feet. I'm fine, Fengzi. I will ensure that Liu Tao pays dearly for his transgressions. Wang Dong gritted his teeth, consumed by the desire to find Liu Tao and exact a brutal reckoning for his previous actions. Brother Dong, please remain calm. We must remember this grievance for the time being. Liu Tao is a favored individual of Boshin, a man of considerable influence. It is unwise to seek vengeance just yet, Li Feng urged, suppressing his own frustration. Rest assured, I have it under control. By the way, how did you end up here? You weren't also dismissed, were you? Wang Dong asked, his surprise rekindled. Li Feng sighed. Liu Tao was aware of our close relationship. Fearing I would uncover evidence against him, he naturally sought to eliminate me as well. That scoundrel truly did dismiss you, Wang Dong surmised, his anger intensifying. He rose to his feet, patting Li Feng's shoulder and declared, "Fengzi, do not worry. I will see to it that you return to your job. Brother Dong, your legs." Li Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Wang Dong standing, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Wang Dong furrowed his brow, suddenly, becoming aware that his legs had healed, and the wounds upon his body had mysteriously vanished. That it seemed the efficacy of the ancestral jade pendant was at play. The spirits of his forebears had indeed manifested. "My legs are fine now, Fengzi. There's no need for concern," Wang Dong remarked with a smile over his shoulder. The sorrow etched on Li Feng's face transformed into unbridled joy in an instant. Nothing could bring greater happiness than the recovery of Wang Dong's legs. He understood the burdens Wang Dong bore. His mother was ill and hospitalized, and his father had long perished in a car accident. He was the sole caretaker of his mother, and had Wang Dong become incapacitated, he had resolved to shoulder the responsibility of caring for her in the future. Thus, witnessing Wang Dong's recovery felt nothing short of miraculous. Wang Dong's gaze drifted towards the purple sandalwood plaque of the Xian Stone Pavilion and the grand entrance at the stone steps. His fists clenched tightly as he resolved to return and confront the proprietor, Shen Shanshan, to elucidate that it was all the doing of Lu Tao. "Fengzi, you should return and await my good news. I promise I will ensure your return to work," Wang Dong urged, worried that Li Feng might jeopardize his plans. Li Feng, however, was reluctant to part ways, wishing to accompany Wang Dong and dissuade him from any foolish decisions. Yet, under Wang Dong's persuasive words and benevolent fibs, he ultimately agreed to return home and await tidings. Wang Dong reassured him that he would not court disaster, and should the situation turn dire, he would certainly retreat. Yet, in truth, Wang Dong was acutely aware of the events from the previous night, suspecting that Lu Tao had likely stolen the original stone and sold it, leaving behind incriminating evidence. Indeed, Lu Tao had prevented Wang Dong from ascending to find Shen Shanshan and had hastily attempted to incapacitate him, all in an effort to thwart Wang Dong from providing an explanation to Shen Shanshan. Little did Lu Tao anticipate that Wang Dong would turn misfortune into fortune, emerging not only unscathed but endowed with the gift of insight. As Wang Dong returned to the store, the two security guards who had previously recognized him were momentarily bewildered. One rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wang Dong, you, the worthless one, have returned? Your legs are miraculously fine. Humph, you would do well to step aside. I am going in to see Boss Shin," Wang Dong replied frostily, striding purposefully towards the interior. One of the guards, perceiving this, glared menacingly and swung a steel rod towards Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong's eyes glimmered faintly with a red light, and the guard's movements appeared to slow to a crawl. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dong advanced, grasping the steel rod while delivering a swift kick to the guard. "Ow!" The guard cried out in agony, sent flying 4 to 5 meters before crashing to the ground. As he struggled to rise and call for assistance, he witnessed his comrade tumble in as well in quick succession. Wang Dong's figure became a blur, traversing the 30-meter distance in less than a second. He was astonished to discover that the jade pendant not only granted him insight but also significantly enhanced his strength and speed. Defeating the guard had required nary an effort. What is happening? Is this some sort of ghost? How did Wang Dong manage to enter? Another guard lay on the ground, clutching his chest in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in astonishment at Wang Dong's display. This is an utterly implausible occurrence. Quick! Go inform Manager Lu. Just tell him Wang Dong has returned. The security guard, suddenly regaining his composure, spoke with a panicked expression. Without further ado, the two of them scrambled to their feet and hurried off to report to Lu Tao for Wang Dong. He ascended the stairs with familiar ease, making his way directly to Shen Shanshan's office. Upon reaching the office door, he overheard a familiar voice from within. "Old Tang, rest assured, I will retrieve the raw stone you entrusted to our establishment. If I fail, I shall compensate you with my Xian Stone Pavilion." "What? Isn't that missing raw stone owned by Boss Shin?" Wang Dong mused to himself as he listened at the door. "Humph, Boss Shin, I entrusted that stone to you out of trust, yet you managed to lose it. Do you have any idea how valuable my stone is? Your mere shop likely pales in comparison to the worth of my single stone." Following this, an irate elder's voice resonated from the office. This elder is none other than Tang Tianlong, the renowned head of Haoyan Pavilion in Nantian City, and one of the 4 venerable figures in the stone gambling realm. His business far surpasses that of Shun Shanshan. With a single utterance, Shun Shanshan's very existence in Nantian City could be rendered untenable. Shun Shanshan, feeling an overwhelming surge of anxiety, hastily explained, "Old Tang, I am well aware of the situation. I have already dispatched someone to search for it, and it won't be long before we recover the raw stone. It better be so. If it cannot be retrieved, we shall proceed according to our prior agreement. You must compensate me double the value of the raw stone. I purchased that stone for 200 million, you owe me 400 million. Tang Tianlong's words were icy. Upon hearing this, the weight of despair pressed heavily upon Shun Shanshan. Her entire fortune amounted to merely 100 million, and now she was being asked to pay 400 million. Was this not tantamount to a death sentence? How could she possibly procure such a sum? I know where the stone is. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from outside. Chapter 3. The Reversal of Fate. Wang Dong. Shun Shanshan turned her head, her brows knitting together as she saw Wang Dong calmly enter from outside. Wang Dong observed her in a black horse-face dress, adorned with a white jade hairpin, her exquisite features accentuated to an ethereal degree, exuding an extraordinary aura. Her figure resembled that of a willow branch, slender and graceful, with her bosom particularly pronounced, igniting fervent emotions within onlookers. Wang Dong, how did you get in? You just said you know where the stone is. Is that true? Shun Shanshan questioned, skepticism lacing her voice. Given her understanding of Wang Dong, she believed he would not lie. Yet, she pondered, how could Wang Dong possibly know what even she did not? It is indeed true. Old Tang's raw stone was stolen last night, and the perpetrator is a senior executive from our establishment. Wang Dong stated with utmost seriousness. Today, he intended to unveil Lu Tao's treachery, ensuring he faced the repercussions he so rightfully deserved. Lu Tao had offended not only himself but also Boss Shun and Old Tang. If the truth were to surface, he would find no refuge in Nantian City ever again. Quickly tell me, who stole the raw stone? Shun Shanshan asked with a serious demeanor upon hearing this. It was the manager, Lu Tao. Wang Dong replied with unwavering conviction, Lu Tao. Shun Shanshan's face was filled with astonishment, yet her heart brimmed with doubt. How could this be possible? Lu Tao had been a long-standing employee, contributing significantly to the store. How could he engage in such a despicable act? Wang Dong, are you certain? Humph! How dare you, Wang Dong? I just expelled you from the store, and you have the audacity to come here and slander me before Boss Shin. Lu Tao interjected as he hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Upon his entrance, he approached Shun Shanshan with a grave expression and respectfully reported, Boss, I have uncovered that the one who stole the raw stone is indeed Wang Dong. I possess irrefutable evidence, which you may examine at your convenience, that I have just expelled him from the store. I cannot believe he dares to return and malign my character. This is utterly reprehensible. You must not let him escape unpunished. What? Is this true? Shun Shanshan furrowed her brows tightly. After reviewing the evidence presented by Lu Tao, she turned to Wang Dong with a face of fury and coldly questioned, Wang Dong, how do you explain the footage from the surveillance? I trusted you so deeply, and you resorted to stealing the raw stone from the store, all the while defaming manager Lu. Boss, the footage is indeed genuine. I did move the raw stone from the warehouse last night, but it was all under Lu Tao's instructions. He directed me to move the stone outside, claiming it was your order. After I had moved it, he dismissed me. This morning, I received a phone call urging me to return, only to discover that the stone was missing. He has deliberately framed me for this. It is undoubtedly Lu Tao's doing. Wang Dong recounted the entire situation in detail. Upon hearing this, Shun Shanshan's expression turned icy, and her mind was filled with confusion. Lu Tao, with a quick glance, hastily sought to clarify, Boss, do not believe his words. You know well who I am. I could never be responsible for this. This Wang Dong is treacherous despite your kindness towards him. He dares to lie before you. He must have sold the raw stone for money to pay for his sick mother's treatment. Otherwise, why would he rarely take leave, yet chose to do so this morning? This. Shun Shanshan found Lu Tao's reasoning compelling. Wang Dong indeed seldom requested time off. Coincidentally, the raw stone went missing last night, and he chose to take leave this morning, raising suspicions that he did so to sell the stone. Wang Dong, do you have any further explanations? Did you sell that raw stone or not? If you confess and reveal its whereabouts, I may grant you a chance for redemption. Shin Shanshan inquired coldly. Boss, I am not lying. That raw stone is in Lu Tao's possession. If I am not mistaken, he has evidence concerning the whereabouts of that stone, Wang Dong asserted, his gaze fixated on Lu Tao's pocket. From the moment Lu Tao entered, Wang Dong had seen through the concealed item he harbored, as anticipated. Once Wang Dong's words fell, Lu Tao appeared lost in thought, instinctively clutching at his pocket. This scene was keenly observed by Shin Shanshan, who sensed something amiss. Manager Lu, since Wang Dong claims that the stone is in your possession, why not empty your pockets and ascertain the truth of his assertion? Shin Shanshan stated with an impassive expression at this moment. She found herself uncertain of whom to trust, relying solely on her intuition to discern the veracity of the situation. Boss, this brat is merely seeking personal revenge. I have been somewhat stern with him, and he seizes this opportunity to retaliate. Why loyalty to you is unwavering. How could I ever steal the stone? In my view, the raw stone is undoubtedly in Wang Dong's hands. It would be prudent to search him thoroughly. Perhaps there lies evidence on his person, Lu Tao respectfully suggested to Shin Shanshan. A clever twist of fate indeed. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong could not suppress a smirk. The psychological fortitude of this old fox was truly formidable. The evidence was clearly on him, yet he maintained such composure. However, Wang Dong remained unfazed and, regaining his seriousness, continued speaking to Shin Shanshan. Boss, I am willing to be searched. Why not have both of us examined simultaneously to see who possesses clues regarding the raw stone? Very well, let it be as you propose. Shin Shanshan readily accepted Wang Dong's suggestion, and promptly summoned her assistant to search both Wang Dong and Lu Tao in succession. The assistant first approached Wang Dong, who cooperatively raised his arms, allowing the assistant to conduct the search, ultimately finding nothing. As she finished searching Wang Dong and turned her attention to Lu Tao, his expression visibly shifted. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes as the assistant drew near. His demeanor grew even more complex. Manager Lu, please cooperate, the assistant coldly urged, noticing his dazed state. Only then did he regain his senses and willingly comply with the search. Just as the assistant's hand neared his pocket, he suddenly stepped back, seizing her by the neck and bellowing at the onlookers, "Stay back! Anyone who dares approach will meet their demise at my hands." Lu Tao, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? Shin Shanshan exclaimed, startled by his actions, her voice icy. Humph! Shin Shanshan, you ungrateful woman! After all I have done for you, you choose to believe that scoundrel Wang Dong instead of me. Do you not desire the raw stone? If you lay a finger on me today, you shall never uncover its whereabouts. Lu Tao threatened menacingly. You. Shin Shanshan found herself momentarily at a loss. Wang Dong let out a cold laugh and addressed him. Lu Tao, do you really think that by holding the assistant hostage, you can evade the consequences? You are sorely mistaken. Bah! Wang Dong, you wretched creature. I have shown you too much leniency. How dare you oppose me? I will ensure you pay dearly for this. Lu Tao retorted ominously. You have run out of time. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Dong, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Lu Tao, swiftly retrieving the assistant while simultaneously extracting a check from his pocket, the name clearly visible, and delivering a powerful kick to Lu Tao's chest. He spat blood and fell violently to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tang Tianlong immediately issued a command, prompting the two black-clad bodyguards he had brought along to swiftly rush over and lift him up. Chapter 4. Justice served. Release me. Let me go. Lu Tao struggled desperately, yet he was firmly pinned down, unable to rise. Wang Dong opened the bill he had taken from Lu Tao and, after reading it, snorted coldly, Lu Tao, what do you have to say now? This bill clearly states that you sold the raw stone for 5 million. That money must still be on you, right? Wang Dong, you vile beast. You have brought this upon me, and I will not let you off easily, Lu Tao shouted with all his might. However, the next moment, Tang Tianlong approached him personally, gripping his collar with an icy glare. Where exactly did you sell the stone? That piece is of utmost importance to me. If you do not confess honestly, I will have your flesh sliced off piece by piece to feed the dogs. Upon hearing this, a bodyguard skillfully drew a dagger from his person and pressed it against Lu Tao's neck, ready to strike. No, please don't kill me. At that moment, Lu Tao felt his legs weaken, and he wet himself on the spot. Though he usually exuded arrogance, He was nothing if not a coward in the face of strength. He was well aware of the dire consequences of provoking Tang Lao. A single word from him could lead to his untimely demise. I will confess. The raw stone was traded to Guantian Tower. The owner, Jiang Hu, bribed me to help him find a rare stone. I saw that the stone in the warehouse met Jiang's requirements, so I took the opportunity to steal it. But I had no idea it was yours, Tang Lao. It's all my fault for being blind. I implore you to spare my life, Lu Tao confessed after a moment of contemplation, terror prompting him to divulge the information. You sold the stone to Jiang Hu? Tang Tianlong's expression darkened upon hearing that name. Jiang Hu was a prominent figure in Nantian City, a big shot in the gambling stone industry, and the Jiang family often clashed with the Tang family, making it difficult for him to confront Jiang Hu directly to reclaim what was his. This predicament was troublesome. Tang Lao, I have told you the truth. Could you consider sparing me? Lu Tao pleaded respectfully, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Cut off his hands. Tang Tianlong's cold command echoed, and his subordinates acted swiftly, wielding their knives to sever Lu Tao's hands cleanly. Ah! Lu Tao let out a pitiful scream. His arms were drenched in blood, and the pain caused him to sweat profusely and tremble uncontrollably. Yet no one around him felt any sympathy. Even Shen Shanshan thought he deserved this fate. Regaining her composure, Shen Shanshan respectfully addressed Tang Tianlong. Tang Lao, the item was lost in my domain. It is my responsibility. I beseech you for another chance, and I will do everything in my power to retrieve the raw stone and return it to you. She perceived this as an opportunity for redemption. Although the task seemed daunting, especially since the owner of Guantian Tower had previously sought to acquire Shenshi Pavilion, which she had rejected, she believed that regardless of the magnitude of responsibility, Lu Tao's theft of the stone should fall upon Shenshi Pavilion. Very well, since Manager Shin has spoken, I shall grant you an opportunity. You must retrieve the raw stone within 3 days. Otherwise, you shall compensate me according to my previous request. Tang Tianlong understood that this matter had no direct connection to Shen Shanshan, and thus refrained from blaming her further. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I assure you, I will not let you down, Shen Shanshan promptly replied. As she watched Tang Tianlong's retreating figure, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Fortunately, Mr. Tang did not impose difficulties on Xian Shige. Otherwise, the establishment would have faced dire consequences today. All of this was the fault of Lu Tao. After sending Tang Tianlong off, she cast a cold glare at Lu Tao, first demanding the return of the funds from the sale of the original stones, and then waved her hand, commanding, "Bring me someone to throw this despicable scoundrel Lu Tao out of the store. From this day forth, he shall have no further association with us." Yes, boss. 2 imposing security guards entered from outside, escorting Lu Tao away. Although Lu Tao was seething with anger and wished to eliminate Wang Dong, he found himself utterly powerless against him. Once he was expelled, Shen Shanshan turned to Wang Dong, filled with gratitude for his invaluable assistance in exposing Lu Tao's scheme. Wang Dong, I owe you a great debt today. I was wrong to doubt you earlier. A gentle smile graced her face as she apologized to him. Boss, you have always been so supportive of me. It is only right that I assist you in return. Wang Dong humbly replied. You are simply too honest, which is why you fell victim to someone as vile as Lu Tao. By the way, now that Lu Tao has left, we have a vacancy for the manager position. Are you interested in taking on that role? Shen Shanshan inquired further. What? You want me to be the manager? Wang Dong hesitated, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Previously, he had been merely a subordinate, and now he was being offered a promotion to manager, a prospect he had never considered. Absolutely. I trust your character, and I believe in your capabilities, Shen Shanshan said resolutely, gazing at him. All right, I will not disappoint you, boss. Wang Dong, recognizing this as a significant opportunity bestowed upon him by Shen Shanshan, was determined to seize it. That's wonderful. Shen Shanshan nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a card and handing it to Wang Dong with a smile. Wang Dong, this card contains 500,000. This is a reward for you. Without your intervention, Xian Shige would have been in jeopardy today. 500,000? Boss? There is no need to decline. Your mother is still unwell and will undoubtedly require significant funds. This is rightfully yours, Shen Shanshan interrupted him. 500,000. With this sum, My mother's surgical expenses will be covered. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Dong slowly accepted the card, expressing his gratitude to Shinshanshan profusely. He then requested a leave of absence to visit the hospital and settle his mother's surgical fees. Upon leaving the hospital, Wang Dong felt an immense sense of relief. Initially, he had contemplated using his golden finger to rapidly amass wealth for his mother's treatment, but with the support of his boss, she would not have to endure further suffering. He hurriedly rushed to the hospital, purchasing some fruit at the entrance before making his way to the ward. However, as he approached the door, his heart filled with joy. He unexpectedly stumbled upon a heap of belongings strewn about, an electric kettle, a lunchbox, and a backpack, all strikingly familiar. Immediately following, a middle-aged woman clad in a hospital gown was unceremoniously dragged from her ward by two healthcare personnel and harshly thrown onto the ground. A destitute soul, unable to afford even the surgical fees, yet still audacious enough to occupy a hospital room. You are now discharged. Hasten to gather your belongings and leave. A physician clad in a white coat emerged from the ward, vehemently reprimanding the woman. He then waved his hand, instructing his subordinates. You lot, promptly arrange for someone to clean the room. An important patient is to be admitted shortly, and there must be no negligence. Understood, Director Lee. Several healthcare workers quickly acknowledged and set off to make arrangements. Mother, are you all right? Witnessing this scene, Wang Dong rushed forward to the middle-aged woman. Chapter 5. The Fate with Tang Lao Xiaodong. You have returned? A middle-aged woman with disheveled hair and a haggard complexion was none other than Wang Dong's mother, Su Yulan. Wang Dong rushed over to support Su Yulan, his heart aflame with anger as he noticed the bruises marring her arms, the result of the rough handling by those individuals moments earlier. Mother, I am late. I have brought you distress, Wang Dong sorrowfully expressed, lifting his gaze to Dr. Li Hujuan, his eyes suddenly glinting with a chilling fury. He clenched his fists and rebuked Li Hujuan. What right do you have to expel my mother? Ha! So you are the unfilial son of this destitute woman? You owe us a considerable sum for medical and surgical expenses, yet you linger in our hospital. Why should we not remove her? Li Hujuan sneered contemptuously. Does this hospital operate as a charitable institution? Your mother has been receiving free care here. I have not thrown her out onto the street. That is a courtesy to you. Hurry up and gather your things. Do not delay our other patients, he added dismissively. You! Enough, Xiaodong. Do not argue with him. We cannot afford to provoke such individuals. We should leave, Su Yulan interjected, sensing her son's rising rage. By nature gentle-hearted, she abhorred conflict. Understanding the financial burden her illness imposed on her son, which amounted to hundreds of thousands, she found solace in the idea of returning home, viewing it as a form of liberation. Wang Dong grasped her arm tightly, insisting, Mother, I have not wronged him. I prepaid 20,000. It is impossible to have spent it all in just a few days. This Li Hujuan is deliberately bullying you. Furthermore, I have saved enough for your surgery. Your condition can be treated. Xiaodong, what nonsense are you speaking? The cost of my surgery is 50,000. Even if you abstained from food and drink, it would take decades to earn such a sum. Su Yulan regarded her son skeptically, unable to believe his words. I speak the truth, Wang Dong asserted earnestly. Ha! You dare to boast? Do you really possess 50,000? Take a good look in the mirror. Do you even have a life worth 50,000? Li Hujuan mocked derisively, unable to contain his scorn. You, a poor wretch, ought to stay away from hospitals. You deserve to witness your mother perish at home. Repeat that. Wang Dong's fury surged. He could tolerate insults aimed at himself but could not bear the humiliation of his mother. Do you think you have the capital to throw a tantrum? A wretched life is meant for scorn. Heed my advice and leave before you humiliate yourself further.
Li Ajunta.
You seek death. Suddenly, Wang Dong appeared before him like lightning, delivering a resounding slap that struck Li Hujuan's face with force. Li Hujuan felt as though a mountain had crashed into him. Stars danced before his eyes, blood blossomed on his cheek, and he staggered back, collapsing onto the ground. After a moment, he regained his composure, rising to his feet while clutching his face in anger. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you strike me? And what of it? You, a physician devoid of medical ethics and lacking basic humanity, are truly deserving of a beating. Wang Dong scolded him without mincing words. You're finished today. Li Hujuan clenched his fists, ready to seek revenge when a booming voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Director Li, is my son's ward ready? Tang Lao? Li Hujuan looked up, his heart racing as he saw Tang Tianlong approaching. He hurried over, bowing respectfully. Tang Lao, we've encountered a minor issue here, but I will resolve it immediately. Where is your son? I will send someone to bring him here. No need. My son is being taken care of and will arrive shortly. By the way, what happened to your face? Tang Tianlong noticed the marks of a recent altercation on Li Hujuan's face. Tang Lao, you may not be aware, but there's an insolent young man here daring to compete with you for a ward. I was just about to deal with him, Li Hujuan deceitfully replied, his eyes darting. Is that so? Tang Tianlong's brow furrowed as he spoke sternly. Who has such audacity? That young man right there, Li Hujuan pointed at Wang Dong. Is it him? Tang Tianlong's gaze turned icy as he scanned the entrance to the ward, spotting a young man and a middle-aged woman. He paused slightly upon recognizing Wang Dong, recalling their recent encounter at Shen Shige. Is he here for treatment as well? Tang Lao, you needn't worry. Leave this brat to me. I will drive them away and clear the ward for you, Li Hujuan assured, eager to showcase his authority. No need. I will handle this myself. Sensing something amiss, Tang Tianlong waved his hand dismissively and approached Wang Dong coldly. Li Hujuan secretly rejoiced. Tang Lao is taking matters into his own hands. This young man is doomed. Given Tang Lao's notorious assertiveness, he wouldn't rest until this brat is utterly incapacitated. Youth, what is the meaning of this? I hear from Director Li that you wish to claim this ward? Tang Tianlong questioned Wang Dong with a serious expression. Wang Dong looked at Tang Tianlong, taken aback and curiously inquired, Tang Lao, is that you? Xiao Dong, do you know this gentleman? Su Yulan immediately sensed the old man's significance and recalled having seen him on television, often appearing on appraisal shows. Mother, I had the fortune of meeting Tang Lao once, Wang Dong explained. Humph, you speak so boldly. Many have met Tang Lao. What are you in comparison? Li Hujuan scoffed, glaring at Wang Dong in derision, then turned to Tang Tianlong. Tang Lao, this brat is merely a penniless loser, and he is the one trying to seize your ward. Is that so? Tang Tianlong's expression turned frigid. Based on his understanding of Wang Dong, he doubted the young man would act in such a manner. There must be more to the story. He turned to Wang Dong, asking seriously, Young man, what is truly going on? Speak and let me hear. Old Tang, this ward is where my mother is staying, yet Director Li has evicted her because another patient is arriving. Wang Dong recounted the recent events to Tang Tianlong. Such an occurrence is utterly outrageous. Tang Tianlong's anger surged, and he turned to glare fiercely at Li Hujuan, exclaiming, Li Hujuan, how audacious of you! How am I to explain your actions? Not only have you disregarded my instructions, but you also dare to displace another patient. Old Tang, this fellow is nothing but a wretched nobody, and his mother is of no significance. How can he possibly compare to your esteemed son? Nonsense. Tang Tianlong loathed sycophants like him. Upon hearing those words, he delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed as Li Hujuan was once again sent sprawling to the ground. Rising hastily, he bowed respectfully. I apologize, Old Tang. I realize my mistake. Apologize to this young man, Tang Tianlong commanded. Yes, I am deeply sorry to both of you. It was my indiscretion, and I hope you can forgive me. Li Hujuan complied, hastily addressing Wang Dong and the others. Wang Dong merely scoffed, choosing to ignore him. Tianlong, our son is in dire straits. We must summon a doctor for his treatment immediately. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from the corridor. Everyone turned to see a lavishly dressed matron, hurriedly accompanied by a retinue, as they carried a wealthy young man towards them. Chapter 6. Tang Xiao spits blood as the words of the affluent lady echoed through the air. The young heir, carried by a throng of subordinates, suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of blood, staining the hospital's tiled floor a dark hue. Tang Tianlong's complexion shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, My son, what has happened to you? Old Tang, this is poisoned blood. Li Hujuan quickly interjected, seizing the moment to ingratiate himself. Young Master Tang must be afflicted with poison. Then why aren't you administering an antidote for my son? Tang Tianlong implored, his usual calm demeanor evaporating in an instant, leaving both men astonished. Though the couple had achieved great success and garnered considerable fame, their lives had been marked by solitude, and it was only in their 50s that they had finally welcomed a son. They cherished him dearly, tending to his every need as if he were a delicate treasure. Despite his ostentatious appearance, young Master Tang was among the more industrious of the wealthy second generation, overseeing the family business as the chief operator of the jade trade along the South Myanmar border. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until recently, when he returned from a vacation in South Myanmar. After sharing a meal with his parents, he suddenly collapsed. Initially, Tang Tianlong and his wife presumed he was merely fatigued and intended to escort him to his room. However, upon noticing his pallor, they hurriedly transported him to the hospital. Now, as their son spewed forth poisoned blood, the once vigorous Tang Tianlong appeared to age decades in an instant, resembling a man nearing his end. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hejuan proclaimed, "Rest assured, old Tang. This hospital possesses a specially formulated detoxifying serum that will assuredly restore young Master Tang to health and vitality. Then do it quickly," Tang Tianlong urged, not neglecting to promise rewards. "If you can cure my son, a position as the vice president of this hospital shall be yours." "Thank you, old Tang. I will certainly ensure young Master Tang's recovery," Li Hejuan replied, brimming with delight as he dispatched someone to retrieve the serum. Wang Dong's eyes narrowed as he discerned a dark energy coiling around Tang Xiao's heart. Strangely, the source of this malevolence was not within the young heir's body but rather emanated from a golden pendant adorning his garment. Although he had no intention of meddling, he felt compelled to act, for Tang Tianlong had just defended him. "Old Tang, your son's condition may not be the result of ordinary poisoning," he cautioned. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is clearly poisoning," Li Hejuan retorted angrily, infuriated by the insolent young man who had just caused him a slap and now threatened to thwart his endeavors. "Old Tang, I am a professional physician. Please trust my judgment. You must let me administer the antidote immediately, or else the situation may escalate beyond remedy." "Very well, Dr. Li, proceed." Tang Tianlong hesitated momentarily but ultimately placed his faith in the doctor's white coat. After all, if Wang Dong were truly proficient in this area, his own mother would not require hospitalization. Li Hejuan, elated, exclaimed, "Thank you for your trust, old Tang." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Wang Dong before positioning a syringe at young Master Tang's brachial artery, plunging the needle in to inject the serum. In light of Tang Tianlong's erroneous judgment, Wang Dong did not exhibit anger or frustration. Rather, he felt a sense of resignation. He was acutely aware that he was not a qualified physician, and his opinions in this realm would scarcely garner attention. Fortunately, the serum injection would not impose significant negative repercussions on Tang Xiao. Once the effects failed to manifest, Tang Tianlong would undoubtedly realize that Li Hejuan was fundamentally unreliable. Li Hejuan possessed professional expertise, yet his eagerness to curry favor with Tang Tianlong, coupled with the urgency of the situation, led him to forego a re-evaluation with modern equipment. Otherwise, he would have certainly discerned that Tang Xiao's condition diverged from typical poisoning cases. After completing the serum injection, Li Hejuan smiled and declared, "Tang Lao, Tang Laofurin, there is no need for concern. The specially formulated detoxifying serum developed by our hospital can neutralize all poisons, even the lethal venom of the king cobra. I assure you, within a minute, Tang Xiao will surely show signs of improvement. Well done, Dr. Li. Once my son regains consciousness, you shall be the deputy director of this hospital." Tang Tianlong mused, acknowledging the hospital's formidable detoxification capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted his son to this facility nor found himself in such a desperate need for a standard ward. Given his status, his son should be accommodated in the finest room available. Even patients occupying the superior wards would willingly relinquish their spaces upon learning of his circumstance. The abruptness of the situation and Li Hejuan's desire to monopolize the matter, while simultaneously seeking to expel the less fortunate patients, led to the prior occurrences. Casting a glance at Wang Dong and his mother, Li Hejuan smirked inwardly, envisioning the moment he would be hailed as Tang Xiao's savior, and how he would deal with the likes of Wang Dong. However, as time trickled away, a full minute and a half elapsed without any improvement in Tang Xiao's condition. Tang Tianlong, now anxious, implored, Dr. Li, you assured me of results within a minute. Why has my son not yet awakened? This may be due to the severity of the poison Tang Xiao ingested. The serum's detoxifying effects can take longer than usual, Li Hejuan replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. But rest assured, there will undoubtedly be results within 3 minutes. Look, it has been quite some time, and Tang Xiao has not expelled any more blood. That is the best evidence. Yet, before he could finish his statement, Tang Xiao suddenly gasped and expelled a mouthful of black blood. More than before, its darkness intensified. As it hit the floor, it emitted a hissing sound, corroding the porcelain tiles and releasing wisps of white vapor. My son, cried Tang Tianlong and his wife in alarm. Dr. Li, what is happening? Following his initial outburst, Tang Tianlong erupted in fury, grabbing Li Hejuan by the collar and lifting him several inches off the ground. Li Hejuan trembled in fear, utterly at a loss for how to respond, when suddenly he felt warmth in his legs, an acrid odor wafting through the air. He had, in fact, urinated in fright. You wretched fool! Tang Tianlong, witnessing this, delivered a powerful punch that shattered Li Hejuan's nose, sending him sprawling away. With a sudden, anguished cry, Li Hejuan collided headlong with the corridor wall, collapsing into unconsciousness. The onlookers were taken aback by this distressing scene, instinctively retreating in alarm. Only Wang Dong, however, gently patted his mother's arm, signaling her not to worry about him, before striding towards Tang Tianlong. Master Tang, might I have a word? He ventured.
Tang Tianlong,
in a state of extreme agitation, found his mind flooded with haunting images of his son's tragic demise, consumed by a desire to eliminate everyone present. You had best say something of substance, he retorted. Chapter 7. The Curse of Sorcery. Master Tang, I possess a method that could alleviate young Master Tang's condition, Wang Dong asserted. Tang Tianlong's expression shifted, filled with astonishment. Is that truly the case? Absolutely, Wang Dong replied with unwavering certainty. Tang Tianlong scrutinized him for a moment before stating, very well, proceed with the treatment for my son. However, let me be clear. Should you fail, I will ensure that your entire family meets with a grim fate. Yet, if you genuinely possess this capability, I, Tang Tianlong, shall owe you a debt of gratitude. In the future, if there is anything within my power, do not hesitate to ask, even if it means risking my entire fortune. I shall not flinch. You are being too harsh, Master Tang. I merely wish to repay your previous kindness, Wang Dong remarked, shaking his head as he approached young Master Tang, reaching for the golden pendant. In an instant, he observed that the dark energy within young Master Tang appeared disoriented, akin to a flock of sheep bereft of a shepherd. Gradually, it began to flow out through Tang's nostrils with each breath. Yet, the onlookers seemed oblivious to this dark energy, gazing at Wang Dong with bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. Tang Tianlong's countenance darkened as he asked in a low tone, is your method merely to seize my son's golden pendant? Indeed, Wang Dong confirmed, nodding. The pendant's shape, reminiscent of a child, aptly earned its title as the Golden Boy. Tang Tianlong glared at him menacingly. Are you jesting with me? Someone sees him cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, young Master Tang erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Tang Tianlong, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, what is wrong, my son? Do not frighten your father. Young man, what have you done to my son? Lady Tang cried out, a blend of urgency and fury in her voice. Please remain calm, both of you. May young Master Tang express himself? Wang Dong proposed with composure. How could my son speak for himself? My son. Tang Tianlong began to rebuke Wang Dong, only to witness his son's complexion visibly improving, his eyes slowly opening, and his coughing subsiding. Young Master Tang, bewildered, glanced around and inquired, Father, Mother, what has transpired? Where am I? He speaks. My son is speaking. Tang Tianlong exclaimed, overjoyed, as he grasped his son's shoulders. Lady Tang, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of relief. Thank heavens. My son, you have finally awakened. What just happened to me? Young Master Tang, observing his parents' expressions, sensed that something was amiss and immediately sought answers. The couple exchanged a startled glance, instinctively looking towards Wang Dong, feeling somewhat sheepish. Wang Dong smiled lightly, unbothered by their earlier demeanor, and elucidated, just moments ago, young Master Tang was victim to a malevolent act, afflicted by sorcery, which resulted in his incessant bleeding. I was cursed? Young Master Tang's expression shifted dramatically, accepting Wang Dong's explanation without skepticism. In the southern regions, there indeed existed practitioners of dark sorcery, known for cursing and tormenting others. It was entirely plausible that he had fallen victim to such sorcery without his awareness. Had it not been for my return today to accompany my parents for dinner, and fortuitously encountering someone as discerning as Wang Dong, I might have remained oblivious to my peril. Was it you who saved me just now? I cannot claim to have saved you. I merely extricated this troublesome object from your presence. Wang Dong opened his palm to reveal the very golden talisman he had just removed. Tang Tianlong was taken aback, realizing that this object was indeed the source of his son's affliction. Mr. Wang, I misjudged you earlier. I sincerely apologize. Though he did not articulate his thoughts completely, the implication was clear to all. To voice it fully would have been too much for him, as Tang Tianlong was a prominent figure in Nantian City. And it is somewhat awkward for someone of his stature to apologize to a young man. Wang Dong smiled and replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Tang. I too failed to express myself clearly, which led to your misunderstanding. Mr. Wang, you exhibit remarkable magnanimity." Seeing him skillfully navigate the situation and attributing the misunderstanding to himself, Tang Tianlong regarded him with increased esteem. As he spoke, he produced a gilded business card and handed it to Wang Dong. "This is my personal card, which I reserve for important friends. Henceforth, you shall be considered one of mine. Do not hesitate to reach out should you require assistance. Indeed, my child, feel free to approach our Tang family for any matters in the future," the elder Mrs. Tang said, affectionately resting her hand on her son's shoulder as she gazed at Wang Dong with gratitude. Wang Dong accepted the card with a slight smile, saying, "You both are exceedingly gracious. I merely offered a helping hand." No, we truly owe you a great debt of gratitude that must be repaid," Tang Tianlong insisted. Tang Xiao added, "I owe you my life." As he spoke, he also presented Wang Dong with a business card. Wang Dong glanced at it, noticing the name inscribed, Tang Xiaohu. The names of this father-son duo were rather amusing, one a dragon and the other a tiger. One could only wonder if there were a female counterpart, perhaps named Tang Xiaofeng. "Mr. Wang, will my son continue to be afflicted in the future? And what should we do?" Tang Tianlong expressed his concerns. Wang Dong assessed Tang Xiaohu before responding, "Young Master Tang is now largely out of danger. He simply needs some time to recuperate to strengthen his constitution. As for how to guard against malevolent entities, I must confess my limitations. However, I can assure you that I am quite adept at identifying such entities." "Then I kindly invite you to our home," Tang Xiaohu interjected eagerly. "I returned from South Myanmar with numerous gifts. Perhaps some may harbor issues." Wang Dong hesitated, glancing at his mother, Su Yulan. "I fear my mother's health is not robust, and she requires surgical treatment, making it inconvenient for us at this moment. Perhaps you might return home first, and I shall visit later." "Oh, there's no need for such formality." Tang Tianlong waved his arm dismissively. "Leave your mother's affairs to me. Someone, escort Mr. Wang's mother to the central hospital. Ensure she is admitted to the finest room, and arrange for the best doctors to perform her surgery, utilizing the finest medications available." "Yes, Master Tang." The subordinates promptly responded and approached Wang Dong, bowing as they spoke. "Auntie, please step onto the stretcher. We shall carry you to the vehicle." Su Yulan, taken aback by the attention, found herself at a loss and could only look towards her son with pleading eyes. Wang Dong chuckled, "Mother, Mr. Tang has extended his kindness. Let us not refuse it. However, there is no need for any extra assistance. I can carry my mother myself." "Understood, Mr. Wang," the subordinates replied in unison. They proceeded to the central hospital, where the director, upon learning of Mr. Tang's presence, immediately gathered several senior staff members to welcome him. "Mr. Tang, your esteemed visit truly brings great honor to our humble establishment," he remarked. "Enough pleasantries. Swiftly arrange a ward and a physician for Mr. Wang's mother," Tang Tianlong interjected, cutting straight to the matter at hand. Chapter 8. The iceberg beauty doctor who is Mr. Wang's mother? The director and others were puzzled. Turning around, they beheld a mother and son duo, both dressed in remarkably cheap attire, unmistakably indicative of their impoverished status. For a moment the crowd hesitated. However, a strikingly tall and stern-looking female doctor, in her late 20s, stepped forward. She harbored a profound disdain for the sycophancy exhibited by the hospital's upper echelon towards Tang Tianlong, yet she exhibited no hesitation upon encountering a patient. Addressing Su Yulan, she said, "Auntie, the ward has been arranged. Allow me to assist you." Thank you. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted." "Doctor," Su Yulan expressed her gratitude. The female doctor shook her head, replying, "I am merely fulfilling my duties as a physician. Please, follow me." "Thank you." Su Yulan reiterated her thanks, and Wang Dong echoed her sentiments. He had noticed the condescending glances cast by the hospital's higher-ups towards them. Only this frosty beauty, the doctor, saw them simply as patients, devoid of any distinction between wealth and poverty. This was the essence of a true physician. As they proceeded inside, the expressions of the director and others shifted. It was clear that this young woman, Ning Shuang, was astutely ingratiating herself. "Director Feng, who was that just now?" Tang Tianlong inquired. The somewhat portly Director Feng hastily responded, "That was Director Ning Shuang, who has been with us for less than half a month. Her family has a long-standing medical lineage in the capital, though the reason for her coming to our Nantian city remains unclear. However, I can assure you that despite her youthful beauty, her medical skills are undoubtedly exceptional." "Oh, is she single?" Tang Tianlong asked. This question startled everyone present. Could it be that Tang Tianlong had taken a liking to her and wished to make her his daughter-in-law? Tang Xiaohu was also taken aback. "Dad, I already have someone." "Please do not meddle in my affairs," he protested. "What are you thinking?" "I intend to match her with Mr. Wang." Tang Tianlong chuckled. "With your stature, that young lady may not even notice you. Is there anyone who would belittle their own son like this?" Tang Xiaohu replied, exasperated, yet he understood that a woman like Ning Shuang, who saw only patients and made no distinctions based on wealth or status, would indeed view him as rather unremarkable. The others were again taken aback. Was Tang Tianlong really attempting to match that impoverished youth with Ning Shuang? Did he share a close bond with the young man? Otherwise, what could account for such goodwill? Director Feng, regaining his composure, remarked, "I have not heard that Director Ning has a boyfriend." "Understood. Henceforth, she shall be the attending physician for Mr. Wang's mother. All of you must cooperate with her," Tang Tianlong declared. "As for any associated costs, I shall cover them. However, should anyone dare to act inappropriately or disrespectfully towards Mr. Wang's mother, do not blame me for my ruthless demeanor." "Of course not, absolutely not," Director Feng replied, his face paling. In Nantian City, anyone of significance understood Tang Tianlong's temperament. "Director Ning, may I inquire about the success rate of my mother's surgery?" Wang Dong asked. Ning Shuang spoke coldly. "Currently, the success rate of the surgery stands at approximately 87%, which is quite high. However, unforeseen complications cannot be entirely ruled out. If Auntie were to recuperate in our hospital for a few days to regain her strength prior to the operation, and if I were to perform the procedure, the success rate could soar to an impressive 93.5%. Upon hearing such a favorable probability, Wang Dong's face brightened with a smile. Yet, Su Yulan interjected, "My dear son, I sense this rather inappropriate? Staying in such a fine hospital room will incur significant expenses for that esteemed Mr. Tang. Rest assured, mother, although we may not possess great wealth, we shall maintain our dignity and not squander his money," Wang Dong replied as he grasped his mother's hand. "Let us not forget, I will be providing them with assistance soon, thus compensating in some manner." Just then, Tang Xiaohu entered and inquired, "Mr. Wang, how is Annie faring?" Wang Dong replied, "The likelihood of a successful surgery is quite high, but she will need to recuperate for a few days before the procedure, which may incur additional costs. Money is not an issue. Our Tang family has already assured that," Tang Xiaohu said with a smile. "If there is nothing else, let us proceed to our home." "Very well, young Master Tang," Wang Dong nodded, rising to exchange a few words with his mother before turning to Ning Shuang. "Director Ning, I entrust my mother to your care. He added, if there's anything you desire, I shall bring it for you later. No need. I will ensure Auntie and all my patients receive the utmost care. You should attend to your own matters, Ning Shuang responded coldly, not sparing him a glance. Wang Dong nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. In the corridor, Tang Xiaohu whispered, Mr. Wang, do you fancy this type of woman? Huh? Wang Dong was taken aback and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, young Master Tang, your question is rather direct. What's wrong with that? Whether you like her or not is simply a matter of words. Speak honestly, do you like her? Tang Xiaohu pressed. With a sigh, Wang Dong replied, what of it? Young Master Tang, I am not in the mood for romance at the moment. Very well, whenever you feel ready to pursue that, I shall gladly assist in bringing you together. Tang Xiaohu chuckled. Wang Dong shook his head inwardly. This fellow had barely recovered from a serious bout of illness yet was already so loquacious. He climbed into the Tang family's automobile. The Tang residence was quite expansive. The living room alone was comparable to an entire apartment for an average family. Tang Xiaohu directed several individuals to bring in several suitcases and large bags into the living room, then instructed them to unpack. Mr. Wang, please have a look. Certainly, Wang Dong replied, his eyes flickering as he scanned the items. Most emitted a soft white glow, while the jade ornaments radiated a hue akin to that of jade itself, with not a single piece exuding the ominous aura akin to the previous golden pendant. The Tang family trio watched him, their expressions filled with anticipation. Mr. Wang, have you discerned anything? None? Oh? Wang Donggang shook his head in denial. Suddenly, a fleeting glance from the corner of his eye caught sight of a landscape painting hanging on the wall beside the dining table in the living room. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, questioning whether he had misperceived it. However, after rubbing his eyes, the painting still displayed a vast mass of ominous black energy, steadily ascending along the wall towards the ceiling, seemingly intent on enveloping the entire house. Initially, Wang Dong had assumed that the house was simply designed in such a manner. It was only upon witnessing the swirling black energy that he realized this malevolent force was at least several hundred times more potent than the malevolence associated with the Golden Boy pendant. What good could possibly come to those residing in this house? Master Tang, this landscape painting must be dealt with promptly, lest it bring calamity upon your entire family. Chapter 9. The renowned masterpieces of 8 great mountain men, a calamity for the entire family? Tang Tianlong's expression shifted dramatically as he contemplated having the painting disposed of, yet a look of reluctance soon crossed his face. Mr. Wang, might you consider taking a closer look? Indeed, Mr. Wang, Tang Xiaohu interjected. This painting is an authentic piece by the 8 great mountain men, cherished deeply by my father. Since acquiring it at an auction 6 months ago, it has adorned our living room without incident. Could it be that the issue lies elsewhere? Wang Dong shook his head, asserting, there is undoubtedly something amiss with this painting. Moreover, it does not appear to be an authentic piece. Not authentic? Tang Xiaohu was taken aback. Tang Tianlong's demeanor shifted once more, his tone growing grave as he insisted. Mr. Wang, I personally acquired this from the Wangguan auction house. How could it possibly be a fake? The antiquities market typically operates through 3 predominant avenues: roadside stalls, antique shops, and auctions. Roadside purchases, once a popular means of unearthing treasures, have become increasingly rare, with genuine artifacts swiftly claimed by experts, leaving behind a plethora of imitations. Antique shops, while licensed and accountable, often harbor items of dubious authenticity due to the limited expertise of their owners amidst rampant forgery. Conversely, auctions, particularly those of considerable scale, maintain stringent controls over the items being sold, bolstered by the scrutiny of skilled appraisers, ensuring that the items procured are nearly always genuine. Thus, when Wang Dong declared the celebrated work of the 8 great mountain men to be a forgery, Tang Tianlong's disbelief was palpable. Mr. Wang, could you be mistaken? Absolutely not. Wang Dong replied, his gaze unwavering. If you harbor any doubts, I implore you to allow me to remove the painting and demonstrate its authenticity. If it truly is a forgery, I would owe you a debt of gratitude, Tang Tianlong said solemnly, though his skepticism lingered. Wang Dong refrained from further discussion, promptly taking down the painting and placing it on the adjacent dining table. He then retrieved some water from the fishbowl, letting a few drops fall onto the corner of the artwork. Tang Tianlong's expression shifted once more. What are you doing? Do not fret, Tang Yi. The truth shall soon be revealed. Should I be in error, I will compensate you double, Wang Dong assured him. What could you possibly offer as compensation? Tang Tianlong instinctively retorted. But then, recalling the life Wang Dong had saved for his son, he softened his tone, conceding, I am not in a hurry. Take your time. Thank you, Tang Yi. Wang Dong smiled faintly, his palm gently rubbing the damp paper. After a brief moment, the paper in that area was worn through. Upon witnessing this, Tang Tianlong's temper began to flare. Yet before he could utter a word, he sensed something amiss. It was far too pristine. The section that Wang Dong had worn away revealed an entirely new layer of paper beneath. If this were an ancient painting or calligraphy that had been passed down for centuries, such freshness would be inconceivable. Master Tang, come take a look, Wang Dong said, shifting his body slightly. Tang Tianlong stepped forward swiftly, his gaze fixed on the area, and his expression changed abruptly as he discerned several bold characters within the paper. Congratulations on your keen eye. Ha ha ha, Tang Xiaohu chimed in, leaning closer to read the characters aloud. As soon as he finished reading, he noticed his father's grim countenance and quickly added, Dad, I didn't mean to mock you. It's what is written here. I understand, Tang Tianlong replied, his face darkening. He had unwittingly purchased a counterfeit masterpiece by the renowned Ba de Shan Ren, proudly displaying it on the living room wall, oblivious to the laughter of others at his expense. The audacity of the forger to leave such a message was infuriating. This scoundrel, if I ever find them, I will make them pay dearly. Calm down, Master Tang. In comparison to this forger, I believe it is more prudent to locate the sorcerer first, Wang Dong remarked, his expression turning serious. If I am not mistaken, the individual who cursed young Master Tang and the one who tampered with this painting are likely the same person. Or at the very least, they belong to the same school of thought. Are you suggesting that the target is not just my son, but our entire family? Tang Tianlong immediately grasped the implication. Wang Dong nodded, saying, It appears so. Had I not intervened today, if young Master Tang had inexplicably perished, it would have seemed quite reasonable for you and your wife to succumb to grief. Infuriating, Tang Tianlong slammed his palm on the dining table, causing several decorative items to jump. Tang Xiaohu's face also registered anger. How audacious! To target our Tang family and threaten our lives. Dad, I think we should initiate an investigation immediately to unearth the vile scoundrel lurking behind this. Yes, have this painting destroyed at once. And send someone to inquire with the owner of the Wangguan about its origin. Tang Tianlong instructed with a nod. His gaze shifted to Wang Dong, now laced with admiration and regard, as he sought to draw him closer. Mr. Wang, you have rendered our family an immense service. Please, do not hesitate to ask for anything. Master Tang has already offered enough. Wang Dong replied with a smile, shaking his head. Once, due to his mother's medical expenses, he had yearned for wealth and fame. However, now that he had awakened this extraordinary vision, he perceived such matters as easily attainable, and he found himself devoid of any desire for them. Compared to all of this, he yearned for his mother's surgery to be successful and for her to be safe and sound. He wished for every friend in his life to live joyfully in this world. However, Tang Tianlong, accustomed to repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance, immediately shook his head upon hearing that he did not wish for repayment. Mr. Wang, he declared, taking your mother to the hospital is but a trivial matter. It hardly constitutes a debt of gratitude. Speak of a more significant request, or I shall not permit you to leave today. Chapter 10. The invitation from Lord Tang is indeed exceedingly gracious. Wang Dong forced a smile. He had never contemplated requiring any form of recompense from Tang Tianlong, and now found himself at a loss for any demands. Tang Tianlong waved his hand and said, Ah, you and my family share a profound bond. Henceforth, there is no need to address me as Lord Tang or Old Tang. Simply call me Uncle Tang. Indeed, my child, chimed in Mrs. Tang. We have but one son after all and no nephews to speak of. It would be better for you to call us uncle and aunt. Mrs. Tang grew increasingly fond of Wang Dong's selfless nature and entertained the thought of adopting him as her nephew. Tang Xiaohu added with a smile, I have been without a brother for many years, which has made me feel quite lonely. Why don't we refer to each other as brothers? I am a few years your senior, so you may call me brother, if you please. Very well, Uncle Tang, Aunt, and Brother Tang, Wang Dong responded. Having endured years of solitude, he felt a warmth in his heart at their words. The Tang family burst into cheerful laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! That's the spirit. Hurry, prepare dinner. Tonight, I intend to drink to excess with Xiao Dong," Tang Tianlong exclaimed joyfully. During the dinner, Mrs. Tang, who usually abstained from alcohol, joined Wang Dong in a few toasts. Tang Xiaohu, a veritable barrel of spirits, relentlessly offered Wang Dong several bottles to drink. Fortunately, Wang Dong's physique had been enhanced by the spirit jade, rendering him impervious to intoxication, while Tang Xiaohu succumbed to inebriation, leaving Wang Dong still clear-headed. "Impressive, my brother. You have outdone me in drink," Tang Xiaohu declared, giving him a thumbs up, before promptly collapsing onto the table in a deep slumber. Tang Tianlong laughed heartily. "Xiao Dong, my son is famously a heavy drinker. He has never found his match until today, when you have thoroughly bested him. Come, let us share another round." "I drink to you, uncle. Please feel free to indulge," Wang Dong replied with a smile as he downed another glass of wine. Tang Tianlong exclaimed, "What a refreshing spirit." As a self-made man, he held a deep appreciation for such bold and forthright youth, feeling increasingly drawn to Wang Dong. "My dear Xiao Dong, I trust you have heard of my profession. I do not favor beating around the bush. Come, assist me here at the Tang Dragon Jade Company. I shall entrust the management of the business to you." Wang Dong inhaled sharply. The Tang Dragon Jade Company was one of the most prestigious jade gambling establishments in Nantian City. Although his employer, Shun Shanshan, owned several storefronts under her Shenstone Pavilion, it paled in comparison to the scale of the Tang Dragon Jade Company. Moreover, Tang Tianlong's proposition implied that he would not merely be taking on the role of an ordinary employee or manager, but rather stepping into the shoes of the owner. This was akin to elevating a humble elementary school teacher from a county town directly to the position of president at Qingbei University. Even though Wang Dong felt confident in his ability to manage such a position and was undeniably intrigued by it, the thought of disappointing Shen Shanshan, who had treated him with kindness, led him to ultimately decline. "Thank you, uncle, but I cannot betray Boss Shen." "How could this be considered betrayal?" Tang Tianlong inquired, astonished. "Xiao Dong, you are an employee, not a slave. You are free to choose a different employer. Moreover, in the eyes of Boss Shen, you are merely a manager at best. However, should you come to my side, you would immediately assume the role of the head of Tianlong Jade. Once you have adeptly managed your responsibilities, I have more significant matters for you to assist with. This is an opportunity that Boss Shen cannot offer you. Ponder it carefully." While uncle's words ring true, my inclination remains to stay with Boss Shen, for she selflessly supported me during my most challenging times. Wang Dong, however, shook his head in refusal. Once an ordinary figure, it was Shen Shanshan who stepped in to cover his medical expenses, enabling his mother to receive the necessary treatment. For this reason alone, he felt he could not forsake her or seek fortune elsewhere. Some may deem him foolish, but if a person cannot remember their roots, what value do wealth and high social status truly hold? Seeing his resolute demeanor, Tang Tianlong sighed, saying, "Very well, Xiao Dong, I shall not press you. Nevertheless, I must assert that our Tang family's doors will always remain open to you." "Thank you, uncle. I would also like to say that whenever you, Aunt, or Brother Tang require my assistance, I shall never shy away," replied Wang Dong. Tang Tianlong chuckled heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "Excellent. Then I shall now enlist your help with one matter. Accompany me tonight for a drink until we are inebriated. Cheers." The following morning, Wang Dong arose, partook in breakfast at the Tang residence, expressed his farewells, and prepared to hail a cab to Shen Shige for work. Tang Xiaohu arrived in a BMW, honking twice, and cheerfully said, "Get in." "No need, Brother Tang. We may not be heading in the same direction," Wang Dong replied, shaking his head. "Come on. If I tell you to get in, then get in. What's with all the formalities between brothers? Hurry up, or I might run you over," Tang Xiaohu insisted. "Where are we headed, Brother Tang?" Wang Dong asked with a smile as he slid into the car. Just as he posed the question, Tang Xiaohu opened the door and stepped out, saying, "Brother? This is just a small gesture of being the elder brother. Just drive wherever you wish. Just don't return the car to me, or we won't be brothers anymore." With a grin, Tang Xiaohu turned and waved goodbye. Wang Dong stood momentarily, gazing at his retreating figure and called out, "Thanks, brother. Don't mention it." Tang Xiaohu replied without turning back, and then he entered the villa. Wang Dong ran his hand over the car's leather seats, a smile gracing his face. "So this is a BMW? It certainly has a certain prestige." He then shifted to the driver's seat, contemplated for a moment, and activated the smart navigation system, heading toward Xian Shige. Upon seeing the BMW arrive early in the morning, the employees at Xian Shige's eyes lit up, rushing over to curry favor with Wang Dong. Only the security guard, Li Feng, found little interest in such flattery. As a security officer, he didn't need to rely on sycophancy for performance, and his disposition simply did not align with that behavior. Rather than fawning over the BMW's owner, he was more curious about Wang Dong's well-being. Yesterday, after bidding farewell to Wang Dong, he returned to the store alone to confront Lu Tao. Subsequently, he was informed that he could resume work with a salary increase of 1,000 yuan, surpassing that of other security personnel. He sensed that something significant must have transpired. As he approached the location where he would be late for work, his concern for Wang Dong grew, for there was still no sign of him. Just then, a BMW, seemingly indifferent to anyone else, pulled up right in front of him, honking twice. What a show-off with that BMW! Li Feng thought, his frustration boiling over. However, his anger subsided as he noticed the window sliding down, revealing a familiar face, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. No way. Chapter 11. An encounter with the female boss early in the morning. What do you rely on? Wang Dong inquired with a chuckle, observing Li Feng's astonished expression. Li Feng's mouth opened and closed several times. No, it can't be. Is it really you, Donggu? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. It's precisely 28 centimeters. Not a fraction off, Wang Dong replied with a grin. Li Feng, astonished, exclaimed, "Where did you get this car?" "It's a gift from a wealthy brother of mine. Would you like to take it for a spin?" Wang Dong opened the car door and shifted to the passenger seat. Naturally, Li Feng was eager to try it out. Ever since he was a child, he had harbored a passion for automobiles, particularly BMWs, Benzes and Autos, which were his favorites. However, as a mere security guard, his financial means were limited. For many years, he could only dream of the cars that passed him by. "Donggu, are you serious? I won't hold back. Get in." Wang Dong laughed. "We still have 10 minutes before work officially begins, and I want to discuss yesterday's events with you. Then I shall hop in." Li Feng exclaimed joyfully, carefully climbing into the car. He was so cautious that he closed the door gently, attempting it 7 or 8 times before finally securing it. He then gazed at the steering wheel with wide eyes and began to caress it, murmuring, "Beautiful, simply exquisite. What are you about to sing? You are too beautiful." Wang Dong joked. Li Feng, breathing a bit heavily, responded, "Donggu, do you want to hear? I can sing it." "All right, let's take the car for a test drive," Wang Dong suggested with a smile. As Li Feng drove, Wang Dong recounted the events of the previous day, assuring him, "You needn't worry anymore. Lu Tao, that scoundrel, is finished. So, does that mean you'll be the manager now, Donggu? That implies I can strut around the store," Li Feng said, his excitement palpable. Wang Dong replied with a chuckle, "As long as you don't run anyone over, strutting about is fine. But do refrain from causing trouble. I can't protect you from that. Rest assured, Donggu, I won't stir up any trouble. I just feel that I can walk with my head held a bit higher now." Li Feng laughed. In a mere 10 minutes, neither too fast nor too slow, the two returned to Xian Shige. Upon exiting the car, they were spotted by the boss, Shun Shanshan. Today, she was dressed in an alluring professional attire, a white shirt paired with a black skirt, her long legs accentuated by stockings, the buttons of her blouse straining as if they might burst open at any moment. Every time Wang Dong saw those buttons, he felt a twinge of concern that she might inadvertently reveal herself. "Wang Dong, whose car is this?" Shun Shanshan asked, her surprise evident. Wang Dong pointed to himself, saying, "The sort of mine. When did you amass such wealth?" Shun Shanshan looked at him in astonishment, her brow slightly furrowed. Has your aunt been discharged from the hospital? Thank you for your concern, boss. She hasn't been discharged yet, but everything is in order. We're just waiting for a successful surgery in a few days before she can return home. Wang Dong replied with a smile. I will certainly repay you for the money you advanced us. What repayment? I refuse to accept it. Shen Shanshan furrowed her brows as she gazed at him, inquiring, But why do you not answer me? How did you acquire the funds to purchase a car? It was not a purchase. It was a gift from Brother Tang, specifically Tang Tianlong's son, Tang Xiaohu, Wang Dong replied, scratching his nose. Shen Shanshan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did young Master Tang truly give this to you? Is that for real? Indeed, you may call to verify, Wang Dong asserted. Despite her lingering doubts, Shen Shanshan acknowledged that Wang Dong had neither stolen nor deceived anyone. The car was obtained through legitimate means, leaving little room for criticism. Furthermore, making a phone call over a trivial matter could potentially harm Wang Dong's pride, insinuating a lack of trust in him. However, as the manager of her stone gambling shop and a reliable aide, how could she not place her faith in him? There's no need for that. I believe what you just said. Thank you for your trust, boss, Wang Dong responded. Shen Shanshan smiled and waved her delicate hand. Since you can drive, I would like you to accompany me on a little excursion. Certainly, where to? Wang Dong inquired. Do you recall yesterday's events? That piece of stone ended up with Zhang Hu, and I intend to retrieve it today, Shen Shanshan said, her red lips curving into a smile. Last night, through a phone conversation, he had mentioned that he was unaware it was Elder Tang's possession, which is why he had persuaded Jiang Tao to part with it. Now that he was aware, he dared not keep it, prompting me to collect it this morning. However, in return, he demands a compensation of 1 million. Is it truly that simple to reclaim it? Wang Dong sensed something amiss. While 1 million in compensation was substantial, the stone itself was valued at over 100 million. Shen Shanshan exuded confidence, responding with a smile. For an ordinary person, retrieving a stone from Jiang Hu would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, since this is Elder Tang's possession, he acquired it through dubious means. He wouldn't dare keep it close to him. In any case, you need not worry, just drive. As she spoke, she retrieved a car key from her handbag and handed it to Wang Dong. When he reached out to accept it, their fingers brushed lightly, sending a jolt through him, causing him to momentarily freeze. Shen Shanshan felt a similar sensation. Her heart skipped a beat. Noticing his daze, she averted her gaze and chided. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and drive. Of course, boss, Wang Dong replied, snapping back to reality as he headed to her Porsche. On the way to Guantian Tower, Wang Dong couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss and quietly remarked, Boss, it would be prudent to exercise caution once we arrive. You are overly cautious. No one in Nantian City would dare to embezzle Elder Tang's belongings. Rest assured, Jiang Hu is no exception, Shen Shanshan countered, shaking her head at his excessive wariness. Upon their arrival, just as they stepped out of the car, a bald man with large eyes approached, bare-armed and accompanied by a group of followers. He was chewing on a cigar, grinning as he appraised Shen Shanshan from head to toe. This scrutiny made Shen Shanshan uncomfortable. Her finely arched brows knitted slightly. Boss Jiang, we discussed this over the phone. Here is the 1 million check. Now, where is the stone? Beautiful Shen, there's no need to rush, he replied with a smile. As a rare and esteemed guest, your visit is indeed a rare occasion, and I must extend my utmost hospitality to you. This fellow is Jiang Hu who, after taking a puff of his cigar, exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, Let us first retreat indoors to relish some delicacies and sip a little wine, after which I shall present you with the stones. Surely you would not deny me this small favor? Boss Jiang, my sole intention is to collect the stones and depart. Old Tang is pressing me quite urgently. Observing his demeanor, Shen Shanshan sensed his ulterior motives, questioning his blatant disregard for the situation. Jiang Hu's expression darkened in an instant, and he replied in a low voice, Are you attempting to leverage old Tang against me? Very well, should he utter a single word, I shall personally deliver them to the Tang residence. As for you, Boss Shen, you must first join me for a drink, or our discussion shall come to naught. Chapter 12. Drink up the baijiu, the stone returns to you indeed, Boss Shen. Our General Jiang is not one to treat just anyone to a meal, so do not be so ungrateful. Jiang Hu's sycophants chuckled, their leering eyes lewdly lingering on Shun Shanshan, particularly fixating on her voluptuous curves. This made Shun Shanshan feel quite uncomfortable. She immediately felt the urge to scold them. However, this was Jiang Hu's territory, and with the stone in his possession, she could only clench her delicate fists, forcing herself to refrain from erupting. Suddenly, a hand grasped her fist, offering her an immense sense of security, akin to a steadfast mountain. Shun Shanshan turned to see Wang Dong. "Do you believe in me?" Wang Dong inquired, gazing into her beautiful eyes. A strange feeling surged within Shun Shanshan, her eyes flickering slightly as she nodded. "Of course I believe in you. Did I not mention it in the shop earlier? Then please refrain from speaking. Let me handle this," Wang Dong replied. Shun Shanshan was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind his words. After all, she was the boss. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. Wang Dong stepped forward, smiling as he said, "With Boss Zhang's warm hospitality, how could we possibly refuse? However, our boss Shin only drinks the finest fake yin mutai and indulges in exquisite delicacies. If the food or drink falls short in any way, she simply will not partake. Does Boss Jiang truly wish to spend such a hefty sum to entertain us?" Jiang Hu, initially displeased at Wang Dong holding Shun Shanshan's delicate hand, found a smile creeping onto his face as he interpreted Wang Dong's words as a sign of acceptance. "Isn't it fortuitous? I too will only drink fake yin mutai and will not eat anything less than the best. In that case, let us proceed inside," Wang Dong declared, taking Shun Shanshan's hand and leading her into the Guantian building. Jiang Hu felt a surge of joy and inquired, "What is your name, young man?" "Wang Dong. I find you quite likable. Let us share a few drinks later." Jiang Hu could hardly contain his laughter, having long coveted Shun Shanshan but lacking the opportunity. His plan to have Li Hejuan steal the stone was intended to compel Shun Shanshan to seek his favor. Little did he know that she would so readily heed this young man's words. Had he known, he would have simply enlisted Wang Dong's help instead of wasting considerable effort on Li Hejuan. Gazing at the lavish spread of food and drink, Shun Shanshan whispered, "Be cautious. This fellow is definitely not as benevolent as he appears, truly inviting us for a meal and drink." "I am aware, so do not worry," Wang Dong reassured her with a smile. Jiang Hu, sensing that his ambitions were nearing fruition, waved his hand grandly, commanding, "Bring forth that stone for the beautiful Miss Shun to see." "Certainly, General Jiang," the sycophants promptly replied, carrying over a stone the size of a human head. Wang Dong cast a glance at it. The stone's exterior resembled ancient tree bark, adorned with numerous creases. Any discerning jade enthusiast would instantly recognize that this stone hails from the renowned old pit of Mashisha in southern Myanmar. Moreover, the faint presence of what appears to be fine white sand around the folds of the stone signifies it as a top-tier specimen among Mashisha jade raw stones. It is precisely due to its illustrious provenance that such a substantial piece commanded over 100 million from Tang Tianlong at auction. In contrast, a typical stone of similar size might only fetch a few tens of millions. Upon beholding this exquisite stone, Shun Shanshan's face illuminated with delight as she promptly produced a check for 1 million, placing it upon the dining table while reaching for the jade. However, Jiang Hu interposed his hand with a mischievous grin, stating, "Hold on, Miss Shun. I previously mentioned that only after you accompany me for drinks and dinner can you take this stone." "All right, I shall dine now," she retorted, swiftly picking up her chopsticks to take a bite of rice before adding, "You may bring the wine." Indeed, Miss Shin appears to adhere to the rules. Jiang Hu chuckled lightly and, without warning, retrieved a case of fake yin mutai from beneath the table, proclaiming, "Once we finish this, I shall demand nothing from the million. The stone will be yours directly." "Are you suggesting we consume an entire case?" Shun Shanshan's expression shifted dramatically. "Indeed. Please, Miss Shin, indulge yourself," Jiang Hu replied with a smirk, reclining in his chair as he regarded her. His sycophants beside him also shared insidious grins, clearly believing that this stone would be easily obtained. "Today, either you, Miss Shin, depart, or you surrender yourself to our esteemed Jiang." Shun Shanshan's complexion paled slightly. "Jiang Hu, you never intended to return the stone to me, did you? Who could possibly drink that much?" "You can take your time," he remarked casually, gesturing to his gold watch. "It is still quite early, well before noon. You have until 10 o'clock tonight," he added, As long as you finish before then, I shall hand over the stone immediately. Of course, if you prefer to leave now, I, Jiang-hu, never coerce a woman. However, upon your departure, I will promptly deliver this stone to Tang's residence, which will be no concern of yours. When the old man holds you accountable later, do not blame me for the lack of forewarning. Shameless. Shun Shanshan gritted her teeth, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness. She had assured Tang Tianlong that she would retrieve the stone and return it to him personally. Should Jiang-hu deliver it, it would mean breaking her promise. Jiang-hu sneered, Miss Shin, if you cannot drink, perhaps you could have this young man beside you partake instead. His consumption would count. Not a chance. Don't think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. Shun Shanshan retorted through clenched teeth. If Wang Dong were to become inebriated, she would be left alone, making her vulnerable to Jiang-hu's whims. There would be no need for her to be intoxicated. Jiang-hu clicked his tongue, acknowledging her quick wit. Nonetheless, it mattered little. If she was not ensnared, would this young man not feel urgency? Did you just say your name is Wang Dong? Are you truly willing to return empty-handed, leaving your beautiful boss to suffer? No need to say more. I shall drink this wine myself. Wang Dong had been awaiting this very statement, though he feigned a look of hesitation, then gritted his teeth and declared, one bottle at a time is rather dull. Bring me a large basin and pour it all in. Excellent. I truly admire such a genuine man. Jiang-hu laughed heartily, his heart ablaze with excitement. He could almost foresee that, within minutes, Wang Dong would be inebriated, and then he could do as he pleased with Shun Shanshan. Ha ha ha! This foolish lad has indeed fallen into the trap. Chapter 13. What to do when the boss lady offers a reward. Jiang-hu addressed a few of his lackeys, instructing them, fetch a large basin and pour this entire crate of white liquor into it. Understood, Jiang. The lackeys chuckled mischievously as they promptly brought forth a basin, unscrewed the bottle caps, and poured the liquor inside. In no time, the basin was filled to the brim with white liquor. Quickly, drink up, Jiang-hu urged. The more you consume, the lighter the burden for your beautiful boss. I shall endeavor to drink it all, Wang Dong replied with a grin, cradling the basin in his hands before enthusiastically gulping down the liquor. Jiang-hu watched with immense delight, rubbing his palms together in anticipation, nearly prompting the office to be tidied up in preparation for the impending fierce contest. Meanwhile, Shun Shanshan gazed at Wang Dong with a hint of concern. Stop drinking, she implored. If it comes to it, I shall forfeit this stone and accept whatever punishment Tang Lao deems fit. Wang Dong, did you hear that? As she spoke, she reached out with her delicate hand to grasp his arm. The lackeys swiftly obstructed her, chuckling, Boss Shin, our brother Wang is quite the drinker. You wouldn't want to dampen his spirits, would you? Get out of my way, Shun Shanshan retorted, her anger palpable. The lackeys smirked, continuing their mockery. Boss Shin, it would be wise for you to keep a watchful eye, lest you forget this is not your Shanshur pavilion. Frustrated, Shun Shanshan clenched her teeth, her gaze filled with worry as she observed Wang Dong. Gulp, gulp. Everyone watched Wang Dong, eagerly anticipating his collapse into a drunken stupor. Yet, 30 seconds passed, then a minute, and 2 minutes, with Wang Dong still holding the basin and drinking heartily. Why isn't he drunk yet? One lackey remarked, astonished. Jiang-hu's expression darkened as he slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, What is the matter with you? Have you finished drinking yet? Stop sipping and spitting. It's a waste of everyone's time. You lot, take the basin away and see how much liquor remains. Yes, Jiang. The lackeys promptly moved to comply. Just then, Wang Dong exhaled deeply, and with a resounding crash, he slammed the basin onto the dining table, causing the entire table to shake. Everyone jumped in surprise and quickly peered into the basin, only to find it completely devoid of liquor, entirely empty. Jiang, he has consumed the entire basin of white liquor. The lackeys exclaimed in astonishment.
Jeanne ou instinctively shooted, impossible.
That was a whole crate of liquor. Do you realize how many pounds that is? Even an elephant couldn't drink that much. Yet the basin was undeniably empty. The lackeys immediately confirmed, Indeed, Jiang, it is empty. Only then did Jiang-hu lean in for a closer look, and his expression shifted dramatically upon realizing the basin contained no liquor. How could this be? Where did you hide the liquor? He demanded. All in my belly, Wang Dong replied, patting his stomach and chuckling. Since inheriting the legacy, his physical constitution had been greatly enhanced, rendering him virtually impervious. As soon as the liquor entered his system, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, astonishingly dissipating most of the alcohol almost immediately. Jiang Hu, in disbelief, scrutinized his clothing and trousers, then glanced down at the ground beneath him. Yet there was not a single damp spot to be found. The tiled floor where Wang Dong stood remained unchanged, indicating he had not discreetly poured out the liquor. Could it be that this lad had truly consumed it all? Was his stomach capable of holding so much? Boss Jiang, according to the rules, we can take this stone without paying a single dime. Am I mistaken? Wang Dong remarked with a smile. Jiang, whose face darkened as he retorted, I did say that, but it hinges on whether you truly drank all that liquor without resorting to trickery. Indeed, Jiang, I believe this lad has concealed the liquor within his belly. If I land a few punches, he will surely regurgitate it, and the truth will be unveiled, sneered a broad-faced sycophant. Suddenly, he swung a fist towards Wang Dong's abdomen, exclaiming, Spit it out. You likely lack the ability to make me, Wang Dong replied with a light chuckle, effortlessly grasping the man's fist. With a sharp crack, he crushed the knuckles of the sycophant's hand. The man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, his complexion pale. Witnessing this, the others erupted in outrage, shouting, How outrageous! How dare you strike! They rallied, intent on giving this young man a lesson. All of you, get lost! Wang Dong commanded, seizing a chair and hurling it at them. With a resounding crash, the chair shattered into pieces, sending the sycophants sprawling to the floor, writhing in pain. Jiang Hu, witnessing his lackeys being so easily subdued by Wang Dong, turned ashen and cursed, a bunch of useless fools. With that, he drew a short knife from his side and aimed it at Wang Dong's head, shouting, Die! Wang Dong didn't even bother to glance his way. With a swift kick, he struck Jiang Hu's head. A pained cry escaped Jiang Hu as his head snapped back, crashing into the dining table, shattering numerous dishes and leaving him smeared with various delectable dishes, a sight both disheveled and unseemly. Wang Dong collected the stone and remarked, Boss, we have secured the stone. It is time to return. Huh? Shun Shanshan stood frozen, unable to comprehend the events. Wang Dong waved his hand in front of her face, smiling, Boss, are you back with us? Ah yes. Shun Shanshan regained her composure and hurried outside. Once in the car, she couldn't suppress her disbelief, asking, Wang Dong, how did you become so formidable? I've practiced in private, Wang Dong replied with a grin, securing the stone in the back seat to prevent any mishaps while driving. As the engine roared to life, Shun Shanshan gazed at his profile, suddenly finding him quite handsome and undeniably masculine, her heart racing. She whispered, Wang Dong, you've helped me immensely. How should I reward you? Whatever you desire for a reward, I shall accept, Wang Dong replied with a smile. Shun Shanshan, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, inquired, Would you be willing to accept any reward I offer? Indeed, came the reply. Then please drive us to Tianlong Jade Gallery, Shun Shanshan instructed. Certainly. At that moment, Jiang Hu, accompanied by a group of followers, rushed out of the shop. Watching them depart in their vehicle, he could not suppress his fury, gnashing his teeth as he shouted, That damned brat dared to kick me. He promptly dialed Huang Shi, declaring, I want that brat's life. Yes, boss. The subordinate responded hastily, their bodies trembling at the mere thought of the person named Huang Shi. Chapter 14. The former fiancée turned malevolent woman, casting a glance at the receding figures of Jiang Hu and his companions in the rearview mirror. Wang Dong remarked, Boss, Jiang Hu and his gang will undoubtedly seek vengeance. You must exercise caution when alone in the future. I shall be cautious, he replied. However, you should be the one to worry. After the way you dealt with them today, they will prioritize their retribution against you. You are the one who should tread carefully. Shun Shanshan expressed her concerns. Wang Dong chuckled, Do not fret for me, boss. Even if they were to come back in greater numbers, it would merely serve as a warm-up for me. Do not underestimate them. Jiang Hu's lackeys are merely sycophants. The real threats were not present at the shop today. Otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. Shin Shanshan continued to urge him to remain vigilant. Wang Dong smiled. All right, I will be cautious. Upon arriving at Tianlong Jade Shop, the two entered with the stone. As they reached the elevator, Shin Shanshan said, Wang Dong, you wait for me here and take a moment to rest. I will personally apologize to Old Tang for my negligence. Do not let yourself be implicated. I am fine. Wang Dong shook his head, about to disclose his connection with Old Tang. However, Shin Shanshan firmly interrupted, be obedient. Once I return, I shall reward you. Boss? It is settled then. Wait for me here, she insisted, fearing that if he accompanied her upstairs, both might incur Old Tang's displeasure. Without allowing him a chance to argue, she stepped into the elevator and promptly pressed the closed door button. Wang Dong sighed. Then I shall wait for you here. Wang Dong? Just as the elevator doors shut and Shin Shanshan ascended, a surprised voice came from nearby. Turning his head, Wang Dong saw a flamboyantly dressed woman, heavily made up, wearing a floral dress. She was tall and possessed an above-average attractiveness, undeniably a beauty. Upon recognizing his face, the woman smiled, her eyes flashing with disdain and arrogance. Truly is you. Who is this, Lily? A young man in a Versace suit stood beside her, inspecting Wang Dong with a frown while idly toying with a jade ring on his finger. Lily immediately linked her arm with his, giggling, Gu Shao, allow me to introduce you. This is a former suitor of mine, Wang Dong, who I hear is working at a jade shop in the city. I never thought it would be true. I spent my days in the county and had never seen the world. In my youthful ignorance, I almost married him. Thankfully, his mother fell ill and my family disapproved, leading to the cancellation of our engagement. Oh? Gu Shao's eyes glinted with disdain as he scoffed. So he is merely a poor laborer. I never imagined you would settle for such a man. Such a catch could never be disloyal. Lily immediately flattered him. As a girl from the countryside, her thoughts were expectedly traditional and conservative. Yet, she exhibited a blatant aversion to poverty and an unabashed preference for wealth. Initially, Wang Dong approached his courtship with sincerity, leading to their engagement. However, when his mother fell gravely ill, he could not bear to delay Lily's youthful years and voluntarily annulled their engagement. To his dismay, upon their reunion, the woman seemed devoid of any lingering affection, and worse, she mocked him with sarcasm. Wang Dong felt a surge of anger but ultimately turned away, choosing not to engage with them. Yet, despite his desire for tranquility, the arrogant Gu Shao seemed to sense his discomfort and provocatively taunted him. What is your attitude, young man? Do you not see that I am a distinguished guest here? Hurry and attend to me. Come, clean my shoes using your tongue. Do you understand? Gu Shao sneered. Wang Dong, this is your chance to impress me. Yet you dawdle? Many would line up to curry favor with me, and I might not even spare them a glance. Do not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Lily chimed in with laughter. Wang Dong, feeling the heat of indignation, cast a cold glance at them and uttered a single word. Scram! The icy glare he directed at Gu Shao, who had been raised in privilege, caused the latter's face to flush with anger, prompting him to shout, You, a mere impoverished worker, dare to disrespect a guest of my stature. He then called for the manager. Manager, come here at once. Oh, it is indeed an honor to have you here, Gu Shao, exclaimed a middle-aged man with a thick mane of hair, who, noticing the tension, hurried over with an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize. I was called away by the young master for inquiries and did not come out sooner to welcome you. Please forgive me. Enough with your excuses. Gu Shao interrupted with a cold snort, pointing at Wang Dong. This brat just insulted us. What do you propose we do? I believe he deserves at least 17 or 18 slaps, followed by immediate dismissal and a permanent ban from your Tianlong Jade Company, so that no one in the industry will employ him. Lily's words were ruthlessly harsh. If Wang Dong were indeed an employee here, such treatment would equate to a death sentence within the jade industry of Nantian City. How poisonous a woman's heart can be. How did I not perceive her malice before? To ingratiate herself with this so-called Gu Shao, she would utter such venomous words against her former fiancé. Wang Dong couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Manager, look at how arrogant this fellow is. Now he even dares to laugh coldly. If you do not punish him, will it not be a challenge to authority? Gu Shao bellowed with seething anger. However, The manager, wearing a wry smile, replied with evident difficulty, "Gu Xiao, allow me to explain. This gentleman does not appear to be one of our employees. Even if I wanted to dismiss him, I fear it would be impossible." "What? He is not one of your impoverished workers?" Stunned, Gu Xiao turned to Lily. "It cannot be. He once told me he worked at a jade shop in the city." Lily asserted immediately. The young lady may not be entirely mistaken. However, Nantian City is indeed one of the largest jade distribution centers in the nation. Within the city, there are not merely dozens, but potentially over 100 renowned jade establishments. Manager Fong elucidated, "Perhaps this gentleman is an employee of another jade shop." Ancient Xiao, filled with indignation, retorted, "Given that your Tianlong jade store is so prestigious and well-established, surely you can issue a blacklist." Manager Fong offered a wry smile. "Well, that is certainly within our capacity." Just then, a robust voice resonated from the entrance of a nearby office. Everyone turned to see a young man adorned in opulent attire. Chapter 15. You are blacklisted upon encountering the lavish gentleman. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Wang Dong's mouth. Gu Xiao and the others remained oblivious to the shift in his demeanor. Particularly, Gu Xiao's eyes were fixated on this man, scrutinizing his presence with astonishment. "Tang Xiao? What's the matter? Are you surprised to see me?" The opulent man was none other than Tang Xiaohu, the son of Tang Tianlong and the current head of the Tianlong Jade Company. Noticing Gu Xiao's surprise at his appearance, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Gu Xiao hastily waved his hands in denial, saying, No, Tang Xiao, please do not misunderstand. I simply did not expect the elusive Tang Xiao, often likened to a mythical dragon, to truly appear before me. It is indeed a rare fortune. Here is my business card. I am Gu Yiming, the Deputy General Manager of the Premium Jade Company." With that, he promptly produced a gilded business card and presented it to Tang Xiaohu with both hands. Lily, standing nearby, chimed in with a bright, ingratiating smile. "Greetings, Tang Xiao. My name is Lily." "Oh," Tang Xiaohu replied coolly, taking a moment to glance at Gu Yiming's card. With a smile, Gu Yiming remarked, "Didn't you mention earlier that this fellow should be placed on your Tianlong Jade Company's blacklist?" "Did I say that?" Tang Xiaohu replied, regarding him with confusion, as if he could not recall having made such a statement. Gu Yiming was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly laughed. "You indeed mentioned it. Why not think carefully about what I just said?" Tang Xiaohu let out a cold chuckle, tossing the business card to the room manager. "Put this fellow and the woman named Lily on our Tianlong Jade Company's blacklist. Anyone wishing to collaborate with us should avoid any dealings with them. Otherwise, all negotiations are off." "Tang Xiao?" The room manager was taken aback. Gu Yiming doubted his hearing, while Lily's complexion turned pale as she exclaimed, "Tang Xiao, why is that? Do you wish to know why?" Tang Xiaohu laughed softly, moving closer to Wang Dong and placing an arm around his shoulder. "One reason suffices. He is my brother. If you hold my brother in such contempt, you do not deserve to be here." "He is your brother?" Lily gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. "How can that be? He hails from a rural village and is merely a laborer in the city. How could he possibly be the brother of someone as esteemed as you, Tang Xiao?" "Indeed, Tang Xiao, are you jesting with us?" Gu Yiming interjected awkwardly, his eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. However, Tang Xiaohu cast a cold glance their way, unyieldingly stating, "This is my brother." "Room manager, what are you hesitating for?" "Yes, Tang Xiao." The room manager quickly regained his composure and addressed them. "I'm afraid our Jade Company cannot accommodate your presence. We kindly ask that you leave at once. You have gone too far. Although our Emerald Elite Company may not rival the Tang family, we still hold a respectable position in South Heaven City. Are you not concerned that your actions might ignite a conflict between our families?" Gu Yiming exclaimed in anger. Tang Xiaohu chuckled. "If you possess the courage, then declare war. Enough with the bravado. If you lack the guts, I suggest you leave immediately. Should I catch you again insulting my brother, I will ensure you are left incapacitated." Tang Xiaohu retorted coldly. Manager Fong promptly summoned a group of security personnel. "Gentlemen, please vacate the premises at once." "Very well, you think you can just toss us out?" Gu Yiming's face turned pale with fury. Having been pampered throughout his life, It was his first experience of being expelled. An utter humiliation. Once outside Emerald Elite, he furiously kicked his car. Damn it! That worthless fool spoke so grandly, yet Tang Xiaohu remains unscathed. What a waste of my time. Young Master Gu, please calm down. That Tang Xiaohu clearly lacks discernment, associating with a country bumpkin as a brother. He will inevitably face misfortune. You should find solace in that, Lillian soothed. Though her own mood was grim, and she struggled to accept that Wang Dong had become Tang Xiaohu's brother, receiving such assistance from him. Feeling slighted, Gu Yiming abruptly grabbed her and ushered her into the car. You are right. I must release my frustration. Hurry up. Ah, young Master Gu. Please don't rush. Enough chatter. Are you unscathed? Tang Xiaohu inquired of Wang Dong. Wang Dong shook his head with a smile. No, Brother Tang arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to act, which would have caused you trouble. This is our territory. You should not coddle that scoundrel and that vile person. Just take action. You could even enlist the help of security. Tang Xiaohu laughed, gesturing for Manager Fong to approach. Manager Fong, suppressing his astonishment, quietly asked, Young Master Tang, what are your instructions? Humph, since you were oblivious at first, I shall refrain from holding it against you. But remember, this is my brother Wang. If he ever faces indignity here again, you will know the consequences. Tang Xiaohu warned coldly. Manager Fong's heart sank and he quickly replied, Yes, I will ensure that nothing like this happens again. I also apologize to Mr. Wang for the earlier incident. My sincere apologies. It is not your fault, and you did not behave inappropriately, Wang Dong said with a smile, shaking his head. Manager Fong sighed in relief. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Wang. Very well. You may return to your duties. Tang Xiaohu waved his hand and then turned to Wang Dong. Brother Wang, what brings you here? I came to accompany my boss and offer my apologies to the elder. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Tang Xiaohu immediately understood what he was referring to and replied with a smile. Rest assured, with your connections, my father surely won't say anything. He then inquired, But what about you? Do you have some time to spare? Wang Dong gestured towards the elevator doors and responded, I do have a moment, but it's rather limited. Tang Xiaohu, putting his arm around Wang Dong's shoulders, reassured him, Don't worry, it will only take a short while. Accompany me to the VIP room to meet a guest. And while we're at it, I would appreciate your keen eye to discern if there are any issues with those items. As you know, our family has been quite anxious regarding such matters after what we have been through. Chapter 16. The Emerald Dust. All right, Brother Tang. Wang Dong nodded and walked alongside him into the VIP room. Inside, a portly, middle-aged man in a suit, looking rather slick, was indulging in drinks and enjoying a massage. It was not unusual for a VIP to receive such treatment. Upon seeing Tang Xiaohu enter, the massage attendant took a few steps back and softly greeted, Young Master Tang. You've finally arrived, Young Master Tang. I've been waiting for quite some time, the greasy businessman remarked with a smile upon noticing Tang Xiaolong. Tang Xiaolong replied with a grin, Boss Wei, I trust the wait was worthwhile? Haha, indeed it was, Boss Wei responded, casting a glance at the massage attendant, clearly pleased with both her figure and demeanor, as well as her massage skills. However, he lamented that she was an entirely legitimate massage therapist. If only she were of a more indulgent nature. When will you arrange for me to experience a more entertaining establishment? My business here is quite respectable. I do not dabble in such matters. Tang Xiaohu's expression turned stern as he shook his head in outright refusal. The so-called indulgent establishments referred to less reputable venues, in contrast to the current respectable one, which indeed offered nothing beyond a simple massage. Those with experience typically inquire upon entering such places, is it indulgent or respectable? A mere question reveals the nature of the services offered. Some massage parlor owners, initially cautious of unfamiliar patrons, would, after several encounters, seek to establish a rapport, saying, We have both indulgent and respectable services available. Which do you prefer? Hearing Tang Xiaohu's firm refusal, Boss Wei sighed, rising to his feet. It is quite impressive that respectable business can reach the level of the Tang family. Let us not dwell on pleasantries, Boss Wei. You know I have been in southern Myanmar for quite some time. Since we have this rare opportunity to meet, let us see the goods, Tang Xiaohu urged. Eager to get to the point, Boss Wei smiled, saying, I prepared the items early on. However, this young man beside you, he seems unfamiliar. Who might he be? This is my brother Wang Dong. If you trust me, you can trust him, Tang Xiaohu replied. Boss Wei was taken aback. He understood the significance of being associated with young Master Tang. He promptly stood and extended a hand to Wang Dong, saying with a smile, Greetings, young Master Wang. Hello, Boss Wei. I am no master. I am merely an ordinary person. Wang Dong responded with a smile as he shook the offered hand. Boss Wei continued, In the world outside, one's status is derived from their capabilities. The fact that you can call young Master Tang your brother warrants the title of young Master Wang in my eyes. Since we are all family now, I shall not withhold anything. Gentlemen, please take a look. As he spoke, he lifted a box from beneath his feet and placed it on a nearby table, then opened it with a click. Both men leaned in to gaze inside, where a strikingly brilliant, high-concentration green emerald lay, exuding an extraordinary beauty with a glass-like quality. The vibrant imperial green jadeite, a treasure of glass-like quality, captivated Tang Xiaohu. Where did you acquire this, Boss Wei? He inquired, astonished. That's my secret. I cannot divulge that, Boss Wei replied with a smug grin. He continued, Moreover, I must inform you that I procured this piece for a mere 40 million. However, if I am to sell it to you, I must be candid. I will not part with it for less than 80 million. That is the fair price. Despite the doubled asking price, Tang Xiaohu accepted with delight. This imperial green jadeite was impressively large, about the size of a half-head, and boasted remarkable quality. He estimated it could yield 3 ring materials, 2 pairs of round bangles, and 7 or 8 jade pendants. Additionally, some scrap material could be fashioned into beads for a delicate necklace. The auction prices for imperial green rings had not fallen below 10 million in recent years, so he reckoned he could sell the 3 for at least 40 million, perhaps even 50 or 60 million. With the bangles included, he anticipated a profit of at least 10 to 20 million. Furthermore, possessing such exquisite jadeite would undoubtedly garner the attention and favor of influential figures within the industry, yielding several hidden advantages. Hence, spending 80 million on this piece seemed undeniably worthwhile. However, just as he was about to finalize the purchase, Wang Dong suddenly whispered, Brother Tang, there's an issue with this stone. It's worth at most 10 million. What issue? Tang Xiaohu asked, taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at him. Having been saved by Wang Dong the previous night, he trusted his medical skills and ability to discern malevolence. Yet, he felt uncertain about Wang Dong's expertise in jadeite appraisal. Wang Dong lowered his voice. This stone has been polished with powder. Polished with powder? Tang Xiaohu's expression shifted dramatically. Whenever profit is involved, the world of antiques is rife with deceit, and jadeite is no exception. In recent years, as interest in jadeite investment surged, more individuals entered the field, leading to an increase in fraudulent practices. The method of powdering is a common form of jadeite forgery, where higher-quality jade fragments are ground into powder and applied to inferior jade stones using specialized techniques. This can temporarily deceive buyers into believing they are purchasing fine jadeite. However, this method has an inevitable flaw. Over time, the powder will fall away, revealing the stone's true nature. Additionally, as jadeite possesses high hardness, the application of powder can inflict damage on the stone, rendering it of even lower quality than before. Generally, reputable jadeite shops would never resort to such practices, as they are not sustainable. Over time, the deception would be uncovered, compromising the store's reputation and jeopardizing long-term business viability. Especially the long-established jade shops would never dare to act in such a manner. Thus, it is often the stall owners and backpackers, those who engage in transient trades, who can come and go as they please, taking advantage of the booming jade business, that would resort to such practices. Tang Xiaohu could hardly fathom that someone would have the audacity to betray him on his own territory, particularly someone as familiar as Boss Wei. At that moment, his expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Boss Wei. What do you mean by this, Boss Wei? Chapter 17. The true essence of Polish, what does this mean? Boss Wei was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had inadvertently offended anyone. What have I done? What have you done? Don't you know? Tang Xiaohu retorted coldly, amusement flickering in his eyes. Boss Wei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What on earth have I done? Young Master Tang, after all these years, this is the first time you have spoken to me in such a manner. If I, Wei Feng, have indeed erred, I shall certainly acknowledge it. However, if I have not been in the wrong, your attitude towards me is quite displeasing. You truly do not know?" Tang Xiaohu furrowed his brow. Seeing that Wei Feng was about to erupt, Wang Dong interjected, "Boss Wei, perhaps you genuinely are unaware, but this stone has been polished." "What did you say?" Wei Feng's expression changed abruptly, his fury igniting. "Are you joking? If this stone had been polished, how could I possibly be oblivious to it?" "Wang Xiao, Tang Xiao, if you wish to conspire against me, let me assure you, I have traversed far and wide in my time. Should you attempt to deceive me, you shall find it impossible." With that, he attempted to close the box and leave. Wang Dong grasped his hand, saying, "It seems Boss Wei truly has not noticed. Let us calm down and clarify matters face to face. We can still be friends." "Indeed, Boss Wei, allow my brother to speak," Tang Xiaohu added. Although he himself had not discerned any polishing on the stone, he felt obligated to trust his brother's judgment, even if it turned out to be a mistake. In the worst-case scenario, he would apologize to Wei Feng and treat him to a lavish feast for 10 days or so. Wei Feng, infuriated yet amused, chuckled derisively. "This stone has been by my side for so long. If there were any issues, I would have noticed. Yet you, Wang Xiao, claim to have identified a problem at a glance? If you believe my eyesight to be so poor, how could I possibly continue as a jade merchant? I might as well return home and plant sweet potatoes. Please, Boss Wei, do not be upset. We shall soon uncover the truth," Wang Dong reassured him. Wei Feng snorted, eager to resolve the situation, as he had painstakingly cultivated his relationship with the Tang family, a valued client. However, he harbored resentment towards Wang Dong. Their dealings had been smooth until Wang Dong's intervention had caused such upheaval. "Very well, Wang Xiao, I grant you half an hour. Speak your mind freely. Should you indeed prove there is a flaw with this stone, I shall bow before you and call you my ancestor." "Boss Wei, your words are rather excessive. We merely hold differing opinions. Let us engage in a friendly exchange." "There is no need for such drastic actions," Wang Dong quickly responded, waving his hands. His humility, however, struck Wei Feng as mockery. Even before the discussion had commenced, Wang Xiao seemed entirely convinced of his own correctness, implying that Wei Feng must be mistaken. "Hurry up, Wang Xiao. I have no desire to waste time with idle chatter." "Just a moment," Wang Dong said, turning to the massage attendant. "Is there hot water available?" "Yes, sir," she replied. The massage attendant promptly brought over a kettle of hot water, which was quite scalding. However, Wang Dong smiled and remarked, "The hotter, the better." He then instructed her, "Please pour this kettle of hot water directly over the jade." The attendant hesitated, fearful of the jade's value, which she had just heard was worth 80 million. Any damage could lead to lifelong repercussions for her. Wei Feng's expression also shifted, but he quickly added, "Since Mr. Wang has requested it, you should follow his instructions. If any issues arise, I will ensure you are not held accountable." "Indeed, just pour it," Tang Xiaohu interjected. "Any responsibility falls upon me." "Understood, Mr. Tang, Mr. Wei," the attendant said through gritted teeth, and she began to pour the hot water over the jade. After a gentle patter, the entire kettle was emptied. She then softly inquired, "Mr. Wang, is this sufficient?" "It is." Wang Dong nodded slightly. Wei Feng, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, after all this time, what exactly has changed? This piece of jade seems no different from before. Is it truly unchanged?" Wang Dong asked with a smile. "Stop your pretenses. If there is an issue, just speak plainly." Wei Feng was impatient and demanded an apology if there were indeed no changes. "You're quite impatient, Wei," Wang Dong sighed, pointing to a specific area on the jade. "Look at this spot. Hasn't the color faded?" "What fading? After washing, isn't that what it looks like? How could it possibly be so pale?" Suddenly, Wei Feng's complexion changed drastically as he gasped in shock. Indeed, after washing, the jade appeared slightly lighter, which could be considered normal. However, if the exquisite imperial green jade transformed into a pale green, that was decidedly too pale. It was akin to a fiery chili pepper suddenly resembling a sweet pepper. "Do you expect me to believe that merely adding water could cause such a transformation?" As Wei Feng pondered the implications, he noticed the entire piece of imperial green jade was rapidly losing its color. This was clearly beyond the influence of just one kettle of water. How could this happen? He wondered. It's been powdered. The forger's skill was remarkable, allowing for near undetectable flaws. Yet, in pursuit of realism, the forger compromised the stability of the powder. Thus, the gradual pouring of hot water revealed the hidden defects. Wang Dong gestured toward the shimmering water on the table, elucidating, "You see the glistening sheen? This is the evidence." Wei Feng's face turned ashen. It had indeed been powdered. He had kept the stone close for so many days without noticing any flaws, while Wang Dong, a mere youth, discerned the truth at a glance. In an instant, his face flushed with humiliation. "Cannot believe I was so blind." "Do not blame yourself, Mr. Wei. The forger possesses exceptional skill. Had it not been for a fortunate instinct on my part to sense something amiss and confirm it repeatedly, I would not have dared to assert that this jade was flawed," Wang Dong reassured him. Wei Feng shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "Young Master Wang, there is no need for you to say anything. My blindness is indeed my own affliction. There is nothing more to discuss." As he spoke, he knelt down, intending to kowtow to Wang Dong, his lips parting to call upon his ancestors. Wang Dong hurriedly helped him up, saying, "Please, Mr. Wei, do not do this. As I mentioned before, let us regard this as a respectful exchange of differing opinions." "Indeed, Mr. Wei, none of us anticipated such a turn of events," Tang Xiaohu quickly added, grasping his arm. "If there is to be punishment, it should be directed at the mastermind behind this, should it not?" Chapter 18. An arrangement for you. I extend my gratitude to Wang and Tang for their understanding. However, my blindness warrants punishment. Wei Feng, filled with self-reproach, seized a bottle of liquor and raised it to his lips. "Allow me to treat you both," he declared, downing the entire contents in one swift motion. His face flushed crimson, and dizziness engulfed him. Seeing his state, Wang Dong sighed. "What purpose does this serve?" "Indeed, we harbor no resentment towards you," added Tang Xiaohu, bemused. He turned to the massage attendant and instructed, "Please take good care of him. Should Wei Boss succumb to drunken antics, arrange for a few companions." "Understood," the attendant replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Though she sold her talents rather than her body, she was well acquainted with those who did both, making connections a trivial matter. Tang Xiaohu produced a stack of cash and handed it to her, saying, "That's good to hear. Wang, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Otherwise, both Wei and I would have been left in a quandary, akin to a mute consuming bitter lotus, suffering in silence." He pondered that, should he later sense something amiss, he might suspect Wei Feng's involvement, leading to futile explanations that would shatter their camaraderie. "How about I arrange a gathering for you? Please don't jest, Tang. My boss is nearly here, and I wish to avoid her anxiety." "I must take my leave," Wang Dong replied, choking slightly before hastily exiting the VIP room. One would be remiss to claim that a normal man harbors no curiosity about such establishments. Yet Wang Dong desired no entanglements, particularly with Xin Shanshan in the picture. As he fled, Tang Xiaohu laughed heartily. "Wang, my friend, you are far too innocent. Farewell." "Tang," Wang Dong called, and Tang instructed the staff to escort him to the elevator, while he remained to accompany Wei Feng. Once alone, Tang said, "Come now, Wei. Am I unaware of your drinking capacity? Downing a bottle in one go while a challenge should not render you utterly incapacitated. Awaken swiftly. I assure you, my brother, and I meant no jest. My sincere apologies, Tang. I never anticipated being so blind while pursuing my endeavors." Wei Feng lamented as he regained consciousness. "Rest assured, I will address this matter. I shall return to identify and confront the individual who sold me out. I refuse to believe he will evade the truth. Can you truly locate him?"
Tang in quyết.
Wei Feng clenched his jaw, asserting, "I must find him. Alas, it may be too late." Tang shook his head, observing, clearly, someone has orchestrated this trap, knowing well our connection, intending to ensnare you and implicate me as well. The individual ostensibly selling you goods is likely untraceable now, and even if located, it would be improbable to extract the identity of the puppet master from him. Nevertheless, I must endeavor to seek resolution. Enduring this hardship without action is unacceptable. Setting aside the need to explain to you, I cannot shake off this lingering resentment. Wei Feng declared with determination. The jade trade, much like the antiquities market, is profoundly reliant on reputation. However, in the realm of antiques, there exists the concept of eye for quality, where a misstep can be justified. In contrast, jade transactions demand authenticity with no room for error. The repercussions on one's personal reputation are far more severe than in the antiques trade. Fortunately, today both Wang Dong and Tang Xiaohu discerned the underlying issues and harbored no grievances against him. Had it been someone else, this situation could have been exploited, jeopardizing Wei Feng's reputation. Not to mention the potential to exit the jade industry altogether. At the very least, his business would plummet.
10 affronts.
He could not let go unavenged. Wang Dong. Just as Wang Dong returned to the elevator, he heard Shun Shanshan's voice calling from the side. Turning, he saw his beautiful wife approaching with urgency. Where have you been? I thought you were supposed to wait by the elevator. I was worried and thought you might have been taken by Jiang Hu. This is Tang Ye's territory. Jiang Hu would hardly dare to seize me here. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Shun Shanshan nodded, acknowledging, yes, I was letting my imagination run wild. Thank you for your concern. Perhaps it's true that worry begets confusion. Wang Dong chuckled. Indeed, but concern and care are often synonymous. Wouldn't you agree? Shun Shanshan blushed slightly and retorted. Who is being confused by concern? Let us not misuse terminology. I am your boss and you are my manager. It is merely a matter of superior to subordinate care. I understand, but care and concern are quite similar, are they not? Wang Dong remarked, gazing at her lovely visage. Shun Shanshan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, choosing not to elaborate. Let us hurry back to the store, she urged. Don't you want to look around a bit more? I see so many exquisite items here. Wang Dong inquired. Shun Shanshan shook her head. While there are indeed many fine pieces, one must have the financial means to acquire them. Our store's procurement for this month is nearly complete, yet our sales remain lackluster. It seems we may not be purchasing any further this quarter. Could be due to the off-peak season, Wang Dong suggested. In this sweltering heat, few venture out for shopping, which has generally diminished business. However, Tianlong Jade Shop is an exception. It enjoys a stellar reputation and collaborates with the local tourism industry, attracting batches of tourists daily, thereby boosting its popularity. Wang Dong continued. Boss, perhaps we should seek a partnership as well? That's a commendable thought. But which tourism enterprise would be willing to collaborate with us? Our location pales in comparison to this one, Shun Shanshan sighed. While her store was not insignificant, it lacked the prime positioning of Tianlong Jade Shop, making it unlikely for the tourism sector to choose her establishment. Wang Dong smiled. I wasn't referring to the tourism industry. Rather, I meant collaborating with the Tianlong stone gambling field. How would that work? Shun Shanshan asked, looking at him with skepticism. In fact, the two families have already established a certain collaborative relationship. Specifically, the warehouse owned by Shun Shanshan is occasionally lent to Tianlong Jade for their use. Naturally, the Tang family compensates her with a temporary rental fee. From Shun Shanshan's perspective, having the warehouse sit idle serves no purpose. Renting it out not only allows her to earn some income but also fosters a favorable relationship with the Tang family, making it a highly advantageous arrangement. Conversely, the Tang family finds her expertise invaluable. It is far more convenient and less burdensome than renting or purchasing a new warehouse and hiring personnel for management. Furthermore, the cost is significantly reduced, which they appreciate. It is precisely for this reason that the incident involving Tang Tianlong stones being stolen while stored at Shun Shanshan's warehouse occurred. Wang Dong remarked with a smile, we could procure goods from the Tang family. Chapter 19. The innocent girl with braids restocking? I just mentioned that our store is sufficiently stocked, Shun Shanshan remarked as she gazed at him. Wang Dong replied with a smile, Boss, your belief that we have enough inventory stems from the fact that these goods are not circulating. However, once they begin to circulate, we will find ourselves in constant need of replenishment. While that may be true, how do we facilitate such circulation? You are well aware of the sales conditions, aren't you? Shun Shanshan inquired, increasingly perplexed. Wang Dong chuckled, it's quite simple. Since our sales are insufficient, we should engage in stone gambling ourselves. We can either create videos showcasing the good stones or sell them outright. In doing so, we would initiate the circulation. Engage in stone gambling ourselves? Shun Shanshan stared at him, astonished, thinking he must be mad. How many operators of stone gambling venues actually gamble on their own? It's akin to lottery shop owners buying their own tickets. Are you jesting? I assure you I am not. In any case, if you trust me, let us go back and gamble on stones. I guarantee you will make a significant profit, Wang Dong insisted. Shin Shanshan, though skeptical, conceded, all right, since you helped me acquire that stone and appease Tang Lao, consider this a favor returned. Once we return to the shop, feel free to select any stones. If we incur a loss, I will bear the cost. I guarantee there will be no losses, Wang Dong smiled, scanning the stones in the store before taking a marker and drawing lines on one. Let us start with 7 stones. 7? That's quite a number. Shin Shanshan gasped, realizing that if they incurred a loss, it could amount to hundreds of thousands. Yet, having already acquiesced to Wang Dong's plan, she turned to a middle-aged man and called out, Lao Zhou, please assist with the stone extraction. Boss, are we opening these ourselves? Lao Zhou, the store's extraction expert, though advanced in age, wielded his tools with remarkable steadiness. His expression was one of astonishment as he looked at Shin Shanshan. If this goes awry, could result in a substantial loss. However, if it were a customer, we would be safe irrespective of the outcome. Wang Dong may possess some skill, but I suspect he stands a high chance of failure. Boss, please reconsider. Do not try to dissuade me. I have faith in Wang Dong. Even if we incur losses, it will be manageable, Shin Shanshan resolutely stated. Lao Zhou looked at her in surprise, then at Wang Dong, feeling a sense of unease. What charm had this young man cast upon the boss to elicit such trust? Very well, since you insist, I will proceed with the extraction. However, I will only open 3 stones. If we suffer a loss, I hope you will refrain from continuing. Understood. Proceed with the extraction. Shin Shanshan waved her hand dismissively. As Lao Zhou began the extraction, a wave of anxiety washed over her. On one hand, she worried about incurring losses. The profit margins in retail were dwindling, and even in her jade shop, she faced the harsh realities of brick-and-mortar economics. A loss would be a significant blow. On the other hand, she feared that Wang Dong might falter, leading to a loss of face that would render future endeavors difficult. Yet Wang Dong merely smiled, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of losing everything in a gamble. Observing him, old Zhou snorted and muttered, a lad who hasn't even fully matured dares to gamble on stones. Just wait until he's ridiculed when it all collapses. With that, he began to press the blade. A series of hissing sounds filled the air as the blade sank into the jadeite rough, producing sparks and a cascade of shimmering water droplets. How exquisite! Hearing the commotion, a few young ladies stepped into the shop. Upon witnessing the blade's interaction with the jadeite, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps due to Wang Dong's presence nearby, one girl with braided hair, appearing somewhat innocent, inquired, Big brother, I've heard that the more beautiful the water droplets, the better the quality of what lies within the stone. Is that true? Not at all. Wang Dong chuckled and shook his head. The water droplets are merely a visual effect caused by the rapid movement of the blade. In reality, they are just fine jade particles. Fine particles? The girl gazed blankly at the enchanting water droplets, finding it difficult to associate them with anything so mundane. Wang Dong smiled and said, if you wish to understand better, you can come closer and observe what it truly is without the blade's swift motion. All right, thank you, big brother. The girl nodded, unable to resist asking further. Some say that if the sound of the jade is very solid, it indicates there's green inside. Is that true? Certainly not, Wang Dong replied with a wry smile. Even scrap stones can produce a solid sound. Unless it's a hollow stone, how could any stone lack substance? You could pick up any stone off the street, and it would be similar. He pondered who might have spread such nonsense, realizing it could mislead a host of novice jade players. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you, big brother. No need for thanks, Wang Dong replied with a grin. At that moment, the first cut on the initial stone was complete. A cold smirk appeared on old Zhou's face as he glanced at Wang Dong, who was engaged in jovial conversation with a charming girl. Anger flushed his face. Here I am, laboriously cutting stones, and he's having a merry chat with a pure young lady. Hey, Wang Dong, I've cut open the stone you selected. Come and see for yourself what grade it is. There's no need for such trouble. Just push it aside. If I'm not mistaken, it should be ice-type violet jade. Though regrettably, the color is a bit pale, with more dark spots than expected. Wang Dong, aware of old Zhou's seniority in the shop, sought to impress him, especially since he had previously dismissed the incompetent Lu Tao and would hardly acknowledge Wang Dong as the manager. Upon hearing this, old Zhou nearly burst into laughter. Wang Dong, are you still daydreaming? That stone is worth less than 30,000. What could possibly come from it? Violet jade? I'd be surprised if you find even a hint of green. That would be your good fortune. The price of the stone is merely a result of human judgment and assessment, and it bears no relevance to what the stone can yield. Wang Dong countered with a smile. Old Zhou momentarily found himself at a loss for words, letting out a huff as he said, "You are quite the master of debate. So it is icy violet, is it? Very well. I shall now reveal the cut surface for all to see, to determine whether this is indeed violet jade or merely worthless debris." With that, he laid the two pieces of stone flat and continued, "Everyone, take a look. This is what he refers to as violet jade, correct? Indeed, it is undeniably purple jade." The girl with braided hair blinked and a smile blossomed on her fair cheeks. Chapter 20. The adoration of a college girl. Old Zhou's expression turned frosty. This lad truly possessed remarkable skills. After just a few exchanged words, he had the young lady wide-eyed and engaged in fanciful discourse. "Is this violet, my dear?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is, sir," the girl with braided hair replied, her eyes sparkling with clarity. The address of sir nearly sent old Zhou into a state of bliss. "My dear girl, do refrain from calling me sir. Truly, this is violet jade." Suddenly, others around them began to speak. The shop owner, Shun Shanshan, fixed her gaze upon the stone's cut surface, her face betraying astonishment, swiftly followed by exuberant applause. "Wang Dong, how impressive! You've struck gold on your very first attempt. Thank you for the compliment, but it is merely a trifling skill. Hardly worthy of note," Wang Dong replied with a smile, then turned his attention to old Zhou. Old Zhou's countenance shifted as he lowered his gaze, only to discover a faint lavender jade indeed. Though only one facet was revealed and its size was modest, its value undoubtedly surpassed 30,000, likely reaching 70 or 80,000. This young man had struck a fortuitous jackpot. "What's the matter, old Zhou? Continue cutting," Wang Dong encouraged with a smile. "Humph," old Zhou grunted, allowing the lad a moment of pride. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced. He promptly set aside the current stone and retrieved another, expertly following the lines Wang Dong had inscribed. Once again, a splash of water erupted. The girl with braids hastily pulled out her phone to record a video, only to find the footage could not compare to the vivid reality before her. She tucked her phone away and asked, "Brother, what kind of jade do you think is hidden within this stone? If my eyes do not deceive me, it should be a piece of yellow jade." Wang Dong replied with a grin. The braided girl blinked in surprise. "Is there yellow jade as well?" "Certainly. There are also hues of red, black, blue, white, and green. In essence, jade comes in every color imaginable," Wang Dong explained. His words opened the eyes of the young ladies. Until now, they had believed jade only existed in shades of green and purple, along with the transparent varieties. They were astonished to learn of such a diverse palette. The braided girl remarked, "Brother, you possess such vast knowledge. How rude of me not to introduce myself. Ning Ning, a freshman from the archaeology department at South City University. This afternoon we had no classes, so we decided to wander about." "And how should I address you?" she inquired. "I am Wang Dong. I have not pursued much formal education, so please do not mock me," he replied, astonished to discover they were students from the most prestigious university in Nantian City. Ning Ning shook her head with a smile, declaring, "Not at all. Brother Wang, though you may have had little formal education, your understanding surpasses ours. If laughter is to be had, it should be at our expense. Indeed, Brother Wang, please enlighten us further about jade," the other college girls implored, their eyes fixed on Wang Dong's rugged visage, intrigued. Wang Dong chuckled. "Certainly. Generally speaking, jadeite is best discussed in terms of its components. Chui refers to a type of ancient bird associated with the color green, representing green jadeite, which typically originates from within the stone. Thus, when observing all green jadeite, one perceives its verdant hue emanating from the interior. Conversely, Fey denotes an ancient bird of red, symbolizing red jadeite, which generally manifests from the exterior to the interior of the stone. Therefore, the yellow Fey in this stone also arises from the outside in. What does it look like? Ning Ning inquired curiously. Wang Dong chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Words can hardly convey it, but once you see the actual specimen, you will understand. Some things must be perceived with one's own eyes." "All right, Brother Wang," Ning Ning replied, nodding. At that moment, old Zhou sliced open the second stone. This time, he refrained from directly challenging Wang Dong. Instead, he laid the cut stone flat and scrutinized the surface. To his astonishment, a patch of yellow-orange jadeite emerged, causing his expression to shift. This kid's luck is extraordinary. He managed to guess correctly again.
Ning Ning exclaimed.
Several female university students quickly gathered to observe, noting that a significant portion of the yellow Fey had a hint of green at its edges, creating the illusion that the yellow Fey was merely a thin film clinging to the surface of the green Fey. In that moment, they suddenly grasped the principle. Fey emerges from the outside in, while Chui arises from the inside out. "Have you all understood?" Wang Dong asked with a smile. If you encounter a piece of jadeite that contains red or yellow Fey within, it may indicate that the jadeite is potentially counterfeit. However, due to the intricate nature of jadeite formation, this statement is not absolute, but rather applicable in most cases. Brother Wang is incredibly knowledgeable, Ning Ning admired, gazing at him as she took out her phone. "May I have your contact information? I would like to consult you if I encounter any uncertainties in the future." "Aha, it's merely surface-level knowledge. However, given your eagerness to learn, I would be glad to share," Wang Dong replied with a smile. "While this knowledge may not be particularly profound, it remains relatively unfamiliar to many who have not formally studied jadeite identification. For first-year archaeology students like Ning Ning, such insights were undoubtedly eye-opening. Yet, Ning Ning's admiration for Wang Dong stemmed not solely from his ability to articulate these facts, but from his remarkable talent for discerning the stone's interior even before it was unveiled. This skill is not typically acquired through formal study. Even seasoned experts in stone gambling may not possess such an ability. As the young women surrounded Wang Dong, Shun Shanshan felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy and shot him a glance. Wang Dong, bewildered by her stare, wondered what was amiss. "It's nothing. I just suddenly realized how impressive you are. With such remarkable stone gambling skills, why don't you venture out on your own?" Shun Shanshan queried, looking at him curiously. Wang Dong's heart raced, and he quickly replied, "Boss, please don't misunderstand. I did not intend to conceal my abilities. I experienced a sudden epiphany amidst a dire situation yesterday. Previously, you treated me with such kindness. How could I bear to abandon you for my own endeavors? It seems you still possess a modicum of conscience." Shun Shanshan felt a flicker of joy in her heart, recalling her earlier suspicion that he had pilfered the stone, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of shame as she softly suggested, "If you are free this evening, why not come to my home for dinner?" "Of course, I will certainly be available," Wang Dong replied. Old Zhou, witnessing the amiable banter between him and the female university student, as well as the jovial exchange with the beautiful boss, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the third stone, muttering under his breath, "I refuse to believe this lad's luck can remain so favorable." Chapter 21. The manifestation of the sacred. "While my sister-in-law can endure, my uncle cannot. Here I am, laboriously carving the stone, while you are over there chatting merrily with beautiful women. Any man in my position would likely struggle to contain himself." The blade once more penetrated the jadeite raw stone, and old Zhou, with a serious expression, commenced the dissection of the third piece. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Shun Shanshan inquired, "Wang Dong, what do you believe lies within this stone?" "Assuming all goes as expected, it should reveal a piece of icy orchid jade," Wang Dong replied with a smile, casting a glance at the visibly displeased old Zhou, keenly aware that he remained unconvinced, and decided to further provoke him. The so-called orchid jade is a type of two-tone jade, yet typically this variety is not referred to as dual-colored jade. This is because dual-colored jade adheres to a standard whereby one color must comprise at least 30% of the piece. The term orchid vividly conveys that the orchid is but a delicate embellishment upon the jade. Thus its proportion is naturally limited. Otherwise, it would be termed as shadow orchid jade. Regrettably, throughout history, no jade enthusiast has encountered shadow orchid jade, rendering its existence a mere myth. Though, overall, the orchid jade may not rival the green and violet jade of the same category. If its quality is exceptionally high, its price can nearly match that of its counterparts, making it a relatively rare type of jade. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, old Zhou scoffed inwardly, refusing to believe that Wang Dong's fortune could be so extraordinary as to strike luck thrice in succession. Soon, he fully embedded the blade into the jadeite raw stone, splitting the third piece in two, and upon examining it closely, he discovered it to be a piece of colorless jade. A flicker of joy crossed his face. Indeed, your luck has come to fruition. Boss, it is a piece of colorless jade. Colorless? SNT, it's supposed to be orchid jade? Shin Shanshan asked, taken aback. Old Zhou replied with a grin, it is not orchid jade. It is simply colorless jade. Wang Dong, it seems you have misjudged the situation. You ought to make another cut, Wang Dong said, maintaining his calm smile. Old Zhou chuckled, what more is there to cut? No matter how many times you slice it, colorless jade remains colorless jade. The blade will not conjure an orchid. Is it so difficult to admit you were mistaken? Wang Dong inquired, gazing at him. Who has an issue with you? Old Zhou, taken aback by the directness of the question, quickly denied, do not misinterpret. I have always been this way. Moreover, this jade is not orchid jade. Do not divert the topic. In that case, Old Zhou, why do you choose to ignore the other line I have drawn? Wang Dong asked with a smile. Another line? Old Zhou, momentarily stunned, hurriedly examined the surface of the stone and indeed discovered another line. It turned out that Wang Dong had inscribed 2 lines on the stone, and according to the rules, Old Zhou should indeed make another cut. Please make another incision. The orchid will naturally emerge, Wang Dong urged with a smile. Old Zhou grunted in response. Your markings are rather faint. I nearly overlooked them. If I must make another cut, I shall, yet I doubt the outcome will differ. Though spoken lightly, he was well aware of the adage regarding the gamble of stones, one moment in paradise, the next in hell. Thus, as he prepared to slice once more, his countenance grew grave, a hint of anxiety stirring within him. May this lad not possess such extraordinary fortune. Yet, upon making the incision, a transformation indeed unfolded. The crowd gathered to witness, and there, upon the translucent jadeite, lay specks of vibrant green jade. Ning Ning, astonished, inquired, Brother Wang, does this signify floating orchid? Indeed, Wang Dong affirmed with a smile. Curiously, Ning Ning questioned, but the green jade appears to float above. Why is it termed floating orchid? Examine closely. Does the hue not resemble that of an orchid? Wang Dong replied with a grin. It does bear some resemblance. Precisely, he continued. The typical grade of floating orchid results from the stone's insufficient transparency and purity, causing the green jade to appear murky and thus less vibrant, hence the nomenclature. Some may also refer to it as floating blue flower. Then, does that imply if the colorless jadeite possesses adequate purity and transparency, the floating essence would be termed green flower? Yes, indeed. For instance, in the case of high-grade floating orchid, we would designate it as floating green flower, Wang Dong remarked, acknowledging the young lady's keen intellect for her ability to draw conclusions. Ning Ning, though somewhat perplexed, nodded. Until she beheld the tangible specimen, it was challenging to envisage precisely what floating green flower entailed. However, it was certain to be more exquisite and costly, for floating green flower was indeed rarer. Wang Dong chuckled and glanced at Old Zhou. I haven't made any unfounded claims, have I? No, not at all, Old Zhou replied, now rendered awestruck, his gaze imbued with a mixture of reverence. Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but to accurately predict 3 consecutive stones? If that were mere chance, perhaps he ought to relinquish his intellect. Manager Wang, I had no idea your prowess in stone gambling was so formidable. I apologize for my previous demeanor. From now on, I shall heed your guidance without question. Let us not be formal, we are all colleagues. There is no need for such deference. Our gathering is a fortuitous bond, and we should strive for unity and mutual support. Wang Dong replied with a warm smile. Old Zhou, increasingly impressed by his remarkable abilities coupled with such humility, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Manager Wang, for your magnanimity. I shall continue with the stone cutting. Your efforts are appreciated, Wang Dong smiled. Subsequently, Shun Shanshan posed several questions to Wang Dong, yet having achieved his aim of astonishing old Zhou, he deemed it unnecessary to further demonstrate his prowess, intentionally misguiding on 2 occasions thereafter. Nevertheless, even so, the stones he selected surged in value, earning him continued admiration. As Ning Ning and her fellow university students departed, they procured some raw materials and extended an invitation to Wang Dong to visit their school. Particularly, Ning Ning gazed earnestly at him. Brother Wang, do remember to come and visit us. Certainly, should the opportunity arise, I shall make my way there. Wang Dong nodded with a smile. Shun Shanshan spoke with a hint of jealousy. I grant you leave. You may now go and enjoy yourself with them. The boss chuckled. With such a stunning beauty like you by my side, how could I possibly be interested in a few young girls? Wang Dong replied with a smile, shaking his head. Shun Shanshan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing her delight. Yet she maintained a serious facade as she said, Do not speak nonsense. I am your superior. Are you really daring enough to harbor intentions towards me? Chapter 22. The enigmatic iceberg beauty. Fearing that Shun Shanshan might take offense, Wang Dong hastily clarified, That was not my intention. I merely offered a metaphor. Please do not be upset, boss. I am aware you lack such audacity. I was merely jesting. With a smile, Shun Shanshan tossed the car keys to him and said, Let us depart. Where to? Wang Dong paused momentarily, taken aback. Shun Shanshan replied, You have helped me earn a substantial amount of money. I must express my gratitude. I know of a delightful restaurant where I would like to treat you to a meal. Thank you, boss. Wang Dong responded with a grin as he promptly followed her. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the two indulged in a lavish feast. A rosy hue graced Shun Shanshan's fair complexion, and the sweet, warm fragrance of wine lingered on her lips. With her delicate hand resting on Wang Dong's shoulder, she murmured, You should drive me home. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. I too have imbibed, and I fear I may be unable to drive. Wang Dong replied with a wry smile. While his physical constitution had been enhanced, allowing him to withstand copious amounts of alcohol, the scent of wine still lingered on his breath. Earlier, it was Shun Shanshan who had driven them from Guantian Building, and now, having both consumed alcohol, neither was fit to drive. Should I call for a chauffeur? Wang Dong suggested, a hint of worry in his voice. Absolutely not. What shall we do then? Wang Dong inquired, his expression troubled. Suddenly, Shun Shanshan swayed slightly, her hair cascading down as it brushed against Wang Dong's cheek. With her exquisite chin resting on his shoulder, she softly murmured, You are quite foolish. Can't you simply book a room at a nearby hotel? Is that appropriate? Why would it not be? Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Shun Shanshan whispered in his ear, leaving Wang Dong feeling a delightful tickle. Left with no alternative, Wang Dong lifted her effortlessly and headed towards a nearby hotel. Upon entering the hotel, the front desk clerk's expression shifted as she observed him carrying a beautiful, inebriated woman. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you? Could I please have a room? Wang Dong requested, producing his identification. The clerk replied, Certainly, sir. However, may I kindly ask for this lady's identification as well? She must be registered as a guest. Not a problem. Wang Dong nodded, gently tapping Shun Shanshan's cheek. Boss, please present your ID. Understood. I shall give you a kiss. Shun Shanshan responded, her words slurred as she leaned in, planting several kisses on Wang Dong's face. Wang Dong was momentarily dumbfounded. The front desk clerk, equally taken aback, quickly realized the nature of their relationship was not inappropriate and said, Sir, since this lady is quite intoxicated, her identification is not required. Please take your ID and your room key. Thank you, Wang Dong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he accepted the items and made his way to the elevator. Once they reached the room, he gently laid Shun Shanshan on the bed. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, Shun Shanshan wrapped her arms tightly around his head. Wang Dong immediately sensed a delightful fragrance enveloping him, a truly enchanting experience. The air was so sparse that it rendered him breathless. Before he could lift his head to struggle, Shun Shanshan employed her long, graceful legs. Hiss! Wang Dong immediately felt a jolt of excitement, gasping, "Boss! Wake up! If this continues, I might lose control." Yet, Shun Shanshan seemed oblivious to his words, her body radiating heat, tightening her embrace around him. Her soft lips pressed against him repeatedly. Wang Dong's eyes reddened, a surge of desire overwhelming him, wishing to seize her right then and there. However, recalling the kindness Shun Shanshan had shown him in the past, he suddenly regained his composure. If he were to take advantage of her drunken state, could he still consider himself a man? Gritting his teeth, he loosened her hands and legs, stepping back several paces, and crushed a bottle of mineral water provided by the hotel, pouring it over his head. After a few minutes, he finally calmed down, then removed Shun Shanshan's high heels, his fingers grazing her silky legs clad in stockings, causing his heart to race anew, nearly igniting his desires once more. Hastily covering Shun Shanshan with a blanket, he turned and exited the room. Upon stepping into the corridor, inhaling the scent of perfume wafting through the hotel, he began to regain his composure. Just as he was about to seek solace outside, he heard cries and violent banging from a nearby room. Intrigued, he instinctively turned his head and noticed the door ajar. Peering through the crack, he saw a woman with a pained expression, gripping the table, repeatedly banging her head against the surface as if on the brink of madness. "Hey, what's wrong?" he called out. Hearing a man's voice, the previously frantic woman turned her head sharply. Upon recognition, both were taken aback. "Mr. Wang?" Director Ning. The woman, who had been in turmoil, was none other than the stunningly beautiful and icy Dr. Ning Shuang, whom he had met just yesterday. Wang Dong rushed inside, asking, "What happened to you?" "No, don't come near me." Ning Shuang's face flushed crimson, struggling to maintain her composure. Wang Dong, perplexed, reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'll help you with anything. Stay away," Ning Shuang admonished. Yet, scarcely had her words fallen when she lunged toward Wang Dong. He was taken aback, unable to react before hearing the sound of fabric tearing. His coat had been ripped apart. Almost instantaneously, he felt her teeth biting into him. "Have you lost your mind?" Wang Dong cried out in pain. As he attempted to stop Ning Shuang, he was taken aback to find her transformed into a vision of beauty, her body bare before him. In that instant, Wang Dong's mind erupted in chaos, leaving him dazed. The subsequent events unfolded in a blur, driven by instinct as he became entwined with Ning Shuang, feeling the vitality and softness of her form. Just as the bed could bear no more, Ning Shuang cried out and then succumbed to slumber. After a few minutes, Wang Dong opened his eyes and gazed at the enchanting figure before him, still unable to fathom the fervor with which Director Ning Shuang regarded him. However, he surmised that something had indeed been amiss with Ning Shuang just moments ago. As soon as she regained consciousness, he promptly inquired, "Director Ning, are you all right?" Ning Shuang looked at him, her exquisite features shrouded in an icy demeanor. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Mr. Wang, for both your sake and mine, I implore you to refrain from discussing what transpired earlier with anyone, and I urge you to banish it from your thoughts henceforth. I am capable of keeping secrets, but since you can maintain discretion, I ask that you leave now. I do not require your sense of responsibility, nor do I hold any towards you. That is final." Chapter 23. The king rewards merit with gold and silver. Wang Dong forced a bitter smile and said, "Director Ning, considering this is our first encounter, could you grant me a moment to acclimate?" "Very well, I shall give you 3 minutes. If you do not leave, I shall take my leave," Ning Shuang retorted, her teeth clenched. She never anticipated that she would divulge everything to Wang Dong. Observing her resolute expression, Wang Dong sighed and remarked, "Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me at any time." Ning Shuang remained silent, her gaze fixed on the doorway. In light of this, Wang Dong chose not to press further, donned his clothing, and exited the hotel room. As she gazed at the scattered fabric on the floor, an involuntary blush crept onto Ning Shuang's icy cheeks. She vividly recalled the reckless actions she had taken towards Wang Dong in a moment of madness. Yet, why was it him, of all people? After closing the door, Wang Dong pondered briefly before returning to the previous room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of dark lace and vibrant beauty, prompting him to take a deep breath. He hurriedly covered the slumbering Xin Shanshan with a blanket. Was she truly oblivious to her state of undress? After spending several hours in her company, Wang Dong finally heard Xin Shanshan stir and leave the room. He seized the opportunity to leave behind a note and departed the hotel. Awakening in the middle of the night, Xin Shanshan found herself in an unfamiliar setting, her complexion paling in fright. She hastily checked herself and, upon realizing she was not missing any fabric, turned on the light to inspect her reflection in the mirror, finding everything to be in order, and sighed in relief. It was then that she noticed the note left by Wang Dong, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Heavens, how much did I drink? Did I embarrass myself in front of Wang Dong? Oh no, my image as the aloof boss lady is utterly ruined. She contemplated calling Wang Dong immediately but hesitated and ultimately refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, Wang Dong, after leaving the hotel, meandered through a nearby antique street. Although he had stayed by Shinshanshan's side, he still required funds. Otherwise, how could he assist those around him in need in the future? Hey, handsome, come take a look. A brand new Yongla encyclopedia. Only 99,000. Boss, check this out. The spring scene by Tang Bohu, the foremost of the 4 talents of Jiangnan. Going cheap, only 9,900. You won't find a better deal. This is a path to great fortune. Don't miss out. If you do, you'll regret it. What can I get for you, my friend? A vendor, appearing to be in his early 30s and unlike the boisterous sellers around him, smiled as he noticed Wang Dong approach his stall. Wang Dong crouched down and picked up an iron kettle, inquiring, "How much for this?" "This is an antique, probably from the Republic of China era. If you fancy it, I'll let it go for 3,002, the vendor replied with a grin. Wang Dong mused quietly. While the price was on the higher side, it wasn't excessively so. At a quaint antique stall, the proprietor's exuberant pricing was nothing short of absurd, often reaching into the tens of millions or even billions. It was preposterous. If such prices were genuine, why would one resort to a mere stall? Perhaps a few items could justify such figures, but an entire collection. What about this? Wang Dong inquired, lifting a delicate ceramic bamboo. The vendor chuckled, "My friend, this is a brush rest from the Qing dynasty. When one finishes writing with an ink brush, the residual ink can stain the table. Hence the invention of this exquisite piece. It allows one to rest the brush without worry of soiling one's workspace. Though small in stature, its craftsmanship, likely from Jingdezhen, commands a price of 4,002. And this toad?" Wang Dong asked, his smile unwavering as he picked up another item. The stall owner, sensing his persistent inquiries without a purchase, grew somewhat irked and retorted, "Are you here merely to gather information? If so, you've come to the wrong place. Perhaps you should explore elsewhere." "You misunderstand," Wang Dong replied with a wry smile. "I genuinely wish to buy, but my funds are limited. I must weigh my options. Hence the multitude of questions." In that case, I can offer you a discounted price of 800 for this gilded brass toad," the proprietor suggested, his eyes gleaming with opportunism. "If you bundle it with the previous 2 items, I could offer you a substantial discount. 7,000 in total," he added. "I'll take just this one. My funds are indeed dwindling. I'll play with it for now, and should I find it to my liking, I'll return after payday." Wang Dong responded with a grin. He produced 800 yuan, but halfway through the transaction, he hesitated, retracting his hand. "My dear vendor, I've heard that haggling is customary in the antique trade. Failing to do so is deemed disrespectful. Shouldn't I negotiate a bit?" The vendor was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by such audacity. Who had ever uttered such words? Was this not detrimental to his profit? Despite the antique community's belief in the art of negotiation, it stemmed from the notion that treasures are invaluable, and their worth varies from one individual's perspective to another. Thus, the idea of bargaining was not merely about discounting prices but rather about arriving at a fair valuation. Many antique dealers set their prices high intentionally, anticipating negotiations. "After all, you are likely more astute in your purchases than I am in my sales," Wang Dong jested. "Could we perhaps lower the price a bit? Let us round it down to 800 flat. Anything less, and I simply cannot make the purchase. The vendor relented. Deal. My name is Jiao. May I ask how to address you? The vendor, pleased with the smooth transaction, pulled out his phone. I have an antique enthusiast group chat where I frequently share exclusive deals and insights from seasoned collectors. Would you care to join? Certainly, Wang Dong replied. Wang Dong nodded with a smile, fully understanding the adage that having more friends opens up additional avenues. By the way, my surname is Wang. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. All right, my friend, do visit often. The beaming proprietor with the surname Jiao waved him off. Unbeknownst to him, after Wang Dong turned away, he sought a secluded spot and shattered the gilded brass toad. With a sharp crack, a coin fell out, prominently inscribed with the words, Western King rewards meritorious service. A smirk played at the corners of Wang Dong's lips as he picked up the coin. The Western King rewards coin exists in several varieties. The most common on the market is the silver coin, while a rarer version is crafted from gold. The former is valued between 100,000 to 200,000 for each piece, while the latter, due to its scarcity, commands a starting price of 500,000. The coin Wang Dong obtained was indeed of the latter kind. Chapter 24. 600,000 in hand, weighing the pure gold coin of merit in his hand, Wang Dong made his way toward a sizable antique shop. Upon noticing him, the shop attendant surveyed Wang's ordinary attire, his expression briefly flickering with disdain. However, he did not immediately dismiss him but rather inquired in a cool tone, What brings you here? Naturally, I have business to discuss at an antique shop. Wang Dong replied with a smile. The attendant's demeanor softened slightly as he asked, Might I inquire if you are here to appraise a treasure or perhaps to part with something of value? I possess an item that I hope you will examine. Wang Dong responded, revealing the large coin. The attendant, seeing that Wang had something of interest, eagerly cupped the coin in his palms, his expression shifting as he examined it. His attitude brightened once more as he returned the coin, stating, Please hold on for a moment while I fetch the manager. Would it be acceptable for you to wait over there? Certainly, Wang Dong acknowledged, aware that the attendant did not deem himself qualified to assess the item and needed the expertise of the more knowledgeable manager. Typically, the manager of an antique shop fulfills dual roles, serving as both the overseer and the evaluator. However, some establishments separate these responsibilities, referring to the overseer as the manager. In modern terminology, the evaluator is akin to an appraiser. After a brief interval, the attendant returned, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair. Despite his age, in the realm of antiques, experience often equates to value. Gazing at Wang Dong, the elderly man cheerfully introduced himself. I am the manager of this establishment, Mr. Liu. May I ask your name? I am Wang. 3 strokes horizontal and 1 vertical, Wang Dong replied with a smile. Ah, Mr. Wang, Mr. Liu continued. I heard you possess something for us to examine. Is it still convenient for you to share it? Indeed, it is quite convenient, Wang Dong chuckled, extending the large coin toward him. Mr. Liu, with both hands cupped upwards, accepted the coin in a manner different from the usual grasp, mindful of potential deceit. In the antique trade, as well as the jade market, there exists a faction that engages in underhanded tactics, compelling compensation through trickery, essentially a form of fraud. However, receiving an item with palms up mitigates such risks. Should the coin fall, liability is clearly defined. Mr. Liu scrutinized the coin closely, inhaling sharply before blowing onto it with a swift puff, then placing it near his ear. The ancient minting techniques often resulted in uneven internal structures in metal artifacts, allowing one to discern sound through this method of examination. Of course, such a skill is beyond the grasp of the untrained. In this modern era, as people's material living standards have risen, it has become relatively easy for most individuals to secure employment that can sustain them, leading many to forego the arduous pursuit of knowledge and skills that may never be utilized. Consequently, those who possess such rare talents have become increasingly scarce, to the point where their existence seems almost legendary. Observing the adeptness of Master Liu, a nearby waiter could not help but feel a tinge of envy. After a moment, Master Liu placed the large coin down, his expression inscrutable, leaving others to wonder whether he was enamored or indifferent to the piece before him. After a brief silence, he inquired, Mr. Wang, may I ask where this item originates? Is there any lineage associated with it? Upon hearing this question, Wang Dong understood that Master Lu had taken a liking to his possession. The inquiry regarding its provenance was primarily a means to mitigate potential risks in the future, such as the possibility of the item being illicitly obtained or stolen. Should the item be reported, this question would serve as a safeguard against any undue liability. After all, sellers merely assert the legitimacy of their goods. They are not detectives and cannot ascertain the truth. Wang Dong responded with a smile, "The item has a legitimate origin. I found it by chance on the road." "Very well, Mr. Wang," Master Lu replied, seemingly indifferent to the truth of his words, merely adhering to protocol. "To be frank, this piece is quite antiquated, and its condition is acceptable. I would appraise it at 600,000. If you agree, we have a deal." "Agreed, that price is acceptable," Wang Dong replied, a smile spreading across his face. Though the starting price was 500,000, 600,000 was still a substantial sum. What pleased Wang Dong most was Master Lu's fair pricing. Unlike some antique shop owners who, knowing an item's worth to be in the hundreds of thousands, would instead offer a mere few hundred or thousand, aiming to deceive the uninformed. Such claims of discerning value merely serve as a faude for their own unscrupulousness. Seeing Wang Dong readily accept the offer, Master Lu beamed, extending his frail, aged hand. "Thank you, Mr. Wang. Please provide your name and bank account number. The 600,000 will be transferred within 48 hours. Of course, our shop will also issue a sales certificate. Should the funds not arrive as promised, you are welcome to seek recourse." "Understood." Wang Dong nodded, providing his bank account details and contact information before turning to leave. "Mr. Wang, you are always welcome here," Master Lu called after him. Once Wang Dong had departed, the waiter whispered, "Master Lu, did you not offer too much for that Western Wang Shanggong coin? I've been puzzled about this since the morning, but I couldn't voice my concerns in front of a customer. If I'm not mistaken, the market value of such coins typically hovers around 150,000, and even the rarest would not exceed 300,000. Master Lu chuckled, "Ah, Xiaohu, you still have much to learn. This Western Wang Shanggong coin is forged from gold." "A gold coin?" The waiter, Xiaohu, was utterly astonished. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Manager Lu chuckled and explained. During the uprising led by the infamous Zhang Xianzhong, the Ming army had dealt him a crushing blow, leaving him unable to lift his head in defeat and his morale in tatters. In response, he minted the West King's large coins as rewards for merit, typically of a high silver content as commonly acknowledged in the marketplace. However, there were a select few who received coins cast in gold. The reason these coins can now fetch prices exceeding several 100,000 is due to Zhang Xianzhong's dwindling resources, which forced him to cease minting prematurely after a limited issuance. This scarcity has thus rendered them a precious commodity in today's world. Do you now comprehend the situation? Chapter 25. The landlady's embarrassing request. Understanding the situation, Xiao, who sheepishly scratched his head, expressing gratitude for Lu's guidance, lest he mistakenly assume otherwise. Lu, now animated, continued with a smile, "Let me tell you, during the late Ming dynasty, there existed a rare and valuable currency, worth many times more than the golden rewards bestowed by the Western king. This currency was minted under the orders of Li Zicheng, who briefly seized the throne after invading the capital. Due to the short-lived nature of his dynasty, only a handful of these coins remain. Should you ever encounter one, exercise utmost caution." "Indeed, Lu," came the reply, as Wang Dong traversed the dimly lit path back to his rented accommodation. He noticed several flamboyantly dressed women lingering at the entrance of a nearby alley, casting flirtatious glances and playfully calling out to him. His heart skipped a beat. Each night around 9 o'clock, these women would emerge to tease passing men, often leading them into their homes if approached. Some women would sit on plastic stools at their doors, engrossed in videos on their phones, only acknowledging men who made the first move, adopting an aloof demeanor. Previously, Wang Dong had little money to spare, consumed with the thought of gathering sufficient funds for his mother's medical expenses. After his shifts at the antique shop, he would often take on laborious side jobs at the docks or warehouses. It was unfathomable for a mere clerk earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month to shoulder his mother's medical bills. Thus, he returned home late, seldom witnessing the throngs of women outside. He mostly heard their playful laughter from within the homes. Now, however, With financial stability and his mother's health no longer a pressing concern, curiosity began to stir within him as he glanced toward the women. Their laughter grew more animated at his gaze. "Come here, handsome," they beckoned. "Brother, come enjoy yourself. Come play with us." Some even lifted their skirts, revealing fair, alluring thighs. Wang Dong felt his heart race, hastening his steps towards his rented room, fearing that his resolve might waver, leading him to indulge in a fleeting romance for a mere 300. As he quickened his pace, the women erupted in laughter. "Oh, little Wang, back so early today? The moon must have risen from the east." The landlady, in her early 30s, was just outside her self-built residence, bending slightly to wash her hair. Hearing his footsteps, she turned and, upon recognizing Wang Dong, displayed a look of surprise. His heart ignited at the sight. Despite being in her 30s and having a young daughter, her figure was impeccably maintained. Clad in modest attire that nonetheless drew attention, she now bent over, accentuating her curves, seemingly inviting temptation. Taking a deep breath, Wang Dong endeavored to calm himself. "Sister Xian, my mother's condition has improved, and I believe she will be discharged from the hospital soon, so I have returned for now." "Congratulations," Sister Xian replied with a smile, rising and stretching her body. Wang Dong immediately felt as though he were gazing upon a shimmering wave, his eyes almost blurring. If there is nothing pressing, I'll head back to my room." "Wait, don't rush off. It's rare for you to return so early, and I have something I would like to ask for your assistance with." Sister Xian hesitated before calling out. Wang Dong halted his steps, saying, "Sister Xian, please speak openly. I will certainly not refuse what I can do." Since his mother's serious illness, he had found it increasingly difficult to manage the medical expenses, often unable to pay the rent. Most landlords would have evicted him by now, but Sister Xian had been understanding, allowing him to stay and even inviting him to dinner at her home on occasion. In return, he merely helped tutor her daughter with her studies, which made his gratitude towards Sister Xian sincere and heartfelt. With a flush of embarrassment, Sister Xian lowered her gaze to the basin beside her and said, "Tomorrow, Nuan School is holding a parents' meeting. As you know, I don't have a husband, and I'm unsure how to explain things to the teachers if I go alone. I am also afraid of what others might say about Nuan not having a father." At this point, she faltered in her speech. However, Wang Dong had already grasped her intention. Sister Xian wanted him to pretend to be Nuan's father. Yes, that's the case. Just for a day, or rather, just for a few hours would suffice, Sister Xian said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I understand you are still young, while I am quite past my prime. It may seem inappropriate, and I apologize for that. But as a woman from afar who lost her husband, I have no suitable friends here, and I truly need your help." "Of course, Sister Xian, I never suggested I would refuse," Wang Dong replied, as a surge of warmth rose within him at the sight of her delicate, flushed face, yet he managed to suppress it rationally. Sister Xian beamed. "Really? Thank you so much. Have you eaten? Let me prepare a meal for you." "No need, Sister Xian. I already ate on my way back." Wang Dong shook his head. "Then I shall get you some fruit. It was sent by my family this morning," she said, her eyes glistening with emotion. After all these years, they still remembered her. Years ago, her family had been impoverished, and it felt as though they had sold her off when they married her off to South Sky City. Even when she returned home, her family treated her coldly, believing that a daughter married off was akin to spilled water, no longer worthy of concern. Consequently, Sister Xian gradually distanced herself from them. To her surprise, after all this time, her family suddenly expressed concern for her well-being. This gesture deeply moved Sister Xian, who felt isolated with only her daughter for companionship. Wang Dong, however, sensed that there might be an underlying issue. Yet, upon witnessing Xian Jie's tearful expression, his heart softened instinctively. He reached out to grasp her delicate hand and said, "Xian Jie, do not be disheartened. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, I shall be your pillar of support." "You are truly kind, Xiao Wang," Xian Jie replied, her eyes filled with gratitude as she gazed at him. Wang Dong chuckled. "It is only right, for you have taken great care of me as well. Consider this my way of repaying your kindness. Are you still keeping score on such matters?" Xian Jie laughed lightly. Suddenly, She became aware that her hand was held firmly in Wang Dong's grasp, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She wished to withdraw her hand, yet the warmth of his broad palm made her hesitant to let go. Xiao Wang, this may not be appropriate. Chapter 26. The toy of the beautiful host Wang Dong sensed her unusual demeanor and became aware that holding her hand was inappropriate, so he quickly released it, saying, I apologize, Sister Xian. Never mind, let us head inside, she replied. Her cheeks flushed as she walked into the house. This house was inherited from her alcoholic husband after his passing. As the city developed rapidly, it attracted many newcomers in need of rental accommodations, prompting her to lease it out. Eventually, she constructed a 3-story building, comprising 7 rooms in total. Initially, she allowed only female tenants, but upon discovering that some of them engaged in dubious activities, she made the decision to open the doors to male renters, all in the name of ensuring her daughter's healthy upbringing. Wang Dong's presence here was purely coincidental. One day, he brought his elderly mother from the countryside to the city for medical treatment, leading to a need for reduced living expenses. Consequently, he vacated his previous residence and found this place for a mere 400 yuan per month. Before meeting the landlord, Sister Xian, he began to play with his daughter, Nuan, and seeing their rapport reassured Sister Xian enough to rent him a room despite his gender. Upon opening his door, Sister Xian cheerfully remarked, I will fetch you some delightful fruits. You simply must try them. I won't hold back, Wang Dong replied with a smile. After accepting her offering, he hesitated no longer and proceeded to his room. Just as he was about to unlock his door, a beautifully dressed young woman emerged from the adjacent unit, glancing at Wang Dong with a mere flicker of interest. She was a gaming streamer, spending her days secluded in her room. However, her refusal to join any guild had resulted in minimal viewership, and despite her striking looks, she had struggled to make ends meet after half a year in this profession. Her standards were not low, perhaps due to the inundation of news on the internet boasting millions or even billions. Thus, she held little regard for someone like Wang Dong, a mere worker. Sister, the light bulb in my room has exploded. Could you please take a look? She approached Sister Xian and inquired. Sister Xian, taken aback, replied, It has exploded again? Yes, the young streamer lamented. It forced me to interrupt my live stream just now. If this continues, I may have to terminate my lease. Do not worry. I will find someone to assist you, Sister Xian promptly assured her. Wang Dong interjected, Sister Xian, allow me to take a look. The local electricians are not very trustworthy. They charge exorbitant fees and the wiring fails again in a matter of days. At this rate, the cost of repairs would surpass the rent. Is that so? But do you have experience with electrical work? Sister Xian queried. Aware that some electricians took advantage of her vulnerable situation, particularly since most of her tenants were young women who feared confronting them. Thus, they often resorted to substandard repairs or even deliberately sabotaged the wiring, necessitating further repairs shortly thereafter. In this age of information, when one electrician employed such tactics, others in the vicinity soon followed suit, maintaining a similar approach. It was akin to those who collected scrap materials. If you refused to sell your items for 1 yuan per jean, the subsequent buyers would only offer you even less. Certainly, the realm of renovations has become increasingly organized. In essence, the ordinary individual is often left at the mercy of unscrupulous practices. Bargaining? It is akin to chasing shadows. Wang Dong remarked, I will give it a try. Then, please assist me in this endeavor. If it can be repaired, I shall compensate you, which is far preferable to handing my money over to those rogues. Sister Xian replied. Wang Dong chuckled, You've already bestowed upon me such an abundance of fruit. Let us forego any monetary exchange. You speak as if you possess the skills to mend it, the beautiful streamer retorted, casting him an impatient glance. She harbored a certain disdain for the presence of a man in her space. Previously, she had no interactions with Wang Dong, hence her silence. Now that he sought entry into her private chamber, she naturally felt perturbed. Wang Dong responded with a smile, My dear, how can you judge my abilities when I have yet to make an attempt? Then go ahead and repair it, the beautiful streamer insisted. Patience, my dear. Let us first assess the situation, he replied as he stepped into the house. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing as she rushed after him. Wait, Do not enter. However, her words were cut short as Wang Dong had already crossed the threshold. Illuminated by the glow of the computer screen, he beheld an array of intricate garments, both sheer black and white lace, and a rather substantial object, which abruptly unveiled a new realm of curiosity. The beautiful streamer quickly leaped onto the bed, concealing the items beneath her, her face aflame as she exclaimed, "I told you not to come in. Fear not." "I saw nothing," Wang Dong coughed, slightly embarrassed, averting his gaze and activating the flashlight on his phone to examine the ceiling. "You best not have seen anything, or else I shall hold you accountable," she warned, teeth clenched. "Rest assured, I truly did not see anything, and even if I had, it was not discernible," Wang Dong replied, touching his nose. He was taken aback. It was surprising that such a young beauty would resort to such items instead of seeking a boyfriend. Noticing his peculiar expression, the beautiful streamer snapped, "What unseemly thoughts are you entertaining? Let me clarify, that is simply a toy." "I understand, it is indeed merely a toy," Wang Dong quickly assured her. "Who doesn't he know it's a toy?" she retorted indignantly, picking up the object and declaring, "You better not be mistaken. Look closely. This is genuinely just a toy, a plush tail. It is not what you presume." Wang Dong stole a glance, and indeed, it was a long, squirrel-shaped plush toy, quite adorable, nearly leading to a misunderstanding. However, he would certainly not concede to any misjudgment. "That was precisely my point, dear lady. What did you think I meant? Enough of this banter. Can you fix it or not?" the beautiful streamer demanded angrily. Having already assessed the situation with his eyes, Wang Dong smiled and replied, "Yes, it appears that the wiring above has come loose. It merely requires reconnection and some electrical tape. However, I will need to utilize your computer desk, as my height is insufficient." "Understood." The beautiful host, adorned in black and white stockings, discreetly concealed herself within the adjacent wardrobe, while tidying away her computer and other belongings. Exhilarating then entered the room, bringing along a roll of black tape, and upon observing Wang Dong precariously perched atop the table, she quickly reached out to steady it, expressing her concern. "Be careful, you mustn't risk electrocution." "Rest assured, Exhilarating, I am perfectly fine," Wang Dong replied with a smile, bending down to retrieve the tape. Suddenly, he was met with a strikingly radiant sight, causing his heart to race and his nose to heat up, nearly drawing blood. "Goodness, is it truly that substantial?" Chapter 27. I worked as a repairman for Sister Xan. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback upon encountering such a vast expanse. His mind momentarily clouded with confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Xiao Wang, are you all right?" Sister Xan questioned with concern upon noticing his sudden daze. Wang Dong quickly regained his composure and replied, "Yes, I am fine." "Well, the tent is already up, so of course you are well." The alluring anchor shot him a disdainful glance before continuing. Wang Dong was startled, immediately looking down to find that he was still quite flat, realizing that the beautiful anchor had made a jest at his expense. How audacious of her to jest in such a manner. However, his reaction, coupled with the anchor's earlier words, caused Sister Xan's cheeks to flush crimson. Despite her years of solitude, as a mature woman, she understood the implications of his actions. Flustered, she averted her gaze, peering down at herself, and her cheeks reddened even more. She took a few steps back, covering her chest and said, "Miss Sui, could you please assist by holding the table?" "Don't worry, Sister Xan. Even if he were to fall, he wouldn't be harmed." The beautiful anchor, Sui, chuckled. However, observing Sister Xan's reaction, she sensed something amiss. Logically, a woman should feel angered when scrutinized by a man, yet Sister Xan appeared bashfully flustered instead. Could it be that she harbored some interest in this fellow? Wang Dong proceeded to reattach the wiring on the ceiling and then leaped down from the table, stating, "That electrician is quite despicable. He intentionally damaged some good wires, causing your room to short-circuit whenever electricity is used. Then he returns to extort money again. How vile!" Sui exclaimed in indignation. Sister Xan shared her sentiments, lamenting the moral decay of people driven solely by greed. "Fortunately, we have you, Xiao Wang, assisting us. Otherwise, we women would be left to suffer exploitation." "You're too kind, Sister Xan. I merely lent a hand," Wang Dong replied with a smile, his gaze inadvertently wandering to her voluptuous figure. Noticing his glance, Sister Xian's heart raced, and she swiftly turned away, saying, Miss Sui, since the circuit is fixed, we shall not disturb you any longer, all right? Thank you, Sister Xian. I will prepare something delicious for you later. Sui replied with a smile, then shot a warning glare at Wang Dong, saying, I warn you, do not bully Sister Xian, or you will regret it. Sui, how could I possibly bully her when our relationship is so amicable? Wang Dong retorted, perplexed by her deep-seated prejudice against him. To his surprise, the anchor, accustomed to being bold online, stated directly, what I mean by bullying is not the usual kind, but the sort that involves removing clothes. Don't play coy with me. Wang Dong was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her audacity. Before he could respond, he noticed Sister Xian's face turn a deep shade of red. Miss Sui, how could you utter such shameless words? I must take my leave, she exclaimed, hastily retreating. Wang Dong called after her, Sister Xian. Look at you, have you bullied Sister Xian? I haven't bullied anyone. I was merely warning you not to act recklessly. Sui blushed slightly, surprised that Sister Xian, as a married woman, could still be so innocent and shy about such remarks. Wang Dong, observing her, said helplessly, Su, my dear, please focus on your live stream and refrain from meddling in our affairs. I'm not meddling. I'm just reminding you. Don't forget someone better if you take things too far, Sui retorted. Wang Dong chuckled. Thank you for your reminder. I, Wang Dong, am not so heartless. You needn't worry. With that, he made his way out. After a moment's contemplation, he knocked on Sister Xian's door. Who is it? Sister Xian's heart raced as she called from within. Wang Dong whispered, It's me, Wang Dong. Sister Xian, Sui was just being flippant. Please don't be upset. I'm not angry, Sister Xian replied. Really? Then open the door so I can see. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. I truly am not angry. Sister Xian opened the door. Wang Dong gazed at her, finding her flushed cheeks even more alluring than usual. He swallowed hard, his throat tightening. Feeling his intense gaze, Sister Xian's heart raced, and she quickly lowered her head, saying, Little Wang, it's getting late. You should go rest. You need to accompany us to school tomorrow. All right? Wang Dong replied, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner turmoil as he turned to return to his room. Just then, a cute little girl, resembling a delicate sculpture, emerged from the bedroom. Seeing Wang Dong, she immediately beamed and exclaimed, Uncle Wang, I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been? It's Nuan. Aren't you asleep yet? Wang Dong crouched down, ruffling her hair. I've been here all along. I've just been swamped with work these past few days, so I haven't come back often. Ever since his mother fell gravely ill and required surgery funds, Wang Dong had been working even longer hours. Sometimes, he returned just to take a shower or find a place to lie down. Occasionally, he even slept in the hospital, beneath his mother's bed. Nuan, used to sleeping early, thought he had vanished after not seeing him for days, and upon hearing his explanation, she smiled brightly and said, Uncle Wang, play with me. Nuan, you mustn't be mischievous. It's time for bed. Next time, I promise to play with you. Sister Xian, aware of Wang Dong's struggles, did not want to add to his burdens and promptly scooped Nuan into her arms, heading towards the bedroom. Nuan, slightly disappointed, pouted, But I need to go to the bathroom. All right. Mommy will take you to the restroom, Sister Xian reassured her. Wang Dong was about to leave when he noticed a faucet in the bathroom seemed to have an issue, prompting him to ask, Sister Xian, is the faucet broken? Yes. It's only been replaced for half a year, and it's already malfunctioning. The quality of things nowadays is truly disappointing. Sister Xian spoke with a hint of helplessness. Wang Dong replied, Let me take a look. It was rather late to impose on you for assistance, don't you think? Sister Xian regarded him with some hesitation. Wang Dong chuckled, It's no trouble at all. Besides, I find it difficult to sleep early in the evening. I may as well keep myself occupied. Then I shall compensate you for your efforts. No need for that, or else I might reconsider my willingness to help. Thank you so much, Xiao Wang. You are truly kind, Sister Xian expressed with gratitude. Wang Dong smiled, It's merely a trifling matter. After escorting Nuan back to her bedroom, Wang Dong proceeded to the bathroom to repair the faucet. Chapter 28. Absolutely impossible though the faucet had its issues, with a bit of effort and the right tools, such as a screwdriver, it could be realigned and continue to function. After a while, Sister Xian approached and inquired, "Is it manageable?" "Yes, it's nearly fixed," Wang Dong replied with a smile, twisting the faucet. With a sudden whoosh, water gushed forth, though there was a minor leak beside it. This, too, was easily remedied with a few wraps of adhesive tape. Task accomplished. Observing the now functional and leak-free faucet, Sister Xian exclaimed, "Xiao Wang, you are truly impressive. You've worked hard. Let me pour you a glass of water." "There's no need for that," Wang Dong responded. Sister Xian chuckled. "You've done me such a great service. It's only right to offer you a drink." With that, she poured him a cup of jasmine tea. Though it had cooled, the fragrant aroma still wafted enticingly. Wang Dong inhaled the delightful scent before tilting the cup and draining it. He intended to wash it in the bathroom and return it to Sister Xian. "Allow me to take care of that," Sister Xian said with a smile, reaching for the cup. "I can manage," Wang Dong insisted. "It's not customary for a guest to wash their own cup. Let me do this." Sister Xian shook her head, grasping the cup but inadvertently clasping Wang Dong's hand as well. In that instant, they both froze, as if electrified. After a moment, Sister Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, her breath quickening. "Xian." Wang Dong began to speak, but his lips were silenced, leaving him utterly speechless. With a dull thud, the cup fell from the table, crashing to the floor with a piercing sound. Yet Wang Dong was oblivious to the commotion. He stared, wide-eyed. He had never anticipated Sister Xian's boldness. While he had intended to restrain himself, her beauty rendered him powerless. Sister Xian possessed a voluptuous figure. Compared to the ethereal Ningxuang, she was slightly fuller, yet this very fullness made her irresistibly appealing to men. Though not as tall as Ningxuang, her stature was perfectly delightful. Faced with Sister Xian's assertiveness, Wang Dong found himself unable to resist, willingly surrendering to the enchantment that enveloped him. After a whirlwind of passion, silence enveloped them for a considerable time. Sister Xian. Wang Dong, embodying the role of a man, was the first to break the silence. However, Sister Xian, not waiting for him to finish, covered her face and said, "Please don't say anything. It is I who have wronged you. Engaging in such a relationship with you." She felt a pang of guilt. Wang Dong could not help but embrace her, softly murmuring, "No, you've misunderstood, Sister Xian. I have feelings for you as well. But there are no buts. I simply like you," he affirmed, kissing her cheek. Sister Xian shivered slightly, but gradually calmed, leaning against him. After the fervor, Wang Dong surprisingly felt invigorated rather than fatigued, his spirits soaring. Sister Xian seemed to be enveloped in immense delight, her cheeks glowing with a radiant hue, her spirit buoyed by excitement, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Instead, her countenance radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling more brightly than before. Glancing at Wang Dong, who was drenched from the faucet, Sister Xian softly remarked, "If this continues, you might catch a cold. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you some clothing from my room. Do you have anything suitable for me to wear?" Wang Dong inquired. It was worth noting that Sister Xian had been raising her child alone for many years, and her home housed no men. Hence, where would men's clothing come from? Unperturbed by this realization, Sister Xian replied, "I bought a few items before. They should be unisex." "Your clothes?" Wang Dong exclaimed in surprise. Sister Xian paused. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a soft affirmation, she hurried to the bedroom to retrieve an outfit, returning with a set of attire that leaned towards a more neutral style for Wang Dong. As she beheld the man before her, her emotions were a tapestry of complexity. Despite years spent nurturing her daughter and striving for survival, leaving little room for thoughts of men, it did not imply that she was indifferent to the affection of a man, especially one as commendable as Wang Dong. Though their interactions had remained largely platonic until now, the recent moments ignited a spark akin to kindling meeting flame. It would be unnatural not to ignite the passion that lay dormant. Once Wang Dong donned the clothing, he looked at her and assured, "Sister Xian, rest assured, I will take responsibility." "You need not take responsibility. I am quite content living with my daughter as things are, Sister Exine replied, her face flushed. But you, being so young, and having such an encounter with a woman over 30 like me, I feel I owe you an apology. Sister Exine, why do you speak thus? You did not entice me. It is my genuine affection for you that led us to this, Wang Dong said as he cradled her face and planted several tender kisses upon her. The fervor between them reignited once more. Even though fatigue crept upon her, Sister Exine felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting from Wang Dong. However, he perceptively noticed her weariness and carried her back to the room, tenderly covering her with a blanket to ensure she rested well, before returning to his own quarters. Upon hearing the sound of Wang Dong's door opening, the captivating streamer Su Yi, who had just finished her broadcast in the adjacent room, found herself puzzled. Why is he only returning now? Could it be that they... No, that's impossible. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. The time elapsed was too lengthy, and she doubted that Wang Dong's relationship with the alluring landlady, Fang Jie, had reached such intimate levels. Moreover, in her eyes, Wang Dong did not embody the archetype of a robust man. Thus, it simply could not be the case. Shaking her head, she nestled her plush squirrel and drifted into slumber. The following morning, as Wang Dong completed his morning routine and prepared to step outside, he received a call from Shun Shanshan. Good morning, boss. Good morning. Shun Shanshan's tone was somewhat subdued, hesitating as she said, Last night, you were the one who brought me to the hotel, correct? Indeed, and did you sleep well? Wang Dong inquired with a smile. Shun Shanshan's cheeks flushed as she responded, It was all right. Did I do anything peculiar last night? No, you slept soundly, boss, although you occasionally uttered some rather strange phrases. Wang Dong smirked and jested. It seems like something about Wayao Naran. Perhaps it's a foreign language. The term Wayao sounded odd to Shun Shanshan as well, and she instinctively repeated it, suddenly feeling her cheeks flush. What does Wayao even mean? It's clearly a plea for a man. A request for a man. Goodness. I acted strangely while intoxicated, and Wang Dong happened to witness it. Fortunately, he remained unaware of the true meaning behind my words. Ahem, indeed, it is a foreign language, signifying the need for clarity, particularly a heightened awareness. Chapter 29. You wouldn't want everyone to know, would you? Oh, so that's what it means, Wang Dong remarked, his expression one of sudden enlightenment. With a flushed face, Shun Shanshan inquired, What else did I say or do? Seems like just that one thing. I didn't pay attention to anything else. After I dropped you off at the hotel, I left shortly thereafter, Wang Dong replied. Ah! Shun Shanshan sighed in relief, smiling as she said, That's good to hear. By the way, what time do you start work? I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for taking me to the hotel yesterday. No need to be so polite, boss. However, I was actually hoping to ask you for a day off, Wang Dong said with a grin. Would it be all right if I came in a bit later? Of course. You can take the whole day off today. Shun Shanshan, feeling a bit shy in front of Wang Dong, readily agreed upon hearing his request. Wang Dong chuckled. Then I'll come in later. All right, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Oh, by the way, the stones you helped me with last night were sold. After deducting costs, I'll give you 20% of the profit, which should amount to several $100,000. I'll transfer it to you shortly, Shun Shanshan informed. Okay, thank you, boss. Wang Dong put away his phone and opened the door, heading towards Xinjie's place, the intimate moments they shared last night still vivid in his mind, stirring his excitement. At that moment, the door next door swung open, and Su Yi, her hair tousled and visibly annoyed, said, It's all your fault. You made me wake up so early. I haven't woken up this early in ages. Huh? Wang Dong looked at her quizzically and said, Su Yi, I didn't cause any commotion in my room. So how did I make you wake up early? It's because you were at Xinji's for so long last night. I was curious about what you two did for over 2 hours, Su yawned, glaring at him with annoyance. I felt too embarrassed to ask Xinjie, so I had to wait here to ask you. Why should I tell you? Wang Dong responded, utterly speechless. What do you take me for? If you don't tell me, I'll just ask Xinjie, Su Yi retorted. After all, she is shy, and if I ask her enough times, she'll definitely spill the beans. Consider this a warning. You'd best not do that, Wang Dong said, his gaze turning icy. If there's any trouble, come at me, but leave Xinjie out of it. Even if you are a beauty, I won't tolerate it. What? Are you going to hit me? Sui exclaimed, startled. She hadn't expected that someone who appeared so gentle could have such a chilling gaze. She instinctively shrank back but quickly regained her composure, crossing her arms defiantly and glaring at him. Wang Dong chuckled. Don't worry, I won't hit you, but I will tell everyone that you're wearing a Winnie the Pooh outfit, and oh, a cartoon squirrel too. What Winnie the Pooh? I'm not wearing that. You. Suddenly, Suyi's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered her upper and lower regions. I shouldn't be exposed at all. How did he see that? Wang Dong smirked and said, Beautiful Sue, if you don't mind, I shall tell you what I was doing with Sister Exine last night. I don't want to hear it. You lewd man, Sui retorted, tossing her head and retreating to her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Now, that is truly disturbing the peace. Once inside her room, she glanced at her attire and felt her cheeks flush even deeper. What a rogue. Wang Dong chuckled. Little girl, did you think I couldn't handle you? Suddenly, the door to Sister Exine's room swung open, and Wan, all dressed up with a small backpack, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Good morning, Wan. Did your mother tell you who I am today? Daddy, Wan replied, taking his hand, her voice sweet and natural. Hearing this made Wang Dong's heart swell. It was no wonder so many men became devoted to their daughters. If any family had such a caring little girl, they would surely succumb to being a daughter-as slave. Wang Dong laughed as he lifted her onto his shoulder, saying, Wan is truly obedient. Sister Exine, shall we head out now? Let us first buy a set of new clothes. After all, it's a parent-teacher meeting, and we ought to present ourselves well for Wan's sake, Sister Exine suggested, her eyes sparkling as she observed the two. Wang Dong nodded. Although he wasn't one to fuss about his appearance, he appreciated Sister Exine's sentiment. In today's schools, what could be delicately termed as competition often devolved into mere comparison. Students compared themselves against one another, and parents did the same. Wealthy parents flaunted luxury cars and grand homes, while those lacking such resources boasted about their accomplished children. For those who possessed neither, they could only lower their heads, feeling disheartened after each parent-teacher meeting. Some parents, averse to comparison, occasionally felt compelled to engage in it just to save face for their children in front of teachers and peers. From her window, Sui watched the trio depart and gritted her teeth, muttering, This guy is truly despicable. To avoid walking a few more years, he has latched onto Sister Exine. And Sister Exine is foolish. What does she see in him? He is merely young, reasonably attractive, and knows a bit about repairs. No, I must ensure this man leaves soon. Wang Dong and the others first stopped to buy some food, satiating their hunger before heading to the clothing market. By the time they arrived, it was around 9 o'clock, and most of the stores had already opened. The sight of them surprised the staff, who hadn't anticipated customers so early. Nevertheless, the attendant promptly approached with a smile, asking, What can I assist you with today? We'd like to purchase a family outfit, Wang Dong replied with a grin. The attendant immediately responded, Sir, please follow me. We just received a new batch of styles that are perfect for families. She led them to a collection primarily in blue, the designs indeed quite similar. Moreover, the product is inherently designed as a matching family outfit. Thus, once adorned, anyone would perceive them as a family unit. The attendant smiled and inquired, Sir, how do you find this set? Quite satisfactory, Wang Dong replied, I shall purchase it. He pulled out his phone to glance at the notification and added with a smile. The attendant, pleased, responded, Very well, sir. The total comes to 1,880 yuan. Would you prefer to pay in cash or via mobile payment? Let us proceed with a mobile transfer, Wang Dong stated. Xinjia, taken aback, quickly grasped his hand and whispered, 3 sets for 2,000 yuan is rather exorbitant. Wang Dong, let us explore another store. Chapter 30. I promise you, ancestors, there's nothing to worry about, Sister Exine. Wang Dong chuckled as he took out his phone and told the waiter, We'll take this set. After a couple of beeps, he transferred 2,000 yuan. Thank you, esteemed guest, the waiter replied with a smile, handing him the receipt. Sister Exine's expression shifted, a hint of anxiety crossing her face. Wang Dong, how could you buy this? It's really too expensive. Not at all, Sister Exine. Wang Dong shook his head. Although he typically purchased clothing from street vendors for a mere few dozen yuan for 3 pieces, he understood that for most people, spending 2,000 yuan on 3 outfits was merely a tad pricey. Were it not for his inherent modesty and desire not to startle Sister Exhilarating, he would have already opted for a garment priced at least 2,000. As a single mother, Sister Exhilarating had grown accustomed to economizing on herself, which naturally made her perceive these outfits as exorbitant. Despite Wang Dong's reassurances, she remained anxious, insisting, "This is far too generous of you. I will pay you back later. Please don't say that. I am now Nuan's father. We are family. If you repay me, what does that make us?" Wang Dong smiled. Sister Exhilarating was at a loss for words, feeling it was inappropriate for Wang Dong to spend so much on her and her daughter. "I should really pay you back. Shouldn't I? Really, you needn't. Consider it a gift from me," Wang Dong replied with a smile. While Sister Exhilarating felt grateful for his kindness towards them, she still believed she should repay him. They continued to stroll through the streets for a while, but Sister Exhilarating remained resolute in not allowing Wang Dong to spend any more money. Even when little Nuan expressed her preferences, the sensible girl made every effort to keep her desires contained. Ultimately, Wang Dong did purchase a few toys for Nuan, and together they headed to the school for the parent-teacher meeting. Their arrival immediately attracted attention, especially Sister Exhilarating, who, after being pampered by Wang Dong the previous night, radiated a rosy glow, looking exceptionally vibrant. Many men eyed her with a surge of desire. "Mr. Hua, this woman is truly captivating," a sycophant among the parents whispered to a wealthy businessman beside him. The affluent gentleman, clad in an extravagant suit worth hundreds of thousands, adorned with a diamond-studded watch, exuded wealth. Mr. Hua glanced at the sycophant, feeling a rush of excitement. "Do you have any suggestions?" "As long as you desire it, Mr. Hua, I guarantee I can arrange it," the sycophant grinned slyly. As a modern-day matchmaker, he had facilitated many affairs, leading numerous respectable women down a dubious path. Casting a glance at Wang Dong and his companions, the sycophant noted their decent attire but recognized it as merely average, clearly indicating they were not figures of wealth or influence. He surmised that with a little financial incentive, Wang Dong could be persuaded to relinquish his wife. "However, Mr. Hua, such an exquisite woman will still require a substantial investment. Wouldn't you agree?" "Rest assured, as long as you can assist me in securing this woman and delivering her to the hotel, a sum below 1 million is utterly inconsequential." President Hua's gaze fixated on Sister Exhilarating's voluptuous figure and enchanting visage. A wave of heat coursed through him. A glance at his portly wife, who was engrossed in conversation with others while holding their child's hand, filled him with revulsion and intensified his yearning for Sister Exhilarating. Hasten to accomplish the task at hand. "Certainly, President Hua, await my good news." The sycophant sprang to his feet, elated at the prospect of 1 million. Surely, offering 50,000 would suffice to sway that man. Approaching Wang Dong, he inquired, "May I ask your name?" "Wang Dong," came the cautious reply, as he cast a wary glance at the stranger, puzzled by the sudden inquiry. "And you?" The sycophant grinned. "My surname is Zhao." "Mr. Wang, I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with you. Might we step aside for a moment?" "Very well." Wang Dong glanced at Sister Exhilarating, gently patted his daughter's hand, and followed the sycophant out of the classroom. Once in the corridor, the sycophant continued with a smile, "Mr. Wang, may I inquire whether you arrived by car or taxi?" "Mr. Zhao, if you have something to say, I would prefer you to be direct. Your questioning leaves me perplexed." Wang Dong sensed ill intentions from this man. Had it not been for the parent-teacher meeting, he would have disregarded him entirely. The sycophant eyed Wang Dong's pocket and remarked, "I take it you didn't drive here," indicating that your family's circumstances are rather modest. "Therefore, I wish to extend an opportunity for you to attain wealth, enabling you to enjoy a life where driving is an option." "What do you mean?" Wang Dong inquired, scrutinizing him. The sycophant chuckled, revealing his true motives. "I merely wish to introduce you to a wealthy boss, as your wife possesses an alluring charm. Should you agree, I can assure you a sum of 50,000 immediately." "Are you suggesting I sell my wife?" A cold glint flashed in Wang Dong's eyes. "Do not take offense, Mr. Wang. It is not a matter of selling. Merely an invitation for your wife to accompany the esteemed boss for a dinner and conversation. Just once, and you shall receive 50,000. Upon her return, she remains your wife, unchanged, and you gain a substantial sum. You cannot be serious. Wang Dong laughed, though it was a bitter laugh. Unaware of Wang Dong's true feelings, the sycophant beamed. Indeed, I am Zhao. Have you agreed? I would rather not. With that, Wang Dong delivered a powerful punch to the sycophant's face. The man let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, his head spinning and nearly succumbing to the pain. Inside the classroom, the commotion drew attention as voices called out, "What is happening? Who is screaming? Dad, what is going on? What happened?" The class teacher, a strikingly beautiful young graduate student clad in a suit and black stockings, with her hair styled in a bun, possessed eyes that reflected a hint of concern and skepticism. Wang Dong smiled and said, "There is nothing to worry about." He merely slipped and bumped his head against the handrail, which is how he ended up in this state. "Isn't that right, Mr. Zhao?" You, the obsequious one, glared at him fiercely, intent on clarifying the events that had just transpired with the class teacher. Chapter 31. Why not appreciate the elegance of black stockings? As the sycophant prepared to speak, Wang Dong remained unfazed. He discreetly produced his phone and murmured, "You would do well to behave yourself. I have recorded everything you just said. You think you're intimidating me? I assure you, there is no recording on your phone." The sycophant's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth in response. Wang Dong chuckled, "Very well, go ahead and speak." With that, he tucked his phone away. The sycophant's face clouded for a moment, struggling to find a resolution. If he were to claim victimhood and Wang Dong truly possessed a recording, who would sympathize with him? It was likely that the entire class, including teachers and parents, would be infuriated. How could he then leverage the upcoming parent-teacher meeting to scout attractive mothers for Mr. Hua, playing matchmaker in the process? "Mr. Xiaochun, what is going on here?" inquired the alluring class teacher, adorned in black stockings. The sycophant's countenance shifted as he ultimately covered his face and rose, stating, "There's nothing particularly noteworthy. Mr. Wang is correct. It was merely a slip on my part." "Is that so?" The teacher glanced at the floor, finding no evidence of a slip, and directed her gaze toward Wang Dong, her demeanor tinged with displeasure. "Mr. Nanan's father, I hope today's meeting proceeds smoothly without further incidents." "Director Ning, that aligns with my thoughts. However, if one wrongs me, I shall not remain passive. I cannot simply be bullied without retaliating," Wang Dong replied with a smile, articulating his stance and principles. Upon hearing this, Director Ning suspected there might be underlying issues in the earlier incident but refrained from probing further. "Please, both of you, do come in. The parent-teacher meeting is about to commence." "Certainly," Wang Dong replied cheerfully as he walked inside. The sycophant cast a glance at his retreating figure, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. He retrieved his phone and made a call, speaking in a hushed tone. "Hello. Come to Nanjian Primary School and assist me in handling a situation." "Not a problem, Brother Zhao, but it's not easy for us to make the trip." "What's the compensation?" 100,000. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." The person on the other end was elated at the mention of such a sum and quickly rallied a group of henchmen to head to Nanjian Primary School. "Mr. Hua," glanced at the sycophant, who was walking over with his face covered, and coldly remarked, "Why have you come to me after botching the task?" "Please, Mr. Hua, do not be angered. This fellow does not respond to soft measures. I shall employ a firmer approach shortly to ensure you secure a beautiful companion tonight," the sycophant assured him. Mr. Hua's expression softened slightly. "It better be so. Otherwise, keep your distance from me. Your only purpose here is to help me procure women." "Understood, Mr. Hua. I will ensure you have a delightful evening," the sycophant replied promptly. Nanjian Primary School is quite a prestigious institution. Thus, it is no surprise that many affluent individuals are among the parents of its students. Among them, Mr. Hua stands out as the wealthiest parent in Nanan's class. Many aspire to curry favor with him, yet it is only the sycophant Wang Pu who is willing to undertake such a task. Other parents, though perhaps less affluent, retain a modicum of dignity and would never engage in such morally reprehensible conduct. Observing the two converse in hushed tones, a glint of coldness flickered in Wang Dong's eyes as he realized that the so-called big boss mentioned by the sycophant was present here. "What troubles you, Wang Dong?" Xian Jie inquired softly, noticing a shift in his demeanor. Wang Dong smiled and shook his head, responding, It's nothing, merely a fleeting thought that momentarily distracted me. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave. You've already made an appearance. No one would assume that Nguyen lacks a father. I wouldn't wish to impede your obligations, exhilarating replied understandingly. Wang Dong, still smiling, assured her, there's nothing pressing. You need not worry. Our family is set to enjoy lunch together shortly. With a clap of her hands, Director Ning cheerfully announced, may I kindly ask all students and parents to settle down. First and foremost, I sincerely appreciate everyone taking the time out of their busy schedules to attend this parent-teacher meeting. After a series of courteous remarks, she commenced to extol each student in the class. Those with commendable grades were celebrated for their academic achievements, while those who struggled were acknowledged for their unique talents. If a student had neither commendable grades nor notable skills, she would highlight any good deeds they had performed in the past. In essence, even those students perceived by their parents as flawed or lacking were transformed into promising individuals in her eyes, radiating their best qualities as exemplary students and children. Some parents were taken aback to discover such admirable traits in their children, their expressions shifting from surprise to delight. Who among the parents would be disinclined to attend such an uplifting gathering? Not only could they witness the praise for their offspring, but they could also enjoy the spectacle of well-dressed students. Wang Dong couldn't help but smile at Director Ning, remarking to Xinjie, this homeroom teacher is truly commendable. With Nguyen studying here, we can rest assured. I share the same sentiment, Xinjie replied with a smile and a nod. This parent-teacher meeting resembled a celebration, leaving both students and parents in high spirits, a stark contrast to certain classes where some teachers would harshly criticize underperforming students while lavishing praise on the few who excelled, lamenting the burden placed on the class. In such scenarios, it is no wonder parents would prefer to abstain from attendance. As the meeting concluded, Director Ning smiled warmly at everyone, escorting them to the school gate. Thank you all for your efforts today. Please be cautious on your way home. Of course, Director Ning. The crowd replied cheerfully as they bid her farewell. Just as Wang Dong and the others were about to depart, several motorcycles suddenly roared towards them, manned by a group of unsavory characters who, with mocking sneers, shouted, "Who the hell is Wang Dong? Get out here now. Did you hear me, Wang Dong? Come out. What on earth is happening with these individuals? We mustn't provoke them. I'm not Wang Dong. Please do not seek me out." Upon witnessing such a group of individuals, the parents instinctively recoiled, their faces pale, seeking only to preserve their own safety. However, a few among them furrowed their brows, casting displeased glances at these ruffians, eager to discern the nature of the unfolding situation. Director Ning's expression shifted abruptly, and she promptly signaled to Wang Dong, urging him to swiftly enter the school, assuring him that with campus security present, they would not dare to act recklessly. Furthermore, she pledged to assist him in contacting the authorities immediately. She was well aware that he was named Wang Dong. Gentlemen, please refrain from causing a ruckus. He is indeed called Wang Dong. If you seek retribution, direct it at him, but do not stoop to our level, she implored. The sycophant, observing Director Ning's intention to intervene, let out a derisive laugh and pointed at Wang Dong, prompting the group of unruly youths to cast their cold gazes upon him. Chapter 32. The coward Xiao Chun's father. Director Ning's expression shifted dramatically, unable to fathom the depths of this man's malevolence. Although many parents stepped back, none dared to expose that Wang Dong was indeed Wang Dong. Upon witnessing the sycophant's actions, disdain was evident on their faces. The sycophant, undeterred, promptly exclaimed, "His name is Wang Dong. It's you, you little brat." A group of unruly youths dismounted their motorcycles, one of whom, with a large golden hoop dangling from his ear, coldly sneered, "You owe our boss $1 million. When will you repay it?" "When did I ever owe money?" Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Unless you have mistaken me for someone else. Or perhaps you are deliberately framing me to justify your aggression. After all, a mere $1 million was not something I would stoop to owing." "What do you mean? A mere $1 million? You speak so eloquently, but do you even have 100,000 in your pocket?" The thug with the golden hoop scoffed. Wang Dong retrieved his phone, saying, "I'm afraid I actually do." As the crowd instinctively leaned in to catch a glimpse, they saw the large digits displayed clearly on his oversized phone screen. Good heavens! Over $1 million! Impressive. To have saved over $1 million in cash at such a young age is commendable. Director Ning interjected promptly, you must have mistaken him. With that much money, how could he possibly owe your boss? The thug's face darkened. He had not anticipated that Wang Dong truly possessed over $1 million. With a heavy grunt, he declared, that over $1 million belongs to our boss. Hand it over or else. Do you realize how many years you could face for extorting such a substantial sum in public? Wang Dong interjected with a smile. The thug's expression changed, and he barked, you think I'm showing you respect? As he lunged forward, aiming to break Wang Dong's nose with a punch, he was met with a sharp crack as Wang Dong's palm connected with his face, the sound ringing clear. You dare lay a hand on me? The thug, utterly taken aback, never imagined a mere boy would dare to strike him. Wang Dong chuckled, what's wrong? You should kneel in gratitude as I discipline such an ungrateful descendant on behalf of your ancestors. I'll kill you. The thug roared in fury, raising his fist to strike Wang Dong again. But Wang Dong merely smiled lightly, delivering another swift slap. With a cry, the thug collapsed to the ground, seething with rage. Get him. All of you, attack. Either Wang Dong dies today, or he won't be able to survive this. Seeing their leader fall, his subordinates felt their pride wounded and swiftly brandished iron rods, closing in on Wang Dong. Director Ning's face paled as he urgently shouted to the campus security. Quickly, intervene to save him. Yes, the campus security, recognizing the gravity of the situation, prepared to step in. However, just as they made their move, Wang Dong swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending several of his lackeys flying. The sound of slaps echoed as he struck them one after another, leaving the entire group sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. In the blink of an eye, those thugs had all knelt down. Witnessing this scene, Jin Huan's eyes widened in terror, and he looked at Wang Dong, fear evident in his voice as he stammered. Who? Who are you? What do you mean who I am? You must know why you're here to trouble me, Wang Dong retorted. Jin Huan, flustered, replied, you've got it all wrong. It's a mistake. Big brother, can we just talk this out? We can leave right now, can't we? Certainly, but first, you must clarify who sent you to cause me trouble, Wang Dong insisted. Jin Huan promptly answered, no one, I swear. I'm just here to collect a debt for my boss. It just so happens you share the same name as him, hence the misunderstanding. So you refuse to tell the truth? Wang Dong raised an eyebrow and stepped closer. Under the immense psychological pressure, Jin Huan, trembling with fear, pointed at the sycophant and shouted, it was him. It was Brother Zhao who instructed me to deal with you. He said you were disobedient and needed to be taught a lesson. Oh, so it was Mr. Zhao who arranged this. No wonder you were so eager to point me out just now. Wang Dong turned to smile at the sycophant. The sycophant's expression shifted, anger flaring as he protested. Just because he says so doesn't make it true. Mr. Wang, you mustn't take his word for it. Perhaps a few slaps will clarify the matter, Wang Dong declared, reaching out to seize his collar, preparing to strike. To his surprise, the sycophant was even more cowardly than the thugs, immediately kneeling in supplication. Please spare me, Mr. Wang. I promise I will never do this again. This is all because of Mr. Hua. He has taken a liking to your wife and instructed me to keep you in check. Nonsense. When have I ever asked you to do such a thing? Do not slander me, Mr. Hua bellowed in fury. Besides, with my wealth, if I truly desired a woman, would I not pursue her myself? Why would I need your assistance? Indeed, you vile wretch. Do not tarnish my husband's name, the stout woman interjected. Unexpectedly, the sycophant pulled out his phone, declaring, I have evidence. I have assisted Mr. Hua in this matter on more than one occasion. Just here at this school, I have connected him with no fewer than 6 mothers of students. If you don't believe me, I have videos, voice recordings, and transfer records from Mr. Hua on my phone for all to see. In a bid for self-preservation, this scoundrel was willing to betray Mr. Hua, thinking that he could simply find another place to peddle his favors, for there would always be a demand for such services. However, if Wang Dong were to severely injure him, that would be a different story. Contemplating it, he felt that betraying Mr. Hua was not such a high price to pay. However, upon hearing his words, the crowd was taken aback, and Mrs. Hua, a rather rotund woman, swiftly approached with her phone in hand. Upon glancing at the screen, Her entire face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes gleaming with a menacing light as she cast a cold glare at Mr. Hua, brimming with fury. Husband, no, Hua Chenyu, you despicable wretch. You have committed such heinous acts, and yet you dare to bark like a dog just moments ago? My dear, please don't misunderstand. Mr. Hua began to defend himself, but before he could finish, the affluent woman he had been consorting with charged at him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Die. You deserve to perish. Chapter 33. Children need not be overly understanding. Mr. Hua, often referred to as Huazong, is indeed a wealthy businessman. However, his affluence and status predominantly stem from his rotund wife. It was through his early association with affluent women that he attained his current prosperity. Yet, upon acquiring wealth, he found himself utterly intolerable of his wife. Initially, she was oblivious to his indiscretions, but once she became aware, she unleashed upon him a torrent of fury, to which he dared not retaliate, incessantly pleading for mercy. I was wrong, dear wife, I was wrong. For the sake of our child, I implore you, do not make my role as a father too humiliating. You still dare to claim the title of father? After one or two transgressions, I could overlook it, knowing that men often stray. I am no beauty myself. If you desire a more attractive woman, I could tolerate it. But what you have done is inexcusable. Just at this school alone, there are 7 or 8, and elsewhere it is likely to be even more. How do you expect me to endure this? Today, I shall not hold back. No one is permitted to intervene. With that, she lunged at Mr. Hua once more. Wang Dong observed with great satisfaction. Indeed, the spectacle of a woman delivering slaps is far more exhilarating. Mr. Wang, having said all that, may I leave now? The sycophant inquired with a sheepish grin. Wang Dong cast him a glance. Begone. But should I ever catch you again engaging in such underhanded schemes to undermine families, I shall treat you as a mere carrot, thrusting your head into the ground. Do you understand? Yes, yes. I shan't dare again. The sycophant hurriedly fled. Jin Huan and the others also made a hasty exit, unwilling to provoke Wang Dong further. Observing this scene, Director Ning breathed a sigh of relief and remarked to Wang Dong, Nguan Wan's father, you are truly remarkable. In that situation, as the class teacher, I felt utterly powerless, and I am quite ashamed. You are a teacher, not a martial artist. It is natural that you could not intervene. Do not be too hard on yourself. Wang Dong reassured him. Sister Xian added, Indeed, Director Ning, do not reproach yourself. As Nguan Wan's mother, I was equally helpless. If anyone should feel remorse, it is I. No, no, no. How can Nguan Wan's mother say such a thing? Director Ning quickly waved his hands. Seeing the two women each claiming their share of guilt, Wang Dong sighed. Neither of you should feel remorse. The shame belongs to those who engage in wrongdoing. Should good people weep while the wicked smile? This left Director Ning in contemplative silence. Wang Dong continued with a smile, In any case, do not dwell on it. If action is to be taken, it would be prudent to identify those women who have improper relations with Mr. Hua. Such matters must not transpire within the school, as they could adversely affect the children's mental and physical well-being. However, if among those women there are some who have been coerced, we should also report them to the authorities and deal with this scoundrel. What you have said is profoundly correct, Nguan Wan's father. I shall promptly report this matter to the school leadership. Director Ning nodded in agreement. Regarding the previous threats made by the sycophant, Wang Dong was certain that among those mothers, there were individuals who had succumbed to intimidation out of helplessness. With a thoughtful hum, Wang Dong, along with Sister Xian and Nan Nan, made their way to a nearby restaurant. A few individuals, having witnessed Wang Dong's capabilities and the cash he possessed on his phone, felt inclined to forge a deeper connection with him. Thus, after a short distance, someone approached in a car and inquired, Nanan's father, did you not drive here today? Indeed, Wang Dong replied with a smile. He was acutely aware that many of these parents were inclined to judge others based on their material possessions such as cars, houses, and money. Their conversations were often a blend of truth, half-truths, and a touch of ambiguity, leaving a portion unspoken. If they were genuine friends, he would have no reservations. Unfortunately, these individuals were not worthy of such a bond. After all, none had stepped forward to offer assistance during his earlier predicament. Had anyone shown a willingness to help, Wang Dong's demeanor towards them would have been markedly different. Thus, when these parents offered to drive them, Wang Dong unhesitatingly declined, responding with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. We are merely dining nearby, and walking serves as good exercise." Very well then, the group of parents, seeing his insistence, had no choice but to depart in their vehicle. Sister Exine quietly remarked, "These people are truly opportunistic. When you were surrounded earlier, none came to your aid. They likely seek to curry favor now that they see your wealth. Be wary of their intentions. I noticed that from the start, Sister Exine. There's no need for you to worry. Though my working hours may not be as extensive as yours, I am well aware of the fickleness of human relationships." Wang Dong replied with a nod. The adage that children from impoverished backgrounds mature quickly holds some truth. Growing up in an environment lacking in material abundance, children from such families often navigate relationships through the lens of financial status, rendering them more perceptive to the aids others wear. However, Xin Shanshan was different. During Wang Dong's most challenging times, she did not disregard him. Instead, she generously assisted him financially. This is why Wang Dong held her in such high regard. "Daddy, what does it mean to understand the warmth and coldness of human relationships?" Nan, still young and somewhat bewildered, sensed the seriousness of the conversation between the two adults. Gently patting Nan's little head, Wang Dong lifted her into his arms and said, "You need not concern yourself with such matters, dear. Just enjoy whatever you fancy to eat later. Indeed, Nan, you need not worry about this. Simply strive to find joy in each day," Sister Exine added, affectionately stroking her daughter's head, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Having endured much hardship herself, she understood that while such struggles could hasten a child's maturity, they could also rob them of their childhood. If she had the means, she would prefer her child not to grow up too quickly. The notion of being sensible at such a young age, merely in the first grade, seemed unnecessary. As long as one's heart is kind, why must a child bear the weight of adulthood? Don't adults feel any compassion? The little girl, with a semblance of understanding, gazed at the two individuals. "I want to eat a hamburger. I have seen it in my drawing book, but I have never tasted one." "Of course you can have one," her father replied. "Not only are there hamburgers but also chicken wraps, spring rolls, fried chicken legs, and a plethora of other delectable treats.
Y assure you.
Soon you will be so full that you will resemble a little ball." He. "I don't want to turn into a ball. Not just any ball, but a little ball." He. Unable to contain her laughter, the girl playfully nuzzled her head against Wang Dong's face, causing him to itch, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Who could possibly resist such an adorable daughter? Chapter 34. You may seek assistance from the top brother when feverish. Observing the harmonious interaction between her daughter and Wang Dong, Sister Exine felt her heart soften, leading her to treat Wang Dong with even greater tenderness. However, she harbored no extravagant hopes of Wang Dong becoming her husband. In her eyes, merely being together was a profound source of contentment. She felt fulfilled. Upon returning home, she promptly took her daughter from Wang Dong's arms, smiling as she said, "You've worked hard today, and I appreciate your generosity. Now do take some time to rest." Wang Dong, holding her delicate hand, replied with a smile, "How could I possibly sleep in broad daylight?" Sister Exine's cheeks flushed as she playfully glared at him but softly murmured, "Could you come back later? It feels a bit inappropriate during the day. Look at you blushing. Don't worry, I know my limits." Wang Dong chuckled, releasing her hand and playfully pinching the little girl's cheek. The child, who had been lively and cheerful while eating, suddenly closed her eyes and pouted as she drifted off to sleep upon returning home. Wang Dong couldn't help but find it amusing. Children should be this carefree, leaving all worries to the adults. Just as Sister Exine was about to speak, the beautiful host, Su-yi, emerged wearing a floral dress, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Her timing seemed deliberate, aimed at interrupting their tranquil moment. Blissfully unaware of her intentions, Sister Exine greeted her with a smile. "What's the matter, Miss Su?" "Nothing much. It seems the circuit has encountered some issues again, and it might need repairs," Su-yi responded, casting a glance at Wang Dong. "You could simply ask me for help," Wang Dong suggested. "Humph, will you actually repair it?" Su-yi retorted. "With that attitude, I'm rather reluctant to assist you. However, since you are Sister Exine's tenant, I suppose I could reluctantly offer my help. Wang Dong shot her an exasperated look, then took the tools from Sister Xian and headed to her room. Upon entering, before Sister Xian could arrive, the female host closed the door with a click and locked it from within. What are you doing? Wang Dong inquired, puzzled. What do you think?
Sui said.
Adjusting her floral dress while gazing at him intently. Mr. Wang, do you think I'm beautiful? Quite lovely, but if you're feeling feverish, you might want to seek another man or ask the top brother for assistance. I'm merely here to fix the circuit, not to indulge in frivolous flirtation. Wang Dong replied, casting her a sidelong glance, his brow furrowing with seriousness. Sui was taken aback. What did you just say? I said, Miss Su, if you're feverish, you should consult the top brother. I'm here to repair the circuit, not to treat fevers. You've come to the wrong doctor, Wang Dong stated matter-of-factly. Was my previous explanation not clear enough? Do I need to repeat myself? This woman seemed to be testing his patience. Perhaps her hearing was poor, likely from frequent headphone use. Sui, almost in disbelief, retorted, Who are you saying has a fever? Hey, are you trying to be amusing? I just repeated myself twice, and you still haven't comprehended? Wang Dong gazed at her in silence and said, Very well, I shall reiterate. If you have a fever, go seek out the top scorer. I shall end you. Sui, infuriated, did not wait for him to finish his words and seized the nearby squirrel plush toy, hurling it towards his head. Wang Dong swiftly reached out to snatch the plush from her grasp and remarked, Miss Su, were you not the one who first accused me of having a fever? Why then did you close the door and inquire if I am handsome? You? What do you mean by that? After doing such a thing, you still want to allow me to speak? Wang Dong retorted, At such a tender age, you ought to learn better. Should you continue with such unreasonable tantrums, I may have to inform Sister Xian. A tenant of your disposition is not favored by her. You scoundrel! Sui seethed, her anger reaching a boiling point. Initially, she had intended to deliberately tempt Wang Dong, hoping he would act upon her, only to later confide in Sister Xian, revealing Wang Dong's untrustworthy nature. To her surprise, Wang Dong was impervious to her seduction, instead accusing her of having a fever. This is infuriating. What do you mean by I? The lights are on. The computer is functioning. There is not a single issue. You called me over under the pretense of fixing the circuit, all the while harboring ill intentions to entice me. How dare you still have the audacity to speak? Wang Dong frowned and said, You, my dear, with a modicum of beauty, choose not to tread the righteous path. You are bound to find yourself without a future. He insisted, Open the door this instant. I must leave. You halt right there. Seeing Wang Dong approach to open the door, Sui gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Do you think I would ever fancy you? Then why do you accuse me of having a fever? You are the one with a fever. I merely wish to caution you against harboring any improper thoughts about Sister Xian. If you think to cozy up to her, dreaming of becoming a landlord, you are sorely mistaken. I shall not allow your schemes to succeed, Sui declared, her hands firmly placed on her slender waist. Upon hearing these words, Wang Dong comprehended fully. This woman had not genuinely been feverish but had sought to seduce him, aiming to disrupt his relationship with Sister Xian. Fortunately, although he appreciated beauty, he was no man easily swayed by temptation and had not fallen into her trap. Do you believe I am unworthy of Sister Xian? Is my companionship with her solely for her property? What else could it be? Sui glared at him and said, Sister Xian is 30, while you are merely in your early 20s. If you claim to have no interest in her possessions, what is your true motive? Do you think I am impoverished? Wang Dong chuckled wryly as he reached into his pocket for his phone. Sui was taken aback, her expression anxious. What are you doing? I warn you not to take off your pants, or I shall call for help. What nonsense! I am merely retrieving my phone. Wang Dong exclaimed, utterly exasperated. Have you ever seen someone take off their pants while their hands are in their pockets? Stop your prattling. Why are you pulling out your phone in the first place? You must have ulterior motives. Sui replied, furious, adamant that she would not concede any fault. Wang Dong chuckled softly, tapped the screen of his phone, and handed it to her, saying, Could you refrain from concocting such absurd scenarios? Take a look at my account balance. Do you truly believe I need to seek out a wealthy woman to support me? Living in such a remote, self-built house, what could possibly be your balance? Sui cast a disdainful glance at him, yet could not help but check her phone screen. Instantly, her eyes widened in disbelief. 1/1,000,000. Indeed, there is still a sum pending. Otherwise it would be even more, Wang Dong remarked with a smile. Sui, unable to fathom the reality, quickly tapped her phone a few times, confirming the amount displayed on the agricultural bank app was genuine and not a fabricated image. In utter astonishment, she exclaimed, "How could you possess such wealth?" Chapter 35. What does the alley girl do during the day? What do you think I do? Wang Dong inquired. Sui hesitated for a moment before returning his phone and softly replied, "I heard you work in some shop and also do odd jobs on the side. It seems you know quite a bit about me. Have you been inquiring?" Wang Dong chuckled and looked at her. "You should have gathered the full details. I work at a jade gambling stone shop, where I currently serve as both the manager and a gambling consultant. The money I mentioned earlier was earned from the stones. I also appraise antiques, so there's another sum coming from the antique shop, which they will deliver to me by tomorrow. Now you understand where my money originates, don't you?" "I see now," Sui exclaimed, realizing that gambling stones truly embody the phrase "a knife to heaven, a knife to hell." Indeed, it is true. However, most people find themselves neither in hell nor in heaven. They typically experience minor losses and gains. Only those who wager significantly venture either to paradise or perdition, Wang Dong remarked, smiling as he tucked away his phone. Newcomers to stone gambling generally do not incur substantial losses, as they typically purchase stones ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand yuan. Even if they fail, their losses are limited to a few thousand, and for most, this is comparable to a visit to a massage parlor. Only substantial bets, often in the tens or hundreds of thousands, truly signify a plunge into hell. Conversely, if they profit, they may ascend to heaven in an instant. Now that you comprehend, can we open the door? I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I misunderstood you earlier, Sui said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. At last, an apology, Wang Dong chuckled. No worries, as long as we've cleared the misunderstanding. However, you might want to lower your skirt. Otherwise, even if you are not trying to entice me, I might still feel provoked. What? Sui glanced down and realized her skirt had been pinned at her waist, exposing her long, fair legs. She gasped and quickly lowered her skirt. My apologies. It was unintentional. Understood. Please open the door. Certainly, Mr. Wang. Sui hurriedly opened the door, but in her haste, the latch snagged her skirt, resulting in a ripping sound as it tore. Wang Dong turned at the noise, his heart racing at the sight of her exposed skin. Mr. Wang, please don't look. Sui's face turned crimson as she hurriedly covered her chest, filled with both shyness and frustration at her clumsiness. Wang Dong cleared his throat and touched his nose. You needn't worry. I didn't see anything. Really? Sui asked. Absolutely, I saw nothing at all. Then what color am I wearing? White, I don't know. Wang Dong quickly denied, although he had already revealed too much. Sui bit her lip and glared at him. You should leave. If you tell anyone, I swear I'll make you pay. Rest assured, I know nothing, Wang Dong said hurriedly as he stepped outside. Sister Exan had just removed her daughter Nanan's coat and laid her down to rest when she noticed him emerging and could not help but inquire, what caused the circuit issue? It overheated and burned out, but it's nothing serious. I've already repaired it, Wang Dong replied with a smile as he returned the tools to their rightful place. Sister Exan remarked, it's good that you fixed it. You've worked hard again this time. I've told you not to be so polite with me, Wang Dong said, wrapping his arms around her, his hand inadvertently becoming a tad too familiar. Sister Exan's cheeks flushed as she playfully protested. No, not like that. Can we wait until later? Then I shall come find you tonight, he chuckled, releasing her. Sister Exan languidly reclined on the bench, murmuring softly, too fatigued to see him off, her expression one of alluring charm as she watched him depart. During the day, the young women in the alley were either resting or nestled within their homes, engrossed in games like Honor of Kings. Of course, some were dedicated to their studies, driven by unfortunate circumstances into this line of work, often seizing such moments to read and learn, aspiring to pass the university entrance exams one day and escape this industry for a respectable job. Wang Dong had entered the workforce straight after high school and had once toiled at the bottom of society. He understood that some girls did not willingly choose this path, and he harbored no disdain for their circumstances. After traversing the alley, he arrived at the location where he had parked. Unable to drive his car into the area, he had to leave it outside. Concerned that the luxury car gifted by Tang Xiaohu might attract too much attention, he covered it with a canvas. Had he not feared startling Sister Xian earlier, he would have driven that car to school instead of taking a taxi with her, to lend Nan support. Lifting the large canvas, he found the car unscathed and proceeded to drive it to the shop. Upon seeing him arrive, Li Feng grinned broadly, saying, "Brother Dong, you're quite something. I heard you were summoned by the boss for dinner last night. Is this the prelude to a promotion? Don't spread nonsense. My relationship with the boss is entirely above board." Wang Dong retorted with a glare, knowing that such rumors could undermine the unity and integrity of their team. Li Feng immediately covered his mouth, saying, "All right then, I'll help you deal with those who are talking nonsense. But Brother Dong, can I discuss something with you?" He continued, "Just say it. There's no need for all this formality." "I'm not your lord," Wang Dong replied. "Thank you, Brother Dong," Li Feng said, somewhat bashfully scratching the back of his head, hesitating to voice his request. Wang Dong became slightly impatient, thinking, after so many years of friendship, why couldn't he just say what he needed? "If you don't speak up, I won't bother with you any longer," he warned. Wait, don't go, Brother Dong," Li Feng exclaimed, quickly grasping his arm, feeling embarrassed as he added, "You know I'm just a lowly security guard, and even with the boss's raise, my monthly salary is just a little over 4,000. You want me to give you a raise?" Wang Dong asked, puzzled. "You're not the type to complain about your salary, are you?" "I'm not dissatisfied with my pay." Li Feng quickly shook his head, gesturing emphatically. In a second-tier city like Nantian City, a salary of over 4,000 for a security guard was neither high nor low. Moreover, this security guard position at the store typically offers a salary of around 3,000. Li Feng harbors no grievances. However, you are aware of the particularly materialistic nature of Zhuanzi's family, are you not? Zhuanzi is willing to accompany me, but if her family opposes our union, I find myself at an impasse. Recently, several members of her family have traveled from Sichuan with the intent of finding faults to disrupt our relationship. I was contemplating whether you could lend me your car for a few days. Once Zhuanzi's family departs, I shall return it to you, ensuring it remains unscathed. East brother, could you assist me with this favor? Chapter 36. High-quality jadeite rough material. Have you been meandering for half a day just for this? Wang Dong said with a chuckle, glancing at him before casually tossing the car keys his way. "Take them, you can drive it for a few days." "Really?" Li Feng exclaimed, grasping the keys with a look of astonishment. Wang Dong replied with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can return the keys." No. I have always trusted what you say, Brother Dong." Li Feng grinned, his face flushed with delight. "I just didn't expect it to be this easy. This is my dream car." Wang Dong chuckled lightly and added, "While you may enjoy the car, make sure to stay focused at work. Don't let your excitement distract you from your responsibilities." "Rest assured, Brother Dong, I promise not to slack off at work," Li Feng said, straightening his posture earnestly. Wang Dong laughed a few times. "All right then, you continue with your work. I'll go report to the boss." "Okay, Brother Dong. Oh, by the way, the boss might not be available right now. A jade merchant came in not long ago to discuss business, and he should still be in his office," Li Feng suddenly recalled and informed him. Wang Dong nodded. "I see." Upon entering the store, he greeted the gemologists and others before heading straight to Xin Shanshan's office. After all, as the store's manager and a gambling stone consultant, he was qualified to participate in discussions regarding jade merchants. Inside the office, Xin Shanshan was contemplating a large box on the coffee table, within which lay several pieces of jade rough material. She hesitated, for although she possessed a fair amount of knowledge in jade identification, enough to run a jade gambling store, her confidence had waned since encountering Wang Dong's expertise. In moments like these, she often thought of calling him to come and assist her. Even if he didn't examine the materials, at the very least, he could provide her with assurance, preventing her from falling victim to deceit. It is well known that the pitfalls in the jade industry are no less treacherous than those in the antique trade. In fact, With the rise of advanced technology in recent years, an ever-increasing array of new tricks had emerged, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate. When confronted with reasonably priced rough stones, Shun Shanshan felt she could simply refrain from gambling and opt to increase the price slightly for sale in the store. However, the current situation involved rough materials. Unlike jade stones, rough material refers to jade that has been extracted from its original form but remains unpolished, resulting in a dull, gray appearance. This type of material lacks the polishing and carving processes that impart the stunning luster of jade jewelry. Thus its price is considerably lower, often appealing to jewelers and sculptors. Nowadays, some jade enthusiasts also purchase rough materials, seeking out sculptors to transform them into finished jade products. As long as they do not engage the renowned masters, the processing fees are usually quite reasonable. Moreover, rough materials possess a significantly higher safety margin compared to gambling stones. When purchased through legitimate channels, the risk of being scammed is minimal. However, it is generally acknowledged that high-quality materials are best entrusted to renowned masters for carving, as this enhances their value retention and potential for appreciation. In Shinshanshan's shop, there are also sculptors, indicating a demand for raw materials. Occasionally, they acquire exquisite stones from players who gamble on stones in the shop, yet such exceptional stones are rare, necessitating the purchase of raw materials. Boss Shin, I wonder how you are contemplating this. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man with a luxuriant mane, clad in a black suit, whose smile radiated warmth. Yet, Shun Shanshan felt an inexplicable discomfort in his presence. I beg your pardon, Boss Zheng, but I would like to deliberate further. After all, the prices of these raw materials are rather steep. Expensive materials hold their worth. Boss Shin, Boss Zheng replied with a chuckle, setting down his teacup. He gazed at the contents of his box of raw materials, stating, "These are truly authentic high-quality ice jade, undoubtedly premium in the jadeite realm. Had our dealings over the years not been amicable, I would have prioritized showcasing such fine stones at the Tianlong gambling stone market rather than presenting them to you first. Given your experience in the jade industry, you must comprehend the significance and rarity of scarce goods. I am aware of that, but the prices remain exorbitant." Upon hearing his words, Shun Shanshan felt a tug of desire, but remained apprehensive about potential issues. The principle of value being derived from scarcity has held true since ancient times. With the evolution of society, what was once a niche in jadeite collecting has now attracted an influx of young enthusiasts, leading to surges in demand. Consequently, the extraction of jadeite has significantly increased in accordance with technological advancements and market needs. Thus, on the current market, jadeite below the ice grade is becoming increasingly affordable. In fact, some jade bracelets can be purchased for merely dozens of yuan, seemingly disconnected from the high-end products rumored to exist. This is due to the proliferation of such lower-grade jadeite, which has devalued their worth. While ice jadeite remains relatively stable, it is still considered mid to low-end. The typical pricing for branded ice jadeite ranges from 5,000 to 30,000 yuan. However, when it comes to high-grade ice jade, the price can escalate tenfold. Given the relative scarcity of high-grade ice jade, there exists ample potential for appreciation in the coming decades, ensuring that this price remains elevated and holds considerable collectible value. Since you have expressed such sentiments, Boss Shin, I shall extend a discount of 10% as a gesture of our long-standing friendship. Originally, this box was priced at 6 million. Now it is yours for 540,000. Should you still decline this offer, I will have no choice but to take my leave, he added, beginning to rise. In a moment of urgency, Shin Shanshan interjected, "Wait a moment, Boss Zheng, I will take these stones. If you could lower the price further, I could persuade Boss Shin to accept your batch of stones." Just as she was about to utter the decisive words, Wang Dong pushed open the office door and entered with a cheerful demeanor. Shin Shanshan exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you on vacation? What brings you here?" "A half-day off is ample," Wang Dong replied with a smile, approaching her. He then turned to Boss Zhang and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Dong, recently promoted to the position of manager and jadeite consultant at this establishment. In matters concerning jade transactions, my involvement is customary." Boss Zhang glanced at him, chuckling as he remarked, 5,400,000. For this entire crate of high-grade jadeite, that is already quite a favorable price. If it were you, do you suppose you could negotiate a lower price? Chapter 37. The jade scam indeed, Wang Dong. This price is already quite favorable, Shun Shanshan whispered as she tugged at Wang Dong's arm. The fragrant breath escaping her rosy lips made Wang Dong feel a tingling sensation, prompting him to respond. There's no need for you to hurry, boss. I shall clarify everything shortly. This batch of stones is barely worth 500,000. He deliberately ensured that Boss Zhang could overhear his words. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhang's expression darkened instantaneously, and he coldly retorted, Manager Wang, our dealings in jade and antiques are not akin to frivolous haggling. To assert that items valued at 5 to 6 million are not worth 500,000 is quite preposterous. Wouldn't you agree? My apologies, Boss Zhang, I misspoke earlier. What I truly meant was that this batch of stones isn't even worth 50,000, Wang Dong said with a smile. Boss Zhang erupted in fury. What did you say? Manager Wang, you better clarify your words, or I assure you, I will not let this matter rest easily. And you, Boss Shin, is this your employee? Are you not going to rein him in, allowing him to speak such nonsense here? Shun Shanshan's complexion shifted as she struggled to comprehend Wang Dong's audacious maneuver. Nevertheless, she ultimately remained silent. Wang Dong smirked. Why are you so eager to intimidate us? Boss Zhang? Do you think that, with such words, you can alter the essence of these stones? What essence? Boss Zhang glared at him coldly. Wang Dong chuckled softly, picked up a stone, examined it and remarked, this one, which appears to be high-quality ice green jade, is actually a piece of dongling stone. Isn't it? Dongling stone, also known as dongling jade, has been heavily mined and utilized since ancient times in China. This variety of jade comes in many colors, but predominantly presents itself in shades of green, hence it is often referred to as green jade. Unlike jadeite, dongling jade lacks black spots, impurities, or even cracks, and it is exceptionally translucent. The high-quality green dongling jade closely resembles high-quality ice green jadeite. However, the price disparity between the two is substantial. Thus, unscrupulous merchants sometimes resort to masquerading dongling jade as high-quality ice green jade to deceive unsuspecting buyers. At Wang Dong's revelation, Boss Zhang's countenance darkened ominously as he fixated a piercing glare on him, stating, You insolent brat, how dare you presume to evaluate jade? Boss Shin, if you allow this impudent child to continue his ramblings, not only will I terminate today's business dealings, but I shall also cease all future transactions with you. Boss Zhang, I sincerely apologize, but I have faith in Wang Dong's discernment. However, his threats had no effect. Instead, they solidified Shun Shanshan's allegiance to Wang Dong as she gravely asserted. Moreover, if the stone were indeed legitimate, why is Boss Zhang so anxious? Why not demonstrate its authenticity right here and reveal who is truly lying? You. Boss Zhang's expression darkened as he replied, Boss Shin, are you certain you wish to sever all ties with me? I do not wish to miss any opportunities for transactions with upright merchants. However, this does not imply that I care for every trader. As for you, Boss Zhang, who seeks to deceive me, you fall outside the realm I need to cherish. Shan Shan declared without hesitation. Boss Zhang, infuriated, retorted, You possess quite the audacity, Boss Shan. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, he reached for the box of goods. Wang Dong interjected, raising a hand in obstruction. Boss Zhang, have you forgotten that jade transactions are protected by law? Bringing these fraudulent items into the shop, intending to deceive, constitutes attempted fraud. I now present you with two choices. Either leave the items here and exit yourself, or I shall assist you in contacting the authorities, leading both you and those items to prison. You, don't push your luck. Boss Zhang glared at him, gritting his teeth, yet his hand faltered in its motion toward the box. Wang Dong's words rang true. Jade transactions are classified as jewelry dealings, distinctly safeguarded by legal statutes. Engaging in deceit within jade transactions amounts to criminal activity. In contrast, antiquities are different. Should one incur a loss, it is solely their own lack of discernment to blame. They must either sever ties with the seller of counterfeit goods or strive to enhance their expertise, only to risk further deception, much like a mute consuming bitter lotus. After all, even the esteemed appraisers occasionally err and fall victim. Why presume that newfound prowess guarantees immunity from deceit? Wang Dong smiled and remarked, Boss Zhang, bringing these items here and attempting to turn the tables on me is indeed excessive. The fact that I have not called the authorities to apprehend you is already a concession. Humph, wait and see. Boss Zheng scoffed, turning sharply to exit the office. Seething with anger, upon entering his vehicle, his phone rang. Boss Zheng, has the matter been resolved? It was nearly a success, thwarted by a mere young upstart. Boss Zheng vented his frustration over the phone. That damn kid has ruined our plans. Is that lad named Wang Dong? A voice on the other end, filled with malice, confirmed it was Zhang Hu himself. Boss Zheng, taken aback, inquired, Boss Zheng, do you know that young man? It was that same brat who disrupted my plans last time. He walked away with Tang Lao's stones without spending a dime, and to add insult to injury, he took Shan away, leaving me with nothing. Zhang Hu stated coldly, never did I expect that this lad would possess such an eye for jade appraisal. Why did you not inform me sooner, Boss Zheng? Had I known there was such a formidable opponent, I would not have toyed with Shan. I would have sold to her at a low price earlier, and surely, I would have succeeded by now, Boss Zheng lamented, filled with indignation. Zhang Hu replied, how was I to know that kid could appraise stones? In summary, Boss Zheng, please come over here. By evening, I will have someone deal with that little brat, and then I will assist you in handling that woman, Shan. At that time you will take the shop, and I shall have that woman. Very well. I hope you can expedite this, Boss Zheng. Boss Zheng clenched his teeth. As an emerald merchant from afar, he lacked sufficient influence locally and could only collaborate with Zhang Hu. I earnestly hope this fellow proves to be reliable and resolves the issue with that boy. Chapter 38. Distinguishing between jadeite and native Chinese jade. As Boss Zheng drove away, the sound of the engine fading into the distance, Shan in the office above let out a sigh of relief. She then inquired, Wang Dong, if these stones are all counterfeit, why do you choose to keep them? I never claimed they were fake, Wang Dong replied with a smile. I merely stated that these are imitation jadeites, but that does not imply they lack authenticity. For instance, this piece of dongling jade of decent quality must be worth around 5,000 to 6,000. Wouldn't you agree? And this piece of red agate, though palm-sized, is certainly not inferior, likely fetching a few thousand as well. Altogether, these must amount to several tens of thousands. Why not keep them? You certainly have a keen eye for value. Shan chuckled, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Since you've acquired them, they are yours. Splendid, thank you, boss. Wang Dong responded with a grin. By the way, Wang Dong, how did you discern that these stones are not jadeite? I find it impossible to distinguish them, she asked. That requires both keen observation and experience. I imagine you seldom compare jade with jadeite, do you? Wang Dong replied with a smile. Shan shook her head. Indeed, I haven't. Counterfeits cannot masquerade as the genuine article, nor can the genuine be mistaken for the counterfeit. Whether using jade to imitate jadeite or vice versa, the two are inherently different, thus discrepancies are inevitable. Wang Dong pointed to the earlier mentioned dongling jade. For instance, this piece is exceptionally pure, devoid of any black spots or inclusions. Do you think it could possibly be jadeite? Surely there are pure jadeites as well? Shan countered. Indeed, they do exist, often referred to as ring materials. However, a quality piece of ring material can be valued at the price of an entire block of jadeite of similar quality. If you were the seller, would you part with such a large piece of high-grade jadeite ring material, along with so many high-grade jadeites, for a mere 5 to 6 million? The price of such a substantial piece of ring material would likely be nearly equivalent to that value. Hearing this, Shan suddenly realized her folly, tapping her smooth forehead in mild frustration. You are not foolish. Rather, it simply did not occur to you that someone like Boss Zheng, an old acquaintance, would deceive you, Wang Dong remarked with a laugh. I truly did not expect him to pull such a stunt. Shan nodded in agreement. It is often said that the antique and jade circles commonly exploit familiar faces, targeting those with whom they share a rapport. Yet, given her relative inexperience, it was not unusual for her to overlook such manipulations on her first encounter. Wang Dong handed her the dongling jade and continued, beyond the differences in spots and inclusions, there is also a tactile distinction. Most jade mined in our homeland is soft jade, exuding a gentle elegance, reminiscent of a refined gentleman, a noble scholar, or a master who is indifferent to fame and fortune, encapsulating the quintessence of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. However, jadeite is distinct. It is a form of hard jade. While its texture is agreeable, It lacks the gentle warmth inherent to the jade found in the heart of China. Moreover, certain local jades possess an oily quality that can be felt with prolonged contact, a characteristic rarely found in jadeite. Upon your mention, I realized that the tactile sensation of jadeite I usually encounter differs significantly. Shen Shanshan held the dangling jade and noted some discrepancies. Had Wang Dong not pointed it out, she likely would have dismissed it altogether. This illustrates the adage that true mastery can be conveyed in a single sentence, while false teachings can weave a web of 10,000 words, sounding plausible yet ultimately devoid of substance. Wang Dong smiled and suggested, "Why not explore other stones?" "Very well," Shen Shanshan replied, setting aside the dangling stone to examine agate, the heated Shoshan stone, and a type of yellow jade. These specimens, when viewed, closely resemble high-quality jadeite, particularly in their raw state, making it exceedingly difficult to discern authenticity. Yet, adhering to Wang Dong's guidance, she meticulously examined them and discovered distinctive qualities. The unique warmth of Chinese jade is something jadeite cannot replicate. Through her tactile exploration, she gleaned valuable insights. Should anyone attempt to deceive her with such items again, she would undoubtedly be more vigilant. "That is excellent to hear," Wang Dong remarked. The methods of deceiving with traditional jade are easily unraveled by those who can clearly differentiate between the tactile sensations of traditional Chinese jade and jadeite, presenting no significant challenge. However, should one encounter low-quality red jadeite subjected to heat treatment, or techniques involving powdered color enhancement, or even the audacious practice of swapping inferior jadeite with superior specimens when one is not paying attention, that is when an ordinary person may find themselves at a loss for recourse. Thus, it is imperative to resist the temptation of small savings. It is wiser to invest a little more in reputable brands and established jade stores. Such establishments have cultivated a substantial clientele and goodwill within the community, and if any deceptive practices were to arise, the repercussions would be considerable. In contrast, a small shop might simply close down and relocate, suffering little more than the cost of renovation, and could even sublet the premises without incurring losses. Especially with those itinerant vendors, the chance of encountering them is fleeting, and their intent to deceive is unwavering. After a while in the office, Shen Shanshan suddenly inquired, "By the way, Wang Dong, you mentioned collaborating with the Tianlong stone gambling site yesterday. How do we proceed?" "It's quite simple," he explained. "We will purchase jadeite rough stones in bulk from the Tianlong site, then unveil these stones, providing a portion of the high-quality jadeite material to them in exchange for a discount on the purchase price of the rough stones, thereby strengthening the partnership between our two entities." Wang Dong smiled, asking, "What does the boss think of this idea?" "Good concept. But where shall our shop procure high-quality jadeite material?" Shen Shanshan replied with a hint of a wry smile. "Regarding the scale of one's own shop, while it cannot be deemed small, it certainly pales in comparison to the grandiose Tianlong gambling stone venue in Nantian City. The notion of providing them with high-quality jade rough seems rather incongruous, does it not?" Wang Dong chuckled, saying, "Boss, have you forgotten about me? I possess the skill of stone gambling." "Ah?" Shen Shanshan exclaimed in surprise, rising from her seat. "Indeed, your expertise in stone gambling is remarkable. Provided there is an ample supply of raw stones, you could undoubtedly uncover numerous high-quality jade roughs. Wouldn't that lead us to fortune?" "Wait, that can't be right. If you are as talented as you claim, why would you choose to work for me? Why not venture to the Tianlong gambling stone venue and gamble for yourself? Surely, you would earn more that way." As she spoke, Shen Shanshan began to perceive an anomaly. Chapter 39. The familiarity of the fire god palace. Wang Dong had anticipated her inquiry from the very beginning. When she suddenly posed the question, he remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, "Boss, have you forgotten the great kindness you have bestowed upon me?" "Great kindness towards you?" Shen Shanshan looked at him in astonishment, bewildered by his words. In her mind, the only memories that surfaced were of Wang Dong unveiling Lu Tao's conspiracy, reclaiming Master Tang's jade from Jiang Hu, and previously assisting her in revealing Boss Zhang's schemes. When had she ever conferred upon him such benevolence? Seeing the confusion etched on her face, Wang Dong felt a deeper sense of gratitude and continued with a smile, "Boss, you truly have forgotten. When my mother was hospitalized, you provided me with a substantial sum. Without your help, she surely would not have endured until now. Ah, that matter was merely a trivial act. You need not dwell on it. Shen Shanshan hastily waved her hand in dismissal. Wang Dong chuckled. If you deem that act to be a mere trifle, then assisting you is likewise but a simple task for me. Is there anything I cannot accomplish? This left Shen Shanshan momentarily speechless. Wang Dong, still smiling, suggested, all right, boss. Shall we head to the Tianlong Stone gambling venue to procure a batch of goods? Very well, Shen Shanshan replied, finding his reasoning somewhat comforting, though she was not entirely convinced. Ultimately, she nodded, however, my funds are limited at present. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. That works too. Wang Dong agreed with a nod. Shen Shanshan added, you have been of immense help today. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Then I must thank you, boss. Wang Dong responded with a smile. Shen Shanshan smiled faintly and together they exited the office. Upon their emergence, the expressions of those around them were imbued with a certain ambiguity. Good day, boss Shen, Manager Wang. Shen Shanshan acknowledged with a slight nod before handing the car keys to Wang Dong. You drive. Where to? Wang Dong inquired as he climbed into the car and closed the door. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Shanshan replied, to the Fire God Palace. This was the name of a restaurant primarily serving hot pot cuisine. Wang Dong had previously delivered takeout from there and knew it to be the largest hot pot establishment in Nantianshan City, unrivaled in its stature, much like the Tianlong Stone gambling venue within the gambling circle. As they exited the vehicle, Wang Dong cheerfully remarked, I know a splendid spot here. Let me lead you there. You've been here before? Shen Shanshan asked, looking at him curiously. Wang Dong nodded with a smile. I worked part-time here for a while, though the Fire God Palace is unlike other dining establishments. After a time, their owner managed to negotiate with the delivery platform, and all the delivery personnel became employees of the restaurant. Due to juggling several part-time jobs, I couldn't remain and eventually left. You must have had a difficult time back then, Shen Shanshan observed, envisioning Wang Dong drenched in sweat during those days. Indeed, it was arduous, Wang Dong admitted with a smile, but there was always hope, so it didn't feel burdensome. At that time, for Wang Dong, as long as he could still earn a side income to support his mother's medical expenses, he felt that no hardship was too great. However, now, returning to the Huashan Palace restaurant with a sense of ease as a patron, his experience was markedly different. 2 guests, may I ask how many are dining? As the 2 approached the entrance, a server greeted them with a warm smile in unison. When one of the female servers, Zhao Ninger, lifted her head, her smile momentarily froze in surprise as she stared at Wang Dong, then quickly glanced at Shen Shanshan beside him, momentarily taken aback. Wang Dong's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, Zhao Ninger, it's been a while. Ah, Zhao Ninger exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Wang Dong as if she had seen a ghost. You are Wang Dong. Indeed. It hasn't been long since we last met. Has it? Why do you seem not to recognize me? Wang Dong chuckled. Zhao Ninger, filled with joy, covered her face with her hands, her eyes shining as she responded. It's not that I didn't recognize you, but rather, I dared not. Did you come here with this beautiful lady? Yes, Wang Dong nodded. Seeing their familiarity, Shen Shanshan smiled and said, you 2 old friends catch up for a bit. I'll step into the restroom. Sure, Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Watching Shen Shanshan's departing figure, Zhao Ninger expressed her astonishment. You're quite impressive, Wang Dong, to have found such a beautiful girl as your girlfriend. She looks splendidly dressed. She must be quite wealthy, right? Don't misunderstand. She is just as Wang Dong was about to clarify. A middle-aged man approached with a grim expression, one hand resting on his ample belly, and coldly remarked, Zhao Ninger, who are you whispering to? This is a workplace, not a place for you to chat quietly with acquaintances. If you don't want to work, then get out immediately. Manager Ho, I'm sorry. Zhao Ninger's expression changed, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Manager Ho had abused his power, engaging in inappropriate relationships with several young women in the restaurant. When Wang Dong was around, his gaze had been fixated on Zhao Ninger. Initially, he thought that leveraging his status, along with the persuasion of a few girls already involved with him, would make winning over Zhao Ninger a simple task. However, he never anticipated her strong resistance, which led him to treat her harshly whenever he got the chance. With a scoff, Manager Ho turned to leave. But upon glancing at Wang Dong's somewhat familiar face, he squinted his eyes. I seem to have seen you before. Yes, it's you. Manager Ho. Long time no see. I hope you've been well, Wang Dong replied with a smile. Recognizing him, Manager Ho's face broke into a smile as he waved and said, I remember you. Your name is Wang Dong. Isn't it? Come over here. I'd like to discuss something with you. Manager Ho had something to convey. Wang Dong approached with a smile. With a mischievous glance towards Zhao Ninger, Manager Ho leaned in closer to Wang Dong and whispered, You are here seeking employment, aren't you? I can take charge of this matter. If you assist me in winning over Zhao Ninger, I shall appoint you as the head of the waitstaff. What do you say? Do not claim it is beyond your capabilities. I am aware of your previous rapport with Zhao Ninger. If you support my endeavor, you will undoubtedly succeed in capturing her heart. Chapter 40. Just Deserts. Wang Dong furrowed his brow. When he previously worked part-time here, he had heard whispers about Manager Ho, but he never anticipated that Ho would now set his sights on Zhao Ninger. Manager Ho, since you are aware of the amicable relationship I share with Zhao Ninger, do you not fear the consequences of your words? What do you mean? I've given you a chance, don't squander it. Upon hearing this, Manager Ho's countenance darkened, and he glared at Wang Dong, saying, Many aspire to be a head waiter. I am not obligated to agree to your demands. You would do well to be perceptive. Understand? I advise you to heed my warning. Zhao Ninger is my friend. Should you entertain any improper intentions towards her, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Wang Dong replied in a low voice. How dare you threaten me? You are merely a part-time delivery worker, the dregs of society. Manager Ho erupted in fury, his plump face reddening, and he raised his hand, ready to strike Wang Dong. No one beneath him had ever spoken to him in such a manner. He thought, if I do not teach this brat a lesson, he will never know who holds the power here. Seeing Manager Ho suddenly strike, Zhao Ninger gasped, Wang Dong, be careful. Humph. Manager Ho sneered, his grip tightening. Just as his palm was about to land on Wang Dong's face, a resounding slap echoed, and Manager Ho let out a cry, stumbling backward. Ouch! He collided with a nearby food cart, creating a chaotic scene. The onlookers gasped and security personnel, along with several female waitstaff, rushed over inquiring, Manager Ho, are you alright? Does it look like I am unscathed? Manager Ho cursed angrily, then fixed a fierce glare on Wang Dong. You have guts, daring to lay a hand on me. Everyone, seize him. Let this brat know who rules this domain. Yes, Manager Ho. The security staff cast cold glances at Wang Dong, preparing to take action when a commanding voice rang out. Who dares to touch my people? Huh? The crowd paused, turning in confusion to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman, leaving them momentarily speechless. Manager Ho was taken aback, his expression shifting. Boss Shin? The owner of the commanding voice was none other than Shin Shanshan. Although she did not frequent this establishment often, she had invested a significant amount of money here, holding the status of a diamond member, a true VIP. Even Manager Ho dared not treat her with disrespect. Boss Shin, do you have an affiliation with this young man? Indeed, Shin Shanshan affirmed with a nod. Manager Ho, incredulous, exclaimed, Are you certain you are not mistaken? This young man is merely a worthless delivery worker. How could he possibly be associated with someone as esteemed as you? Who are you calling worthless? And what of being a delivery worker? He earns his living through honest labor, his earnings are clean. What is there to disparage? Shun Shanshan coldly retorted, fixing him with a piercing gaze. It is you, as a manager, who behaves recklessly and without regard. You are the true embodiment of worthlessness. Boss Shin, your words are rather excessive, aren't they? Manager Ho's expression darkened, and he spoke with a hint of distress. Shin Shanshan coldly replied, If this is considered reasonable, then what shall I say when I call your boss? Why, you're gonna call our boss? Manager Ho's face turned pale with fear as he hurriedly pleaded. No, Miss Shin, let us discuss this calmly. Please do not contact my boss. Then how do you intend to handle this matter? Shin Shanshan pressed. Manager Ho quickly raised his hand and slapped his own face a few times, begging, I was wrong. I will punish myself.
Yassure you.
I will never disrespect this gentleman again. And what else? Shin Shanshan inquired. Manager Ho replied, I promise I will cease my inappropriate thoughts about Zhao Ninger. Ms. Shen, please spare me. I will amend my ways. If such a scoundrel can truly reform, then surely a devil could lay down his sword and attain enlightenment. Wang Dong remarked with a chuckle. Manager Ho's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered. Mr. Wang, I acknowledge my faults. I was blind to your worth. I sincerely repent. Please grant me another chance. Very well. I shall consult the female attendants by your side to see if they are willing to offer you an opportunity. Wang Dong responded, casting his gaze toward the waitresses who had rushed to Manager Ho's side. A sense of relief washed over Manager Ho. Having had intimate relations with these attendants, he was confident they would support him. You might have asked the wrong people. Ha ha ha. However, the next moment, the words of the waitresses shattered his fleeting sense of triumph. I do not agree. Nor do I. We implore Ms. Shen and Mr. Wang to take action. This beast has abused his position to coerce me into his bed. I can no longer bear to live. Why you? Manager Ho's face drained of color as he realized the gravity of the situation. Wang Dong chuckled softly and glanced at Shen Shanshan, suggesting that this villain, having committed numerous wrongs, ought not to remain in their midst. Shen Shanshan, upon learning of the harrowing experiences of the waitresses, was consumed with rage and promptly dialed the owner of the Huashan Palace restaurant. Manager Ho's countenance shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth. Are you all intent on destroying me? Very well, I shall take you down with me. You all seize that scoundrel. What are you saying? The security guards regarded him with mocking laughter, looking at him as one would a particularly foolish swine. You do not think you still possess the authority of a manager to issue commands to us, do you? Why you? Manager Ho's voice trembled as he finally comprehended the full extent of his predicament. Shen Shanshan's call connected, and after detailing the situation to the owner of Huashan Palace, he promptly placed a call to Manager Ho. Without allowing the manager to speak, the proprietor of the Fire God Palace declared, I shall not engage in further discourse with you. From this moment forth, you are no longer the manager of this establishment. Remove your uniform at once and vacate the premises. Please, boss, grant me a chance. After all these years, if not for my accomplishments, I have certainly contributed through my diligence. I implore you to beep, beep, beep. Just as Manager Ho was about to plead further, the owner abruptly terminated the call and proceeded to contact the head of security. Upon hearing the situation, the captain wasted no time and shouted at Manager Ho, You have been dismissed by the owner. Leave immediately, or do not blame us for taking more severe measures. Chapter 41. Affectionate sentiments. Manager Ho wished to linger a while longer, but upon observing the stern countenance of the security chief, he had no choice but to make a hasty exit. As he departed, a wave of jubilation erupted among the crowd. At last, that scoundrel has left. Wang Dong, I cannot thank you enough. Zhao Ninger approached him with heartfelt gratitude. During this period, she had faced relentless harassment. Had it not been for her unresolved housing situation, she would have sought refuge elsewhere immediately. Although the benefits at the Fire God Palace surpassed those of ordinary restaurants, the presence of such a lecherous manager made it untenable for any self-respecting woman to remain. Several female servers who had fallen prey to Manager Ho's advances were driven by various motivations. Some came from families that relied on their earnings, while others were duped by promises of marriage, believing they could elevate their status by marrying him. These naive young women, hailing from impoverished rural backgrounds, had ventured into the workforce with aspirations of transforming their destinies. The prospect of marrying Manager Ho seemed a pathway to urban respectability, leading them to accept their unfortunate circumstances. Yet, once they realized they had been deceived, it was too late to resist. Now, with this opportunity at hand, they would not allow Manager Ho to remain and continue their suffering. The manager himself was quite an oddity. Having basked in his elevated position for too long, he mistakenly believed that his relationships with these women rendered them his possessions. Little did he grasp that discord in romantic relations could lead to dreams that diverged despite shared beds. Wang Dong chuckled and turned to Shen Shanshan, saying, Do not thank me. Your gratitude should be directed towards Boss Shen. I lack her contact information. Indeed, thank you, Boss Shen. The crowd chimed in, their voices filled with appreciation. Shen Shanshan smiled and waved her hand dismissively, replying, There is no need for thanks. Had it not been for Wang Dong, I would remain oblivious to such matters within our ranks. Wang Dong, you mentioned taking me to a prime spot. Where is it? She inquired. Over there, in the corner, he replied with a smile, pointing to a location. Shin Shanshan, perplexed, asked, what makes the corner such a desirable spot? You'll see when we get there, he said, a mysterious grin spreading across his face as he led her that way. Trusting his judgment, she followed with curiosity. Upon reaching the designated corner, Shin Shanshan noticed that the elevation was slightly higher than where they had previously been, exclaiming, this place seems to be at a higher vantage point. You are not mistaken. It is indeed elevated compared to other areas, Wang Dong confirmed with a smile. Take a seat and experience it for yourself. All right, she replied, settling down. As she gazed across the restaurant, an exhilarating sensation washed over her, as if she could behold the entirety of the establishment at once. Is it truly possible to see the restaurant so clearly from here? She mused. That is precisely why I deemed it a prime location, Wang Dong affirmed with a grin. How did you discover this? She asked. Ah, you seem to have forgotten. I once worked part-time here, he reminded her. Due to the restaurant's considerable size, delivery personnel are not permitted to enter. They typically collect orders from a rear window. Wang Dong chuckled, remarking, however, the weather in Nantian City is exceedingly hot. If the delivery staff must wait outside for a few minutes, even in the evening, the heat can be overwhelming, making it quite challenging to endure. Consequently, some may discreetly shed their vests and take a brief respite in a corner of the establishment. This way, they can rest without disturbing other patrons. Over time, I discovered this hidden spot. Yet, regular customers generally do not occupy this area. Ah, I see. Shin Shanshan smiled and nodded. When she dines here, she usually prefers the private rooms upstairs, often hosting business associates, thus remaining unaware of this secluded location. Observing him, she continued, since you are a familiar face here, why not place the order for me? Certainly, Wang Dong glanced at the menu, noting the unchanged selections, and ordered several of the most popular dishes. Zhao Ninger approached, inquiring, is there anything else you need? That's all. Thank you for your efforts. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Zhao Ninger shook her head, stating, you are too polite, sir. What, sir? We are old friends. There's no need to be so formal, Wang Dong laughed. Zhao Ninger slightly shook her head, responding, at present, you are indeed the guest. Please wait a moment. Your orders will be ready shortly. All right, Wang Dong mused, glancing at Shin Shanshan, who was intently watching Zhao Ninger's retreating figure. Suddenly, she asked, it seems she has a bit of an interest in you. Did anything transpire between you two while working together? What are you thinking, boss? With such a busy schedule, where would I find time to develop any relationship? Wang Dong replied, bemused. Shin Shanshan smirked, exclaiming with a hint of intrigue, her beautiful eyes sparkling. As the two enjoyed their meal, a middle-aged man of average height but not short approached briskly, wearing a broad smile. Boss Shin, I apologize for the incident at the restaurant. I have only just arrived. I hope you can forgive me. Boss Hong, you need not have come all this way. The matter has been resolved perfectly. Shin Shanshan stood and replied with a smile. Boss Hong quickly shook his head, insisting that cannot be. You are my esteemed guest. Such an incident cannot be overlooked on my part. This is a small token of my appreciation. I ask that you and Mr. Wang accept it. With that, he retrieved 2 small gift boxes from his pocket, presenting them with both hands. One was red for Shin Shanshan, and the other blue for Wang Dong. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Shanshan smiled and said, since Boss Hong is so generous, I shall graciously accept it. Wang Dong, you should take yours as well. Thank you, Boss Hong. Wang Dong nodded with a smile as he accepted the blue gift box. Upon opening the box, one discovers a delicate blue gift adorned with a sapphire pendant, while a charming red box cradles a ruby pendant, reminiscent of a couple's set. Indeed, it is a couple's set. Both gemstones are engraved with the phrase, a lifetime of love. If this is not a couple's set, then what could it possibly be? Boss Hong, evidently misunderstanding their relationship from the outset, jovially exclaimed, congratulations, Mr. Shun and Mr. Wang. May your affection be everlasting and your love boundless. In an instant, Shin Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast an embarrassed glare at Boss Hong, then turned to Wang Dong, offering no explanation. Wang Dong, initially inclined to clarify, found himself lost in the depths of her tender gaze, the urge to explain dissipating into thin air, leaving him with only the words, "Thank you for your kind wishes, Boss Hong. Ah, no need for such modesty. Your satisfaction is my greatest joy." Boss Hong replied with a broad smile, pleased with their reactions and his gift choice. It was then that Wang Dong offered a subtle smile, saying, "In the spirit of reciprocity, I would like to present you with a token of my gratitude." Chapter 42. Do I have flowers on my face? Boss Hong was taken aback, gazing at Wang Dong with surprise. He chuckled, "Mr. Wang, as a guest, how could I possibly accept a gift from you? I believe this gift is something you truly need," Wang Dong replied with a smile. Boss Hong, intrigued by his words, inquired further, "May I ask what this gift is?" Boss Hong, do you not experience a burning sensation in your leg every noon? One that is excruciatingly unbearable? Wang Dong asked, casting his gaze upon Boss Hong's right leg. The expression on Boss Hong's face shifted, astonished as he exclaimed, "How did you know?" Although he had consulted several doctors, they were professionals who would never divulge his private medical conditions. "To be honest, Boss Hong, I once encountered an extraordinary individual in my youth and learned some medical techniques from him. Thus, I can discern that your peculiar condition must have originated in your childhood," Wang Dong stated, looking directly at him. Boss Hong was utterly amazed and nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, my family was exceptionally poor during my childhood. One winter, when the snow fell heavily, I nearly froze to death. It was my neighbor who saved me. Although I survived, from that day forth, my legs would ache terribly every noon. Initially, my family thought it was simply growing pains, but soon realized it was not. Even after I acquired wealth and sought out numerous renowned physicians, none could remedy my plight. They claimed it was a peculiar ailment that had never been encountered before and was currently untreatable. Mr. Wang, if you could cure me of this affliction, I would owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I would not hesitate for a moment," Boss Hong expressed, already having thanked Wang Dong. Wang Dong smiled and waved the sapphire in his hand. "Please, lift your trousers and fetch me a bowl of clear water. I can treat you right now. Quick, bring a bowl of clear water." Boss Hong instructed a nearby waiter without delay. Wang Dong, however, chuckled and said to Zhao Ninger, "Why don't you go and get the water?" "Ah?" Zhao Ninger was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized he was providing her an opportunity to showcase herself before the boss. She immediately turned her gaze to Boss Hong. "Is that all right, boss? Mr. Wang has requested it. You should go," Boss Hong promptly replied. Having been in business for many years, he possessed keen insight and could see the connection between the two, nodding in agreement. Zhao Ninger acknowledged with a yes and soon returned with a bowl of clear water. "Boss, Mr. Wang, the water is here." "Excellent. Please pour this bowl of water over Boss Hong's leg," Wang Dong instructed with a smile. Zhao Ninger nodded and promptly did as instructed. Then Wang Dong extended a hand, placing it beneath the ceramic bowl. The onlookers were puzzled, and even Boss Hong harbored doubts. Could this truly remedy his leg ailment? Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Mr. Wang, do you need anything else?" "None at all." Wang Dong shook his head, gradually channeling his inner energy through the base of the bowl and into Boss Hong's body. His vital energy was exceptionally intense, and by placing a bowl filled with clear water between them, it was possible to temper this fiery energy, rendering it more gentle and beneficial to the human body. Simultaneously, he intended to showcase his abilities deliberately. As the crowd began to speculate on his motives, suddenly, Boss Hong felt a warmth radiating from his legs, accompanied by a clattering sound from the overturned bowl, as if it were being heated by an intense fire. Boss Hong was taken aback, almost retracting his leg. "Do not move," Wang Dong admonished. Only then did Boss Hong remain still, astonished, and inquired, "Mr. Wang, why does this bowl feel so hot?" "That is precisely the point," Wang Dong replied. "This is my unique secret technique, known as absorbing the bowl from across the mountain. You simply need to endure for another minute and a half, and that heat will be completely absorbed into the water, sparing you further discomfort." Wang Dong spoke with conviction, while in reality, he was utilizing his vital energy to dissolve Boss Hong's chronic ailment, allowing the damaged meridians to heal and the blood to circulate normally. Boss Hong felt a sense of unspoken respect and obediently complied. I will endure. After about a minute, Wang Dong withdrew his hand and declared, It's time. Zhao Ning, you may turn the bowl over, but be careful not to burn yourself. Understood. Zhao Ning replied cautiously as she carefully flipped the bowl. Although some water spilled out, at least half remained inside. As soon as the bowl was turned, everyone was astonished to see steam billowing forth, swirling like a dragon, and they exclaimed, My goodness! The water has boiled. Incredible! Mr. Wang possesses remarkable skills. Even Boss Hong could not help but give a thumbs up, his face reflecting admiration for Wang Dong. Wang Dong smiled and said, Boss Hong, your ailment has been resolved. You will know the truth by noon tomorrow. No. If you say it's cured, then it certainly is. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. I believe you right now, Boss Hong responded immediately. Wang Dong chuckled. I appreciate your trust, Boss Hong. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Very well. Allow me to see you off, Boss Hong replied, promptly rolling up his pant leg and glancing at Zhao Ning. You should accompany me to see off Mr. Wang and Mr. Shen. Of course, boss. Zhao Ning hurriedly followed, realizing that her boss intended to promote her. After they bid farewell to Wang Dong and his companion, Boss Hong indeed turned to her and said, That previous troublesome fellow has been dismissed, and we are in need of a manager. I find you quite astute, and you have been with us for some time, haven't you? Yes, I started working here when I was 18, so it has been over 3 years now. Zhao Ning replied promptly. Boss Hong nodded in satisfaction. Then you can be considered one of our veteran employees. I entrust you with the position of restaurant manager. I have confidence in you. Boss, you want me to be the manager? But I don't know how to do that, Zhao Ning exclaimed in surprise, as she had anticipated that Boss Hong would only elevate her to a head server position, never imagining that he would directly promote her to manager. Boss Hong chuckled, saying, It matters not if you are inexperienced. Your youth allows for gradual learning. Moreover, if a restaurant cannot function properly without a manager, then it certainly harbors significant operational issues. Now, will you accept this position? I am willing, Zhao Ning replied with heartfelt sincerity. I promise to learn diligently and not bring shame to you or the restaurant. Boss Hong smiled. Ah, that is the right attitude. Now, do your best. Yes, boss. On the way back, Shun Shanshan's gaze remained fixed on Wang Dong, her eyes examining him repeatedly, causing a sense of unease to settle within him. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, Boss, do I have something on my face? Chapter 43. The enigmatic heart of a woman. Though there were no flowers, I have come to realize my previous lack of understanding of you. Shun Shanshan gazed at his face and inquired, When did you acquire your medical knowledge? I have always possessed a smattering of it, though my understanding is rather limited. Wang Dong replied nonchalantly, Otherwise, when my mother fell ill, I would have been at a loss, wouldn't I? Even so, why did you never mention it before? Shun Shanshan pressed further. Wang Dong responded, as the saying goes, A full bucket of water is stable while a half bucket wobbles. My proficiency in medicine is akin to that half bucket. Should I flaunt it, it would surely be a wobbly display, resulting in quite an embarrassing situation. So, he felt his skills were inadequate and feared losing face. Shun Shanshan chuckled softly, turning away as she remarked, You truly are a pragmatic and cautious man. Thank you for the compliment, boss, Wang Dong replied. Please refrain from calling me boss. You have assisted me immensely. We are no longer merely in a typical employer-employee relationship, Shun Shanshan stated. What, then, is our relationship? Wang Dong asked, somewhat perplexed, his gaze drifting to the gift box she held. Noticing his gaze, Shun Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly clarified, You mustn't misinterpret my intentions. This pendant is simply a token of affection from Boss Hong. I understand. However, if we are neither employer and employee nor romantic partners, then what exactly are we? Wang Dong blinked, curious. Shun Shanshan looked at him and said, You are rather slow, aren't you? We are good friends, of course. From now on, remember, when we are alone, do not call me boss. What should I call you then? Just use my name. Shanshan? Wang Dong tentatively called. Shun Shanshan's heart skipped a beat, and with a slight blush, she affirmed, Yes, that's right. Remember it well. All right, Shanshan, Wang Dong nodded. Shun Shanshan glanced at him, encouraging him to call her name again. Shanshan, Shanshan. Ah, please don't overdo it, Shun Shanshan interjected, her heart racing as she waved her hand to halt him. Wang Dong, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "You were the one who asked me to call you more." "Not anymore," she replied. "Very well," Wang Dong thought to himself, shaking his head. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. The thoughts of his beautiful boss were indeed difficult to decipher. Sister Xian was much better. She would have guessed it immediately. "Ah, it seems we have arrived at the Jade Garden. Shall we proceed inside? Have we arrived so soon?" Shun Shanshan looked up and, seeing that they had indeed reached her residence, remarked with a hint of reluctance, "You drive rather swiftly. This is the right place." "Assent it?" Wang Dong asked. "Yes," Shun Shanshan nodded. "However, there's no need to drive in. It would be a hassle for you to turn around when you leave." "Assent this your car?" Wang Dong was taken aback, realizing his own vehicle was currently lent to Li Feng. Shun Shanshan glanced at him and said, "Since you drove me back, I certainly intend to lend you my car. If you awaken early tomorrow morning, please drive over to pick me up and take me to the store. If you cannot manage to get up, I will simply take a taxi there. Then I shall come to fetch you in the morning," Wang Dong said with a smile. Shun Shanshan nodded, opened the car door, and stepped out, advising, "Drive safely, be cautious on the road, and do not speed." "Understood. Don't rush to leave. Remember to text me when you get home to let me know you arrived safely. Otherwise, I won't know if you made it back unharmed, and if something were to happen, it would be quite troublesome," Shun Shanshan added. Wang Dong found her sudden verbosity amusing, yet he recognized her genuine concern for his well-being, which warmed his heart. He smiled and assured her, "I will definitely message you to confirm my safe arrival. Now you should head inside." "All right, I'll go in now." Shun Shanshan hesitated briefly before turning to walk into the residential complex. Wang Dong watched her enter with a smile, not hurrying back himself, but instead stopping along the way to purchase some fruits before heading to the hospital where his mother was. He had two purposes for visiting the hospital. One was to see his mother, and the other was to visit the icy beauty director Ning Shuang. Although they had fortuitously ended up in bed together the other day, Ning Shuang had practically pulled him there in a frenzy. Wang Dong felt it was necessary to take some responsibility as a man for such an occurrence. As he drove, he chuckled to himself, contemplating how he would broach the subject of their unexpected encounter in the hotel. Unbeknownst to him, a group of thugs hired by Jiang who, led by the fierce-looking Huang Shi and accompanied by a man in a black suit, were approaching the alley near his rented apartment. Damn it! This dark-skinned man, whose eyes glimmered ominously, was being tormented by the mosquitoes in the alley. Cursing at the suited man beside him, "Lu Tao, have you really confirmed that the kid lives here?" "No doubt about it, Boss Huang. That kid undoubtedly resides in this vicinity," replied Lu Tao, the former manager whom Wang Dong had dismissed from the store. His gaze was fixed with malicious intent on the self-built house ahead. "I am already that kid's superior. I know his address perfectly well. Damn it, I don't care about that. You brought us here, so now you keep watch. I'm getting into the car. These damned mosquitoes are driving me insane." Huang Shi grumbled as he climbed into the vehicle. There were simply too many mosquitoes. It was unbearable for him, and his lackeys had long since reached their limit. However, out of respect for their leader's silence, they refrained from voicing their discomfort. Seeing Huang Shi get into the car, they followed suit. Although there would still be mosquitoes inside the vehicle, it was certainly preferable to being outside where they were besieged by swarms. Lu Tao was both furious and frustrated, yet he dared not express his anger towards Huang Shi and the others. He remained hidden in the shadows, his body covered in mosquito bites, silently cursing, "Damn it! It has been quite some time since work ended. Yet Wang Dong, that rascal, remains absent. What could he possibly be doing? If he lingers any longer, he shall inevitably become a peculiar sight, besieged by mosquitoes." Wang Dong parked his vehicle in the hospital's parking lot, clutching a bag of fruit as he made his way towards the entrance. Just then, he heard someone call out, "Hey, boss, care to take a look at something?" With a hint of suspicion, Wang Dong glanced at the individual. The man was tall and slender, carrying a backpack, and wore a mysterious smile as he remarked, "Come on, take a look, boss. I have some treasures here." Chapter 44. Why is this world so challenging? What treasure are you referring to? Wang Dong inquired, his brow furrowed with skepticism. The tall, slender man chuckled amiably and replied, "Our South Sky City is renowned for its exquisite jade artifacts. Naturally, the treasure I speak of is jade. Boss, I possess not only raw materials, but also jade ornaments that symbolize peace and auspiciousness. Would you care to take a look?" "Very well. Please present them for my inspection." Wang Dong responded with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. The slender man, visibly elated, exclaimed, "All right, boss, just a moment." He then retrieved an array of jade ornaments as well as several small pieces of raw jade. Most of the ornaments depicted Buddhas or guanyins, or even leaves, embodying auspicious designs. This aligns with the traditional craftsmanship that values meaningful symbolism in its creations, unlike some contemporary crafts that overly prioritize fashion and individuality at the expense of auspicious significance. Of course, the pursuit of fashion also stems from the necessity for traditional artisans to distinguish their work, which demands a high level of skill. Particularly for certain designs, the choice of raw materials is quite discerning. The small pieces of raw jade he presented were mostly circular, measuring no more than 5 centimeters in width and no more than half a centimeter in thickness. These materials are primarily used for crafting jade pendants. Take a look at these ornaments first. Do you find any that appeal to you? If so, we can discuss pricing. If not, you may purchase this raw material and commission a jade sculptor to create something to your liking, the slender man suggested with a smile. Wang Dong examined the materials, noting that they were all ice and ice-glutinous jade. This quality of jade is generally accessible to the mass market and not particularly expensive. "How much are you selling these raw materials for?" he asked. "The ice jade is 300 for each piece, while the ice-glutinous jade is 200 firm prices," the slender man promptly replied. Wang Dong was taken aback. 300 for an ice jade piece? Indeed, boss. The price is somewhat more favorable than the market rates. The slender man grinned. More than somewhat. Typically, an ice jade piece starts at 500, with premium quality incurring additional charges. 300 is significantly below market value, Wang Dong remarked, his suspicion regarding the legitimacy of the goods growing. However, upon closer inspection, the authenticity of the items was evident, leading him to ponder aloud. "I say, my friend, can you truly profit from selling at this price? Moreover, if you were to offer these prices at a flea market, wouldn't you be besieged by eager buyers? Why endure the wait here as a backpacker? I would love to set up a stall. However, the vendors at the market prohibit me from selling at such low prices," the slender man replied with a rueful smile, lifting his shirt to reveal a body marked with dark bruises. "Boss, you see, this is the result of my attempt to set up a stall yesterday. Those vendors assaulted me. They claimed my actions were driving down market prices, and several of them dragged me into a corner to beat me up. Do you not report this to the authorities?" Wang Dong asked. "There's no point. I lack any evidence," the slender man lamented. "Moreover, I am all alone while they are a group. If I were to report to the police, who knows what slander they might hurl at me." The tall, slender man spoke, his expression gradually turning pitiful, his voice becoming hoarse. "I am not a dedicated seller of these items. I merely resorted to this after my previous employer at the jade shop absconded with donations, leaving me without salary for over a year. I thought to sell these at a low price to recoup a fraction of my wages. You see, the world is incredibly harsh for an ordinary worker like me. How much of this rough material do you have left?" Wang Dong inquired. "Just this one bag, containing 21 pieces," the tall man replied. "Even with so little, they cannot tolerate you. It is truly unjust." Wang Dong sighed. 300 each is already below the typical wholesale price. What are those stall owners thinking? If it were me, I would have purchased them outright. Selling them at 500 each would not only avoid loss but yield profit. To think they would resort to violence. There is likely more to this story. I will take all this rough material. It totals 6,003, correct? Yes, boss. The tall man expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. I want to accept 300. Let us settle on 6,000 flat. No, let us be fair. 300 each is already exceedingly low. I cannot deduct a single cent from your 6,300. Wang Dong shook his head and transferred the money. The tall man was on the verge of tears, repeatedly bowing in thanks. No need to thank me. Take some time to reflect. Perhaps you inadvertently offended someone. Otherwise, it is peculiar that these vendors would not seize such a low-priced quantity of rough material and instead chose to assault you, Wang Dong remarked. The tall man's expression shifted abruptly. I will wrap your items. Seeing his reaction, Wang Dong understood he had grasped the situation. Offended someone? Perhaps it was Miss Mu, the tall man said bitterly. Yesterday, at the market, a beautiful woman offered 200 for a jade leaf of mine. I refused, and she coldly remarked that her surname was Mu. I casually replied that it did not matter what her surname was. This jade leaf is of high quality and cannot be sold for less than 4,000. She laughed derisively and warned me not to regret it. Oh, I recall now. It was less than 10 minutes after Miss Mu left that I was seized and beaten by several vendors. Miss Mu? A flicker of suspicion crossed Wang Dong's eyes. What do you call yourself, my friend? I am Huang Liao. Mr. Huang, since you are aware that you have offended someone, do refrain from visiting that market again. I recall there is an old market in the south of the city. You should go there instead. Wang Dong advised. Although the hospital has a large flow of people, most are preoccupied with their ailments and have little leisure to purchase your goods. As for those who can afford jade items priced in the thousands, they would not be interested in a backpack vendor. Due to their concerns regarding potential quality issues and the lack of guarantees, they perceive transactions with backpackers as lacking in prestige. Even if they were to pay a premium, they would prefer to purchase from specialized jade shops. Do you understand my point? Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder I have been here all day, as the majority of the drivers hardly spare me a glance. Upon hearing this, Huang Liao suddenly comprehended the situation. Wang Dong remarked, consider this. While jade bought in a store may be priced higher, it at least comes with a guarantee, allowing for recourse in case of any issues. However, purchasing from backpackers presents a dilemma. Should a problem arise, tracking them down would be an arduous task, and without proof of purchase, even if they were located, it would be futile. If you were in the consumer's position, would you opt to buy an item worth thousands? Huang Liao expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your guidance. I shall head to the old market in the southern part of the city at once. May I inquire your name? I shall forever remember your kindness. Chapter 45 Encountering the Iceberg Beauty. My name is Wang Dong, and I was once a wretched soul, cast adrift in the world. What I did earlier was merely a small gesture, not worthy of great gratitude. You need not dwell on it too much, Wang Dong remarked with a smile. However, Huang Liao replied with a serious expression. Those with wealth and power do nothing, yet still have others fawning over them. As a poor man like myself, even when I plead for someone to pause, no one casts a glance my way. Boss Wang, not only did you stay to look at my things, but you also offered me invaluable guidance. This great kindness will remain etched in my memory for a lifetime. Otherwise, I would truly be ungrateful. Brother, you really need not concern yourself with it, Wang Dong said, gently patting his shoulder. He understood his sentiments all too well. It was akin to when he was helpless about his mother's medical expenses and received aid from Xin Shanshan. Remember, you are not alone. You are never fighting this battle in isolation. Persevere, for if you wish to thrive in this world, you must always believe in the promise of tomorrow. Yes, Boss Wang. Huang Liao replied earnestly, nodding solemnly. Wang Dong chuckled, saying, Do not call me boss. I too am employed by someone else. Given our ages, I am merely your junior. Just refer to me as Brother Wang. Certainly, Brother Wang. Wang Dong could not help but laugh. Despite just having stated he was younger, Huang Liao still referred to him as elder brother. Very well, go and explore the old market, but do not set up a stall just yet. First, seek out those vendors. At your price point, there will surely be vendors willing to accept your offer. If they refuse, simply mention the unscrupulous behavior of your former boss, and then set up your stall in the old market to sell your jewelry at a lower price. Do you understand what I mean? Understood, Brother Wang. Huang Liao nodded, committing every word to memory. Wang Dong smiled and said, All right, be careful on your way. I am heading to the hospital now. Thank you, Brother Wang. I wish you a swift recovery, Huang Liao said earnestly. Wang Dong paused momentarily, surprised by the well-wish. He chuckled softly, offering no further explanation as he made his way toward the hospital. Perhaps it was due to that day when Tang Tianlong and his family brought him to the hospital. The staff treated him with exceptional regard. Upon seeing him, a staff member responsible for guiding visitors immediately bowed and greeted him. Mr. Wang, how do you do? Here to see your mother? Indeed, Wang Dong replied, somewhat taken aback, yet he nodded politely. Whether in the elevator or the hallway, anyone he encountered in the hospital would greet him with a cheerful, hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Dong felt somewhat bemused, yet he could not disregard their warmth. By the time he reached his mother's hospital room, he had exchanged greetings with at least 32 individuals. Knock, knock, he tapped on the door. Soon, his mother, Su Yulan's voice came from within. Is that Director Ning? Please come in. I am still awake. No, it is not Director Ning. It is your son. Wang Dong replied as he entered, placing the fruit on the bedside table with a smile. How are you doing, mother? It is not merely possible. I suspect that even the queen has not been afforded such comforts. Upon seeing her son, Su Yulan's face instantly brightened with a warm smile, and she joyfully remarked, especially under the attentive care of Director Ning Shuang, I feel immensely at ease. It is not that I enjoy indulgence, but I speak from the heart. I truly wish I could remain in this hospital room indefinitely. Ah, what a remarkable situation. While others are anxious to leave the hospital, you seem to have developed a fondness for staying, Wang Dong thought to himself, both amused and incredulous. Yet, he could discern that his mother was quite content with her hospital accommodations, which put his mind at ease as he chuckled. As long as you are comfortable, that's what matters. Let me peel an apple for you. No need, I can manage myself, she replied. You've been working so hard all day. How could I allow you to come to the hospital and still be busy? Su Yulan shook her head, took a ceramic knife and an apple, and skillfully peeled several slices before handing one to Wang Dong. Director Ning has been very kind to me. Why don't you take an apple to her? Of course. I came here with the intention of speaking with Director Ning Shuang as well, Wang Dong replied, picking up the peeled apple and lifting one of the baskets of fruit. Mother, I will come back later to keep you company. What do you need me for? Su Yulan asked. After you meet with Director Ning, you should return home to rest. It is quite late. Wang Dong smiled. All right then, I'll come to accompany you again on the day of the surgery. Go on now, Su Yulan urged him. Wang Dong closed the door to the ward and was about to head to the director's office to find Ning Shuang when, just as he turned, he caught sight of a stunningly beautiful doctor in a white coat, her perfect figure unmistakable despite the attire. Many patients and their families could not help but stare, some even contemplating approaching her, but upon seeing her frosty demeanor and the chilling gaze of her icy eyes, they felt as if they had been plunged into a freezer, silenced and hesitant to approach even a step closer. She was indeed an iceberg, a living embodiment of the frost accumulated over millions of years atop Kunlun Mountain. If it possessed sentience, it would surely bow before her. Ning Shuang, Wang Dong inhaled deeply. Faced with such an ice queen, the rehearsed words he had prepared dissipated entirely from his mind, leaving him speechless. Ning Shuang cast a cold glance in his direction and inquired, What brings you here? My mother is your patient, so I naturally came to visit her. I also wanted to see you, Wang Dong replied, extending the basket of fruit towards her. This is a token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. No need, take it back, Ning Shuang replied coolly, and with that, she gracefully strode towards the neighboring ward, evidently intending to conduct her rounds and assess the patient's conditions. Wang Dong watched her long, elegant legs moving away, and memories of their heated encounter at the hotel flooded his mind, causing a slight warmth to rise within him. Nevertheless, he immediately tempered his thoughts, following her silently without uttering a word. Once the rounds were concluded, Ning Shuang noticed that he was still trailing behind her. With a furrowed brow, she coldly inquired, What do you follow me for? You may forego the fruit basket. However, this apple was meticulously peeled by my mother and entrusted to me for delivery. You cannot let me take it back, Wang Dong stated, extending the perfectly peeled apple towards her. Ning Shuang glanced at the apple, then turned her gaze back to him, replying only this once. Thank you. Wang Dong sighed with relief, as he had genuinely worried that, given the frosty demeanor of this ice queen, she might once again refuse him, leaving him in a difficult position to explain to his mother. Ning, director, about that incident at the hotel. What hotel? I have no idea what you are referring to. I hope you can forget it soon, she interjected, not allowing him to finish. Without further ado, she took the apple and walked away. Wang Dong hurried to catch up. But, Chapter 46. The Lost Bird-Catching Claw of 1,000 Years. Without hesitation, Ning Shuang abruptly halted her steps, turning to glare icily at him. Mr. Wang, she stated, I am aware of the significant connection you have with the Tang family, yet I must caution you. It would be wise to keep your distance from me, or else you may find yourself in grave peril. Wang Dong was taken aback, bewildered by her sudden and ominous threat. He had intended to discuss the events at the hotel, but now it seemed to have escalated to the matter of life and death. Very well, he thought, you may be an icy beauty, but I shall refrain from climbing your frozen peak. Shaking his head, he descended the stairs with a fruit basket in hand. Along the way, he encountered hospital staff greeting him, and he generously distributed some fruit to them. Their reactions were in stark contrast to Ning Shuang's cold demeanor. They were taken aback and expressed their gratitude profusely. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Don't mention it, Wang Dong replied with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Shuang's office. What is so remarkable about her? Just because she doesn't want me to share with others, is it something novel? After distributing the fruit, he exited the hospital. Just as he was about to retrieve his car keys to unlock the door, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze behind him. Someone is attempting a sneak attack. Wang Dong's heart raced, and he instinctively reached back. The assailant, hidden behind him and intent on delivering a blow, immediately found himself at the mercy of a swift counterattack, releasing a heart-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He had never anticipated that, even in a surprise assault, Wang Dong could evade and counter with such finesse. To Wang Dong's astonishment, his reflexive action had manifested the legendary bird-catching claw, a technique said to have been perfected over a millennium. Had he exerted a tad more force, the assailant might have met a definitive end, akin to a modern-day chief of the imperial court. Brother, let us talk this over. Please don't grab me, the attacker gasped. His face pale and green in the dim light, eyes nearly bulging in pain as he pleaded. Wang Dong scoffed, rinsing his hands with a bottle of mineral water from his car while inquiring, Who are you, and why did you attempt to assault me? I'm merely a hired muscle, nothing of consequence. Someone paid me 10,000 to teach you a lesson, the assailant quickly explained. Wang Dong regarded him warily. Who employed you? I don't know their name, but they seemed quite affluent. They instructed me to incapacitate you and leave a warning. You better behave yourself, the thug responded hastily. What was the warning? Wang Dong pressed. This is just a minor taste of hardship. If you dare to approach my woman again, it will lead to your demise. The thug altered a few details, yet the essence of the message remained intact. Suddenly, Wang Dong recalled Ning Shuang's earlier words and realized with a jolt that the individual behind this attack was likely incensed by his closeness to her. On that fateful day at the hotel, it seemed that Ning Shuang had fallen victim to the machinations of a shadowy figure. In a moment of panic, she sought refuge, only to be inadvertently discovered by Wang Dong, which led to the unforeseen incident. Suddenly, Wang Dong comprehended the entirety of the situation, yearning to confront Ning Shuang for clarity. Yet, the chilling demeanor of that woman left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Brother, I have divulged everything to you. Does this mean I may take my leave? The henchman chuckled nervously, his eyes pleading with Wang Dong. Wang Dong cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Convey to the one who employed you that Ning Shuang is now my woman. If he possesses any courage, let him come seek me out personally. Hiding in the shadows like a rat or a turtle is nothing short of grotesque. The henchman's face paled, cold sweat trickling down his back. He realized that should he dare relay such words to his employer, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Wang Dong fixed him with a stern gaze. Have you taken my words to heart? Yes, indeed. I have committed everything to memory, the henchman stammered. Then repeat it back to me. Should you err by even a single word, I shall crush one of your eggs. If you falter with 2 words, I shall ruin 2 eggs, along with your eyes. Wang Dong's stare bore into him. The term eyes was a colloquialism in the underworld, predominantly used in the ancient circles of China. Initially referring to one's arms, it had evolved to signify various organs, now primarily denoting the eyes. To render one's eyes useless meant to incapacitate them entirely. The henchman, accustomed to the ways of the streets, understood all too well. his complexion turning ashen. I won't make a mistake. I promise. He then recited Wang Dong's words verbatim, flawlessly mimicking his expression. Satisfied, Wang Dong nodded. Since you recall it so clearly, I shall let you go this time. Ensure you relay my exact words. Otherwise, our next encounter will involve more than just eggs and eyes. Yes, yes. I will deliver your words faithfully. The henchman, in a state of panic, turned and fled. Wang Dong exhaled, wiped his hands, and then entered his car, heading towards his rented accommodation. Shortly after his departure, the henchman sought out the shadowy figure. In a brightly lit restaurant, he beheld a portly man, adorned with an array of jade jewelry and clutching a Cuban cigar, whose very presence sent a shiver through the henchman. He immediately knelt before him. I am sorry, boss. I have botched the task. Useless fool, the man remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him. Did you deliver my message? I did, the henchman replied quickly. But the gentleman insisted I return with a message for you. Is he pleading for mercy? The corpulent man sneered. It was evident he had not considered that the henchman's failure would preclude any possibility of a plea for clemency from Wang Dong. He had grown too accustomed to his elevated position, far removed from the realities that surrounded him. The enforcer chuckled mockingly and said, That gentleman declared, Ning Shuang is already my woman. If you have the courage, come and seek me out personally. Hiding in the shadows like a rat or a turtle is simply disgraceful, a grotesque creature that repulses. He truly recounted Wang Dong's words verbatim. Upon hearing this, the rotund man's face darkened immediately, the Cuban cigar in his grip snapping under the pressure of his grasp. He slammed his palm onto the dining table and rose in fury, shouting, Preposterous! Spare me, boss. These are not my words but those of that gentleman. I merely relayed them without embellishment. The enforcer hurriedly interjected. You lot, drag this worthless fool out and feed him to the dogs. The corpulent man cared not for the source of the words. The mere fact that they escaped the enforcer's lips warranted retribution. Furthermore, find me someone. That brat claims I only know how to hide. Does he? I shall make him acquainted with despair. Chapter 47. I will lift you up, yes, Boss G. The subordinate promptly complied with his orders, yet in their hearts, they had already deemed Wang Dong a lifeless entity. As Wang Dong leisurely drove along the road, he filled his tank with gasoline near his rental apartment before parking the car outside a narrow alley. He draped a sunshade over the vehicle and proceeded into the alley. Ah, brother, you are so fierce. Easy there, big brother. You might just kill me. What an impressive big brother. My legs are all weak. Laughter and playful cries of women echoed through the alley. What depravity, Wang Dong muttered under his breath. Yet his eyes betrayed his curiosity as they wandered toward the houses. Could one truly claim to be a normal man devoid of any curiosity? Deep within the alley, Huang Shi and his companions had been waiting for Wang Dong's return for several hours, their patience nearing its breaking point. Damn it! Lu Tao, how reliable is your information? Huang Shi exclaimed, flinging open the car door and seizing Lu Tao, whose face was marred by numerous insect bites, nearly striking him across the face. However, upon witnessing Lu Tao's grotesque visage, Huang Shi recoiled in shock and quickly retreated to the car. Lu Tao felt as though he were on the brink of death. The sweltering heat, coupled with the relentless onslaught of mosquitoes, was unbearable. He felt he might as well crash to the ground. Huang Shi, you must believe me. That guy has caused me so much suffering. I dream of revenge against him. How could I possibly betray you? Why hasn't that scoundrel returned yet? Huang Shi seethed, turning his gaze away in disgust, nearly retching. Don't speak to me directly. Turn away. I don't know why he hasn't returned either. At the Jade Gambling House, most employees finish their shifts by 8 in the evening, with only a few starting work at noon and thus leaving well past 10. Lu Tao remarked, his expression one of bitter confusion. Even if they finish at 10 in the evening, it should be time for him to leave now, right? Are you asking me? Huang Shi barked in response. While they exchanged words, the attention of those nearby was drawn to their conversation, leaving Wang Dong to slip unnoticed into the residential building. As he ascended the stairs, he cast a fleeting glance toward Huang Shi and his group, noting several individuals huddled together, seemingly engaged in discussion. With his keen night vision, he easily recognized Lu Tao, whose swollen face rendered him nearly unrecognizable. After observing them for a moment and realizing they were not approaching, Wang Dong lost interest and hurried to the door of Exinjie's room, knocking gently. "Who is it?" Exinjie inquired, busy placing the cooled rice she had prepared for the next morning into the refrigerator to prevent spoilage from the night's heat. Upon hearing a knock at the door, she glanced toward it with a hint of suspicion. "It's me, Wang Dong," he murmured softly. At the sound of his voice, her cheeks instinctively flushed. "Why are you here so late?" she inquired, though she nonetheless opened the door. As she beheld Wang Dong standing at the threshold, an undeniable warmth engulfed her. Particularly, the fervent gaze he cast upon her ignited an ardor within her. Wang Dong had already been stirred by the sultry ambience of the alley. Upon seeing her alluringly blushing visage and her ample figure, he could no longer contain himself and stepped into the room, swiftly lifting her into his arms. "Ah, you mustn't be reckless. I need to take Nuan to school in the morning," she protested. "I will accompany you for that," Wang Dong replied, tearing away her apron while showering kisses upon her cheeks, forehead, nose, and lips. Sister Exine found herself utterly defenseless. Though she uttered protests, her body instinctively responded to Wang Dong's advances, her breaths growing increasingly rapid. Suddenly, she gasped, startled by her own voice, and hurriedly glanced toward Nuan's room. Wang Dong, restraining himself, paused and looked in that direction, whispering, "Children typically sleep soundly. She shouldn't wake." I should check," Sister Exine said, her unease evident. Wang Dong chuckled wryly now. Observing his state, her cheeks burned crimson. Gathering her courage, she embraced Wang Dong tightly. The unspoken meaning was clear. Without further hesitation, Wang Dong wrapped his arms around her and led her toward the kitchen. Soon, the items resting on the countertop began to tremble. With a clatter, a spatula fell from the wall, causing Sister Exine to shudder. A fragrant vapor escaped her luscious lips as she leaned against Wang Dong, breathless and exhilarated. "You mustn't continue. I cannot remain composed," she exclaimed. "Fear not. I shall hold you," Wang Dong reassured her, lifting her into his embrace. "Ah, Wang Dong, no, please, don't stop," she gasped. After they had bathed, Sister Exina's skin glowed with a delicate rosy hue, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Glancing at Wang Dong, she shyly inquired, "Aren't you exhausted from a day's work?" "Not particularly," he replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Besides, being with you makes everything worthwhile." "How shameless!" Sister Exine blushed, playfully rolling her eyes before returning to her unfinished cooking. "I shall assist you, Sister Exine," Wang Dong offered. "No need. It's just a little that wasn't tea prepared," she replied, shaking her head as she placed the half-cooked rice into a storage container and tucked it into the refrigerator. "It's getting late, you should head back. Come for breakfast in the morning," she urged. "How about egg-fried rice?" he suggested. "That sounds wonderful. I shall return in the morning," he confirmed, nodding and planting a few kisses on her. Yet, Sister Exine found herself reluctant to let him go. After an intimate exchange lasting approximately 10 minutes, Wang Dong, concerned that Nan might awaken in the middle of the night and discover their rendezvous, decided to take his leave. Although he yearned to publicly acknowledge their relationship, Exinjie was unwilling, feeling unworthy of Wang Dong for one reason, and fearing the potential negative impact on Nan for another. In truth, these concerns were unfounded. Given Nan's affection for Wang Dong, she would likely harbor no objections. Despite Wang Dong's reassurances, he was unable to alleviate Exinjie's anxieties. Thus, he resolved to respect her wishes and keep their relationship discreet. As he pushed open the door, the adjacent door swung open, revealing the enchanting broadcaster Sui, who glared at him and exclaimed, "At last, you've returned. The electrical circuit in my room is malfunctioning." Startled, Wang Dong replied, "Why are you glaring at me for your circuit issues?" Rubbing her eyes, Sui responded, "I wasn't glaring at you. I was merely irritated by a viewer who disrupted my live stream. It wasn't personal. Please hurry in and assist me with the repairs." Chapter 48. Directly rewarding the top streamer. Is there such fervor in live streaming? Wang Dong chuckled as he made his way toward her room.
Sui, visibly agitated, exclaimed.
"You have no idea how detestable that person is. I have reiterated that I am here to showcase my talents, yet he incessantly insists that I strip. It infuriates me. Calm down. Perhaps you will encounter better fans. Wang Dong responded with a smile, glancing at her computer, which was still illuminated. He expressed surprise. Why are you still live streaming? I have already paused the broadcast. I just need to take a moment before resuming, Sui replied. Wang Dong acknowledged her with an "oh," repositioning a chair to mend the circuitry. He remarked, your circuit was functioning well. Did you perhaps use a high-power appliance? Seems so, Sui paused, then inquired, did it blow the circuit? Of course. In the future, try to avoid using high-power devices, Wang Dong advised. Sui nodded. Understood, I will remember that. Well then, continue your live stream. I shall return to my room, Wang Dong said with a smile. Seeing him about to leave, Sui quickly handed him a cup of jelly, saying, here, this is for you. For me? Wang Dong was somewhat taken aback. Though he had stayed there for quite some time, this was the first instance of the beautiful streamer presenting him with a gift, even if it was merely a cup of jelly worth a few yuan. Feeling a bit shy, Sui explained, you've helped me so many times, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Consider this your late-night snack. You don't think it's too trivial, do you? She added. Not at all. I happen to be a bit hungry, and this will suffice, Wang Dong replied with a grin. Sui sighed in relief. I was genuinely worried that you would find such inexpensive items beneath you now that you have money. However, for me, this cup of jelly feels rather luxurious. Is it really that exaggerated? Wang Dong asked in surprise. Perhaps it is a bit exaggerated, but it's not far from the truth, Sui admitted. Hang in there. I believe you can be an excellent streamer, Wang Dong encouraged. He had once heard Sui sing, and her voice was enchanting. Sui chuckled wryly. You probably don't know that nowadays, streamers utilize various high-tech devices like sound cards. I, however, lack such equipment and do not use filters or beauty enhancements during my broadcasts. Consequently, my viewer count is modest, and thus my earnings are low. Don't worry. Viewers will come. Trust me, I have an eye for these things. I foresee that tonight will bring you good fortune and prosperity, Wang Dong said with a smile. Sui, somewhat skeptical of his words, chuckled and responded, let us consider that a form of comfort. Thank you, Mr. Wang. You're welcome, Wang Dong replied with a smile. It's getting late. I shall head back now. Yes, thank you. Sui escorted him to the door, closed it behind him, took a deep breath, and resumed her live stream. To her dismay, the individual who had persistently urged her to strip was still present, inciting her frustration anew. Just as I was about to eject this individual, I discovered that they had made a substantial contribution. The streaming platform not only forbids the removal of such individuals but also disallows blocking them. I am on the verge of losing my sanity. Allow me to reiterate. I am a talent streamer, solely performing songs and occasionally engaging in role-playing, nothing more. Therefore, to the one incessantly demanding I disrobe, I kindly suggest you seek another streamer. Hey streamer, cease pretending to be virtuous. I am currently your top patron. Would you not indulge your benefactor with a modest display? Do you not comprehend plain speech? I shall not comply, Sui declared resolutely. However, the audience in the stream began to jeer. Come on, streamer. One performance could lead to fame. After all, this gentleman has contributed 500 yuan. Indeed, they added, for 500 yuan. Watching an obscure streamer remove an article of clothing is quite a generous offer. Meanwhile, Wang Dong returned to his room. Having already bathed, he lay upon his bed, retrieved his phone, downloaded a streaming application, registered an account, and manually searched for Suyi's stream. Upon witnessing her frustration directed at the persistent individual requesting her to disrobe, he could not help but stifle a laugh. This woman was indeed having a rough day. In gratitude for the jelly cup she had sent me, perhaps I shall lend her a hand. With that thought, he clicked to make a contribution and sent a dream castle. Instantly, the entire streaming interface was graced with a magnificent, opulent castle. Both the gritting Sui and the individual who had been making her uncomfortable, along with the audience members, were momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, someone finally exclaimed, "Wait, did I just see that? The dream castle worth 30,000 yuan. Am I seeing things? That castle is indeed valued at 30,000 yuan. Incredible. This is the first time I've ever witnessed someone gifting a dream castle. This is enough to brag about for ages. Thank you, Brother Dong Huang, for the dream castle. Is this truly a gift for me? Are you an adult? Is it your own phone and account? You won't regret this, will you? Sui gazed at the name of the individual who had sent the castle, utterly astonished and questioning her own reality. Wang Dong nearly burst into laughter. What does she mean, am I an adult? Don't worry, streamer. I assure you I am indeed of age, using my own phone, and I certainly have no regrets. I gifted you this castle primarily to appreciate your character. As for that top patron, oh, you are no longer the top one. If you wish for someone to disrobe, you must first surpass my record. The previously boisterous individual instantly fell silent. The audience erupted into cheers. Brother Dong Huang is amazing. This is the power of a true patron. Don't be timid. Lu, why not send a dream castle as well and reclaim your spot as the top patron? Do not make me laugh. A castle worth over 30,000 yuan is likely beyond his means. Indeed, Brother Dong Huang is genuinely formidable. With such prowess, securing a private social connection with the platform's premier female streamers should be well within reach. In a word, Brother Dong Huang is truly remarkable. Thank you, Brother Dong Huang. Sui expressed her gratitude once more. I'm not certain which song you wish to hear. According to my customary rules, a gift of 50 yuan allows you to request one song, while your words could entitle you to 600. She exclaimed, "Oh my, dear Dong Huang. Please do not make me sing so many songs in a single day. I might sing myself to death." With a chuckle, Wang Dong smiled through the screen, glanced at the adjacent space, cleared his throat, and then typed, "Just sing one for me, only mother in this world." Ah? Sui was taken aback. "Just that one. I will listen to you sing it and then go to sleep," Wang Dong replied with a smile. Having grown up without knowing his father and relying solely on his mother, he believed that among all the songs in the world, this one was the finest. In his heart, the national anthem of Huaxia also held a place of equal reverence. Then I shall sing it. Chapter 49. This woman was abandoned by a man. Sui hummed a few notes, cleared her throat, and then began to sing "The Only Good Thing in the World Is Mother" a cappella. Her voice was exceptionally sweet, and even without any accompaniment, her simple yet pure rendition brought immense comfort to the audience in the livestream. The absence of extraneous instrumentation lent a more pristine quality to the performance. Upon finishing the song, Sui inquired, "Brother Dong Huang, are you asleep?" "Yes. Good night," Wang Dong replied, sending a castle emoji before drifting off to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, his casual response sent the entire livestream into a frenzy. My goodness! Another dream castle! What kind of family is this that gives away castles as easily as cabbages? Brother Dong Huang is incredible. A certain Lu, who had initially intended to send a castle to show off, was so taken aback by this scene that he accidentally dropped his phone, shattering it on the ground. How utterly inhumane! Brother Dong Huang, you've given too much. Sui was both astonished and delighted, overwhelmed by the unexpected attention. Tears welled up in her eyes, as she had never experienced such respect and admiration before. Shall I sing another lullaby for you? Sleep now, my dear. Fortunately, Wang Dong had already turned off his phone to sleep. Otherwise, he would surely have found it hard to maintain his composure upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, with the explosive impact of his two dream castles, Sui's livestream surged to the top 3 on the platform, surpassing many well-known streamers and sparking widespread discussion. An influx of viewers flooded into her channel. Indeed, Sui possessed both talent and beauty. Her flawless, makeup-free visage paired with her sweet, pure voice had previously gone unnoticed due to a lack of promotion. However, with her sudden rise to the top 3, she captivated the hearts of numerous viewers, who eagerly began sending gifts, swiftly propelling her past the second-place streamer. By the late hours of the night, even the first-place streamer could no longer withstand the competition, leading to even greater discussions and excitement. The following morning, as Sui awoke, she found her story featured on the entertainment headlines of a certain website, along with inquiries from various agencies offering her better contract terms. This filled her with elation, and she found herself increasingly grateful to Brother Dong Huang. However, upon checking her private messages, she noticed that Brother Dong Huang had not replied, leaving her feeling a bit downcast. Hearing the sound of Wang Dong opening the door, She quickly got out of bed and opened her door, exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, you were truly spot on. I had a stroke of good fortune last night." "Oh?" Wang Dong replied, a smile playing on his lips. "Then I congratulate you. Just remember to treat me to a meal later." "Absolutely. Wherever you wish to dine. It's on me," Sui said with heartfelt joy. Wang Dong chuckled. "I shall await your invitation. It won't be long. By the way, Mr. Wang, as a man, could you help me with a question?"
Sui asked it.
Wang Dong regarded her with suspicion and inquired, "What issue do you speak of?" It is indeed peculiar when a man bestows extraordinary kindness upon a girl he has never met, only for the gesture to be fleeting. After the span of a single night, their rapport appears rather ordinary, even to the extent of him neglecting to respond to her private messages. What could be the reason? "I wonder," Sui questioned him. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Could this girl be Sui herself? Had she been involved with someone only to be cast aside? A cough escaped him. Could it be due to a busy schedule? Is that possible? Sui glanced at the time, noting it was just past 5 in the morning, a time when many still slumbered. She couldn't help but smile brightly, exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, you are truly remarkable. You are absolutely right. I now comprehend the situation. Thank you." Wang Dong was momentarily stunned. With a cheerful grin, Sui shut the door and returned to her slumber. As he stared at the closed door, Wang Dong felt utterly bewildered. What just transpired? What exactly has she come to understand? "What's going on, Wang Dong?" Exhilarating opened the door and, upon seeing him murmuring at his own threshold, regarded him with curiosity. Wang Dong, both amused and perplexed, approached her and whispered, "Miss Su may have been romantically involved with someone and then subsequently rejected. I merely offered her a word of consolation, and before I could grasp the situation, she claimed to have understood everything." "What in the world are you talking about? You've completely muddled me," Exhilarating replied, bewildered, yet she grasped one thing. Miss Su is in a relationship? What sort of man could he be? "I have no idea. I have never encountered him. Have you?" Wang Dong shook his head and stepped into Exhilarating's abode. "I have not seen him either," Exhilarating remarked, puzzled. "Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. I would like to savor your culinary skills this morning, Exhilarating," Wang Dong said with a smile. Exhilarating chuckled and replied, "Then keep Nuan company for a while. The fried rice will be ready shortly." As she spoke, she made her way to the kitchen. "Daddy, can I still call you that today?" Nuan leaped off the stool, grasping his hand and gazing up at him with her big, watery eyes. Wang Dong chuckled as he squatted down, lifting her effortlessly. "Of course, not just today, but on any day henceforth, forever." "Hee, Daddy," Nuan giggled, and Wang Dong burst into joyous laughter, amusing himself with the thought of introducing Nuan to his mother. He could only imagine her delight. The fried rice was prepared swiftly. Though the dish was simple, the three of them shared a harmonious and cheerful meal together. After dining, Wang Dong hoisted Nuan onto his shoulder, while Exhilarating carried the child's little backpack as they exited the self-built house. In a nearby alley, a disgruntled Huang Shi awoke, having kept his eyes wide open all night, observing as the trio emerged. He unconsciously dismissed the likelihood of the man being Wang Dong, watching them depart without realizing Wang Dong had left. Huang Shi yawned and, upon seeing the drowsy Lu Tao, angrily exclaimed, "Have you been staring all night? Did you see that fellow?" "No, to hell with it. What a waste of my time." The yellow serpent delivered a swift kick to his head and instructed his subordinates, "Head to the vicinity of the Jade Gambling Stone Shop. As soon as you spot that brat leaving, follow him and take action." "Boss, what about me?" Lu Tao inquired, shielding his face. With a cold smirk, the yellow serpent replied, "You? What use are you, you worthless fool? Just find a hole to perish in. Drive." "Yes, boss." His lackeys clamored as they hastily made their way towards the Jade Gambling Stone Shop. Meanwhile, Wang Dong guided Sister Exhilarating to the alley's entrance, pulling back the cover of the car with a smile. "Sister Exhilarating, I kept this from you, but in truth, I drove the boss's car back last night. Today, I shall take you all to school in this vehicle." Chapter 50. Congratulations on your early blessing with a child. This is your boss's car. How could I possibly allow you to use it for personal matters? What if your boss finds out? Sister Xian quickly waved her hand in refusal. Wang Dong chuckled. Rest assured, our boss is quite reasonable and would not object. Now hop in. But there are no buts. Nan Nan is already in the car, Wang Dong insisted, placing the little girl in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt. The young girl beamed, treating him as if he were her own father. Mom, hurry and sit down. All right, Nan Nan. Seeing this, Sister Xian felt it unnecessary to refuse further. Once inside the vehicle, she cautioned, Nan Nan, don't fidget or touch anything. Understood? I understand, Mom. Nan Nan replied obediently. Wang Dong gently patted the little girl's head. It's all right, Nan Nan. Sister Xian, you needn't be so serious. The car isn't fragile and one break easily. You have such a carefree attitude. How could your boss lend us his car? Sister Xian shot him a disapproving glance. Wang Dong laughed. Driving recklessly brings tears to friends and family. Sister Xian, spare yourself the worry and buckle up. I'm about to drive. All right. Sister Xian fastened her seatbelt, her already alluring figure becoming even more captivating. Wang Dong smiled and drove them to school first, then intended to take Sister Xian back. However, she didn't want to waste his time, knowing he would insist on driving her. So she said, I'm heading to the market to buy groceries, which will take a few hours. You should just go to work. Sister Xian, you truly are irresistible. Wang Dong realized she was deliberately saying this, but he understood that if he insisted on taking her, she would find a way to refuse. Just give me a kiss before you leave. Ah, how cheesy. Sister Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurried towards the nearby market. Wang Dong, amused yet exasperated, called out, Sister Xian, I'm off now. Be careful on your way. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Okay, Sister Xian replied shyly. Wang Dong smiled and drove away. Once he was out of sight, Sister Xian let out a sigh of relief. After purchasing some groceries, she headed home. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the community, Shun Shanshan paced restlessly, glancing repeatedly at the flow of traffic, still not spotting that familiar car. Disappointment etched on her face. Miss Shun, are you waiting for your boyfriend who dropped you off yesterday? The security guard at the gate, unable to resist putting down his phone, looked up and asked with a smile. Shun Shanshan's cheeks flushed. Don't say that. He is not my boyfriend. Is he your husband then? The security guard grew increasingly curious. Shun Shanshan, both embarrassed and annoyed, replied, Stop saying such things. We are merely friends. Oh, I see. So, Miss Shun, you are harboring unrequited feelings? The security guard, a figure of wisdom and experience, immediately discerned the relationship between her and Wang Dong. Shun Shanshan's neck flushed crimson as she stammered. Who is infatuated? Boss? No, Shanshan. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the street, and Wang Dong nearly forgot his promise from yesterday to refrain from calling her boss, quickly correcting himself to Shanshan. Upon hearing the voice, Shun Shanshan's face illuminated with surprise as she turned towards the street, only to find Wang Dong approaching. You. What brings you here? She exclaimed. Didn't you say you'd come to pick me up this morning? Am I too late? Wang Dong parked the car and walked over with a smile. Shun Shanshan glanced at him and replied, You have arrived a bit late. However, considering your sincere demeanor, I shall overlook it. Then I thank you for your magnanimity, boss. Wang Dong responded with a smile, noticing her lack of anger. Shun Shanshan retorted, Spare me the flattery. I am not swayed by such tactics. Hurry, take me to the Tianlong Gambling Stone venue. I need to discuss cooperation with Old Tang. Understood, Wang Dong nodded. At that moment, the security guard called out loudly, Young man, are you aware that Miss Shun has feelings for you? Wang Dong paused, perplexed by the old man's statement. The security guard continued, Miss Shun has paced back and forth here nearly 20 times since 6:30 this morning. The moment she saw you, her joy was palpable, reminiscent of Emperor Tang Ming's reunion with Yang Guifei. Her affection is unmistakable. Stop speaking nonsense, Shun Shanshan exclaimed, her face aflame with indignation. The security guard blinked and said, Miss Shun, you mustn't act this way. If you don't communicate clearly with men, many will remain oblivious to a woman's heart. Do you wish to harbor unrequited feelings? I do not, Shun Shanshan stammered, her earlier bravado diminished. Stealing a glance at Wang Dong, she saw his gaze directed towards her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Wang Dong, not the fool, recognized the truth in the security guard's words and inquired, "You've been waiting for me for over an hour?" No, I just arrived," Shen Shanshan quickly denied. However, Wang Dong had already reached out and embraced her. As she felt the strength of his masculine form, her cheeks turned a deep red, and her heart raced wildly. What does this mean?" she stuttered. "What I mean is, I have feelings for you too," Wang Dong replied, gazing into her eyes. Beholding the alluring Shen Shanshan, as a normal man, especially in the vigor of the morning, it would be disingenuous not to feel a spark. Yet, mindful of his relationship with Xinjie, he was reluctant to hurt Shen Shanshan. "But Shanshan, he began, but before he could finish, Shen Shanshan suddenly leaned in, capturing his words with a kiss that silenced him completely. The sweet flavor was as delectable as honey, enticing one to indulge again and again without ever growing weary of it. Overwhelmed by this exquisite taste, Wang Dong's mind went blank, leaving him with nothing to articulate. He immediately embraced Shen Shanshan's head, his hands savoring the softness and silkiness of her hair, while he incessantly sought more of that honeyed essence. The two shared a lingering kiss, lasting until Shen Shanshan's breath became rapid and unsustainable, prompting Wang Dong to finally release her. The elderly security guard watched with a smile, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, how delightful! Congratulations, Miss Shen. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness and an early arrival of children." Chapter 51. Overwhelmed by flattery with a breathless sigh, the elegant Shen Shanshan playfully chided, "Oh dear!" Wang Dong erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Well said, my dear. Please, do continue." The security guard couldn't help but join in the laughter, yet he refrained from further jest, sensing that Shen Shanshan was becoming slightly irritated. Although her anger was unlikely to escalate, she was, after all, the property owner here, while he was merely a gatekeeper. Teasing the owner was hardly appropriate. "Gentlemen, take care as you depart," he called out. "Thank you, sir," Wang Dong replied with a beaming smile, grateful for the guard's playful assistance. Without his comedic intervention, the dynamic between him and Shen Shanshan might have veered into an ambiguous territory, difficult to navigate. He resolved that, upon their return, he would treat Shen Shanshan to some fruit or similar token of appreciation for the guard's invaluable support. As the two drove away, the security guard chuckled softly, reflecting, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." He then retrieved an old photograph from his pocket, revealing a picture of a short-haired, golden-eyed foreign girl, his first love. Fate had dealt them a cruel hand, and their romance had ultimately dissolved into mere reminiscence, leaving only a sense of regret. Now, in his twilight years, he had let go of such regrets, content instead to cherish the memories. If she had a child, they would be around 25 or 26 by now, he mused. "Mr. Wang." Upon entering the Tianlong Jade and Stone Gambling Hall, the manager, who had previously crossed paths with Wang Dong, instantly recognized him and approached with a welcoming demeanor. After all, he was a brother to the esteemed young master Tang Xiaohu, and he could not afford to be negligent. However, Wang Dong wished to keep his connection to the Tang family discreet for the moment. Noticing the manager's eager approach, he subtly gestured for him to halt. A seasoned manager, he quickly grasped Wang Dong's intent and shifted his attention to Shen Shanshan, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, is this not Miss Shen? How may I assist you today?" "Hello, manager," Shen Shanshan replied, somewhat taken aback by his courteous demeanor. "I wish to pay a visit to old Master Tang. Would it be convenient to do so now?" She was surprised by the manager's unusually respectful attitude, which was a stark contrast to previous encounters where he had been polite yet less deferential. Though she had previously visited to discuss jade stones, this time she lacked a tangible reason, compelling her to engage with the manager more formally. Yet, the manager's extraordinary courtesy today perplexed her. "Miss Shen, you are far too gracious," the manager replied with a smile. "Meeting old Master Tang is certainly not an everyday affair. You need not seek my permission. However, as fortune would have it, old Master Tang is currently absent from the gambling hall, leaving only the young master in attendance. Would you like me to introduce you to him? If there is anything to discuss, the young master has the authority to make decisions. Is this appropriate?" Shin Shanshan inquired hesitantly. When Tang Xiaohu was just over 20, he ventured to southern Myanmar for training, returning only occasionally to the Tianlong Stone gambling house. And his visits throughout the year were few. Although Shin Shanshan had been to the Tianlong gambling house several times, she had yet to meet Tang Xiaohu, making her somewhat anxious about the manager's suggestion. The manager immediately responded with a smile. Absolutely appropriate. Miss Shin and this gentleman, please follow me. Thank you very much. Manager Fong. Shin Shanshan expressed her gratitude promptly. Wang Dong also smiled and said, Thank you, Manager Fong. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Manager Fong replied, feeling a palpable pressure as he nearly broke into a sweat. As he led the way, he couldn't help but entertain a peculiar thought. This Mr. Wang seemed as close as a brother to the young master, yet he was willing to remain by Miss Shin's side. Could it be that even heroes struggle when faced with beauty? The more he pondered, the more strange his expression became. Logically speaking, given Wang Dong's prowess, he should have no trouble attracting any beauty, making it unreasonable for him to be troubled by such matters. Even though Miss Shin was indeed exceptionally beautiful, with a splendid figure and remarkable grace. Upon reaching the office door of Tang Xiaohu, Manager Fong knocked and announced, Young master, Miss Shin and Mr. Wang are here. Oh, Tang Xiaohu, engrossed in reviewing professional materials on jade identification, as the heir of the Tianlong gambling house, had never relaxed his pursuit of expertise. His face lit up at the mention of Wang Dong's arrival. With this good brother's help in clarifying his many questions, he was sure to gain immediate insight. However, the thought of Shin Shanshan's presence, especially as the manager had specifically introduced her first, made Tang Xiaohu's expression somewhat peculiar. Please come in, Miss Shin, Mr. Wang, Manager Fong said, bowing as he opened the office door. Shin Shanshan hesitated for a moment, but seeing Wang Dong confidently stride in, she felt a pang of anxiety and quickly followed. Upon entering, she saw a young man dressed extravagantly sitting at the desk, resembling Tang Tianlong to some extent, and immediately said, You must be young Master Tang, right? I am Shin Shanshan and this is my store manager, Wang Dong. We have previously collaborated with Tang Lao. What disturbance? Miss Shin, you are too courteous. My father often tells me that among the younger generation in the Jade Circle of Nantian City, no one is more worthy of emulation than you, Tang Xiaohu said, exchanging a subtle glance with Wang Dong, then stood up with a smile and continued, I have always wanted to meet you, but my time back has been so short, and I often have to return to southern Myanmar within just a few days. It is truly an honor to have you visit me today. Ah, no, I dare not accept such praise. Shin Shanshan felt her mind nearly short-circuiting at the compliment, thinking, Young Master Tang considers me the most admirable of the younger generation. Young Master Tang has always wanted to meet me? This, upon hearing it, seems utterly incredible. Yet, these words were indeed uttered by one of the parties involved, the illustrious young Master Tang Xiaohu, which rendered the situation even more surreal. Wang Dong's lips twitched involuntarily. This brother Tang possesses an extraordinary talent for flattery. Ahem, young Master Tang. The situation is as follows. My employer wishes to procure a batch of jadeite rough stones from your esteemed mining site at a relatively cost-effective price, subsequently refining them into high-quality jade. A portion of these exquisite gems would then be offered back to your esteemed establishment at a preferential price, serving as a return for the initial acquisition of the rough stones at cost. Might I inquire about your thoughts on this proposition, young Master Tang? Chapter 52. Could it be that young Master Tang has no interest in me? Wang Dong, without any preamble or pleasantries, candidly articulated the purpose of their visit. Shin Shanshan's delicate features subtly shifted, overwhelmed by the directness of his approach. Given the convoluted nature of contemporary business negotiations, launching into specifics without first establishing a foundation was likely to result in failure. Oh no, this is disastrous. Young Master Tang will undoubtedly refuse. I can only hope he does not perceive Wang Dong's candor as rudeness and does not take offense. As Shin Shanshan racked her brain to amend the earlier blunder and to speak favorably of Wang Dong, she was taken aback when the extravagantly dressed young Master Tang, devoid of any approachable demeanor, extended his hand and proclaimed, Mr. Wang, Miss Shun, we at Tianlong Gambling Stone Field are in dire need of partners like you. Manager Fong, please bring in that bottle of 82 Lafite and some delectable dishes for us to celebrate our fruitful collaboration. Certainly, young master, replied Manager Fong, promptly complying. When the rich aroma of the 82 Lafite wine wafted through the air, mingling with the tempting scents of the carefully arranged delicacies on the desk, Shen Shanshan found herself in a state of disbelief. After a while, the contract was signed, and even as she inscribed her name, she remained slightly dazed. Exiting young Master Tang's office, she turned to Wang Dong, her lips parting in astonishment. Is this how we finalize a partnership? Yes, Shanshan. You have succeeded, Wang Dong affirmed with a nod. Have we truly succeeded? The contract is signed in black and white, complete with a seal. It cannot be mistaken, Wang Dong elaborated. Shen Shanshan mechanically turned her head, staring blankly at Wang Dong. So, are you saying I have genuinely succeeded in securing the deal? Indeed, it is finalized. You need not inquire further, Wang Dong replied, bemused, having already been asked thrice. Shen Shanshan scrutinized the contract again, her expression vacant. Suddenly, joy surged within her, and she leaped into Wang Dong's embrace, showering him with kisses. This is wonderful. We have successfully signed it. Wang Dong, you are truly my lucky star. Ever since I have been working with you, I have never faced defeat. Thank you. Oh, do not be overly exuberant. We have only embarked on a few ventures together. The road ahead is long, and greater fortunes await us. Do not let this minor success overwhelm you, lest it complicate matters in the future, Wang Dong chuckled. Shen Shanshan continued to cling to his neck, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they fixed upon his. I shall not concern myself with future joys. I am simply elated at this moment, and your presence amplifies my happiness. Your joy brings me joy as well, Wang Dong replied with a smile. They lingered in a comfortable silence for a moment before Shen Shanshan released him, her laughter ringing out, Wang Dong, let us go examine the stones. Of course. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. The Tianlong gambling stone field boasted an abundance of jadeite raw stones. For an ordinary person, merely skimming through these stones might take weeks. Upon meticulous examination, it becomes apparent that the duration required for such scrutiny is significantly prolonged. However, with a mere glance, Wang Dong was able to discern the contents of the stones, recognizing those destined to crumble. He promptly marked the stones he deemed promising before engaging in a discussion regarding pricing with the manager. Miss Shen, Mr. Wang, the stones you have selected are priced as follows at cost, the manager stated, handing them a tablet displaying a price list, which also included the store identification numbers for each stone. Should Wang Dong suddenly change his mind about a particular stone, he could swiftly remove it from consideration. Wang Dong briefly scanned the unit prices and noted that none exceeded the prices following the jade's unveiling, prompting him to remain silent. In contrast, Shen Shanshan's initial focus was on the total price, and upon discovering it exceeded 30 million, she gasped in astonishment. This sum nearly represented her entire liquid assets. Fortunately, prior to acquiring the stones, she had reached a cooperative agreement with Tang Xiaohu, allowing her to purchase at a relatively advantageous cost. Otherwise, the quantity of raw stones on her order would have been halved. Miss Shen, if you find this price unsatisfactory, we can certainly continue our discussion, the manager remarked, observing the discomfort on Shen Shanshan's face. Although he had already compressed the price to a remarkably low level, one that would be unattainable for the average individual, he believed that, as Wang Dong's partner, he could negotiate further. No, Shen Shanshan interjected, as someone involved in the jade industry, I recognize that this price is exceedingly low. It is likely that, after accounting for purchase costs and transportation management, the profit margin is scarcely half. If I were to request a further reduction, it would be utterly unethical. You jest, Miss Shen, the manager smiled, secretly relieved that she was knowledgeable in the field. Otherwise, further price compression would yield no profit at all. Shen Shanshan then produced several cards and said, the total on these cards should suffice for this amount. Manager, please bring the card reader. I wish to settle the payment immediately. There is no need for that, Miss Shen. You are a partner, not merely a buyer. Thus, according to the regulations of our Tianlong Stone gambling grounds, partners may settle accounts monthly, seasonally, or even quarterly, semi-annually or annually, the manager replied, shaking his head. You may sign a purchase agreement, and we can have the stones taken back for now. After a quarter, when your financial flow is stable, You can transfer the funds at your convenience. Is this not overly generous? Shin Shanshan exclaimed, astonished. Though she had engaged in similar arrangements with other partners, she wondered why Tianlong Stone Gambling Grounds would extend such favorable terms to her. Could it be due to young Master Tang's regard for her? No, manager. I appreciate your and young Master Tang's kindness, but it is best to settle this amount immediately. The manager hesitated, casting a discreet glance towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong nodded slightly. Our boss is quite right, Manager Fong. Why don't we settle the payment now? Indeed, since Mr. Wang has suggested it, let us proceed with immediate settlement, Manager Fong promptly replied. Shun Shanshan felt an inexplicable sensation, sensing that Manager Fong was particularly attentive to Wang Dong's words. However, considering Wang Dong's background, which could hardly be linked to the Tang family, she dismissed the thought. She could only surmise that perhaps Tang Xiaohu held a special sentiment towards her, making her reluctant to accept even the slightest favor from him. During the settlement, Shun Shanshan insisted that Manager Fong add an additional half commission. Otherwise, she would have been unwilling to proceed with the transaction. Chapter 53. The Purple Clay Teapot. The real estate manager had never encountered a buyer who, rather than seeking a price reduction, proactively suggested an increase. Momentarily bewildered, he turned to Wang Dong, who responded with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth and a subtle nod. Consequently, the manager reluctantly acquiesced to Shin Shanshan, raising the final price by a modest margin, though he remained perplexed by the situation. Wang Dong, however, perceived that Shin Shanshan was likely taken aback by this unexpected windfall, interpreting Tang Xiaohu's actions as indicative of deeper intentions. She was thus unwilling to take advantage of him, fearing the potential debt of gratitude it would incur. It must be said that while Shun Shanshan's thoughts may have been somewhat excessive, she was undeniably charming. After the transaction concluded, Shin Shanshan summoned the store staff to fetch the goods with a van. Wang Dong then remarked, Shanshan, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to visit the restroom. Would it be all right for you to wander around here for a bit? Sure. Take care of yourself, Shin Shanshan replied with a nod. Wang Dong took a few steps toward the restroom, and seizing the opportunity when Shin Shanshan was distracted, he swiftly sought out Tang Xiaohu. Upon hearing a knock, Tang Xiaohu propped his leg up, smiling as he said, Come in. Brother Tang, thank you for what you did earlier, Wang Dong said as he entered the room. Tang Xiaohu chuckled. I knew you'd come looking for me. No need for gratitude among brothers. But I must say you have good taste. Miss Shun is quite stunning. You're in for some good fortune. Brother Tang, with your status and wealth, it's hard to believe you'd lack for beautiful company, Wang Dong replied, moving closer to see the professional materials Tang Xiaohu was examining, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It was difficult to reconcile Tang Xiaohu's dandy appearance with his evident diligence and ambition. Hey, are you surprised to see me studying? Tang Xiaohu laughed. Indeed, I am a bit taken aback, Wang Dong nodded slightly. That's classic judging a book by its cover, Tang Xiaohu retorted playfully. But I suppose it's my fault for being so low-key. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a shock. Do you have some time now? Is there something you need, Brother Tang? Wang Dong inquired. Tang Xiaohu nodded. I initially wanted you to help me with some difficult questions. However, I just received a call that Boss Zhao from Guyansai is bringing over a treasure for me to examine. While he claims it's merely for inspection, he actually wants me to purchase it. As you know, although our family built its fortune on jade, we have a keen interest in antiques as well. The moment I heard about a treasure, I felt a strong urge, but I'm also wary of curses. I would like you to stay and help me assess it. Would that be acceptable? Of course, Brother Tang. Just let me know what you need, Wang Dong replied with a smile. Tang Xiaohu grinned. I knew you wouldn't refuse. If we find something worthwhile, I'll make sure to compensate you for your insights. The fee for your insights, Brother Tang, has already been generously provided. Any more would be excessive. I couldn't possibly accept it. Wang Dong smiled and gestured toward the door, implying their previous collaboration. Tang Xiaohu chuckled and replied, All right, since we are like brothers, I won't be polite. Let us have you provide your insights for free, shall we? Ha ha ha. Wang Dong could not help but laugh. After a short while, a tall, slender, middle-aged man with long eyebrows and narrow eyes entered, carrying a cloth bag. Upon seeing Tang Xiaohu, the man beamed with enthusiasm, as if he had encountered a deity of wealth. "Young Master Tang, it has been a while. How have you been?" he exclaimed. "All is well," Tang Xiaohu replied with a smile. "Boss Zhao, we are old acquaintances, so let us skip the pleasantries. Allow me to introduce you to my brother and my eyes in the trade, Wang Dong, Wang from 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, and Dong from the auspicious east." "Ah, Mr. Wang, greetings to you." Upon hearing this, Boss Zhao shifted his gaze to Wang Dong and, noticing his youth, felt a tinge of condescension. Tang Xiaohu, well aware of people's superficial judgments, promptly asserted, "Boss Zhao, whether or not you can acquire this item depends entirely on my brother's word. So you'd best be careful." "Understood, understood," Boss Zhao responded, his attitude toward Wang Dong shifting instantly. He smiled warmly, saying, "No wonder upon entering. I felt as if there were 2 radiant suns in this room. I now realize one of them must be the distinguished young gentleman, Mr. Wang. You flatter me, Boss Zhao. I have only recently begun my journey into the realm of antiques. In terms of experience, you are undoubtedly the expert here," Wang Dong replied with a faint smile. Boss Zhao laughed. "Mr. Wang, you are too modest. As young Master Tang rightly pointed out, we should dispense with unnecessary chatter. Let me present my treasure for your appraisal." With that, he removed the cloth bag and took out a wooden box, placing it on the desk before opening it to reveal a teapot. The teapot exuded a profound sense of history, emanating an aura of antiquity. Its hue leaned toward a deep purplish black, and anyone knowledgeable about teapots would recognize it as a xisha pot without hesitation. Upon seeing the teapot, Tang Xiaohu felt a surge of affection and immediately reached out to take it from the box to admire it. However, recalling his previous misfortune, he halted his hand and turned to Wang Dong, asking, "Brother, what do you think of this item?" "The item itself poses no issue, but it cannot be accepted," Wang Dong replied, glancing at the xisha pot and shaking his head slightly. Tang Xiaohu was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "This piece is a blend of old and new, intentionally aged to appear antique. It is not entirely new, yet it cannot be classified as genuinely old either. However, could be regarded as a restored piece," Wang Dong explained. Tang Xiaohu's expression grew serious as he turned to Boss Zhao, demanding, "What is the situation? Please clarify. Antiques are not beyond restoration. Once restored, they may still be regarded as antiques in the marketplace. However, should a transaction occur, the seller is obliged to inform the buyer that the item has undergone restoration. If one knowingly conceals this fact, presenting the piece as an unblemished antique, it verges on deception. Naturally, there are those who adhere to a certain ethical standard, offering no commentary on the condition, be it restored, authentic, or counterfeit, simply providing a price for the prospective buyer to consider. In such instances, if one were to make an erroneous purchase, it would be unjust to blame the seller, as they have not made any claims regarding the authenticity of the item. Chapter 54. The secret recipe. Like clouds before me stands Boss Zhao, who initially refrains from uttering a word and merely claims to possess an item worthy of showing to Tang Xiaohu. Whether this purple clay teapot has been restored or is a mere imitation, if Tang Xiaohu were to make an ill-fated purchase, he could not hold Zhao accountable in the slightest. However, Zhao had previously informed Tang Xiaohu that he was bringing a treasure. The term treasure unequivocally affirms that this item is genuine. Furthermore, it confirms that this genuine article is a rare gem. Otherwise, it would not be deserving of such an esteemed title. In response to Tang Xiaohu's inquiry, Zhao's expression shifted, and he hastily exclaimed, "How can it be deemed a restored item? Young Master Tang, you must not allow yourself to be swayed by his one-sided remarks. Mr. Wang, you too, should provide more specifics if you assert that this is a restored piece. Present concrete evidence, if you will. To dismiss my treasure as mere refuse with a casual remark is quite unfair. Since Boss Zhao refuses to acknowledge the truth, I shall assist in unveiling reality." Wang Dong chuckled softly, lifted the purple clay teapot, and gently tapped its spout, followed by the base and then the handle. Finally, he returned the teapot to its wooden box, saying, "Now, examine this item anew. Has anything changed?" Boss Zhao scrutinized the teapot, failing to perceive any significant alteration, and could not help but sneer, "Mr. Wang, are you merely engaging in theatrics? You would do well to scrutinize it more closely before passing judgment." Wang Dong replied with a smile, "Very well, I shall take a closer look as well, for I am curious to see how this item differs after your tapping. As he leaned down once more to inspect the purple clay teapot, Zhao's gaze inadvertently caught sight of slight cracks in both the spout and handle. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he hastily attempted to conceal these fissures from Tang Xiaohu's view. Yet, Tang Xiaohu, quicker than Zhao, noticed the cracks and immediately demanded, "Boss Zhao, explain to me why a teapot that has not been restored exhibits cracks after a gentle tap? This is evidently a sign of improper restoration, manifesting over time." Well, young Master Tang, allow me to explain. It is possible that Mr. Wang inadvertently damaged the interior of the teapot, resulting in this phenomenon. Boss Zhao quickly deflected blame onto Wang Dong, insisting, "You know that some antiques, after enduring the ravages of time, become fragile and inevitably succumb to such issues." "You are quite amusing, Boss Zhao." To deflect blame at this juncture, Wang Dong replied with a bemused expression. "May I pose a question to you? Did ancient times possess modern adhesive?" "Well, of course not." Zhao hesitated before responding. "Then allow me to inquire further. Why do these cracks bear traces of modern adhesive? Has this purple clay teapot traversed time?" "What?" Zhao's face paled. "That is impossible. During the restoration process, it was clear that no modern adhesive had been employed. However, the fissures pointed out by Wang Dong bore distinct white residues, reminiscent of dried glue. Whether it was indeed a contemporary adhesive remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Zhao, the proprietor, was evidently perturbed. Regardless of the nature of the adhesive, the presence of signs indicating that this exquisite Zisha teapot had been artificially repaired was undeniable. This revelation suggested one undeniable truth. The artifact was not an unblemished treasure, could now be classified as a restored piece. Yet, when Zhao presented this item, he claimed it to be a priceless gem, which raised eyebrows. "Zhao, you dare to deceive me," demonstrating remarkable audacity. Tang Xiaohu's expression darkened. He had always been generous to friends and brothers, but he was no pushover when it came to those attempting to take advantage of him. "I offer you a choice. Either leave today without a single penny, or I shall select a plot for you to lie in for eternity." What sort of plot could one lie in for a lifetime? The answer was all too clear. A burial site. Zhao's complexion turned ashen, and he stammered, "Young Master Tang, I too am a victim. I was entirely unaware of such intricacies." "You must be jesting," Tang Xiaohu retorted, seizing the certificates of appraisal beneath the teapot. He furiously exclaimed, "You possess certificates for carbon-13 testing and laser assessments. How can you feign ignorance about the fact that this is a restored piece?" In this age of advanced technology, although human intervention could influence the final assessment results, how could Zhao have multiple modern scientific appraisals without any intent to deceive? It was evident that he had manipulated the results himself and had come forth with these certificates, intending to swindle Tang Xiaohu. Wang Dong, having examined the signature on the teapot, noted it was inscribed with Ruyun Miji, unmistakably linked to the late Qing and early Republic period, attributed to the foremost master of Zisha teapots, Xiao Ruyun. The legacy of this esteemed figure laid the groundwork for the craft of inscription, establishing a tradition that later artisans in Jingdezhen, who now earn substantial salaries, would follow. Without Mr. Xiao, personal inscriptions on teapots and ceramics would be virtually non-existent, as they were largely replaced by imperial-era markings like "made during the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty" or "made during the Kangxi reign of the Qing dynasty." In essence, Mr. Xiao was the progenitor of the inscription profession. A Zisha teapot crafted by such a luminary is exceedingly rare in today's market, commanding prices well into the millions. The better the condition, the higher the price. Zhao's restoration was remarkably adept. Upon fortuitously acquiring a fragment of a Ruyunmi Zisha teapot, he managed to piece together several shards and an old base, laboring for over 2 months to achieve a convincing semblance. Even if doubts arose regarding this teapot, once it was recognized as authentically Ruyunmi Ji, skepticism would swiftly dissipate. Moreover, he meticulously ensured that all the necessary certificates were in order, selling them to a reliable and familiar client, thus enjoying a fortuitous alignment of favorable circumstances. It seemed nothing could go awry, yet unexpectedly, the emergence of Wang Dong disrupted his carefully laid plans entirely. Witnessing Tang Xiaohu's skepticism, Boss Zhao fell to his knees, filled with regret. "I apologize, young Master Tang. I truly did not intend for this to happen." To hell with your intentions. Do you think I, as a young master, am wealthy and powerful merely to be taken advantage of? Tang Xiaohu retorted angrily, disregarding the notion that a young master should speak with elegance. If being a young master meant refraining from expressing anger, then what was the point of such a title? Hurry up. Will you incapacitate yourself? Or shall I assist you in making that choice? Chapter 55. Ruining a life, Master Tang, for the sake of our past. Could you possibly spare me? Boss Zhao pleaded. However, as soon as he invoked their previous acquaintance, Tang Xiaohu's anger intensified. The betrayal of acquaintances is what I detest most in this life. You have 3 seconds to contemplate your fate. Should you continue this nonsense, I shall send you to your demise. I shall render myself incapacitated. Realizing that his emotional appeal had backfired and there was no turning back, Boss Zhao gritted his teeth and forcefully struck his left arm against the floor. With a resounding crack, his arm fractured instantly, and even if healed, it would never return to its former state. Overcome by excruciating pain, his face turned pale and beads of cold sweat formed, nearly causing him to faint. Master Tang, now can you spare me? Begone. Never let me see your face again. Tang Xiaohu responded coldly. Why yes, thank you, Master Tang, for your magnanimity. Clutching his arm and gritting his teeth to endure the pain, Boss Zhao staggered out of the Tianlong gambling house. As he squeezed into his vehicle, he promptly made a call to someone. Damn it, my hand is ruined because of your dealings. If I don't receive 5 million in compensation, I will expose everything. Boss Zhao, you truly are in a predicament. Despite the authenticity of that purple clay teapot, you were still unmasked. The voice on the other end chuckled coldly. Rest assured, I Sha Lang never neglect those who assist me. Before nightfall, 5 million will be delivered to your residence, so be prepared to receive it. At least you're generous. Upon hearing the promise of money, Boss Zhao's expression brightened considerably. But do take caution. I have encountered that Tang Xiaohu. He seems quite composed. Not at all under any spell. Moreover, there is a fellow named Wang Dong by his side, a connoisseur who discerned my purple clay teapot with a single glance. His insight is certainly on par with that of renowned appraisers. If you wish to deceive Tang Xiaohu, you must first ensure that this Wang Dong is rendered blind. Otherwise, your plans will undoubtedly fail. Is that so? Wang Dong, I shall remember this name. Sha Lang's chilling laughter resonated before he ended the call. Gazing at the now cracked teapot on the table, Tang Xiaohu spoke in a somber tone. Brother, do you believe my actions were excessively cruel? Not at all, Wang Dong replied, shaking his head. The term jiaozi refers to body parts in the old underworld slang, specifically limbs, eyes, and ears. However, as times have evolved, it has come to denote merely the eyes. Thus, when someone speaks of wanting to ruin a jiaozi, they are essentially implying the desire to gouge out an eye. Tang Xiaohu's intent was precisely that. Yet Boss Zhao feigned ignorance, misinterpreting Tang Xiaohu's meaning in an attempt to escape by sacrificing his left arm. Had it been anyone else instead of Tang Xiaohu, the outcome would have been entirely different. They would have dragged Boss Zhao back and demanded the loss of an eye instead. However, Tang Xiaohu allowed Boss Zhao to depart, clearly still considering their past relationship. Brother Tang, it is only natural to be ruthless towards those who seek to harm you. If one were to behave like a saint as depicted in television dramas, unless one is the protagonist, they would have long since met their demise, he remarked. At least you, my brother, understand me. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Tang Xiaohu's face, though he was taken aback that Boss Zhao would resort to plotting against him over a mere few million. Did he not fear that one day he would uncover the truth and seek retribution? After all, he was a shop owner, not a mere traveler. Perhaps this visit held ulterior motives, and the act of deceiving him was merely a convenient opportunity. Wang Dong contemplated and then said, for instance, to seize such an opportunity to witness firsthand your current state of mind and physical condition. Are you suggesting that he may have intricate connections with the mastermind behind the curse cast upon me? Tang Xiaohu suddenly awakened to the implication, his expression one of astonishment. Wang Dong nodded slightly. I sense a trace of the curse's aura emanating from him. He has undoubtedly interacted with the sorcerer. Why didn't you inform me of this sooner, Brother Wang? I wonder if it is still possible for me to pursue him. Tang Xiaohu exclaimed with urgency. The one who had cast the curse upon him had laid a particularly malevolent trap for his family, intending for them all to suffer. Capturing this individual would not only bring satisfaction to Tang Xiaohu but also ensure safety for his entire family. However, Wang Dong shook his head. We cannot pursue him. Brother Tang, the mastermind lurks in the shadows. If we chase after Boss Zhao, we would essentially be revealing to the puppet master that we are aware of their connection. This might lead to a sudden interruption of our leads, ultimately alerting them. Then what shall we do? Tang Xiaohu conceded that Wang Dong's reasoning was sound and abandoned the notion of pursuing Boss Zhao immediately. Wang Dong continued, Brother Tang, if you were to contemplate silencing someone, where would be the most ideal location, and what would be the safest method? Tang Xiaohu paused, then thoughtfully replied, certainly in a secluded place, where no third party would be present at the moment of action. Moreover, it should be a location where the target is entirely at ease. He reflected, if I were the mastermind wishing to eliminate Boss Zhao, I would not choose his shop. It is too busy with constant foot traffic and surveillance cameras. No, it would be best to select his home, where he would inevitably lower his guard, especially when there are no outsiders around. Brother Tang, you are indeed astute. I had the same thought. Wang Dong smiled. Tang Xiaohu grasped the implication. The mastermind likely intended to eliminate Boss Zhao, and the location would be his very own home. There is a strong possibility, but I can only speculate. It is not an absolute certainty, Wang Dong concluded. Tang Xiaohu remarked, regardless of whether you are right or wrong, my brother, this indeed presents a possibility. I shall have someone discreetly stationed at Boss Zhao's residence, awaiting the arrival of the mastermind behind the scenes. Even if you are mistaken, we shall exercise caution to avoid finding ourselves in a vulnerable position. Elder brother speaks wisely. Wang Dong nodded with a smile. To be candid, he harbored little certainty regarding his own conjecture. However, it was well known that few among the sorcerers were benevolent. Should Boss Zhao engage their services and the undertaking falter, it was highly probable that he would meet a grim fate. Brother Tang, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to meet Shanshan. Chapter 56. 21 Days to Mastery. It seems that you and Miss Shun share a bond that transcends the ordinary employer-employee relationship, remarked Tang Xiaohu with a chuckle. Wang Dong, smiling, replied, indeed, brother, you are quite perceptive. Now, enough flattery. Go and keep the lady company. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. With a nod, Wang Dong turned and exited the office. As he watched his retreating figure, Tang Xiaohu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. He murmured to himself, I hope my brother is correct. Otherwise, constantly guarding against that sorcerer may prove to be an endless endeavor. Is there truly a way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days? As the last piece of jade rough was loaded onto the vehicle for transport, Shen Shanshan scanned the surroundings, searching for Wang Dong. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped her shoulder, accompanied by a cheerful voice. What are you looking for? Wang Dong. Isn't the restroom that way? How did you sneak up on me? Shen Shanshan turned to see Wang Dong, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. Wang Dong grinned. I took a special detour to surprise you. Have the stones all been secured? They're all set. Hurry. Let's drive back to the shop together, Shen Shanshan said, handing him the car keys. Wang Dong nodded, and they made their way to the car. The shop's stone expert, Old Zhou, was responsible for driving the van. After exchanging a brief nod with Wang Dong, he set off in the lead, while Wang Dong followed closely, ensuring that no stones would tumble from the rear of the vehicle. Upon arriving at the shop, Wang Dong busied himself, picking up a brush to meticulously mark each piece of stone. As Old Zhou observed the increasing number of stones Wang Dong worked on, the workload surged. However, fueled by Shen Shanshan's promise of double wages for these days and a bonus at the month's end, Old Zhou worked with renewed vigor. Each time he sliced into the stone, revealing a glimmer of green, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment, and his admiration for Wang Dong's stone gambling skills deepened. Let us call it a day, Old Zhou, Shen Shanshan said, glancing at the dimming sky as she clapped her hands. Old Zhou chuckled, no worries, boss, I can still manage. This isn't about your capability, but rather about not exhausting you further, Shen Shanshan responded with a smile. Moreover, our cutting machine cannot withstand such prolonged, uninterrupted operation. Indeed, you speak wisely, Old Zhou said, grinning, then turned to Wang Dong, Manager Wang. You truly possess a divine eye. From this morning until now, among all these stones, not a single one has yielded a barren result. Yes, Manager Wang, please share some of your insights with us. The shop employees gathered around, eagerly gazing at Wang Dong, dreaming of the day they too would possess such remarkable skills, envisioning luxury cars, grand homes, and beautiful companions. Wang Dong smiled gently. My judgments are based on intuition. I fear it would be challenging to impart such experience to you. If there is any singular piece of advice, it would be to immerse oneself in professional literature and observe authentic stones closely. Additionally, one should engage more with Master Zhou to learn the art of stone cutting. As your understanding deepens and your encounters with stones increase, I firmly believe that rewards will surely follow. Is that all? Are there no shortcuts, such as a 21-day crash course? The crowd was left disheartened, feeling that Wang Dong's words were disappointingly simplistic. With a chuckle, Wang Dong remarked, a 21-day crash course? Do you think I run a scam training program? Inquire of Master Zhou. His expertise in stone cutting may seem as simple as merely applying pressure to a blade, devoid of any technical nuance. Can one truly master it in 21 days? It is impossible. Without waiting for further questions, Master Zhou shook his head in denial. While it may appear as though one is merely pressing a blade, the difficulty escalates once one cuts into the stone. Initially, there are lines to guide you, but once you penetrate deeper, those lines vanish, and you must rely on your hand's steadiness and the stability of the blade and stone, drawing upon experience and intuition to avoid miscuts. This craft, I assure you, cannot be perfected in 21 days. Even 21 months would only lay the foundational skills. Master Zhou's insight is indeed profound. The most rapid mastery comes through diligent practice, though it is not impossible for a rare genius to attain instant enlightenment. But I ask, do any of you possess such extraordinary talent? Wang Dong smiled, casting his gaze over the staff. They responded with rueful smiles. If anyone truly had such ability, why would they be toiling away here? Upon hearing that there was no shortcut to mastery, the crowd inevitably departed in disappointment. Observing their reactions, Master Zhou shook his head and remarked, Manager Wang, these individuals are like this. They desire talent but possess only average gifts, yet are unwilling to put in the hard work. It is not inherently wrong to avoid strenuous effort. Everyone enjoys a comfortable life. However, the contradiction lies in their aspiration to become exceptional figures without enduring the necessary hardships, which inevitably leads to suffering. Master Zhou, I didn't realize you had such philosophical insight. Wang Dong chuckled. Master Zhou laughed heartily. With age comes experience and understanding. Manager Wang, regardless of the circumstances, I hold you in high regard. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. All right, you've spent the entire day cutting stone, you should take a rest. If customers arrive, you may find yourself back to work. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Master Zhou nodded and retreated to the staff lounge to rest. Unless a customer arrives to gamble on stones, he typically remains in the lounge, and no one would question his absence. After he departed, Li Feng approached with a slightly apologetic expression, saying, Donggo, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll need your car for another day. It's nothing. As I mentioned before, you can take as much time as you need. We are brothers. Why should we concern ourselves with such trivial matters? Wang Dong said with a smile, shaking his head. Li Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Donggu. It's all my girlfriend Juanzi's brother's fault. He insisted on buying a house in the city and insisted that I drive him to the sales office tonight, claiming it was to avoid being looked down upon. Juanzi's parents hold a strong preference for sons over daughters, and I couldn't bear to put Juanzi in an awkward position, so I agreed. I just hope that when it comes time to purchase the house, I won't be expected to cough up a sum of over 100,000. Otherwise, I will truly be at a loss. It's quite distressing. Chapter 57. Teaching the apprentice while starving the master here. Take this card. If you need to spend money later, just use it, Wang Dong said, handing a card to his brother upon hearing about his predicament. Li Feng was taken aback. Brother Dong, what are you doing? Just take it. You might need it. Wang Dong insisted, placing the card firmly in his hand. Li Feng immediately attempted to return it. No, really. Besides, your brother is buying a house. Why should I pay for him? Especially with your money, it's even more inappropriate. Consider it a dowry for Juanzi's family. Nowadays, marrying a wife, even in the countryside, is no small feat without at least 200,000, right? Wang Dong pressed gently on his arm. But, let us leave it at that, Wang Dong said with a smile. Just make sure to clarify things later. The wedding is this month. If Juanzi's parents agree, then you can give the dowry. Otherwise, don't be foolish. You might end up spending the money and still not marrying her. That would only bring sorrow to you and Juanzi, while those scoundrels in her family rejoice. That's hardly worthwhile. You're right, Brother Dong. I will definitely heed your advice. Li Feng replied, his gratitude evident. Despite being a strong man, he felt tears welling up, a stark contrast to the stoicism he had shown when pressured by Lu Tao. Wang Dong patted his shoulder. Good brother, stay strong. A bright future awaits you. When you have time, consider learning about stone gambling. Standing idle at the door won't earn you much. How much can a security guard make in a lifetime? He added. Yes, I will learn diligently. Li Feng nodded earnestly. All right, I shall head inside now. Okay, Brother Dong. Watching his departing figure, Li Feng felt a surge of gratitude, along with a newfound ambition. He had contemplated pursuing different avenues before, such as delivering food or doing manual labor like Wang Dong to earn some extra money. However, having a girlfriend required time and energy to nurture the relationship. If he worked all day, wouldn't she leave him? Yet Wang Dong had a point. He could learn valuable skills at the stone gambling shop and perhaps become an experienced cutter like Old Joe. Rumor had it that Old Joe earned over 6,000 a month, and if he encountered generous customers, they would even offer him additional rewards. Upon reaching the office upstairs, Wang Dong spoke to Xin Shanshan. We will have an increasing number of stones to cut in our shop. Relying solely on Old Joe seems inefficient and could wear him out. What if one day he collapses from exhaustion? Who would handle the cutting then? What do you mean? Xin Shanshan inquired, looking at him curiously. Wang Dong smiled. I was thinking, you know Li Feng's character. He would never betray others or engage in wrongdoing. So, why not have Old Joe mentor him? We should strive to make him self-sufficient as soon as possible. That's feasible. But if he suddenly starts learning to cut stones with Old Joe, who will do the security work? Xin Shanshan hesitated, questioning the implications. Wang Dong chuckled, suggesting that he could simultaneously hold 2 jobs, and that a modest stipend would suffice while he learned the art of stone cutting. Once he gained proficiency and experience, transitioning to a full-time stonecutter would be entirely feasible. I had no objections, yet I pondered how Li Feng felt about it. Wouldn't juggling 2 jobs be rather exhausting? Xin Shanshan inquired. Wang Dong, with a hint of conviction, replied, he will manage just fine. You are well aware of how idle our store's security personnel are. To be frank, if he is willing to work hard, he will undoubtedly find both the time and energy. Then let us proceed as you suggested, allowing Old Joe to mentor him. Regarding the stipend, since he is your brother, we cannot shortchange him. Let us supplement his current salary with an additional 2,500 yuan. Xin Shanshan nodded in agreement, adding, with this arrangement, Li Feng's monthly income would exceed 6,000. If he receives tips from customers, earning 8,000 in a month is certainly within reach. Thank you, Shanshan, Wang Dong said with a smile, embracing her and planting a kiss on her lips. Xin Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly protested. Oh dear, please refrain from such antics in broad daylight at the office. Broad daylight? The sun has set, as you can see, Wang Dong teased, pointing out the window. Flushed, Xin Shanshan responded, that doesn't mean you can behave inappropriately in the office. Are you suggesting that outside the office, I may act indiscreetly? Wang Dong asked playfully. Xin Shanshan felt her heart race, and with a playful pout, she retorted, you, Wang Dong, are quite the rogue. I never noticed it before, but now that I do, it's too late, you are already my boyfriend. Wang Dong leaned in for another tender kiss. Although Xin Shanshan verbally protested, her body betrayed her, yielding to his affections until she was left breathless and blushing. Had it not been for the office setting, Wang Dong might have succumbed to temptation right then and there. It's getting late. Shall we go for dinner? He proposed. She murmured, resting her head on his shoulder. However, as they exited the office, she promptly distanced herself from Wang Dong, wary of the gossip that might arise among the staff if they discovered their relationship, which could disrupt the unity within the team. Upon descending the stairs, Shun Shanshan approached old Zhou. Both Wang Dong and I feel that you are carrying too heavy a burden alone. We were hoping you could mentor Li Feng. Would that be agreeable? Of course, that's no problem at all. Li Feng is a sincere and honest young man with commendable character. I have long desired to take on a disciple like him. The only hesitation I had was due to the low wages of apprentices, and his current position as a high-paid security guard made it difficult for me to bring it up. Old Zhou readily agreed. His willingness stemmed from genuine intent rather than any influence from Wang Dong or Shun Shanshan. However, there was a detail he withheld. When Lu Tao was still the manager, he had contemplated taking Wang Dong as his apprentice. Among the staff, he had deemed only Wang Dong and Li Feng worthy, as character was paramount in choosing a disciple, followed by talent. A disciple lacking in integrity could lead to disastrous consequences, not only for others but also for the master who could one day find themselves betrayed. Such betrayals, where a disciple turns against their master, are not uncommon, even beyond the realm of jade craftsmanship. In certain traditional workshops, it is not rare to witness a scenario where a master, after painstakingly nurturing a disciple, finds themselves dismissed by the very owner who then hires the disciple at 2/3 or even half of the master's salary to take over their role. In such instances, if the disciple possessed a sense of integrity, they would undoubtedly refrain from jeopardizing their master's livelihood. After all, with age and skills acquired, they could simply seek sustenance elsewhere, couldn't they? Wang Dong chuckled. Since Master Zhou you are willing, that is splendid indeed. Tomorrow, I shall have Li Feng arrange a gathering to request your esteemed guidance. Chapter 58. A special note on taking a disciple. That sounds delightful. Boss, Manager Wang, I shall take my leave this evening to prepare a gift for my disciple. As a master, one cannot merely indulge in the culinary delights and fine wines provided by their apprentice, laughed old Zhou. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong sensed something amiss. It seemed that old Zhou was not merely intent on being a mentor to Li Feng, but rather, he aspired to take on the role of a true master. While the terms may appear similar, their implications diverge significantly. In ancient times, the title of master implied a lifelong paternal bond. Once a master, forever a father. However, as the ages have shifted, the term has evolved. Now, being called master merely connotes a polite form of address akin to teacher, signifying a more casual relationship. Should old Zhou become Li Feng's master, he might retain some special skills. Yet, should he assume the role of a true master, it would imply a relationship akin to that of a half-son, necessitating not only the transmission of skills but also guidance in life's pathways, including matters of marriage. Essentially, Li Feng would gain a surrogate father figure. If this master were benevolent, such a relationship could undoubtedly facilitate Li Feng's journey through life. Conversely, a malevolent master could bring untold suffering. Once this relationship is established, it becomes nearly impossible to escape its bounds, unless one were to betray their master or if the master were of such poor character that one felt justified in severing ties. Regardless of the circumstances, a disciple would invariably face disdain from peers within the community. Old Master Zhou, please do not rush back just yet. I must clarify your intentions. Are you indeed suggesting that you wish to become Li Feng's master, as in a father figure? Wang Dong inquired gravely. Old Zhou nodded, affirming, indeed, if I take on a disciple, I shall impart all my knowledge. Without assuming the role of a master, how could I possibly share my unique skills? I understand your intent. I must consult with Li Feng on this matter. I will provide you with an update by tomorrow morning, if that is agreeable. Wang Dong replied, that is perfectly fine. I sincerely hope you can persuade him. I am of considerable age, and if I do not take on a disciple, my skills may very well fade away, old Zhou expressed earnestly. Rest assured, I shall advocate on your behalf, Wang Dong assured him with a nod. Though old Zhou occasionally exhibited a temper and a hint of pride, he was not a man of small-mindedness. Otherwise, after Wang Dong had struck him several times, he would have sought revenge rather than displaying such genuine acceptance. He is a true craftsman. Wealth and power hold no sway over him. However, should one possess true skill, he would wholeheartedly respect them, devoid of any ulterior motives, much like his current desire to mentor Li Feng, which he would not express otherwise. Old Zhou grasped Wang Dong's hand and said, I entrust this matter to you, Manager Wang. If you can assist me, I shall reward you handsomely. I shall hold you to that promise, Wang Dong chuckled. Aha, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. As old Zhou exited, he cast a peculiar smile towards Li Feng before departing, leaving Li Feng somewhat perplexed. How strange. What could old Master Zhou be smiling at? Is there something on my face? Although your face bears no blemish, he regards you as a treasure and wishes to become your master. I ask you, will you consent? Wang Dong chuckled. Li Feng was utterly bewildered. Isn't this a good thing? Why would I refuse? Brother Dong, your question has left me perplexed. I even fear that his master might look down upon me. Listen closely, Wang Dong said earnestly. I am referring to a master in the truest sense, one who is like a father for life. If you agree, you will become like a son to him, and he will be like a father to you. When the time comes for you to marry and have children, you must invite him to celebrate, or your marriage cannot proceed, nor can you name your children. Should anything unfortunate befall him, you are to honor him as a true son would. Do you comprehend the weight of the title master? Li Feng was taken aback. He had never considered the immense responsibilities and commitments that such a title entailed. Of course, Wang Dong continued, as your master, he will not teach you in a roundabout manner like others. Instead, he will impart his entire skill set to you. Reflect on this and give me a call with your response in the morning. Wait, Brother Dong, do you think I should agree?
Li Feng hesitata.
As he also had a biological father to care for. It was not that he could not manage 2 elderly men, but with his modest income, he feared he could not afford to support another father figure, potentially causing harm instead. I recommend that you accept, Wang Dong advised. Then I shall agree. With that affirmation, Li Feng steeled himself, willing to endure some hardships and perhaps eat less. But he could not abandon this father figure. Wang Dong's face broke into a smile. You are indeed my brother. I must tell you, you have stumbled upon a treasure. What treasure? Li Feng inquired, puzzled. Beside them, Xin Shanshan also looked on with curiosity, glancing at Wang Dong. Do not be deceived by old Zhou's unassuming appearance, Wang Dong laughed. When he shook my hand just now, I could tell that his hands have endured severe injuries. What kind of treasure is that? Li Feng was still confused. Brother Dong, are you mocking or praising him? Of course, I am praising him. Can't you see? After suffering such grievous injuries, most individuals would struggle to use chopsticks. Yet he wields a blade with remarkable steadiness. Just imagine how skilled he must be if his hands were unharmed. What extraordinary abilities might he possess? Wang Dong grinned. Suddenly, Li Feng understood. Indeed, I have truly found a treasure. Brother Dong, why didn't you tell me sooner? I would not have hesitated for so long. If I had revealed it from the start, your intentions would not have been pure, and a heart lacking purity cannot truly learn the craft. Wang Dong chuckled. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Feng replied, Brother Dong is right. I will certainly observe Master Zhou closely and learn diligently. Very well, prepare a banquet for your master tomorrow. There is no need to invite too many. Just include your wife, the 2 of us, and a few close friends to show support. As for the dishes for this meal, you may decide based on your own expenditures. The most crucial element is to have a bowl of fine tea. You shall personally brew the tea and deliver it to old Zhou. Those steeped in tradition place great significance on this bowl of apprenticeship tea. The other food and drink are of little consequence. Do you understand my meaning? Yes, yes. Li Feng nodded repeatedly, taking note of every word he uttered. Wang Dong said, Well then, we shall take our leave. All right, Brother Dong, boss, do take care. Li Feng replied with a smile, feeling increasingly grateful to Wang Dong. Not only had he lent him his car and money, but now he had also found him a master craftsman who possessed profound skills. He was at a loss as to how to repay such kindness. Chapter 59. Anger at my squeeze. Wang Dong undertook these actions for his brother without the slightest expectation of reciprocation. The day when Li Feng willingly offended Lu Tao for his sake solidified Wang Dong's commitment to this good brother for life. Lacking personal capacity was one matter, but if he were capable, how could he allow his brother to endure any grievances? What use would his abilities serve otherwise? Upon entering the vehicle, Xin Shanshan expressed her astonishment. Did you just say that old Zhou has a serious injury on his arm? Indeed, both his hand tendons have been severed, Wang Dong replied. Who could be so ruthless? Xin Shanshan inhaled sharply, but then, bewildered, added, Yet old Zhou possesses considerable strength. At times, He can lift stones weighing dozens of pounds with one hand. If his tendons were severed, he should be powerless. Surely, even using a spoon to eat would be a challenge for him? That's precisely why I say old Joe has a unique skill, Wang Dong chuckled. It is for this very reason that he recommended my brother to take old Joe as a mentor. Otherwise, if old Joe were of ordinary capability, would I have let my brother recognize him as a father figure? That would only create trouble for my brother. Shen Shanshan found his words credible, reflecting on how long old Joe had worked in her shop without ever revealing his past experiences. Previously, she had thought little of it, but now, she considered him rather enigmatic. Everyone harbors their own secrets. My dear Shin, let us not delve into that, Wang Dong remarked with a smile. Instead, close your eyes and cover your ears. I need to step out and deal with a few pesky followers. Huh? Shin Shanshan paused, struggling to grasp his intention. Are you saying someone is following us? Yes. Ever since we left the jade shop, they have been tailing us. I suspect their intentions are nefarious, Wang Dong said, glancing at the rearview mirror before pulling the car over to the side of the road. Seeing him prepare to exit the vehicle, Shin Shanshan anxiously grasped his hand. Perhaps you shouldn't go out? If they are following us, we can just speed up and head to a crowded place. Do not worry, Wang Dong replied, kissing her gently before pushing the car door open and stepping outside. Boss, that guy has gotten out of the car. Perhaps the vehicle broke down? Huang Shi and his crew had been waiting at the jade shop all day and were finally glad to see Wang Dong appear. As he emerged from the vehicle, one of the younger members suggested, should we take this opportunity to ambush him? Do we even need to discuss this? Hurry up and park. Everyone, get out and deal with this brat. And ensure that Shin Shanshan doesn't escape. The boss wants him alive. Huang Shi's gaze, cold and venomous like a snake, kicked the door open with force. The group promptly exited the vehicle, charging at Wang Dong without any pleasantries, aiming to strike him with iron rods. Wang Dong had intended to greet them, but their lack of decorum left him no choice. He swiftly punched one of the younger members away and then kicked several others aside. In the blink of an eye, all the subordinates who dared to approach were rendered prostrate, while the remaining few, witnessing his formidable prowess, turned pale with fear. Finally, one of them mustered the courage to speak. You, don't act recklessly. The leader interjected. The intelligence was erroneous. This fellow is quite formidable. Useless bunch. Huang Shi glared angrily at his quaking subordinates, drawing a dagger and brandishing it before Wang Dong. Kid, my name is Huang Shi. Have you heard of me? Indeed. You are the Huang Shi who received a flurry of slaps from Bai Xinyang back in the day, Wang Dong replied with a smile. Huang Shi immediately fumed. You're courting death. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, thrusting the dagger towards Wang Dong's heart with remarkable speed and force. However, Wang Dong merely chuckled, extending 2 fingers to firmly grasp the blade. Huang Shi was taken aback, unable to fathom that a scene reminiscent of a martial arts film was unfolding before him. With a slight exertion of his fingers, Wang Dong snapped the blade with a resounding crack. Huang Shi's face blanched, his eyes widening in disbelief. You! My knife! Who sent you here? Wang Dong inquired. Huang Shi hastily retreated a few steps, stammering, and no one sent us. It seems you wish to meet a fate akin to that dagger, Wang Dong remarked, narrowing his brow before delivering a kick to Huang Shi's leg. With a sharp crack, Huang Shi's right leg broke, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Let us talk this over. Let us talk this over. Then speak, Wang Dong demanded, fixing his gaze upon him. Kneeling on the ground, Huang Shi confessed, it was Boss Zhang who sent us. He said you had disrupted his plans and ordered us to eliminate you while abducting Boss Shin to his lair. Zhang who? Yes, the Boss Zhang I refer to is Zhang Hu, the proprietor of Guantian Tower, Huang Shi hastily clarified. Brother, I've divulged everything. Please spare me.
Yes, you.
I shall never appear before you again. Then be gone. Wang Dong replied coldly. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your mercy. Huang Shi quickly nodded and bowed, allowing a few subordinates to assist him into a vehicle before hastily fleeing the scene. Wang Dong, are you all right? Shin Shanshan rushed out of the car upon seeing them escape. Wang Dong shook his head. I am fine. These fellows are merely insignificant characters. They cannot harm me. That's a relief, Shin Shanshan said, touching his arm and inspecting him for injuries. Not finding any, she sighed in relief before asking, "Do you know why they were following us?" "They were sent by that scoundrel Jiang Hu," Wang Dong replied. "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Let us head to the restaurant and order. After we eat, I will settle the score with him. With so many of them, it's too perilous for you to go alone. Perhaps we should inform old Tang and let him mediate for us," Shen Shanshan suggested worriedly. Her words held merit. In such circumstances, it was indeed prudent to seek the intervention of a respected elder with significant influence in the community to ensure justice was served. Ultimately, in this matter, they are entirely on the side of reason. However, Jiang Hu's actions have transcended the norms of typical commercial rivalry. Wang Dong shook his head and said, "There is no need to trouble old Tang with this issue. Shanshan, heed my words. Let us dine first, and then I shall escort you home before confronting Jiang Hu. If you are going, I shall accompany you," Shen Shanshan replied, her concern evident. "I cannot allow you to face this alone." Wang Dong gazed at the woman who cared for him and, unable to resist, planted gentle kisses upon her smooth forehead, then her delicate nose, and finally her petal-like lips. Shen Shanshan found herself momentarily overwhelmed, yet also somewhat vexed. "Do not do this. I am speaking of serious matters. This is the most important matter," Wang Dong replied as he pressed her against the car, tenderly caressing her cheek, his hand gradually becoming less decorous as it slid downward. Suddenly, Shen Shanshan's body tensed, her complexion flushed. "Ah, your hand. Stop. Do not squeeze. Wang Dong, you rascal, if you squeeze me again, I shall be angry." Chapter 60. Men hold no grudges overnight, all right. I shall refrain from further provocations. Wang Dong, noticing her embarrassment and anger, promptly withdrew his hand. Nevertheless, the sensation of Shen Shanshan's plump and supple hand lingered, leaving him quite enchanted. Shen Shanshan adjusted her attire, her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "You rogue. But you rather enjoy my roguishness, don't you?" Wang Dong replied with a grin. "Shameless. You speak without any sense of propriety," Shen Shanshan exclaimed. "Haha," Wang Dong chuckled. "Shanshan, I shall not seek trouble with Jiang Hu tonight, and you need not accompany me or worry about my safety." "Really?" Shen Shanshan inquired, glancing at him with curiosity. Wang Dong nodded. "In a few days, once I am fully prepared, I shall teach Jiang Hu a lesson. For now, let us dine." Shen Shanshan agreed, her mind racing with thoughts of seeking justice from Jiang Hu herself, yet she was concerned for Wang Dong's well-being, which made her reluctant to pursue it. Now that she heard Wang Dong had abandoned the idea of confronting Jiang Hu, she felt a sense of relief. After their meal, Wang Dong purchased some fruits and, while driving her back to her residence, he handed some to the elderly security guard responsible for matchmaking. "Ah, Mr. Wang, how generous you are. You remembered what you said earlier today," the guard exclaimed with a smile. "Of course, one must remember such things, especially since you are our matchmaker," Wang Dong replied with a grin. The guard, though appearing older, was merely in his early 50s, and his face bore the marks of age, thus earning him the title of the community's elder security guard. In truth, it would be more fitting to refer to him as uncle. The guard chuckled. "Well, Mr. Wang, you are a man of your word. If all goes as expected, Miss Shun will surely fare well with a gentleman like you. Your insight is commendable," Wang Dong remarked with amusement. Shen Shanshan blushed, casting a glance at the two men as she interjected, "You both are men. Naturally, you will speak in favor of one another. I shall head inside now. Wang Dong, please drive safely on your way back. Shall I accompany you upstairs?" Wang Dong inquired, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Recalling their earlier playful banter in the car, Shen Shanshan quickly waved her hand. "No need. I can manage on my own. Let us meet again tomorrow morning." "Very well. Good night," Wang Dong nodded, releasing her waist. Shen Shanshan responded with a soft turning to walk into the community. Although she harbored a desire to invite Wang Dong inside for a brief respite, she dreaded the thought of being alone with him, fearing that he might once again initiate playful gestures. The mere thought sent her heart racing and her cheeks aflame. Such notions were altogether too exhilarating for her. Wang Dong smiled as he watched her disappear into the building, then waved farewell to the guard, saying, "I must take my leave now." Next time, I shall return to chat with you. Ha! I am busy every day, hardly a lonely old man. Do attend to your own affairs. The guard replied with a hearty laugh, gesturing for Wang Dong to depart. Unexpectedly, an old photograph slipped out from the shirt. Wang Dong swiftly grasped it and was taken aback to see a stunning blonde foreign beauty. Who is this enchanting lady? He inquired with astonishment. Ah, my first love. The security guard sighed, reminiscing. It's been many years since we last met. If she has a daughter, she should be around your age. You truly are a master, Wang Dong remarked, returning the photograph with a smile. The beauty in the picture rivaled Qin Shanshan in allure, particularly as she hailed from abroad. In the days of the guard's youth, when China had yet to rise to prominence, securing a foreign beauty as a first love was indeed a remarkable feat. Wang Dong's compliment was far from excessive. The guard chuckled softly. Those are merely bygone days, Mr. Wang. Now please attend to your own affairs. I shall take my leave then, Wang Dong acknowledged with a nod, slipping into his car and heading towards Guantian Tower. A man of integrity bears no grudges overnight. His earlier words to Qin Shanshan were merely to alleviate her concerns. Now, alone, he was determined to confront Jiang Hu. In his office, Jiang Hu was indulging in wine and meat with a few sycophants, awaiting good news from Huang Shi. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the office door inexplicably flew open. Several lackeys were sent sprawling, crying out in pain. Jiang Hu, quicker than most, still could not evade the chaos, only sustaining lesser injuries as he sat furthest inside. Nevertheless, the door struck his already unattractive face, rendering it even more grotesque. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a few broken teeth and roared, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my domain? Boss Jiang, we meet again. Do you remember me?" A masked man entered slowly. His voice altered, yet Jiang Hu recognized him immediately. You are that Wang brat who thwarted my plans," Jiang Hu exclaimed, his recognition instant. Wang Dong smirked slightly, neither confirming nor denying. "You have a good memory, Boss Jiang. Care to guess why I've come to see you in this disguise? What do you want?" Jiang Hu's expression shifted. Wang Dong replied, "You hired someone named Huang Shi to attack us. They have now met their demise, and it is your turn. Is that clear enough? You intend to kill me?" Jiang Hu's complexion paled, hurriedly retrieving a folding knife, shouting at Wang Dong, "Don't do anything foolish. Even if I am a scoundrel, the consequences of killing me would be dire. You are mistaken. I seek justice and merely wish to have a word with you," Wang Dong said as he approached. Sensing an opportunity, Jiang Hu gripped the folding knife tightly and lunged at Wang Dong's heart. "You little brat, you're not the one to decide this." In response, Wang Dong delivered a swift kick to Jiang Hu's face. With a single kick, he sent Jiang Hu sprawling to the ground. As Wang Dong raised his foot once more, poised to deliver another blow, Jiang Hu finally relented. "Please, no more kicking. We can discuss this, Mr. Wang," he pleaded. "Will you still conspire against us behind our backs?" Wang Dong inquired. "No, I wouldn't dare." Jiang Hu hastily shook his head. "Please, spare me this once. I will have my belongings packed and be gone from Nanshan City by midnight tomorrow at the latest. I assure you, I will never target you again." "How can you guarantee that?" Wang Dong pressed. Jiang Hu, gritting his teeth, severed one of his own fingers and declared, "Mr. Wang, will this serve as proof?" Chapter 61, Imparting Wisdom to Men. It seems you possess some sense. Upon witnessing Jiang Hu sever one of his own fingers, Wang Dong chuckled lightly and turned to exit the office. "If your establishment is still operational in 2 days, or if you remain in Nanqing, you shall bear the consequences." Yes, I assure you I will leave Nanqing within 2 days and will never return," Jiang Hu responded, fear evident in his voice. "It is best that you do," Wang Dong remarked as he stepped out of the office, his footsteps gradually fading away. Jiang Hu, drenched in cold sweat, clenched his teeth. He had never anticipated that Wang Dong would defy convention and boldly invade his stronghold with the intent to annihilate him. Had his murderous intent not been so restrained, he would have surely met his demise. "Boss, are we truly relocating?" the lackeys inquired in hushed tones. Jiang Hu offered a chilling smile before replying, "When have I ever suggested such a thing? I merely sought to placate that brat for the moment." "What do you mean, boss? Why the urgency?" "You will understand in due course." This lad cannot hope to contend with me. His outcome will undoubtedly be dire. Jiang Hu spoke coldly. It was a foolish dream to think he could so easily be subdued. Wang Dong was well aware of the improbability of Jiang Hu's compliance, yet he remained unfazed, confident that he could handle whatever arose. Having taught Jiang Hu a lesson, he felt considerably lighter in spirit and drove home. As was his custom, he parked his car outside the alley, concealing it beneath a canvas cover. He then proceeded into the alley, his ears catching the sounds of alluring feminine laughter, igniting a fire within him. However, this time was slightly different. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, an unsightly figure suddenly appeared, grinning maliciously. Wang Dong, you little rascal, you've finally returned. I've got you now. With that, the individual reached out to seize Wang Dong's arm. Wang Dong swiftly flung his arm, sending the assailant sprawling to the ground. Ah! The grotesque figure cried out in pain, then bellowed, "You! How dare you lay a hand on me? Are you Lu Tao?" Wang Dong inquired, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes as he recognized the voice. Lu Tao replied coldly, "Who else could it be? You've forgotten me in just a few days. You truly are insufferably arrogant. Have you looked in the mirror? With your current appearance, even your own parents might not recognize you," Wang Dong retorted, pulling out his phone to snap a picture of Lu Tao before turning the screen towards him. Upon seeing the image, Lu Tao gasped. "Who is this? Who else but you?" Wang Dong laughed. "Did you undergo a failed cosmetic surgery in that land of the Koreans?" "No, this cannot be me." Lu Tao's face drained of color as he struggled to comprehend how he could have become so hideous. In a frenzy, he commanded, "You better kneel before me immediately, or I will call Big Boss Huang Shi to come sort you out. However, if you are willing to humbly kneel and acknowledge the wrongs you have committed against me, permitting Boss Shin to reinstate me as manager, I shall feign ignorance and grant you a reprieve. Ha! Feel free to inform that so-called big snake of yours." Wang Dong chuckled lightly, having anticipated some formidable threat, yet finding only bravado in the other's demeanor. With that, he strode towards the Minjian building. Lu Tao, filled with fury, retorted, "You will surely regret this. Big Snake is a notorious figure in Nantian City, ruthless in his dealings. Should he arrive with his men, you will find yourself in dire straits. I shall grant you 10 seconds. Think wisely before you speak again." "Suit yourself," Wang Dong replied nonchalantly, continuing his path into the Minjian building. Lu Tao, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Very well, you choose to ignore my warnings, forsaking the path of safety for one of peril. I shall ensure you face the consequences." With that, he dialed Big Snake. "What do you want?" came Big Snake's grim voice upon connection. Lu Tao immediately responded, "Boss Big Snake, that brat has returned. Now is the perfect time to act. Delay, and we may have to wait an eternity. Are you still there?" Big Snake paused, his expression shifting. They had suffered considerable embarrassment at Wang Dong's hands, to the point of terror. Initially believing the matter had concluded with their withdrawal, Lu Tao's words made Big Snake's heart race. If this fool provoked Wang Dong and drew his ire upon them, the repercussions would be catastrophic. "Stay where you are. Do not move, do not act. Just remain there until I arrive. Understood?" "Understood, Boss Big Snake. I will await your arrival," Lu Tao affirmed hastily. Upon ending the call, he cast a chilling grin towards the Minjian building, muttering, "Wang Dong, this is the fate that befalls those who refuse to heed warnings. When Big Snake arrives, it shall be your end." About half an hour later, Big Snake and his crew arrived by car. Upon sighting them, Lu Tao rejoiced, "That brat is inside right now. Boss Big Snake, you need only send a few lackeys up, and Suddenly, Big Snake delivered a swift kick to his face. Lu Tao, caught off guard, could only emit a pained cry as he crumpled to the ground with a thud, utterly dazed. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do not presume to associate with me." Big Snake advanced, delivering several more kicks to his back. Lu Tao cried out in agony, "What have I done to deserve this? Big Snake? You need not concern yourself with the details. From now on, harbor no ill intentions towards Mr. Wang. Capture him and dispose of him as you see fit. If he survives, consider it a stroke of luck. If he perishes, so be it," Big Snake coldly commanded, delivering a few final kicks. A few young men swiftly approached, seizing Lu Tao's hands and unceremoniously tossing him into the car. As they departed, they anxiously pressed the accelerator, fearing that Wang Dong might emerge to confront them, scarcely daring to pause even for a moment. Wang Dong stood in his room, observing their predicament with clarity, a faint smile gracing his lips. After taking a shower, he contemplated nurturing his relationship with Sister Xian. However, upon realizing that not a single light was aglow in her apartment, it was evident she had already succumbed to slumber, prompting him to refrain from disturbing her. Just then, the beautiful streamer from the adjacent room opened her door. With a look of exasperation, Su-yi exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, you've finally returned. Hurry in and impart some wisdom regarding men." Chapter 62. A bit faster men's experience? Wang Dong instinctively glanced down, realizing that this topic might not be suitable for a conversation with a woman. What was there to feel embarrassed about? Su-yi, not grasping his meaning, took his hand and led him into the room, then expressed, "Do you remember what I told you this morning?" "Yes, I remember. What about it?" Wang Dong inquired. Su-yi continued, "I want to ask you again. If a man spends an entire day without replying to a girl, not even with a punctuation mark or an expression, what could be the reason? Perhaps he simply does not like her, feeling there's no need to pursue anything further, thus choosing to ignore her altogether." Wang Dong pondered before responding. Su-yi's expression changed immediately. "Are you saying that this man does not like this girl at all?" "I believe that to be the case," Wang Dong affirmed with a nod. Su-yi's demeanor shifted dramatically, her voice dropping significantly. "I see. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for taking up your precious time this late at night. I brought you some fruit. There's no need to be so courteous." Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively. Nonetheless, Su-yi picked up some fruit from beside the computer desk and handed it to Wang Dong, saying, "It's not courtesy. It's simply what I ought to do." "Well then, thank you," Wang Dong replied with a smile, accepting the apple she offered and taking a bite. However, as he chewed, he noticed Su-yi's cheeks suddenly flush crimson, prompting his curiosity. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" No, it's just that this apple doesn't taste very good. You can have these instead," Su-yi stammered, her face still tinged with red as she hastily offered him several apples and reached for the one he had bitten. Wang Dong found this puzzling. He thought the apple was delightful, exceptionally sweet. "But I've already taken a bite. If I don't eat it, who will? This one is fine." No, Mr. Wang, let us swap it for another," Su-yi insisted, flustered as she took the bitten apple away from him. "Mr. Wang, it's getting late. You should head back and rest." "All right," Wang Dong nodded, clutching the other apples as he returned to his room, still perplexed by her attachment to that particular apple. Upon closing his room door, Wang Dong suddenly noticed a red mark on his hand. Raising it to his nose, he realized it was lipstick. Could it be that the apple he had just eaten was? Was this an indirect kiss? Su-yi gazed at the apple she had bitten, her face a deep shade of crimson. It was the one she had kissed, intended for use in her live stream, but she had mistakenly given it to Wang Dong. Before bed, Wang Dong opened the live streaming platform intending to watch for a while, only to receive numerous private messages, most of which were from Su-yi. He had not replied to a single one. Suddenly, Wang Dong realized that the troubles Su-yi had been facing were actually linked to him. I almost forgot. I topped her leaderboard yesterday." Wang Dong felt a headache coming on, unsure whether it was too late to approach Su-yi and clarify that the one who had been silent was actually quite concerned about her. After some contemplation, he decided to use his live streaming platform account to message Su-yi, expressing that he had been busy and had not seen her private message until now. In the adjacent room, upon receiving a private message from Wang Dong, Su-yi leaped up joyfully, her short skirt fluttering, revealing a breathtaking sight that could leave one parched. Fortunately, she was not live streaming at that moment. Otherwise, she would have caused countless sleepless nights for many. "Thank you for your reply, Dong Huang. If you are busy, you need not feel obliged to respond. Don't tire yourself for my sake," she wrote. "How could chatting with a beautiful woman be exhausting?" Wang Dong replied with a smile. "Dong Huang, you truly have a way with words. How could I possibly be considered beautiful? If you do not qualify as beautiful, then there are no beauties left in the world." Wang Dong texted back, pondering whether her modesty stemmed from humility or a lack of confidence. He resolved to lavish her with compliments to bolster her self-esteem. Ultimately, regardless of others' opinions, He firmly regarded her as the goddess of his heart. Thank you, Dong Huang. Upon reading his message, Su Yi's cheeks flushed, and inexplicably, her heart raced. Does Dong Huang still have time to watch live streams? If not, I could send you a song privately. Sure, feel free to send it to me. Sing whatever you like. Thank you, Dong Huang. Su Yi immediately began to sing. It was only late at night when Wang Dong exchanged goodnights with her before gradually drifting off to sleep. However, Su Yi, residing in the next room, was so elated by Dong Huang's reply that she found it hard to sleep and ended up live streaming for quite some time before finally going to bed. The following morning, as Wang Dong opened his door, Su Yi awoke and pulled it open to say, "Mr. Wang, you've made a mistake." "What mistake?" Wang Dong questioned, puzzled by her seemingly incoherent words, unable to comprehend. Su Yi, beaming with joy, replied, that man did not ignore the girl out of disinterest. Rather, he was simply too busy with work during the day to notice the messages. I see. Wang Dong understood, suppressing a chuckle but maintaining a composed demeanor. Should I then celebrate the union of that girl and boy, wishing them a long-lasting companionship? Well, not so quickly. Su Yi blushed, hurriedly waving her hand before closing the door to return to sleep. Wang Dong chuckled softly, muttering to himself, if one day you discover that your Dong Huang is actually me, Wang Dong, you might be quite astonished. Wang Dong, have you had breakfast yet? Xian Jie opened the door, noticing Wang Dong standing outside, and inquired softly. Wang Dong smiled. Not yet. I've come to mooch a meal. Xian Jie, you wouldn't deny me, would you? How much could a breakfast possibly cost? Xian Jie chuckled and invited him in. Come on in. Glancing around the room, Wang Dong quietly asked, is Nan Nan still asleep? Yes, she likely needs another half hour. I opened the door mainly to let some fresh air in. I'll be preparing breakfast soon. Xian Jie nodded. However, after uttering those words, she felt a twinge of regret, for she had already sensed Wang Dong's hand, rather audaciously, upon her delicate form. Wang Dong, please refrain from such antics in broad daylight. If someone were to overhear us, it would be immensely embarrassing. Then let us ensure no one hears. Wang Dong chuckled, lifting her flowing dress while pressing his hand upon her fragrant shoulder as he made his way toward the kitchen. Although Xian Jie protested, feeling the intensity of Wang Dong's warmth, she found herself utterly unable to withstand such fervor, and was swiftly melted by his embrace. Chapter 63. Can you still walk? I could move faster, but you might struggle to keep up. I am unafraid. Sister Xian's countenance was as radiant as a freshly bloomed lotus, captivating yet devoid of any vulgarity. Wang Dong lifted her into his arms and kissed her forehead, as she had wished. If one were to say that familiarity breeds comfort, after several instances of initial awkwardness, their relationship had evolved into a state of relative intimacy. They no longer required elaborate words or explanations. A mere glance or a soft hum sufficed for them to discern each other's desires, allowing for a better nurturing experience. Before long, they felt as though they were no longer separate entities, but rather a harmonious union, fully immersed in the profound and enigmatic pleasures of their connection. When they finally emerged with breakfast, the little girl, Nan Nan, had just awakened, her sleepy eyes calling out, Daddy Wang Dong, when did you arrive? Not long ago. Wang Dong replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Sister Xian glanced at him. After his encouragement, her inherent allure had become even more pronounced. She picked up Nan Nan and cheerfully proposed, shall we brush our teeth and wash our faces first, then enjoy breakfast together? Okay, Mommy. Nan Nan yawned, clearly still in the throes of sleep. After breakfast, Wang Dong drove them to school. Once they had escorted Nan Nan inside, Wang Dong turned with a smile, Sister Xian, hop in. I'll drive you home. No need. I'll just pick up some groceries and return, she replied, shaking her head, not wishing to trouble him. Wang Dong understood her thoughts and grasped her hand firmly. Sister Xian, please don't be so polite. Besides, after this morning's escapade, can you really walk? Of course I can, she insisted, attempting to take a couple of steps. However, after just one, her legs felt weak. Had Wang Dong not been holding her, she might have collapsed. Wang Dong chuckled, see, you can't walk. It's all your fault, Sister Xian retorted, her cheeks flushing. Wang Dong laughed heartily. What do you mean it's my fault? Have you forgotten who urged me to hasten? Oh please, Let us not discuss that, she said, her embarrassment palpable, knowing full well that she had indeed encouraged him. Wang Dong playfully pinched her and kissed her cheek. What is there to be embarrassed about? Love between a man and a woman is perfectly natural. Now get in the car. All right, she acquiesced, this time without resistance, settling into the passenger seat. Wang Dong drove her to the end of the alley, still feeling uneasy. He carried her for a short distance, ensuring she was safely home before he felt at ease. I'm leaving now, Sister Xian. Make sure to rest well and don't overexert yourself. I will drive carefully. She blushed, wishing he wouldn't bring up that incident. Wang Dong smiled and turned back towards the alley. The young women residing there seemed to have entertained too many guests the night before, for they were still resting during the day, leaving the surroundings enveloped in a tranquil silence. As Wang Dong was about to step out of the alley towards the car, a sudden cry pierced the air. No, please don't take it. Xiongli, we have already parted ways. You cannot take money from me anymore, or it will be considered robbery. Damn it, you know what robbery is? A man's cold laugh echoed from inside the house. I lost a lot last night, and I'm burning with rage. You wretched woman are just what I need. Come on, quickly undress and let me vent my frustrations. Get away from me. Ah, help, help. The woman suddenly screamed, evidently having been struck. Outside, Wang Dong heard the sound of tearing fabric, likely her clothing being ripped apart, followed by the man's boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. Wretched woman, do you really think that learning a few phrases from some client can intimidate me? Turn around, I will deal with you. No, I don't want to. You don't want to? I want it, so get against the wall. The man, Xiongli, cursed as he seized the woman's arm, attempting to push her against the wall to violate her. The women in the adjacent house heard the commotion but chose to remain silent. To them, this woman was far too beautiful, a formidable rival, and they had harbored resentment against her. They were more than willing to witness her misfortune, gathering near the wall to enjoy the spectacle. Tears streamed down the woman's face, filled with humiliation, yet she felt powerless, merely closing her eyes and bracing for one of many impending dooms in her life. However, after a while, when the anticipated doom did not arrive, she turned her head in confusion, only to see Xiong-Li's arm firmly grasped by another hand. Xiong-Li gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled against the grip, yet it had no effect. Instead, he slowly sank to his knees, unable to utter a word. The woman gazed in astonishment at the owner of the hand, finding her somewhat familiar, though she couldn't place her at that moment. Wang Dong observed the woman as well, noting her delicate, pale skin revealed beneath the torn remnants of her light dress, her slightly made-up face exuding an innocent charm, entirely devoid of the allure one might expect from a woman of the night. Having cried so sorrowfully moments before, she now appeared like a rain-drenched pear blossom, evoking pity. Wang Dong couldn't deny his attraction to such beauty, yet he retained his composure and smiled, saying, "You need not worry. I will handle this fellow. Please, go and dress yourself." Thank you. The woman, initially in disbelief, quickly expressed her gratitude before hastily grabbing a garment to cover herself. Meanwhile, the kneeling Xiong-Li seethed, hissing, "Are you this wretched woman's lover? I warn you, let go of me, or I will make you regret it. With your mere capabilities, it seems you fall short of the required strength." Wang Dong cast a glance at him and delivered a swift kick to his hind leg. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Xiong-Li let out a pained scream. "Ah, my leg, what have you done to me?" "Nothing much. Merely rendered one of your legs useless," Wang Dong replied, releasing his grip on the man's arm and fixing him with a steely gaze. "Consider this a minor warning. Should you dare to harass her again, I shall ensure that the other 3 limbs of yours meet the same fate." Chapter 64. Have you ever harmed anyone? How dare you cripple my legs? Xiong-Li roared, completely oblivious to the fact that the young man before him was not someone he could contend with. He was still plotting his revenge. "Just you wait. I will make you regret this. It appears you have yet to learn your lesson. So allow me to teach you once more," Wang Dong remarked, his brow furrowing. He had no desire to entangle himself with such a wretched individual indefinitely. With that, he delivered a swift kick to Xiong-Li's head. With just one kick, Xiong-Li felt as if he were on the brink of death, writhing on the ground in agony. Do you comprehend now? Wang Dong inquired. Yes, I understand. Please spare me, big brother. I promise this woman, no, this lady, belongs to you now. I will never disturb you again. Xiong Li cried out in pain. Since you acknowledge this, I shall grant you a reprieve today. However, should you break your word, I shall take your life, Wang Dong warned. If you understand, you may leave. Yes, yes, I will leave at once. Xiong Li scrambled away in fear. Several women peered through slightly ajar doors and windows, witnessing the scene unfold, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Look at this little beauty. She certainly knows how to attract men, doesn't she? Each man she entices seems more formidable than the last. I think they just happen to pass by. Are you naive? There aren't that many good people in this world. Those who merely pass by are rare. This is definitely her new beau. She has quite a cunning mind, specifically choosing someone stronger, and he appears quite young as well. Indeed, a scheming woman. Upon overhearing their whispered discussions, Wang Dong furrowed his brow slightly and turned to the trembling woman, Xiao Chun, who was clad in her clothes yet visibly shaken. He spoke softly. It seems your situation here is rather dire, is it not? For someone like me, sir, it is the same no matter where I am, Xiao Chun replied, forcing a smile that bore a hint of bitterness. What transpired with that man earlier? Wang Dong inquired. He was my ex-boyfriend, Xiao Chun replied with a wry smile. When I first entered this line of work 6 months ago, he helped me when I was being bullied by an older man. He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I believed he was a good person, so I agreed. I thought my days in this profession were coming to an end. Little did I know, he was a gambling addict. His previous help was merely a meticulously crafted scheme. After I broke up with him, I fled here. I don't know how he found out, but he barged in early this morning, attempting to seize my money and collect gambling debts as before. When I refused, he resorted to violence. You are aware of the events that followed, sir. I understand. Wang Dong nodded, gazing at her intently. Have you ever considered changing your profession? I have thought about it, but my family is in dire need of money, and I must carry on, Xiao Chun said, glancing at him before lowering her head. Sir, you are a good person, but please do not urge me otherwise. When the time is right, I will know not to continue. Very well, Wang Dong replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He understood that everyone has their own struggles, just as he once tirelessly sought funds for his mother's medical expenses, wishing he could sell every cell in his body for money. Xiao Chun paused for a moment. What's wrong? Wang Dong inquired. Xiao Chun gently shook her head and replied, It's nothing, just a bit surprised. Generally, aren't men fond of leading good women astray, persuading them to abandon their ways? I thought you would continue to urge me, but I didn't expect your agreement to come so readily. Every family has its own hardships, and everyone has their own path to tread. I have never participated in your life before. Our encounter is merely a coincidence. So what right do I have to impart lofty principles to you? Wang Dong chuckled and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun felt a surge of emotion. Thank you, sir. I wonder how I can repay you. No need, it was merely a small effort, Wang Dong replied, shaking his head and turning to leave. If you encounter such a situation again, just call the police. Even if your work is not easily accepted, you are a victim when you are violated, and your profession does not harm others. Does it? Thank you. Xiao Chun couldn't help but shed tears. Who would tell a girl like her that her work does not harm others? Who cares whether they harm or not? Too many people only concern themselves with the worthiness of the job. It's as if a sanitation worker deserves ridicule and disdain. Who cares about the labor and diligence of those who toil in such roles? They are living, breathing individuals. Sir, do we know each other? As Wang Dong was about to exit, Xiao Chun hurriedly caught up to him with her question. Wang Dong hesitated. I don't know, but I live over there and pass through this alley daily. Perhaps you've seen me once or twice. You live nearby. Xiao Chun was taken aback. No wonder he seemed familiar. It made sense. If he didn't live in the vicinity, how would he be here so early in the morning? Wang Dong smiled. Indeed. Perhaps we will meet again someday. Yes, please take care. Xiao Chun genuinely wished to invite him in for tea and fruit, but considering her profession, she ultimately dismissed the thought. Wang Dong waved goodbye and walked out of the alley. Watching his silhouette fade, Xiao Chun stood at her doorstep, lost in thought for a long while. The girls from the neighboring house emerged, and their earlier disparaging remarks seemed to vanish. Each wore a beaming smile, as if they were exceptionally close to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun? Who was that handsome guy? Just a kind passerby, she replied. The girls were momentarily stunned, hardly believing her words. Come on, don't tease us, Xiao Chun. Where can you find such good people in the world? Not only did he help you, but didn't he even disdain you? Tell us the truth. How much did you give him? Exactly. In our line of work, it's common to have one or several patrons. Just speak plainly. How much did you give him? Do not misunderstand. He is truly a kind-hearted passerby, frequently traversing this alley, and I believe you have encountered him before. Reflect carefully. Although Xiao Chun has only recently entered this field, she has endured considerable hardships and understands the thoughts of her fellow sisters in the industry. Choosing not to elaborate further, she simply shook her head and closed the door. The women exchanged astonished glances. A few recognized Wang Dong, but the transformation he had undergone in recent days was so significant that it rendered him unrecognizable at first glance. As Wang Dong exited the alley, a frown creased his brow. Are you truly seeking your own demise? Chapter 65. Allow me to rub your back. Previously, the cowardly Xiongli, who had been thoroughly beaten, had surprisingly gathered a group of loathsome individuals to block Wang Dong as he exited the alley. Coldly, he sneered, You little brat, your time to die has come. Brother Xiong, is it really just this brat who defeated you? The grotesque faces of those surrounding him glanced at Wang Dong, bursting into derisive laughter. Are you joking? Does this kid even have accomplices? How could such a mere child bring you down? It seems rather implausible. You know nothing. That brat ambushed me from behind when I was inattentive. Otherwise, with just one finger, I could crush him. Xiong Li's expression darkened, unwilling to admit that Wang Dong had single-handedly reduced him to this state. He stared coldly at Wang Dong and said, You see my 10 or so brothers beside me. If you're wise, kneel down immediately, mutilate your legs, and summon that wretched woman over here to please me and my brothers. Perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, I'll ensure you die a most miserable death, and then drag that wretched woman over to entertain my brothers. Is that all you have to say? Wang Dong inquired. Xiong Li was taken aback, then furiously retorted, Are you completely unaware of the situation? If that's your last words, then let it end here. As Wang Dong stepped forward, he suddenly struck Xiong Li directly in the chest. With a thud, before the crowd could comprehend what had transpired, Wang Dong brushed past Xiong Li and walked towards a car. You little punk! How dare you disregard me? The surrounding thugs shouted, appalled. No one had ever dared to so brazenly dismiss them, let alone all at once. Instantly, some attempted to pursue Wang Dong. But at that moment, a thud echoed as they witnessed Xiong Li suddenly collapse to the ground. Shocked, they exclaimed, Brother Xiong, what is happening? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Xiong Li's expression was vacant, blood streaming from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. A large man hurriedly probed Xiong Li's nostrils but found no breath. He stumbled back in terror, falling to the ground, urine streaming down his leg. Brother Xiong is dead. Ah, you don't be ridiculous. How could he possibly be dead? Truly, he is really dead, the pale-faced man stammered. The crowd quickly muttered, Impossible, don't say such things. Yet they retreated faster than monkeys fleeing from danger. With a roar, Wang Dong started the car and glanced at the group, saying, If you wish to live, take care of this fellow. Otherwise, you will be next. There's no escape. Why yes, we will definitely handle it, absolutely. The terrified crowd nodded vigorously, not daring to meet Wang Dong's gaze. The individuals who had previously distanced themselves now dared not flee any further, awkwardly nodding in agreement. Wang Dong remarked, There is one more matter. Do not disturb the girl in the alley, or you shall face the consequences. Absolutely, we shall keep our distance from the alley. The group hastily replied. Wang Dong acknowledged with a grunt, pressed the accelerator, and proceeded to fetch Xin Shanshan. As they watched him depart, a cold sweat broke out among them. Glancing at the lifeless body of Xiong Li, they felt an overwhelming chill and could not suppress their shivers. What on earth did that fellow do to end Xiong Li's life so swiftly? Hush, it was not murder. He lost money and committed suicide out of guilt. They were reminded. Remember, Anyone who carelessly spreads rumors that could bring harm to us shall be dealt with accordingly. Indeed, Xiong Li took his own life out of guilt. The group quickly reached a consensus, disposing of Xiong Li's body in a van. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no witnesses were present, before driving away. Upon reaching a secluded area in the wilderness, they discarded the body, knowing it would soon be devoured by wild animals, thus simplifying their predicament. Although Wang Dong felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the act of killing, he was perplexed by the fact that after enhancing his physical capabilities, his resistance to such matters had also strengthened. He felt no urge to vomit and soon regained his composure, reassured by his conscience. Had he inadvertently harmed an innocent, he would have felt immense guilt, regardless of any physical reaction. Upon arrival, he beheld Shun Shanshan clad in a flowing aquamarine gown, her hair cascading over her shoulders, elegantly perched in crystal high heels at the entrance of the community, resembling a stunning masterpiece. Wang Dong's spirits lifted, and his last remnant of unease vanished. The only source of discomfort was the presence of several young men clustered around Shun Shanshan, persistently attempting to engage her in conversation, to which she was now growing impatient. Exiting the car, Wang Dong approached her. Amidst the skeptical gazes of the men, he extended his hand with a smile. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you for a drive?" "Of course, I would love to," Shun Shanshan replied with a smile, her earlier impatience dissipating as she placed her hand in his and linked her arm with his as they made their way to the vehicle. The men who had been surrounding her were left dumbfounded. How could this be? "Come on, didn't Miss Shin already mention she has a boyfriend?" The security guard chuckled, addressing them. "That gentleman right there is her boyfriend." Realization dawned upon the group. In the car, Wang Dong smiled and said, "I apologize for the delay. I encountered some issues on my way here." "Not at all, I just came down," Shun Shanshan replied, shaking her head. Wang Dong cast a fleeting glance at her calves, smiled gently, and did not rush to drive off. Instead, he shifted his body slightly, patted his thigh and said, "Do not deceive me. You cannot fool me. Place your legs up here. I shall massage them and alleviate the bruising." "What bruising? It is not that exaggerated. I merely descended the stairs a short while ago." Shun Shanshan was reluctant to admit that she had been waiting for him for over an hour. Typically, she spent her days in the office, occasionally observing the stones, which involved minimal physical activity. Standing in high heels for over an hour, it was only natural that her legs would ache. Wang Dong chuckled softly, disregarding her reluctance to acknowledge the truth, and proceeded to take action. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Chapter 66. "You are truly impressive. Allow me to soothe you." Wang Dong grasped her delicate leg, subtly channeling his vital energy to alleviate the internal meridians and blood flow within her. Although Shun Shanshan initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, she was soon completely enamored by the pleasant sensation. How delightful, Wang Dong. You are truly remarkable. When did you acquire such a skill?" "I had some knowledge of it beforehand," Wang Dong replied, observing her joyous expression, feeling a subtle warmth rising within him. Shun Shanshan uttered a sound of approval, continuing to praise his abilities, which left him somewhat flustered. Upon arriving at the shop, Wang Dong and Shun Shanshan categorized the split stones, selecting a few quality pieces to load onto their vehicle for sale at the Tianlong Stone gambling grounds. The manager, upon their arrival, immediately approached to facilitate the exchange, astonished by the high-quality jade they had brought. He never anticipated that within a mere day, they would be on the verge of recouping their investment. It was indeed impressive. Could it be that Mr. Wang possesses an extraordinary eye for quality? "Miss Shin, Mr. Wang, please take a moment to rest. Once our jade appraisers have verified the stones, we shall proceed with the transaction." The manager hesitated to draw conclusions alone, as large gambling establishments typically employ a team of professional jade appraisers. When acquiring items, they often conduct several rounds of assessments before making a final decision. Despite Wang Dong's close relationship with Tang Xiaohu, the established protocols must still be followed. Shun Shanshan nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Indeed. Wang Dong, let's south explore this place a bit longer." The thought of recouping their investment in a single day made her eager to visit daily, wishing to clear out all the fine stones available. However, The appraisers from various jade mines were not to be underestimated. Their valuation of quality stones was quite high. Even purchasing at cost from Tianlong stone gambling grounds did not guarantee that every stone was worth acquiring. Some offered minimal profit, causing Wang Dong to lose interest upon a mere glance. Furthermore, to avoid undermining the business at Tianlong, he could not engage in a practice of purchasing all the premium stones available. After wandering through the gambling grounds for a while, he ultimately bought only 7 or 8 stones. Shanshan, the shop's inventory has increased. We cannot continue to profit in such large quantities. Otherwise, an influx of quality stones will inevitably disrupt existing jade prices, which would be detrimental to their value retention. You are right. After we procure this batch, let us take a break. Shen Shanshan agreed, then suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, but Wang Dong, do you think live streaming sales could work? Are you referring to the type that sells items at $9.99 with free shipping, or a more high-end approach? Wang Dong asked. Shen Shanshan replied, do you perceive a difference between the two? Certainly. The $9.99 with free shipping is clearly a gimmick. Genuine quality jade can never be sold at such a price. Wang Dong chuckled. As for pursuing a high-end sales route, I believe the effectiveness of live streaming would be limited. The number of individuals able to afford jade ornaments priced at tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, in the live streaming room is quite limited. However, we can conduct auctions among industry insiders. Generally speaking, for live streaming, selling jade ornaments ranging from several hundred to 1,000 yuan would suffice. I share this sentiment, Shan Shan remarked as she gazed at him. Wang Dong responded with a smile. If that is the case, let us embark on this endeavor upon our return. However, in the short term, it is best not to overthink. I understand. Nowadays, in the realm of e-commerce live streaming, it is nearly impossible to achieve success without a substantial initial investment. Shan Shan nodded in agreement. Currently, that is my only thought as well. Once we truly set things in motion, it will likely take at least a year or even longer. As long as you are aware, Wang Dong affirmed with a nod. The two finalized their stone purchase and handed it over to Manager Fong before preparing to return to the jade shop. At that moment, Tang Xiao, who unexpectedly emerged from the office, casting a glance toward Wang Dong before moving aside. Noticing that he had something to discuss, Wang Dong turned to Shan Shan, saying, Shan Shan, you may head back first. I have a slight discomfort in my stomach and need to visit the restroom. I will return shortly. Is your stomach bothering you again? Shan Shan asked, surprised. It seems like you were unwell the last time we were here. Yes. I am not quite sure what has caused it. It suddenly began to ache. Perhaps it was something I ate, Wang Dong replied. In any case, please return home. Very well, take care of yourself. If you feel unwell, it is perfectly acceptable not to come to work. Shan Shan expressed her concern. Wang Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Shan Shan. Watching her depart, he quickly made his way toward the direction Tang Xiao who had taken. He soon spotted him standing before a large stone, and upon Wang Dong's approach, Tang Xiao who walked over, his expression tinged with urgency. Brother Wang, I need to ask for your assistance. Brother Tang, please feel free to speak. There is no need for such formality, Wang Dong replied. Tang Xiao, whose face grew serious as he said, You've heard of Haoyan Pavilion, Haven Tiu? Yes, it is the antique shop run by the elder. Wang Dong nodded. While both Haoyan Pavilion and Guantian Building, owned by Jiang Hu, share the character Tian in their names, they differ significantly in prestige and the quality of their offerings. The integrity and reputation of the two owners are also not on the same level. It can be said that Haoyan Pavilion is the largest antique shop in Nantian City, without exception. Has something happened at the elder's place? Wang Dong inquired. Indeed, Tang Xiao who replied, his expression grim. My father cannot tolerate overly spicy food, but last night, while inspecting a location in another city, he inadvertently consumed something extremely spicy, resulting in considerable discomfort. To make matters worse, at this critical time, an outsider has come to challenge us, and having bested several of Haoyan Pavilion's experts, he now insists on my father personally stepping in. If my father were to lose, it would spell disaster for our family's Haoyan Pavilion. The world of antique dealings is not a mere game of provocation. Once you accept the challenge, the victor holds the authority to shatter your entire reputation. Should Tang suffer defeat, the plaque of Haoyan Pavilion would be irreparably destroyed, and the lifelong endeavor of this venerable elder would come crashing down. It can be said that the individual initiating this confrontation harbors malicious intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dong declared, "Brother Tang, let us proceed to Haoyan Pavilion at once. I shall take up this battle on behalf of the old master." A surge of joy filled Tang Xiaohu's heart as he eagerly grasped Wang Dong's arm, leading him towards his automobile. Chapter 67. The ambitious beauty of Haoyan Pavilion. As Wang Dong and Tang Xiaohu arrived by car, they were met with a throng of people outside, the crowd so dense it was akin to a tightly packed sea. One could only imagine the multitude gathered within Haoyan Pavilion, a veritable ocean of humanity. Inside, several middle-aged men donned in black uniform jackets bore pallid expressions, their countenances reflecting a sense of defeat and bitterness. They never anticipated that they would succumb to the prowess of a young girl. An elder steward, with a bitter smile, lamented, "Throughout history, talented individuals arise in succession, each leaving their mark for centuries. I, an old man, concede defeat and humbly bow to your superiority. However, Miss Chun, I implore you to show mercy. Haoyan Pavilion has never wronged you. Please do not press us too hard." In the world of martial arts, grievances abound. The girl, known as Miss Chen, replied, her skin porcelain-like and her features exquisitely delicate. Her eyes shone brightly, reminiscent of guiding lanterns, yet her tone was chillingly cold, evoking a sense of dread and making her seem unapproachable. An air of haughtiness enveloped her, as if she were a frost-laden flower. "If you are dissatisfied, we can settle this with our skills. I wish to clarify that my challenge to Haoyan Pavilion stems not from any grievance but from a desire to measure my abilities against those of the esteemed Mr. Tang. Should I lose here, I shall return home immediately. However, if victory is mine, I shall journey north to Tianjin, then to the capital, challenging the eminent antique connoisseurs, and subsequently westward to the Tianfu and the western regions, confronting all the masters of antiques across the nation." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd at her words. Such lofty ambitions from a young girl were indeed remarkable. Had these declarations come forth at the outset, many would have laughed heartily. Yet having witnessed the complete defeat of Haoyan Pavilion's 5 esteemed judges, few dared to ridicule her audacious claims. It was clear that her aspirations soared higher than the heavens themselves. "Very well, Miss Chun. You are indeed worthy of your lineage as Chen Yuan's granddaughter, possessing both exceptional talent and ambition." A bright voice echoed from above, and the crowd beheld an elderly man descending the stairs. This was none other than Tang Tianlong, one of the 4 elder statesmen of the stone gambling realm in Nantian City, and the master of Haoyan Pavilion, a revered antiquarian. Miss Chun clasped her fists in respect, stating, "I am Chun Yueling of the Chen family, and I pay my respects to you, Mr. Tang. I have come today specifically to seek your guidance." The fearless young calf knows no fear of the tiger. "Since you possess such courage, I shall gladly oblige," Tang Tianlong replied with a smile. A wave of joy washed over Chen Yueling, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your generosity. If I emerge victorious, I shall not tarnish Haoyan Pavilion's reputation. The way it has conducted business in the past shall remain unchanged. My challenge is solely to engage with esteemed masters and to surpass my own limits. Well, if you lose, I shall not demand your resignation." Tang Tianlong nodded slightly, appreciating the pure ambition of a promising younger generation. "Shall it be you or I to present the wager, Mr. Tang?" Chun Yueling inquired. "Why don't you present it?" Tang Tianlong replied, gazing at her intently. Chen Yueling nodded and said, "Very well, I have another item here. I seek your esteemed guidance, Elder Tang." With that, she retrieved a box from her cloth bag and placed it on the table beside her. As she opened the wooden box for all to see, it revealed a magnificent dragon-shaped jade seal. "Elder Tang, please proceed." "Hold on." Just as Elder Tang was about to take action, Wang Dong entered, calling out loudly. The onlookers turned to him in surprise. "Xiao Dong, what brings you here?" Elder Tang Long inquired, astonished. "Father, I invited Wang Laodi to join us." Tang Xiaohu chimed in as he stepped forward. "You needn't concern yourself with this little girl. Young Master Tang, my intended opponent is Elder Tang. I have no interest in anyone else," Chan Yueling remarked with a frown, her beautiful eyes glancing at Wang Dong with disinterest. Tang Xiaohu chuckled, Miss Chun, you truly have calculated well. First, you made my father incapacitated, leading to his discomfort, and then you came to challenge him. Even if my father could have won against you in his prime, his current state would surely render him unable to match your prowess. Nonsense. When have I, Chun Yueling, ever resorted to underhanded tactics to challenge anyone? She retorted sharply. Tang Xiaohu coldly replied, you know best what you have done. Rogue, you have no evidence. Do not tarnish my reputation. Chun Yueling exclaimed in anger. Just as Tang Xiaohu was about to respond, Wang Dong raised a hand to signal him to pause and turned to Chen Yueling. Miss Chen, this matter may not have originated with you, but it is evident that someone wishes to exploit your involvement to humiliate the ailing Elder Tang and secure an unfair victory. Is that truly the case? Chen Yueling asked, half convinced, glancing at Elder Tang. Elder Tang Long wore a wry smile. Miss Chen, your skills are formidable. Even in my prime, I could not guarantee victory over you. Then it must be true? Upon hearing this, Chun Yueling's teeth clenched in anger. Do you know who is responsible? I shall not let that despicable person go unpunished. Seeing her genuine fury, the Tang father and son exchanged glances and shook their heads in a silent acknowledgement of their ignorance. I understand now. I shall end today's challenge here. Once Elder Tang has recuperated, I shall return to pay my respects, Chen Yueling declared as she reached for the jade seal, intending to leave. At that moment, Wang Dong placed a hand on the seal, saying, Miss Chun, please wait. What is it? Chen Yueling frowned. Wang Dong replied, there is no time like the present. Since you are here, let us see this challenge through to its conclusion. What do you mean? Chen Yueling asked, confused. Wang Dong declared, I will stand in for Elder Tang in this match. If I win, you must promise never to challenge at Haoyan Pavilion again. If you win, it will count as my defeat. Chen Yueling reluctantly responded, Elder Tang, I seek to triumph over a distinguished figure such as yourself, not merely to claim a hollow victory. Miss Chun, please do not misunderstand. Xiaodong's expertise in appraising treasures is on par with mine. If you can best him, then you can indeed surpass me, Tang Tianlong elucidated. Chen Yueling expressed her astonishment. Is he truly at a level comparable to you, Tang Lao? How can that be possible? Why is that impossible? Wang Dong replied with a smile. The truth will reveal itself. We need only to engage in a little competition. Miss Chen, what is your opinion on this matter? Very well, I shall see the extent of your abilities. Should I find myself dissatisfied, I may return to challenge you again. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yueling retracted her hand. Let us proceed to appraise the treasures. Chapter 68. The inscription at the dragon's mouth in the realm of antiques. Competitions take many forms, among which the challenge match known as kicking the temple is the most prevalent. There are several methods to engage in such contests. Currently, Chen Yueling participates in the most conventional form. Both parties present an item, and if the opponent can discern any flaws, they are deemed the victor. This process tests the appraiser's acuity and judgment concerning antiques. Furthermore, as the nature of the items remains unknown beforehand, it often measures the breadth of an appraiser's knowledge. After all, one who comprehends Ming and Qing porcelain may not necessarily grasp the intricacies of Tang and Song ceramics. Likewise, those well-versed in blue and white porcelain might lack expertise in evaluating tricolored or white porcelain. Given the vast array of antique categories, a lack of extensive experience or keen insight could lead to one's downfall when confronted with an obscure relic. However, Haoyan Pavilion, as a benchmark in the antique community of Southern Sky City, witnessed the defeat of its 5 esteemed appraisers, underscoring the formidable nature of the item Chen Yueling intended to present. Although Mr. Tang asserted that Wang Dong's appraisal skills were on par with his own, the onlookers could not help but feel despair for the future of Haoyan Pavilion. The notion of this young man, Wang Dong, participating in the challenge seemed absurd and unrealistic. Particularly, the 5 esteemed appraisers had no familiarity with Wang Dong, viewing Mr. Tang's decision to entrust the fate of Haoyan Pavilion to such a brash youth as a grave miscalculation. What deepened their sense of hopelessness was when, as Chen Yueling's delicate hand withdrew from the intricately carved dragon seal, Wang Dong remarked, "The item is commendable, but alas, the craftsmanship remains somewhat coarse." "What?" Chen Yueling stammered, her hand suspended mid-air. "Mr. Wang, are you implying that you have already assessed it?" Indeed, Wang Dong replied. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted as though a cataclysm had occurred. Was this young man jesting? Had he lost his senses to make such a preposterous claim? It was evident that Mr. Tang must be unwell, leading him to allow such an arrogant individual to undertake this challenge. Everyone believed Wang Dong was speaking nonsense. Who could possibly make an accurate judgment at a mere glance? While seasoned appraisers might discern the authenticity of a typical counterfeit with a single look, the items presented by Chen Yueling were exceptionally sophisticated replicas. The previous 5 esteemed appraisers had taken over 10 minutes to reach their conclusions, ultimately falling short due to a minor oversight. This particular seal, prepared specifically to challenge Tang Tianlong, was likely crafted with even greater finesse and realism than the earlier 5 items. How could it be evaluated at a mere glance? To claim the workmanship was inferior was nothing short of hubris. Even Chen Yueling felt a twinge of displeasure towards Wang Dong, her voice low and firm as she stated, "Mr. Wang, this is a challenge match, and you represent Mr. Tang in this contest. Are you aware of the consequences of defeat?" "I am certainly aware of that. Yet I have my mind set on this item," Wang Dong remarked with a smile. "Are you certain?" "I am quite sure. Some things are such that a mere glance suffices. If one gazes too long, they may stray off course," Wang Dong continued with a smile. Chen Yueling responded, "Very well. Can you clarify what the issue is with this jade seal?" "According to the rules, any item brought for assessment must not be genuine. Otherwise, how could one test the opponent's discernment? Thus, there must indeed be some flaw. If the issues can be articulated, it would amount to passing the test and achieving victory." Wang Dong lifted the jade seal, smiling as he proclaimed, "There are 7 issues." 7 issues? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter once more. This lad must be out of his mind. Such a magnificent item, and he claims there are 7 flaws? Absurd and laughable. An utter farce. Even the 5 esteemed masters could not help but sigh, sensing impending doom. Yet, at that moment, one individual noticed a change in Chen Yueling's expression. Her countenance shifted, and she fixed her gaze upon Wang Dong, her tone considerably somber compared to before. "What do you mean by the 7 issues?" "First, within the dragon's mouth, there is a simplified Chinese character. Though simplified characters did exist in ancient times, the addition of pinyin beside this character is rather intriguing," Wang Dong remarked with a smile. The crowd instinctively looked down at the dragon's mouth, but saw nothing but ordinary patterns. "Where is this pinyin? Do not speak nonsense. Everyone, be silent." Tang Xiaohu interjected. "My brother Wang possesses extraordinary vision. Even the most elusive of entities cannot hide from him. A mere few characters should be visible, do not doubt it." Those unable to see took out magnifying glasses, certain that this must be the case. Indeed, indeed. Seeing Tang's assertion, the crowd hesitated to voice any further disparaging remarks, hastily producing their own magnifying glasses to examine the dragon's mouth. Instantly, their expressions changed. There indeed appeared to be pinyin Chun, as in Chun? Chen Yueling huffed, fixing her gaze on Wang Dong. "I concede you possess some discernment. This round is mine to lose. If you wish to expose my weaknesses, you may do so now." "That is unnecessary, Miss Chun," Wang Dong replied, shaking his head. "As Elder Tang stated earlier, even if we emerge victorious, we shall not exploit your vulnerabilities. Let this be a fair exchange of skills." "Quite so, Miss Chun. Please relay to your grandfather, Chen Yuan, that he should not delegate every matter to the younger generation. A person who remains inactive for too long will not progress," Tang Tianlong remarked. Chen Yueling's fair countenance darkened. "Elder Tang, what do you imply? Are you suggesting my grandfather has been scheming behind your back?" "That is not my intention. I merely hope that upon your return, you will reflect well on the need to hone your skills. One does not necessarily have to resort to such extreme measures as challenging others. One could also seek private consultations with esteemed masters," the elder concluded. Chen Yueling let out a soft grunt, expressing her gratitude for your guidance. However, she declared that she would return. "Wang Dong, was it? I shall remember you." With that, she made her way outside. As for the counterfeit items brought to challenge, due to her defeat, they were destined to remain here forever, as per the industry's unwritten rules. Tang Xiaohu remarked with a smile, "Though this woman's demeanor leaves much to be desired, her intellect is quite sharp. She realizes that you have discerned the flaws in the items she presented, and without needing you to enumerate the 6 inaccuracies, she has already conceded defeat, rather perceptive of her. Since Xiao Dong was able to accurately identify several flaws and even pinpointed one particular error correctly, she deemed it unnecessary to continue the confrontation.
Tang Tianlong, Chu Ling,
Patted Wang Dong on the shoulder and said, Xiao Dong, would you come help me at Haoyan Pavilion? Chapter 69. The offering at Haoyan Pavilion. I appreciate your kind intentions, but, although Wang Dong harbored a desire to assist Tang Tianlong, he was reluctant to part ways with Xin Shanshan. Especially after they had solidified their relationship, his feelings transcended mere gratitude, deepening into a bond of intimacy between them. However, Tang Tianlong interrupted him, saying, I understand your sentiments. Yet, I do not wish for you to resign from your current position to aid me. Rather, I invite you to serve as an offering at Haoyan Pavilion. Your involvement would not be demanding. You would only need to lend your assistance when the 5 of them are at a loss. Come on, my brother Wang. Tang Xiaohu immediately chimed in. Upon hearing that his responsibilities would be minimal and only necessitated at crucial moments, Wang Dong ceased to refuse. Thank you for your trust, old sir. I shall accept without hesitation. That's the spirit. Tang Tianlong exclaimed joyfully. With a master like Wang Dong stationed at Haoyan Pavilion, it would not only be as secure as Fort Knox, but it would also be exceedingly difficult for anyone to undermine the pavilion's standing. The youngest among the 5 masters was already older than Wang Dong's mother, and many had longed to become offerings at Haoyan Pavilion, reaping rewards with little effort. They never anticipated that such a young man would claim the position ahead of them, evoking a sense of disbelief among the 5. However, they bore no resentment, and each cupped their fists in congratulations, exclaiming, Congratulations, congratulations! Your discerning eye is truly remarkable, Wang Gongfeng. We are in awe. We look forward to your guidance in the future. Not at all. You are all esteemed veterans in this field with vast experience. I have much to learn from you, Wang Dong replied, smiling. He reciprocated their politeness wholeheartedly. Observing his humility, the masters smiled more genuinely, enhancing their favorable impression of him. Wang Gongfeng is quite modest. Many onlookers were taken aback by the harmonious scene before them, realizing that even the strongest fortress could not withstand internal decay. The camaraderie within Haoyan Pavilion suggested that there were no underlying issues, indicating that its future influence would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Tang Tianlong felt no apprehension regarding his appointment, fully aware that the masters under his command were individuals of commendable character. The likelihood of winning them over through flattery was slim. However, if one possessed sufficient strength, there was no need for sycophancy. These seasoned masters would regard you with respect and admiration. In essence, everything hinged on strength. No matter how eloquent one's words, if one's discernment fell short, it was of no consequence. Be it serving as an offering or merely assisting at Haoyan Pavilion, if one's keen insight was lacking, they would not be well received. Xiao Dong, it seems lunchtime approaches. Why not stay with us and enjoy a meal at Jushin Building? It would be an excellent opportunity for us to converse and get to know each other better, Tang Tianlong suggested with a smile. The masters eagerly chimed in, indeed. Wang Gongfeng, we must raise a few glasses together. I have several matters I wish to discuss with you. Please do not hold back at the dining table. Everyone is too kind. I too have much to learn from you all. Wang Dong chuckled and remarked, if we could gather together to dine and converse, it would be an absolute delight for me. Ha ha ha, it is settled then. Xiao Hu, please call and reserve a private room. Tang Tianlong laughed heartily, addressing Tang Xiaohu, and then turned to the guests still present, saying, I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for attending. However, due to the limited number of seats for this gathering, I must refrain from inviting everyone. Nevertheless, our establishment is offering a generous 98% discount today, so feel free to seize the opportunity. Oh, how magnanimous of Tang Lao, exclaimed the crowd. Master Tang truly deserves his reputation as a cross-disciplinary maestro in the realms of antiques and jade, and his generosity is indeed lavish. The guests were overjoyed, pleasantly surprised that merely attending an event could yield such benefits. While a 98% discount may seem trivial in the context of antiques, the savings are considerably substantial. After all, A single exquisite antique typically commands a price of at least 100,000, often reaching into the millions. Saving 20,000 on a $1 million item is no small feat, particularly since most antique buyers are not merely collectors for aesthetic pleasure, but rather investors waiting for appreciation to resell at a profit. Saving them 20,000 while their selling price remains unchanged is a boon, and it is only natural for them to express their delight in praising Tang Tianlong. Tang Tianlong smiled and said to Wang Dong, "Shall we be on our way, Xiaodong?" "Certainly, old sir." Wang Dong nodded slightly before stepping into his car. Upon learning that the Tang father and son were coming for dinner, the owner of Juxian Lu hurried over from home, accompanied by the restaurant manager, head chef, and a bevy of youthful, radiant waitresses, all lined up at the entrance to await their arrival. As they approached, a slightly portly man dressed in a vintage long gown emerged, wearing a warm smile as he greeted them. "Welcome, Tang Lao and Tang Xiao. I am truly grateful for your presence and for the support of all esteemed connoisseurs." "Xiao He, you needn't be so formal," Tang Tianlong replied with a chuckle. "Owner," he quickly responded, "this is not formality. It is sheer joy. It brings me immense pride to have you dine in my humble establishment. I cannot afford to neglect you, especially you, Tang Xiao, who has not visited in quite some time. Your absence has been greatly missed." "Owner He, while you need not worry about us, please do ensure that our guest of honor feels welcomed." Tang Xiao, who had grown up in such social circles, understood the nuances of He's words, which contained both flattery and sincerity. Noticing He's excessive praise towards himself and his father, he subtly indicated that he should pay special attention to Wang Dong. "This is my brother, Wang Dong. If he is not pleased with today's dining experience or feels overlooked, well, Owner He, it would not only displease me but also greatly displease my father." "That is indeed a valid point." Tang Tianlong nodded slightly in agreement. Owner He, taken aback, turned his gaze towards Wang Dong. He noticed that while this young man was indeed youthful, he possessed an extraordinary aura about him. Though his attire was rather ordinary, resembling that of a common office worker, he did not lack in appearance. Such a guest, who typically would not dare to enter the grand doors of the Gathering of Heroes Pavilion, has surprisingly emerged today, captivating both the Tang father and son, who now regard him as a central figure. This is truly astonishing. However, he is acutely aware that the Tang duo is not jesting with him. With a beaming smile, he promptly inquires, "Greetings, Mr. Wang. I am He Ruanxi, the proprietor of the Gathering of Heroes Pavilion. May I ask if you have any dietary restrictions or particular dishes that you wish to savor?" Chapter 70. "Do not waste youthful vitality, there's nothing I abstain from," Wang Dong remarked with a smile. "Boss He, let us proceed as you typically do today. I am not particularly finicky, but I must express my hope that everyone enjoys the meal, not just myself." "Indeed, Mr. Wang is correct. I shall ensure that each guest is thoroughly delighted." He Ruanxi responded with a beaming nod. "Gentlemen, the private room is all prepared. Shall we enter?" Tang Tianlong inquired. "Very well. Please follow me," He Ruanxi said cheerfully, leading the group toward the supreme private room. The entire floor was dedicated to these opulent chambers, spacious and adorned with exquisite furnishings. Wang Dong took a cursory glance and noted that many of the items were genuine treasures, each one likely too costly for the average person to purchase. Notably, a painting hanging on the wall beside the dining table was an authentic work of the renowned artist Ba de Shan Ren, titled The Joy of Freedom, depicting a jolly, barefooted immortal with a large belly, humorously referred to as the Barefoot Immortal picture. A similar piece had fetched over 10 million at a recent auction, underscoring the immense value of this artwork. "Mr. He, Mr. Tang, and esteemed guests, please take your seats," He Ruanxi invited with a warm smile, then produced a gilded booklet, presenting it to Tang Tianlong with both hands. "Mr. Tang, we have added several new performances, including one titled The Dream of the Mandarin Ducks and another called The Ode to 100 Flowers. Which would you prefer to see first?" Young He, today's star is Mr. Wang. Let him choose the performance." Tang Tianlong gently waved his hand. He Ruanxi was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find Wang Dong regarded as the main attraction. Regaining composure, he smiled and extended the gilded booklet toward Wang Dong. "Mr. Wang, please have a look." Wang Dong hesitated, glancing at Tang Tianlong, who wore a knowing smile, suggesting that these performances were indeed exceptional. He then perused the booklet and finally said, "Let it be the dream of the Mandarin ducks." "Excellent choice, Mr. Wang," Ruanqi said with a slight smile, signaling the restaurant manager with a glance. "Prepare the dream of the Mandarin ducks to entertain our esteemed guests." "Understood, boss," the manager promptly replied, retreating from the private room. Wang Dong curiously watched the entrance, and soon, a group of enchanting women clad in translucent, vibrant silk dresses gracefully entered, their movements reminiscent of a delicate dance. Their alluring figures and radiant smiles captivated the room, their eyes enchanting and mesmerizing, leaving a tantalizing sensation in the air. One particularly striking dancer approached, her long hair cascading as she leaned close to Wang Dong, letting out a playful giggle before shyly twirling away. The fragrant aroma enveloped the air. Wang Dong inhaled deeply, nearly overwhelmed by the effect. "Goodness, this is exceedingly enticing." He cast a fleeting glance around him, observing that although the 5 young masters appeared youthful, they were utterly captivated by the enchanting dance before them, their spirits unaging despite the passage of time. Each of them was transfixed, their hearts uplifted by the mesmerizing performance. Only Tang Tianlong, perhaps due to his extensive experience, merely smiled faintly, sipping his tea in pure appreciation, devoid of any impure thoughts. Wang Dong felt a surge of astonishment within, realizing, "It seems there is still much for me to learn." Yet, despite this contemplation, when one of the dancers approached him, casting a shy glance and laughing like a tinkling bell that cleansed the soul, he found himself unable to resist, watching the entire performance with rapt attention. The dance lasted an hour, and he remained enraptured for the duration. When the beautiful dancers finally departed, he could not help but exclaim, "No wonder it is called the dream of Mandarin ducks. It truly tugs at the heartstrings and is imbued with profound charm." As Confucius said, "Good music lingers in the air for 3 days. Today, I have indeed broadened my horizons. It's our immense honor that Mr. Wang enjoys it," Ruanqi said with a beaming smile. Wang Dong chuckled lightly and replied, "I must also express my gratitude to you, Boss He, for organizing such a splendid dance troupe." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wang," Ruanqi responded with a smile, then subtly signaled to those nearby. Without further ado, exquisite dishes and fine wines were served, and everyone transitioned into the dining phase. Perhaps influenced by the delightful performance they had just witnessed, the food seemed particularly delectable. Once the meal concluded, Ruanqi approached with a gilded foldable notebook, smiling as he inquired, "Mr. Wang, this is the post-dinner entertainment program. Please make your selection." "Let it be the Ode to 100 Flowers," Wang Dong replied with a smile. Although the notebook contained many other options, he opted for this new program, considering that Tang Tianlong and the others might have already seen the others. Before long, a group of dancers adorned in translucent yet vibrantly intricate silk skirts entered. Although their dance differed somewhat from the previous one, its captivating effect remained undeniably potent. An hour later, the meal had fully concluded. As the guests prepared to depart, Ruanqi smiled and handed Wang Dong a business card, saying, "Mr. Wang, please accept this card. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." "Thank you, Boss He," Wang Dong replied with a smile, but as his fingers brushed the card, he sensed something amiss. A quick glance revealed that beneath Ruanqi's card lay another card. Without waiting for his inquiry, Ruanqi offered him a meaningful smile and then bowed, saying, "I bid farewell to Mr. Tang, young Master Tang, Mr. Wang, and all esteemed guests. May your journey be smooth and your lives joyful. Young He, please extend my regards to your father. I hope to visit him when the opportunity arises," Tang Tianlong said with a smile from within the car. Ruanqi immediately expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you. My old man has been eagerly awaiting your visit. We shall always be at your service." "I will make it happen soon," Tang Tianlong nodded slightly. His age is not insignificant, and although he has the means and influence to employ numerous health experts for his well-being, the span of human life remains finite. As he grows older, he increasingly reminisces about past friendships. At times, an inexplicable anxiety lurks within him, preventing him from sleeping more than 4 hours a night. Any further attempts at slumber prove futile. Once in the car, Wang Dong retrieved a card, glanced at it, and was instantly taken aback. The card bore several names and contact details, and without much thought, He could surmise that these were undoubtedly the contacts of the dancers. Ah, young Dong, if your vigor is not utilized, what solace shall you find in your twilight years? Tang Tianlong said with a broad smile. Surely you understand my meaning? Chapter 71. Summoning the dancer. What did the old gentleman mean? Wang Dong lifted his gaze towards Tang Tianlong, and truth be told, he already comprehended the old gentleman's intentions. Tang Tianlong chuckled. Before marriage, it's quite normal for a man to indulge a little. If this is your first encounter with such a situation and you're hesitant, you can have Xiaohu guide you. With a mischievous grin, Tang Xiaohu added, Hey, little brother, just say which one you fancy, and I'll make a call to bring her to the hotel. It is often said that while men desire to lure women into indulgence, they also relish the company of their brothers in such escapades. The bond of brotherhood is forged through shared experiences. Sharing pants, sharing a table, and, most intimately, sharing in such pleasures. Wang Dong was taken aback by this unexpected proposition and instinctively cleared his throat, responding, No, thank you. My mother is undergoing surgery today, and I intend to visit her at the hospital. I'll accompany you then, Tang Xiaohu replied. Tang Tianlong subtly cast a glance at his son, clearly encouraging him to find a moment for Wang Dong to invite a dancer to the hotel. It was not a matter of corrupting Wang Dong but rather a desire for him to experience the allure of beauty, thereby tempering his affections for Xin Shanshan. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he hoped to fully integrate Wang Dong into his business endeavors, rather than letting him remain a mere idle benefactor. Tang Xiaohu understood the implication and nodded slightly, knowing he would take action after their hospital visit. Upon arriving at the hotel, who could resist the temptation of a beautiful woman? If one dancer did not suffice, he would summon the entire troupe, confident that Wang Dong would be hard-pressed to resist their charms. Unaware of the ulterior motives of the Tang father and son, Wang Dong's thoughts were consumed by concern for his mother undergoing surgery. Upon entering the hospital room, Tang Xiaohu exchanged pleasantries with Su Yulan before engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, a strikingly cold doctor clad in a white coat entered, glancing at Wang Dong and stating, You arrived just in time. In an hour, I will perform surgery on your mother. Please sign here. Very well, Dr. Ning, Wang Dong replied, stepping forward to sign the consent form. He then broached the subject of their previous encounter. Dr. Ning, the reason you were so distant last time was due to concerns for my safety, wasn't it? I don't understand what you're implying. Dr. Ning responded coldly. Wang Dong continued. Not long after I left the hospital last time, someone attempted to ambush me, but I managed to handle it. Since you've encountered such situations, it would be best for you to keep your distance from me, Dr. Ning said as she turned to leave. Auntie, I'll return shortly, Wang Dong called after her. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Even if I maintain my distance, your circumstances won't change. Allow me to assist you. This is not something you can help with, Dr. Ning replied. How can you know without trying? No need to try. Dr. Ning shook her head slightly, determined to exit the room. To her, Wang Dong was merely a friend of the Tang family, not someone who held any significant authority within their ranks. The mastermind behind the scenes is no ordinary individual. Their ties to the underworld are not to be underestimated, and it is far beyond mere wealth and power. Enlisting Wang Dong's assistance would only lead to his downfall. Yet, at this moment, Wang Dong grasped her delicate hand and declared, But I still wish to try. Release me. Ning Shuang was momentarily stunned, then fixed a cold glare upon him. Wang Dong, however, continued to hold her hand, smiling as he said, Surely there are those in the hospital watching over you? Yes, so you had better let go at once. If they see this, you'll be in trouble when you leave the hospital today, Ning Shuang promptly replied. Wang Dong chuckled and unexpectedly reached out with his other hand, resting it on her fragrant shoulder. What do you intend to do? Ning Shuang quickly retreated, her back soon pressed against the wall. Wang Dong leaned closer, whispering with a grin, Do what I must. It would be wise for you not to resist. As she observed Wang Dong drawing nearer, Ning Shuang's heart fluttered slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy, yet she swiftly pushed him away and strode toward her office. Wang Dong merely smiled, not pursuing her, for his task had already been accomplished. Upon returning to her office, Ning Shuang's icy demeanor betrayed a slight blush as she clenched her teeth in silence for a moment before exclaiming, You scoundrel! Little brother, You truly are bold, Tang Xiaohu exclaimed with wide eyes. Previously, in the car, Wang Dong had not behaved in such a manner. He was genuinely taken aback by Wang Dong's assertiveness towards the woman he admired. Wang Dong quickly interjected, "Brother Tang, do not misunderstand. I did not intend to take advantage of her." "Wasn't that taking advantage?" Tang Xiaohu countered. "Little brother, you are indeed impressive. I had thought you too timid to approach women, but now I realize my perceptions were misguided. You possess remarkable capability. I am truly in awe." The more Tang Xiaohu spoke, the more excited he became, suddenly confessing, "To be honest, I have developed feelings for a woman, yet I have never dared to pursue her. Please impart some wisdom to me." "That I truly cannot do," Wang Dong replied with a wry smile. However, no matter how he explained, Tang Xiaohu remained unconvinced. The previously aloof woman had been so readily engaged by Wang Dong, causing her to yield. If that was not skill, what could be called so? Tang Xiaohu urged, "Little brother, do share your knowledge." "Well, if you believe my approach was effective, then when you encounter the woman you like, be just as direct," Wang Dong advised. Tang Xiaohu expressed skepticism. "Do you think I can succeed?" "There is a 50% chance," Wang Dong replied. Hearing such odds, Tang Xiaohu's spirits lifted, and he clapped his hands in delight. "Such a high probability is excellent. Little brother, I am off to try it now. If I succeed, I will treat you to a meal and present a generous red envelope." "No need. It is but a small effort," Wang Dong chuckled. If this were to work out, it was highly likely that the woman harbored an interest in Tang Xiaohu. If things do not go as planned, it is best that they do. Wang Dong watched as Tang Xiaohu departed, then entered the hospital room and addressed Su Yulan, who appeared somewhat bewildered. "Mother, please do not misunderstand. I did not intend to disrespect Dr. Ning." "Then what were you doing?" Su Yulan inquired, unable to comprehend his words. Wang Dong replied, "I will explain everything to you later. I must first attend to some matters, if you don't mind." "Do you have more to take care of? Then hurry along. I do not require your company here," Su Yulan promptly responded. Wang Dong closed the door to the ward and made his way out of the hospital. In the shadows, a corpulent man sat in a car, his eyes filled with malice. "This damned brat actually dared to touch my woman. Jin Bao, take care of him for me." Chapter 72. 100 slaps. "Yes, Boss Yuan." A man with golden hair and a murderous glint in his eyes nodded and stepped out of the car. If Huang Shi were to see him, he would undoubtedly fall to his knees in abject surrender. This individual, known as Jin Bao, despite his name suggesting a lesser character, was, in fact, one of the most formidable figures in the underground society of Nantian City. Not only was Jin Bao a formidable fighter himself, but he also commanded a loyal band of capable followers. Those who made their living in the underground world of Nantian City often referred to him with great respect as Master Jin or Brother Bao. Upon exiting the vehicle, he immediately surrounded Wang Dong. "Kid, someone wants me to deal with you. I'll give you a chance. Break your own arms and legs and I might let you go." "Is it the person from that car?" Wang Dong shot a glance at Boss Yuan before turning his attention back to Jin Bao. Jin Bao sneered, "So what if it is?" "Then there's no problem," Wang Dong replied with a smile, walking toward Boss Yuan. Jin Bao was taken aback. He never anticipated that Wang Dong, surrounded by so many of his men, would dare to dismiss them so brazenly. His mood soured. "Kid, do you take me for a mere decoration?" With that, he swung a fist toward Wang Dong's neck. The surrounding lackeys wore sinister grins, eagerly awaiting Wang Dong's pained cries. However, in the next moment, they were taken aback as they witnessed their leader Jin Bao's fist being firmly grasped by a single hand. "I'm not particularly fond of fighting. Let us end it here, shall we?" Wang Dong said with a smile. Jin Bao's expression darkened as he bellowed in rage, kicking toward Wang Dong's abdomen. "Kneel before me. Why must you force my hand?" Wang Dong sighed slightly, applying pressure, and with a sharp crack, he crushed Jin Bao's finger bones. "Ah!" Jin Bao cried out in agony, his kick lacking the strength to reach Wang Dong, causing him instead to drop to his knees. Before he could react, Wang Dong delivered a kick to his chin. With just one strike, Jin Bao collapsed, unconscious on the ground. The surrounding lackeys stared in disbelief, utterly shocked. "How is this possible? Master Jin, Brother Bao, please, wake up and tell us this is all a lie," Clear the way, Wang Dong said nonchalantly. At the sound of his voice, the lackeys finally grasped the reality that the infamous Jin Bao had indeed been subdued by this seemingly insignificant youth. Trembling with fear, they instinctively parted to allow him passage. From the car, Boss Yuan observed the scene, both astonished and enraged. You bunch of fools! This kid is all alone. And yet none of you can handle him without Jin Bao? All of you attack together. Even one punch from each of you should be enough to crush this brat. Yes, yes, don't be afraid. Let us all go. The lackeys, suddenly enlightened, began to arm themselves with iron rods and other implements, preparing to charge at Wang Dong. Wang Dong did not spare them a glance. He merely swung his fist, and with a resounding crash, bent a metal rod in half. The underlings, who had been poised to confront him, were so petrified by this display that their legs weakened, and many fell to their knees before Wang Dong, pleading for mercy. Spare us, great brother, spare us. Witnessing this scene, Boss Yuan was equally alarmed, his face paling in terror. As Wang Dong approached, he hastily shouted, Quick! Start the car. Boss, aren't we going to deal with this fellow? The driver stammered, panic evident in his voice. Yuan kicked him in frustration, exclaiming, Less chatter, just drive. Yes, yes. The driver quickly complied, but at that moment, a hand reached in and firmly grasped Boss Yuan's plump shoulder. What a rare occasion to see you. Where are you off to? Why, you shouldn't be so reckless. Boss Yuan stammered, turning to see Wang Dong standing beside the car window, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Wang Dong chuckled. How can you call this reckless? I am merely being friendly, wishing to make your acquaintance. Ah! As Boss Yuan spoke, he felt an unbearable pressure crush down on his shoulder, eliciting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. The driver, his face ashen with fear, scrambled to open the car door and escape. This has nothing to do with me. This is all Boss Yuan's doing. Please don't kill me. Casting a brief glance at him, Wang Dong did not intervene. His focus had always been solely on Boss Yuan. With a smile, he inquired, Is your surname Yuan? Why yes. I am Yuan Shan, the third heir of the Yuan family, one of the 8 prominent families in Nantian City. Boss Yuan hastily proclaimed, unfurling the banner of his family. Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, having never heard of these 8 families, though he surmised it might pertain to the social strata he occupied. Such large families were generally unknown to outsiders. Could you elaborate? Well, we rarely speak of the 8 families in public. But surely you have heard of the Benyuan group? Yuan Shan replied eagerly. Wang Dong's expression shifted to one of understanding. Benyuan Group, one of the top 10 enterprises in Nantian City? Yes, yes, that very Benyuan Group, Yuan Shan affirmed, nodding vigorously. The influence wielded by such a conglomerate was indeed beyond the reach of the Tang family, and it was no wonder that Ning Shuang, despite her close ties with the Tang father and son, still deemed Yuan Shan someone not to be trifled with. Wang Dong glanced at him and asked, What is your relationship with Ning Shuang? We have no relationship. None whatsoever. Yuan Shan's complexion shifted dramatically, and he quickly added, Can we consider today's events a misunderstanding? I swear from now on, I shall harbor no ill intentions towards Ning Shuang. Do you truly believe I can regard this as a misunderstanding? Wang Dong replied with a smile. Yuan Shan's face went pale. What do you wish to happen? Actually, this is quite simple. You shall slap yourself 100 times, and I will let you go, Wang Dong stated, grinning. Yuan Shan's countenance darkened. Are you asking me to strike myself? I am a member of the Yuan family, and what of your current predicament? Even if you are the head of the Yuan family, what does that matter? Wang Dong delivered a resounding slap across his face. To have someone strike themselves from behind while harboring intentions of harm, do you think a few words will suffice? Does he perceive Wang Dong as a mere clay idol, easily manipulated? After receiving the slap, Yuan Shan quickly acquiesced, exclaiming, Yes, yes, I shall strike myself 100 times. With that, he raised his hand to his face, the sound of slaps echoing. Meanwhile, Wang Dong retrieved his phone to record the video, noting the quality of the strikes, but urging for greater force. Chapter 73. The fragrant lips of the ice beauty Yuan Shan, in a fit of rage, struck himself 100 times across the face, rendering it swollen and grotesque. He gazed pleadingly at Wang Dong and implored, Can you let me go now? Wang Dong responded with a smile, Do remember what you said. If you continue to harass Ning Shuang in the future, it will not merely be 100 slaps. Yes, yes, I promise I will not trouble her again. Yuan Shan replied hastily. It is best that way. With that, Wang Dong turned and departed. As he watched his retreating figure, a venomous glint flickered in Yuan Shan's eyes, and he clenched his teeth, muttering, "Damn brat, wait for me. I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock on her office door, Ning Shuang, who had been engrossed in a film, looked up suspiciously and said, "Come in." Wang Dong entered, wearing a smile. "Ning doctor, you need no longer worry about that disgrace from the Yuan family." Ning Shuang was taken aback. "How do you know it was from the Yuan family?" "I just encountered Yuan Shan," Wang Dong replied with a grin. Ning Shuang's expression shifted, and she scrutinized him, relieved to see no signs of injury. "You weren't hurt? Why would I be?" Wang Dong chuckled. "However, Yuan Shan's group certainly suffered." "What happened?" "Take a look at this," Wang Dong said, handing her his phone. Upon witnessing Yuan Shan striking himself, Ning Shuang was astonished. "Did you deal with him?" "Indeed. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Yuan family?" "What is there to fear? When trouble arises, one must confront it head-on. In this society, one inevitably offends some scoundrels," Wang Dong replied, smiling. "If the entire Yuan family is as vile as him, I shall uproot them entirely." Ning Shuang's mouth fell agape, unable to believe his audacity, and she remained speechless for a long while. Wang Dong approached and playfully lifted her chin, saying with a grin, "You should close your mouth. Otherwise, I might not resist kissing you." He then turned to leave. Suddenly, Ning Shuang stepped forward, embraced his shoulders, and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, whispering, "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Wang Dong stood frozen, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He had never anticipated that Ning Shuang would take the initiative to kiss him. Before he could gather his thoughts, she opened the office door and gently pushed him outside. Staring at the closed office door, Wang Dong touched his cheek, still tinged with a faint chill, and for a moment, he questioned whether it had all been a figment of his imagination. After a while, Ning Shuang emerged from the office, accompanied by several assistants, ready to perform surgery on Wang Dong's mother, Su Yulan. Before the operation, Su Yulan appeared somewhat anxious. "My dear son, if I do not survive the surgery, do not be too sorrowful. Fate is determined by the heavens, and perhaps this is my destined trial. Mother, please do not speak such ominous words. Dr. Ning has assured us that the chances of success are very high." Wang Dong smiled as he gently patted her palm and said, "Once your surgery is successful, I will take you back to our hometown to see the vegetable garden you have always missed." All right, Su Yulan nodded in agreement, before being ushered into the operating room. As a family member of the patient, Wang Dong was unable to enter and had to sit on a bench outside the surgical suite, awaiting news. Approximately half an hour later, Ning Shuang emerged from the operating room and looked at Wang Dong, saying, "The surgery was very successful. If Auntie rests here for another 10 days to half a month, and there are no unforeseen complications, she will be able to be discharged." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Ning," Wang Dong replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Ning Shuang quickly raised her hands and said, "I cannot shake hands. I have bacteria on my hands and must wash them thoroughly." "I don't mind," Wang Dong chuckled. "I do," Ning Shuang insisted. Wang Dong was somewhat speechless but understood she was serious and stepped aside. Seeing his expression, Ning Shuang couldn't help but smile, her beautiful eyes captivating him utterly. The only drawback was the professional mask she wore. Otherwise, she would surely enchant many more. After a while, Su Yulan was wheeled out of the operating room and transferred back to her hospital room. After a brief rest, she awakened and, upon seeing Wang Dong sitting beside her, immediately inquired, "Son, was my surgery successful?" "It was a resounding success. Dr. Ning said that if you rest well in the hospital for a while longer, you will be discharged," Wang Dong replied with a smile. Su Yulan expressed her joy, saying, "That's wonderful. Mother, Dr. Ning also mentioned that you need plenty of rest after your surgery and should not be disturbed. I won't bother you any longer. I will visit you again next time." "All right," Wang Dong said. Su Yulan nodded slightly. "All right, you go attend to your matters. I am feeling a bit tired and wish to rest." Then I shall take my leave, Wang Dong said as he stood up from the bedside and exited the room. As he left, he made a point to find Ning Shuang in her office, only to be informed by a passing doctor, "Mr. Wang, are you looking for Director Ning? She has just gone into surgery. She just finished one and is going into another?" Wang Dong asked in surprise. The doctor smiled. "That is quite normal, especially for someone like Director Ning. She typically handles several surgeries in succession, and when it gets busy, it can be quite overwhelming." "I understand now," Wang Dong nodded. "Do you need to speak with Director Ning? I can assist you." "No, I merely came to bid her farewell. If she is not available, then it is of no consequence," Wang Dong replied, shaking his head as he made his way out of the hospital. Upon exiting, he was about to hail a cab to the jade shop when he noticed a crowd gathering ahead, faint shouts echoing through the air. "I tell you, this is my family's heirloom. If you do not compensate me, I will call the police and have you arrested, which could lead to a 3-year prison sentence." "Why, you can't scare me. How could such a small broken bowl be an heirloom? Are you trying to swindle me?" A seemingly unassuming middle-aged man, lacking in assertiveness, spoke up. The man who had just shouted erupted once more. "Are you implying that this is a fake? What nonsense is this? I brought this item today to sell in order to cover my father's surgical expenses. If you don't believe me, just ask everyone present. Hasn't my family, the Chung family, always possessed such a treasure? If that doesn't suffice, I will call the police right now, and rest assured, I will not settle this privately." "Ah, please, there's no need to rush." The earnest man, noticing the other preparing to pull out his phone, felt a change in his demeanor, becoming visibly anxious. "We can discuss this calmly. Besides, I never said I wouldn't compensate you." "Then hurry up and provide the compensation. Not a single cent less than 500,000. The enraged man exclaimed, extending his hand. Chapter 74. The Busta Society Bull. "How much? 500,000? The honest man's face paled, and his intention to reach for his wallet was abruptly halted. Old Chung remarked coldly, "What, do you think my asking price is too low? Do you look down upon me? If that's the case, feel free to compensate me more." "No, that's not what I meant. I simply don't understand how such a small bowl could be worth 500,000. The honest man replied with a bitter expression. For those with modest aspirations, such a sum might seem trivial. Yet for the ordinary citizen, who would dare to claim it wasn't a substantial amount? Old Chung snapped, "Quit your chatter. If you don't believe me, I'll call the police right now, and we'll see if you can settle this for 500,000. You!" The honest man found himself at a loss, gritting his teeth, and could only pull out his phone to seek a loan to settle the debt. He certainly did not wish to end up in prison. Just as he was about to borrow money, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Ah, what a beautiful Jingdajun blue and white porcelain bowl. It must be a recent creation, right? The color is exquisite." Recent creation? The honest man was taken aback and immediately turned to Wang Dong, asking, "Brother, what era do you think this porcelain bowl is from?" "It's definitely from recent years. Historically, Jingdajun porcelain has tended to have darker hues. But in recent years, people have taken more notice, perhaps due to economic gains or to enhance their competitive edge, resulting in more vibrant colors," Wang Dong explained with a smile. The honest man exclaimed in delight, "So, you mean it was made in recent years, and it's not an antique? Absolutely a new piece. Just look at that shine. It's glaringly bright, devoid of any of the subdued elegance typical of older artifacts," Wang Dong pointed out, indicating the bowl's glossy surface. The term glaring shine can be complex to explain, often veering into the realm of the ineffable. However, can also be quite straightforward. Any object that sparkles under normal lighting to the point of being somewhat blinding can be classified as having a glaring shine. In contrast, true antiques, through the passage of time, often develop a patina. This patina softens reflections, imparting a gentle luster. Even when illuminated, the glow does not assault the eyes. Therefore, a glaring shine is typically a significant indicator of whether an item is an antique. Yet, with the passage of time, counterfeiting techniques have become quite advanced, allowing for the imitation of patina or the use of artificial polishing methods to eliminate glaring shine. Thus, the absence of a glaring shine does not necessarily indicate an antique, but the presence of one certainly signifies it is not. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, the honest man was overjoyed. Thank you, brother. No need for thanks," Wang Dong responded with a smile. Old Chung, seething with rage, bellowed, "Nonsense. You know nothing. This bowl is a family heirloom passed down through generations. How could it possibly be a new item? If you truly have the courage, let us call the police right now to see what's really going on." "All right, I'll help you file a police report," Wang Dong said, grinning as he pulled out his phone, genuinely preparing to call the authorities. Old Cheng's face twitched slightly. He was taken aback by the boldness of today's youth, who dared to threaten calling the police. His complexion paled instantly. You better think this through. Once the police are involved, there's no turning back." "I've thought it through quite clearly," Wang Dong replied, as he began dialing the emergency number. At that moment, Old Chung realized Wang Dong's confidence and hastily waved his hands, saying, "Young man, let us talk this over. There's no need to escalate this minor issue into a citywide uproar. Is there? And how do you propose to settle this minor issue?" Wang Dong asked with a smile. "Surely you can't just suggest we let it go? What do you expect me to do?" Old Chung sighed bitterly. Wang Dong chuckled. "It's quite simple. Compensate this gentleman with 5,000 yuan as a token of goodwill. That is not too much to ask, is it? 5,000 is rather excessive, don't you think?" Old Chung replied with a wry smile. "Can't you negotiate a bit lower? You attempted to swindle this gentleman out of 500,000. I'm only asking for 5,000, merely 1% of your original demand. If you find that too high, I'll have no choice but to involve the authorities," Wang Dong asserted. With no other option, Old Chung reluctantly pulled out his phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to the honest man. "Is that sufficient now? Please, you may leave," Wang Dong said nonchalantly. As Old Chung departed, he cast a few lingering glances back, as if to imprint Wang Dong's image in his memory before finally walking away. The honest man, upon seeing the 5,000 yuan credited to his account, wore an expression of disbelief and turned to Wang Dong, saying, "Young man, thank you. I cannot accept this money. I should return it to you." "No need. 5,000 yuan is hardly worth my attention," Wang Dong chuckled, turning to leave. To him, it was merely a trivial act of kindness. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude, saying, "May I ask your name? I'd like to treat you to a meal." "My surname is Wang," Wang Dong replied. "I'm Zhao Chuanji," the man said with a smile. "I'm here to pick up my daughter from the hospital. Wait a moment while I fetch her, and then we can all go out to eat together if that's agreeable." "Thank you for the kind offer, but it's truly unnecessary," Wang Dong shook his head, indicating his disinterest. Just as he was about to hail a taxi to leave, a melodious voice called out from behind, "Dad!" Zhao Chuanji looked up, and his face brightened at the sight of his daughter approaching. Wang Dong turned to see a young woman in casual attire, with fair skin, long hair cascading down her back, and a charming oval face. She appeared petite and adorable, though her figure was quite eye-catching as she walked with a sway. "Why did you come out?" Zhao Chuanji asked, his face beaming with joy. "I noticed you hadn't arrived for quite some time, so I decided to apply for my discharge since it wasn't a serious illness, and the doctor agreed," Zhao Ye explained with a smile, then turned to Wang Dong with surprise. "Dad, who is this? Is he my new boyfriend?" Just as Zhao Chuanji was about to introduce Wang Dong, he noticed his daughter had already stepped forward to greet him. Zhao Ye extended her hand, smiling gracefully as she said, "Hello there, handsome. My name is Zhao Ye, and I am currently in my 3rd year of university. May I inquire as to how you prefer to be addressed?" "Wang Dong." "Oh, so it's brother Wang Dong. I am a Capricorn. May I ask what your zodiac sign is? Perhaps we are unexpectedly compatible." Zhao Ye beamed at him, playfully winking and asking a flurry of questions, exuding an exuberant charm, particularly when she smiled. Her demeanor was so captivating that Wang Dong found himself somewhat at a loss. "Ahem, Miss Zhao, perhaps we should discuss this later. Of course, let us first go for a meal." Zhao Chuanji, aware of his daughter's gregarious nature, was concerned that she might inadvertently frighten Wang Dong away. Chapter 75. Accompany me to the bar. On their way to the restaurant, Zhao Ye persistently engaged Wang Dong in conversation, her lively and cheerful demeanor radiating enthusiasm. By the time they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Ye had taken the initiative to link her arm with Wang Dong's, a sight that stirred a hint of jealousy in Zhao Chuanji, who was keen on bringing the two together. The speed at which their relationship was developing was something this father found hard to accept. It was simply too swift. Wang Dong felt a bit dazed. After clearing his throat a few times, he noticed Zhao Ye still clinging to his arm. The soft yet resilient sensation of her touch was undeniably compelling, and he found himself unable to refuse her, ultimately yielding to her embrace. After all, when it comes to beautiful women, a man can only indulge a little. If she wished to hold on, so be it. Perhaps a small sacrifice would yield greater fortune. Brother Wang, do you have time later? Zhao Ye inquired, as she helped herself to some of the meat on Wang Dong's plate. Wang Dong, with a hint of suspicion, asked, "Is there something you need?" "Well, I just got discharged from rehabilitation. My classmates have classes in the morning and can't come by, so I planned a little celebration at a bar this afternoon when I have no classes," Zhao Ye explained, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "But I'm only a junior, still not fully immersed in society. I'm afraid to go to such a dangerous place alone. Would you accompany me?" "Really?" The sweet tone of her voice and the fluttering of her eyelashes were quite persuasive. Wang Dong rubbed his nose and turned to Zhao Chuanji. "Cough, Uncle Zhao. What do you think?" "Me?" Zhao Chuanji hesitated. On one hand, he felt grateful towards Wang Dong, recognizing his capabilities and decent appearance. Although he was a few years older than his daughter, he subscribed to the age-old belief that a man being older than a woman was not problematic. He even entertained the idea of playing matchmaker. On the other hand, he was concerned about his daughter's overt behavior, fearing it might come off as immodest and lead men to undervalue her. "Dad, you wouldn't want your precious daughter to go to the bar alone, would you?" Zhao Ye teased, a smile dancing on her lips. With no other choice, Zhao Chuanji turned to Wang Dong and said, "I entrust my daughter to you, Mr. Wang." "Certainly, Uncle Zhao. I assure you, she will return with as many strands of hair as she leaves with. None will be lost," Wang Dong replied with a grin. Zhao Chuanji expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, I appreciate it. A toast to you." "Uncle Zhao, you're too kind." Wang Dong raised his drink, clinking it with Zhao Chuanji's in a gesture of camaraderie. After their meal, Wang Dong intended to mention that his brother had some matters to attend to and would join Zhao Ye later at the bar. However, just then, a call from Li Feng interrupted him. "Hey Donggo, I followed your instructions and invited quite a few people. However, not everyone could make it at noon, so I thought we might change the time to 8 tonight. By then, most will have finished work, and it should be a livelier gathering. Master Zhou also agrees. He asked me to see what you think." As soon as the call connected, Li Feng launched into a torrent of words. Wang Dong smiled and remarked, "What a coincidence. I just have some matters to attend to at noon. Your call came at the perfect time. Shall we meet again at 8 in the evening?" "Sounds good," Wang Dong replied. "I'll hang up now then." "All right," he nodded, putting away his phone. Zhao Ye approached, linking her arm with Wang Dong's, and playfully inquired, "Brother Wang, who was on the phone? Was it a man or a woman?" "It was a call from my good buddy," Wang Dong chuckled. Zhao Ye giggled and said, "Oh, I see. Brother Wang, let us hurry over. Otherwise, the classmates will arrive, and it wouldn't be polite to keep them waiting too long." "Sure." Wang Dong nodded and waved at a taxi on the street. The taxi promptly stopped. They opened the door and climbed in. Zhao Ye instructed, "Driver, take us to the burning bar." "All right, beautiful," the driver replied, glancing at the two with a grin. "Going to the bar together during the day, huh, young couple?" "It's a class reunion," Zhao Ye explained. The driver quickly grasped the situation. "University students, I see. Don't you have classes during the day?" "The university schedule is quite flexible. Sometimes we have classes in the morning and none in the afternoon, or none during the day and classes at night," Zhao Ye elaborated. The driver chuckled. "Well, I must admit, I've been rather uninformed." At the burning bar, there were few patrons at this hour, making Zhao Ye and her classmates quite conspicuous as they gathered in the lobby. Among them was a man clad in designer attire, sporting a flashy electronic watch, who boisterously declared, "Did you all remember the plan? Don't worry, Brother Quan, we'll ensure that Zhao Ye is in for a big surprise, and she'll be all over you," chimed in several sycophants, grinning. "We've already booked the hotel room for you, Brother Quan. But if the atmosphere is right, you might just win over our campus beauty right here in the private booth." With a sly grin, Brother Quan imagined Zhao Ye yielding to his advances, a smug expression overtaking his face as his body instinctively reacted. 4 years during university, he had harbored an insatiable desire for Xiaoya, but despite her cheerful and open disposition, she neither worshipped wealth nor craved power, leaving this affluent young man at a loss. Upon learning that Xiaoya was discharged from the hospital today, he promptly used money and other means to win over her friends and orchestrate this gathering, all aimed at gaining her affection. With his lackeys and Xiaoya's friends working together, they aimed to exploit her recent recovery, making it all but certain that he would succeed. However, his triumphant smile faltered when he saw Xiaoya entering, intimately entwined with another man's arm. Who is this guy? Brother Quan's expression stiffened, and he immediately turned to Xiaoya's friends. Didn't you say Xiaoya didn't have a boyfriend? She doesn't, they assured him. The close friends were taken aback. Wang Quan, could he possibly be Xiaoya's brother? Or perhaps someone she just met during her recent hospitalization? Wang Quan let out a muffled grunt, feeling somewhat displeased. He approached Xiaoya and inquired, I heard you have recovered. How are you feeling? What brings you here? Upon seeing him, Xiaoya immediately furrowed her beautiful brows, casting a suspicious glance towards her friends. They quickly interjected, Xiaoya, Wang Quan is also our classmate. I thought it would be lively to have more people around, so I invited them. Indeed, Wang Quan genuinely cares about you. There's nothing wrong with having him here, they reassured her. Isn't that right? Chapter 76. The Emperor's supreme package Xiaoya was far from the type of girl who would meekly acquiesce or lack intelligence. Upon hearing her friends' remarks, she felt an immediate urge to sever ties with them. Her friends quickly interjected, don't be like that, Xiaoya. The expenses for this gathering were solely covered by Wang Quan. He spent a fortune just to make you happy. A few tens of thousands is nothing. Wang Quan replied with a proud smile. For most university students, spending such a sum in one go was indeed a considerable amount. Even the few patrons at the bar cast envious glances at Wang Quan, clearly indicating that being born into wealth had its advantages. As long as you're happy, Xiaoya, spending a bit more is no issue at all, Wang Dong remarked with a smile, stealing glances at Xiaoya that hinted at a touch of disdain. Her friends chimed in, look at Wang Quan's sincerity. You can't just walk away, right? Xiaoya hesitated. Although she had no affection for Wang Quan, it felt wrong to simply turn her back after he had spent so much on her. Yet, the thought of repaying that amount loomed over her. Noticing her dilemma, Wang Dong smiled and said, Xiaoya, if you don't like this place, we can go somewhere else. As for those tens of thousands, I'll cover it. Brother Wang, Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, looking at him. Wang Dong chuckled and called over a waitress. Excuse me, could you come here for a moment? How much did this gentleman spend at your establishment? I'll take care of it. Please refund him. A waitress approached, hesitating upon hearing his request. Wang Dong produced a card and said, please charge it to this. Certainly, sir, the waitress replied. Wang Quan's expression shifted. If Wang Dong managed to get a refund, he would lose any leverage over Xiaoya. He hastily interjected, wait, it's just a few tens of thousands. If Xiaoya doesn't want to stay, it's no big deal. What do they call you? Wang Dong asked. Wang, he replied. Oh, so you're Mr. Wang. Don't worry about those tens of thousands. Consider it an indulgence on my part. Wang Quan shot him a glance. A smug smile plastered on his face. After all, my parents run a large business and earn millions annually. This money is merely my pocket money for the month. But you, Mr. Wang, seem to be an ordinary salaryman. It must take you a whole year of hard work to save such an amount, right? Perhaps it's best to let it go. Ha ha ha. Brother Quan is truly generous and understanding. His sycophantic friends immediately ridiculed Wang Dong. Mr. Wang, you must have only a few tens of thousands in your pocket. It's best to let it go. Exactly. You're no match for Brother Quan, so don't embarrass yourself in front of everyone. With your situation, if you pull out that amount, you'll be eating instant noodles every day from now on. Ha ha ha. Even Zhao Ya's close friends remarked, yeah. Why are you so close to a man who likes to show off? You should break up with him quickly and be with Brother Quan instead. Indeed, Brother Quan comes from a good family. If you two are together, you'll be a boss lady right after graduation. Zhao Ya felt a surge of anger. She never expected that during her brief hospitalization, her once supportive friends had turned so materialistic. Had they merely pretended to be genuine in front of her all along? Brother Wang, could you please settle the payment? Consider it a debt I owe you, and I promise to repay it later. It's no problem. It's just a few tens of thousands. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Wang Quan sneered, Mr. Wang. Is this pretense really amusing? Who couldn't tell from your cheap uniform that you're merely an average salaried worker? A word of advice. Stop pretending. Thank you for your kind reminder, but this amount of money truly doesn't concern me, Wang Dong chuckled. The other day, he had casually tipped the beautiful streamer next door, Sui, several thousand without a second thought. To Wang Dong, money was merely a number. He possessed not only the opportunity but also the capability to acquire more. Though he had only recently met Zhaoye, he felt a slight affection for her. Wang Quan scoffed, Go ahead and swipe your card. I'm curious to see if your heart will ache after this act. Excuse me, miss, what is the most expensive package you offer here? Wang Dong inquired with a smile. The waitress promptly replied, The highest package is the Emperor Supreme package priced at 100,000 yuan, which includes an entire floor and is available for 24 hours, along with complimentary singing services. Most food and beverages are free. All right, I'll take that package, Wang Dong said with a smile. The waitress looked astonished. Sir, are you certain? Wang Quan was taken aback by the request for such a package before bursting into laughter. Does he even have 100,000 in his pocket? This is merely a delay tactic, his sycophants chimed in. Zhaoye's friends also mocked, Yeah, look at your boyfriend, he talks big but has no ability. Brother Quan is far better. Enough. You all be quiet. Zhaoye shot them a glare, then took Wang Dong's arm, saying, Brother Wang, let's not pay them any mind. Would you accompany me for a stroll in the park? Sure, but let's enjoy the bar for a bit first. Wang Dong smiled and told the waitress, Just swipe the card. All right, sir, the waitress responded, and proceeded to process his card. With mocking expressions, Wang Quan and the others awaited Wang Dong's embarrassment, only to hear a successful beep from the card reader. The waitress then bowed respectfully to Wang Dong, presenting him with the card in both hands, saying, Esteemed sir, here is your card. Please keep it safe. Wang Dong nodded and smiled, saying, Could you kindly escort us to the Emperor's Supreme private room? Certainly, esteemed sir. The female attendant replied with utmost respect. May I inquire your honored surname? My surname is Wang, composed of 3 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical, he responded. Very well. Esteemed Mr. Wang and also the esteemed Miss Zhao, please follow me this way. The attendant promptly led the way. Wang Dong added, Do not forget to return the money from Wang Quan. After all, we do not require him to bear the expense. Chapter 77. Do you like me? Very well. Esteemed Mr. Wang, the waitress smiled, casting a discreet glance at another waitress. The second waitress promptly approached Wang Quan and said, Sir, we sincerely apologize, but we will process your refund immediately. It will be credited within 24 hours. Please keep an eye on your account. Who is requesting a refund? Wang Quan fumed. How absurd it was for these sycophants to address Wang Dong as esteemed Mr. Wang while referring to him merely as sir. He declared, Upgrade my package to the Emperor Supreme level. Of course, Mr. Wang. Based on your previous expenditures, an upgrade will require an additional 70,000 yuan. What do you think? The waitress replied. Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly realized the significant price difference. He contemplated calling home, but 70,000 yuan needed a valid justification, didn't it? He glanced at those nearby and asked, How much money do you all have? Put it together. I will repay you next month. Brother Quan, please don't jest. We have no money, the lackeys hastily replied. Meanwhile, Zhaoye's friends swiftly distanced themselves, sporting awkward smiles as they caught up to Zhaoye and Wang Dong. Yeah, we misunderstood Brother Wang earlier. We won't behave that way again. Shall we join you for karaoke? Who needs your company? And this is my brother Wang. What gives you the right to call him that? Zhaoye glared at them, growing increasingly disdainful, and clung to Wang Dong's arm, saying, Brother Wang, can it just be the two of us? Of course, it's a celebration of your recovery. Invite as many as you wish, Wang Dong chuckled. Zhaoye felt a surge of gratitude and hesitantly remarked, Wouldn't it be excessive to book such a large venue for just 2 people? Your happiness is never excessive. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Unable to resist, Zhaoye rested her head on his shoulder and said, Thank you, Brother Wang. You are truly kind to me. You were also so noble when you helped my father. You witnessed that? Wang Dong inquired, taken aback. Yes, when my father was in trouble. I had just stepped out of the hospital. I was about to confront him when I saw you bravely stepping in. You were incredibly handsome and gallant. I truly admire you, Zhaoye confessed. Wang Dong suddenly understood. It was no wonder she had been so warm and forward upon their first meeting. This factor played a significant role. As the two walked further away, the girls attempted to follow but were blocked by several male staff members at the bar. Apologies, ladies, but esteemed Mr. Wang and Miss Zhao have not consented to your company. Please remain here for the time being. You, how dare you? They seethed, feeling quite indignant. Had Zhaoye truly become so indifferent, now that she was associating with the wealthy, to disregard her friends? Indeed, this is so disappointing. They resolved to return to Wang Quan's side. Brother Quan, you are the best. Get lost. Wang Quan retorted angrily. Esteemed Mr. Wang and Miss Zhao, welcome to the Emperor's Supreme Box. You may freely utilize the entire floor. Should you require anything, merely speak, and I shall be at your service 24 hours a day. The previous female attendant remarked with a smile. Wang Dong waved his hand, saying, No need for that. Just have someone bring us some food, and then you may attend to your duties. Certainly, Mr. Wang, the attendant replied with a bow, gracefully retreating. After a while, a sumptuous array of delicacies and fine wines was presented. Noticing the abundance, Zhaoye remarked, Brother Wang, I believe this is more than enough. We surely wouldn't want to waste any. Indeed, Wang Dong nodded. Although he had spent a considerable sum, he felt it prudent not to squander the feast merely because of its expense. The two indulged in eating, drinking, singing, and reveling in each other's company, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Wang Dong, relishing this rare opportunity for relaxation, felt immensely content. As the evening approached, Wang Dong intended to depart for Li Feng's apprenticeship banquet, but unexpectedly, Zhaoye wrapped her delicate, soft arms around his neck. What is it, Zhaoye? Brother Wang, do you like me? Zhaoye whispered. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Of course I do. You are beautiful and of delightful character. And yet, his words were cut short as Zhaoye leaned in and gently kissed him. As long as you know you like me, nothing more needs to be said. Zhaoye, Wang Dong began, but his lips were immediately met with the sweet, tender sensation of her kiss. Zhaoye's gentle hand traced down his cheek to rest upon his shoulder, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. And then, astonishingly, she ventured to explore further. Ah! Wang Dong's entire being tensed in surprise. Zhaoye, you? Brother Wang, they say a woman needs a man. I once doubted this, but now I believe it. Zhaoye softly confessed, her gaze slightly dazed, her emotions intensifying. Allow me to be your woman. I. Wang Dong inhaled deeply. He had never anticipated that Zhaoye would desire to be so close. Instinctively, he sought to push her away, yet Zhaoye offered him no such opportunity. Tender as flowing water, do not let the lovely maiden be forsaken. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. No man should be so heartless as to let such a flame extinguish without purpose. Even Wang Dong found himself unable to resist. The lights dimmed for a full hour before illuminating once more, even more brilliantly than before. After sipping a glass of water, Wang Dong settled back into his seat to rest for a moment. He caressed her skin, smoother than that of a fish, and softly murmured, I have some matters to attend to. Will you wait for me here? Zhaoye's eyelashes fluttered as she planted a gentle kiss upon Wang Dong's arm. He leaned down to kiss her cheek before rising to take a shower, dressing meticulously before stepping outside. Dear Mr. Wang, how may I assist you? As he opened the door and stepped outside, a waiter was poised at the entrance, ready to heed his every command. The extravagant package of 100,000 yuan for the Imperial VIP room encompasses far more than just a mere compartment. With a smile, Wang Dong shook his head and remarked, My girlfriend is weary from singing and needs a moment of respite. Please do not disturb her. I shall be back shortly. Of course, esteemed Mr. Wang, the waiter responded, bowing respectfully as he bid him farewell. As Wang Dong exited the bar, the front desk staff, several waiters, and the manager, having learned of his departure, all gathered to see him off. Esteemed Mr. Wang, please travel safely. We eagerly await your return. Who wouldn't cherish the frequent patronage of such a benefactor? Chapter 78. Li Feng's apprenticeship Wang Dong stepped out of the bar, observing the bustling street filled with vehicles, and signaled for a taxi, heading towards the restaurant. Wang Dong, over here. Upon alighting from the taxi, he was greeted by Shen Shanshan's cheerful voice. He looked up to see her standing at the steps of a restaurant, adorned in a water blue, form-fitting gown that accentuated her slender waist and elegant figure. The crystal high heels she wore tapped lightly on the floor, producing a melodious sound. The neon lights of the restaurant sign illuminated her skin, enhancing her beauty to an enchanting degree. Unable to resist, Wang Dong hurried to her side, enveloping her in his arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Hey, what are you doing? There are so many people," Shen Shanshan exclaimed, surprised. Glancing around, she noticed Li Feng and others inside the restaurant, all wearing amused expressions. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she gently pushed Wang Dong away, saying, "Let go quickly, everyone can see us. Let them see. Everyone here is my good friend. Soon enough we'll all be like family." Wang Dong replied with a smile, stealing a few more kisses. "Besides, you look so stunning. I truly cannot help myself." "You're such a smooth talker," Shen Shanshan retorted, her face still flushed, yet she did not push him away further. Instead, she leaned against his shoulder, allowing him to guide her into the restaurant. Li Feng, grinning widely, gave Wang Dong a thumbs up, winking knowingly. He had recognized their connection earlier. Accompanying him was a woman with tied-back hair, possessing a moderate charm, who initially assumed Shen Shanshan was merely Li Feng's boss, attending to support an employee's apprenticeship. To her surprise, it seemed that the beautiful boss had willingly fallen for Wang Dong. "What's wrong, Juanzi? Have you forgotten me after such a brief absence?" Wang Dong teased upon noticing her astonished expression. Recovering her composure, Li Wan smiled and replied, "How could I? Donggu, Li Feng has already told me thank you for lending him your car and money. My family has approved, and during the long National Day holiday this year, we will return to our hometown to get married. You must come, we have prepared gifts for you. If you're getting married, I will certainly be there to celebrate. A substantial red envelope is a must." Wang Dong laughed. Li Wan responded with a grin, "Donggu is joking. You've been so good to us. At the very least, we should give you 8 large red envelopes." "Ha ha ha. I'll hold you to that. If I don't receive those 8 large envelopes at your wedding, I won't take it lightly." Wang Dong chuckled, prompting laughter from everyone around. They all understood that this was merely playful banter, a testament to the camaraderie among friends. After all, if one couldn't share a little humor, could they truly call themselves friends? After sharing a laugh, Wang Dong glanced around the restaurant but did not see old Zhou. With a smile, he remarked, "Li Feng, isn't it time to invite Master Zhou over?" "Indeed, it is time," Li Feng agreed. Li Feng had been patiently awaiting Wang Dong's arrival, for it was only when Wang Dong appeared that the core guests could be deemed present. At this juncture, it was appropriate to invite old Zhou to take his seat, allowing for the ceremonial offering of tea and the formal apprenticeship to commence. After all, what significance would the ceremony hold if the principal guests were absent? Without hesitation, he and Li Wan made their way toward the restaurant, personally fetching old Zhou from his residence and escorting him to the entrance of the establishment, where they both graciously invited him inside. Upon seeing old Zhou, Wang Dong beamed and led the applause, welcoming him warmly. Li Feng and Li Wan's other friends, who had been invited, joined in the cheerful applause, all of them being the closest confidants of the couple, delighted by the occasion. They refrained from inviting those with whom they shared a more casual acquaintance. The last thing they desired was any untoward incidents at the apprenticeship feast. "Master, please take your seat." Li Feng and Li Wan respectfully urged old Zhou to sit. Technically, they had yet to complete the apprenticeship rites, and it was premature to address old Zhou as master, yet he made no objection, settling down with a smile. Wang Dong remarked, "Master, please be seated, while your disciples serve you tea." "Ah," Li Feng responded, promptly presenting a cup of tea. At that moment, Li Wan felt a sense of unity with Li Feng and believed she should also partake in serving the tea, extending her hand to assist. Observing this, Wang Dong quickly grasped her arm and whispered with a chuckle, "Juanzi, you need not serve the tea." "Need not?" Li Wan blinked in surprise. Wang Dong nodded affirmatively, explaining, "In traditional apprenticeship, if you serve tea and old Zhou drinks it, it implies that you too have become his disciple. However, if he declines, it may put you in an awkward position. Thus, it is best to leave it to Li Feng. Apologies, Donggo. I am unfamiliar with these customs. Seeing Li Feng serve tea, I assumed I should as well, Li Wan said, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as she stepped back. Wang Dong reassured her with a smile, do not take it to heart. It is quite normal for people today to be unaware of traditional etiquette. Your good intentions are evident. Just look at how delighted old Zhou appears. He bears you no ill will. Indeed, Li Wan replied, glancing at old Zhou, whose cheerful demeanor eased her concerns. She was aware that it was Wang Dong who had facilitated old Zhou becoming Li Feng's mentor. Furthermore, old Zhou was quite capable. With such a master to guide him, Li Feng's future was not merely promising. It was bound to flourish immensely. The thought of inadvertently jeopardizing this opportunity filled Li Wan with dread. Master, please enjoy your tea. Old Zhou accepted the teacup with both hands, draining it in one gulp before returning it to Li Feng. After Li Feng had carefully set the cup down upon the table, old Zhou produced a pair of gilded iron rings from his belongings, smiling as he handed them to Li Feng, saying, today, I officially accept you as my disciple. I vow before heaven that I will hold nothing back. As long as you are willing to learn, I shall impart all my knowledge unto you. This is the treasured heirloom that has sustained me through the years, known as the diamond rings. Safeguard them well. When I deem you ready to wield them, it will signify your readiness to embark upon your own journey. Thank you, Master, Li Feng exclaimed, hastily accepting the two rings with both hands, their weight astonishingly heavy, nearly causing him to drop them. A sense of awe washed over him, and Wang Dong's eyes also flickered with intrigue. Wang Dong, surprised, whispered to Xin Shanshan, isn't Lao Zhou a stone cutter? How could he transmit this? Wang Dong replied, do you recall what I mentioned previously? Lao Zhou's tendons were severed by someone else. Such occurrences typically transpire among seasoned practitioners. Therefore, Lao Zhou's initial identity was not merely that of a stone cutter, but rather that of a figure from the martial underworld. This relates to the practice of skills akin to the iron fist of the diamond fist. Martial arts? Xin Shanshan exclaimed, casting an incredulous glance at the unassuming Lao Zhou. She never imagined that his past life could be so astonishing. Just as Li Feng was about to secure the items, a voice like thunder resounded. You cannot accept this disciple. Chapter 79. Even the old veterans should not bully others suddenly. A thunderous roar reverberated through the restaurant, leaving the patrons' minds in a state of shock and confusion. A few waitstaff were so taken aback that they fell to their knees. Only Wang Dong reacted swiftly, promptly covering Xin Shanshan's ears, for otherwise, her complexion would surely have turned pale. He turned to see a group of individuals striding into the establishment. Leading the pack was a middle-aged man with a slightly protruding forehead and a muscular physique, particularly his arms, which were exceptionally robust and more intimidating than that of a fierce tiger. Following closely behind him were several equally formidable figures, clearly not ordinary characters. Upon seeing them, old Zhou's face went ashen. Big brother, after all these years, why do you still seek me out? For years I have allowed you, this traitor who has betrayed our master and ancestors, to live only to prevent others from mocking the Iron Fist sect for its internal strife. The elder brother coldly fixed his gaze on him. If you diligently cut stone and refrain from employing the techniques of our sect, I might still spare you. However, now that you wish to take on disciples and impart our skills to outsiders, that is absolutely unacceptable. Your reasoning is utterly unreasonable, big brother. I have stated before that I did not kill Master. I severed my own tendons to prove my innocence and vowed never to return to the martial world. I thought all grievances with the world of martial arts had been settled. Old Zhou gritted his teeth. I simply wish to pass on my skills to ensure that my hard-earned abilities do not vanish into oblivion. Are you unwilling to allow that? Your self-inflicted proof of innocence was merely an undeniable acknowledgement of guilt. The elder brother retorted coldly. You now have two choices. Either take your own life here and now, or sever all ties with this young man and swear never to teach again, and I shall let you go. Is this not an excessive act of bullying? Before old Zhou could finish his sentence, a voice rang out. He was taken aback, his flushed face slightly turning towards the speaker. Manager Wang? Old Zhou had long ceased to be a member of the martial world after his self-mutilation to prove his innocence. To prohibit him from passing on his knowledge is nothing short of excessive cruelty. Wang Dong stepped forward and declared, "What elder brother? The true traitor who has betrayed our master is you, and you frame old Zhou for it. Now you deny him the right to teach, fearing that his students might become too powerful and seek revenge for the master. Impudence!" Several disciples surrounding the elder brother immediately shouted in anger. One particularly large-eyed man rushed forward, launching a punch directly at Wang Dong's chest. With a whoosh, the force of the punch was fierce. Even those unacquainted with martial arts could perceive that this blow could easily fell a massive water buffalo. Should it connect, the victim would likely be sent flying 3 to 5 meters away, not dead but certainly gravely injured. Is this the might of the old veterans? Just one disciple possesses such ferocity. If the master were to strike, would he not demolish the entire restaurant? As the menacing fist of his opponent descended, Wang Dong stood resolutely in place, extending a hand to effortlessly grasp the man's wrist. In the next moment, a sharp crack resonated, followed by a piercing scream from the assailant, who immediately collapsed to his knees. In an instant, both old Zhou and the senior brother narrowed their eyes in astonishment, each harboring differing thoughts. Old Zhou was taken aback by the seemingly amiable Wang Dong's remarkable martial prowess, while the senior brother found it incredulous that his prized disciple had been so easily bested. Even he himself would require 3 moves to subdue his own disciple, and that was only due to their shared training regimen. Had he been unaware of his disciple's capabilities, it would take him at least 10 moves to prevail. Yet, this young man before them had subdued his disciple with a mere flick of his hand, exhibiting an extraordinary level of insight, decisiveness, and judgment. Senior brother, fellow disciples, Zhanggu, the onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in cries of disbelief, quickly transforming their astonishment into fury as they surged towards Wang Dong like a swarm. Take him down. Avenge our senior brother. How dare he lay hands on a member of the Iron Fist sect? He seeks death. They swiftly encircled Wang Dong, but true to the nature of martial artists, they did not all attack at once. Instead, one individual stepped forward to engage him in combat. This was a tactic known as a wheel battle. Although somewhat shameless, it was deemed more honorable than a collective onslaught. Wang Dong, however, chuckled. No need to come one by one. Feel free to all come at once, lest I waste my time. Impudent, arrogant, you shall perish. The Iron Fist sect, a well-respected and renowned faction among seasoned warriors, had never encountered such disdain. In a fit of collective rage, they launched their fists towards Wang Dong. Yet, as their strikes neared him, not even a hair on his head was touched before he casually waved his hand, delivering a series of slaps that left them all groaning and sprawled on the ground, stripped of their fighting spirit. The senior brother's eyes widened in grave concern as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Dong, inquiring, "Might I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? It is possible that I may recognize the esteemed master you serve, perhaps even having some prior acquaintance. It would be prudent to avoid a situation where we inadvertently harm our own, would it not?" Astute reasoning, Wang Dong replied with a light chuckle, "But alas, I am a self-taught individual, lacking any formal apprenticeship, and thus we can never be kin." He fixed his gaze upon the senior brother and added, however, "If you are wise, you may choose to sever the tendons in your hands and kneel before old Zhou to offer an apology. I might then consider sparing you." Young people should not be overly arrogant. The seasoned veterans understand that strength alone does not determine one's worth. One must also consider the nuances of human relationships, for being too rigid can lead to one's downfall. Tread carefully, lest you meet an untimely end. The expression on the elder's face darkened immediately, and his tone grew particularly grave. Wang Dong chuckled, saying, "I apologize, but discussing the intricacies of human relationships with someone like you feels like a profound insult to the very essence of such matters. Therefore, I still believe that I shall grant you 10 seconds. Should you fail to make a choice, I shall make one for you." Bold words. The elder narrowed his eyes, his arms trembling, producing a resonant metallic sound. Lao Zhou, recalling something, turned pale and urgently warned, "Be careful." Clang. No sooner had his words left his lips than the onlookers beheld 2 dark projectiles erupting from the elder's voluminous sleeves, hurtling directly toward Wang Dong's forehead. Chapter 80. The truth revealed. Those familiar with the Iron Fist sect's martial arts almost universally recognize that the two dark glimmers are, in fact, two iron rings weighing several dozen pounds each. When wielded as weapons, their impact is at least a dozen times that of a brick. Particularly in the hands of a master from the Iron Fist sect, these fearsome tools of murder and plunder from a bygone era become even more deadly. Although times have changed and killing is now a crime, the unspoken rules of the old underworld remain unchanged. Once one enters this realm, should death occur, no one is permitted to report to the authorities. Seeking vengeance? That is permissible. If one employs the skills of the old underworld to exact revenge, no one will utter a word of disapproval. Rather, they would sincerely commend you, proclaiming your prowess. However, should one choose to involve the authorities, the consequences must be shouldered alone. It may be possible to apprehend the murderer, but one must consider the potential backlash from the entire underworld community. Can the authorities protect you indefinitely? They may shield you for a fleeting moment, for a mere 24 hours, or perhaps 356 days in a year more, should it be a leap year. Consequently, grievances among the old underworld seldom reach the ears of officials. They are acutely aware that the authorities do not tolerate their kind. Thus, they generally refrain from bringing matters into the open. Typically, those from the underworld do not divulge their affairs to outsiders. They possess their own specialized jargon comprehensible only to their peers. To outsiders, they are referred to as commoners, akin to how wizards refer to ordinary individuals as muggles. If an outsider wishes to enter their domain, the adage is simple. It is better to give a gold ingot than to pass on a single word of their secrets. In essence, it translates to one core principle: do not share. There are also unspoken rules among the members of the underworld. The latter constitutes the secret knowledge guarded within this realm. The Master-S technique, the Trembling Diamond, is a closely held secret of the Iron Fist sect, accessible only to its successors. This explains why old Joe initially failed to anticipate the Master-S move. By the time he realized it, the Master had already acted. Upon witnessing the two dark glimmers, old Joe felt a surge of foreboding, a flicker of despair igniting within him. The Trembling Diamond is not merely about forcefully casting the diamond rings. The sheer speed, surpassing that of an arrow, is telling. If one of those rings were to strike Wang Dong's forehead, it would be akin to a boulder smashing a watermelon. Blood would flow, and brains would splatter, yet Wang Dong stood motionless, as if transfixed. As the dark glimmers hurtled towards him, he casually extended a hand, grasping as nonchalantly as before. Absurd. The master scoffed inwardly, eagerly anticipating Wang Dong's demise. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible! This cannot be!" To his astonishment, Wang Dong effortlessly grasped the two dark iron rings, as if they were mere plastic hoops. Old Joe, equally stunned, gaped in shock, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. "Is this truly your trump card?" Wang Dong inquired, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the master. "Your skills are commendable, but alas, you have yet to master them sufficiently to challenge me." Who are you?" the master stammered, his face ashen, in utter disbelief. Wang Dong remarked, "It matters not who I am. What is crucial is that you have but a few seconds to deliberate. Will you be utterly ruined by me, or will you self-destruct? Bow your head in apology and make your choice? Please, senior brother, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. The master will no longer obstruct your transmission of skills. I grant you permission to pass on your teachings. Is that acceptable?" The expression on the senior brother's face shifted abruptly as he hurriedly turned to old Joe. However, old Joe's countenance revealed no sign of joy. Instead, he coldly fixed his gaze upon him and said, "Senior brother, with the master's sudden demise, from whom did you acquire the earthquake diamond technique?" "Master?" The disciples, who had been knocked to the ground by Wang Dong, turned to the senior brother with incredulity etched on their faces. Since the assassination of their grandmaster decades ago, it was common knowledge among the seasoned practitioners that the Iron Fist sect's secret technique, the earthquake diamond, had been lost to time. Moreover, as the current heir, the senior brother had publicly declared on numerous occasions, both to outsiders and to his disciples, that it had, indeed, been lost. How, then, could he possess it? I. The senior brother's face turned ashen. My master demonstrated it to me a few times in life. I have deduced it over the years. Lie, old Zhou bellowed. Our rich heritage of Chinese martial arts spans millennia, especially the sacred secrets of various sects, which have been meticulously passed down and refined through generations. Such intricate knowledge cannot be grasped merely by a fleeting glance. If you possessed only the form without the essence, that would be one thing. Yet your earlier display was complete in both form and spirit. Tell me, from whom did you learn it? Master, did you slay the Grandmaster? Some disciples could not suppress their doubts any longer. Wang Dong interjected, no need for hesitation. This fellow has undoubtedly betrayed his teacher and ancestors. He advanced toward the senior brother, stating, if I am not mistaken, that secret manual is concealed within your possession. You do not approach. The senior brother's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily attempted to flee. However, Wang Dong was swifter, yanking him back with ease. The senior brother tried to strike Wang Dong, but with a mere kick, Wang Dong shattered his knee, forcing him to kneel. He then reached into the senior brother's clothing and retrieved a piece of fine silk. Yet he did not examine it himself. Rather, he tossed it to old Zhou, saying, this belongs to your Iron Fist sect. As an outsider, it is inappropriate for me to inspect it. Old Zhou, please take a look. How can this be? The disciples' faces paled, but upon realizing that if the traitor were indeed their master rather than this senior uncle, he would have the right to view this artifact. Old Zhou opened it and, upon a glance, his expression changed instantly. This is it, the sacred secret of our sect. Senior brother, no, Fang Yuqing, the one who murdered our master was indeed you. Damn it! Damn you! Fang Yuqing slammed his fist onto the floor, roaring, it is all your fault, you wretched boy. You are not even one of us in the Iron Fist sect. What right do you have to meddle in this matter? Oh, how amusing it is. When unable to contend with me, you claim it was unwise to strike. If I am not mistaken, it was you who initiated the confrontation. I merely acted in self-defense, not intending to meddle in the affairs of your sect. Thus it cannot be deemed a violation of your rules, can it? Wang Dong remarked with a mocking laugh. Upon hearing these words, Fang Yuqing was nearly incensed to the point of bloodshed, glaring fiercely at his inept disciple, blaming this blundering fool for the predicament. Had he not first assaulted Wang Dong, there would have been no reason for Wang Dong to intervene. Dealing with old Zhou would have been a trivial matter. However, now that the truth has emerged, even the disciples can no longer regard him as their master, particularly the eldest disciple, who genuinely idolized his mentor, leading him to strike at Wang Dong from the outset. Gritting his teeth, the eldest disciple addressed old Zhou, saying, Master, we have wronged you for so many years. Please return to take charge and reveal the truth to all the seasoned practitioners. Indeed, Master, we are willing to honor you as the new leader of the Iron Fist sect. We implore you to come back and guide us. Chapter 81. Old Zhou speaks after the disciples of the Iron Fist sect expressed their thoughts. They knelt before old Zhou, their faces reflecting a blend of earnestness and desperation. Although this generation of youth possesses considerable skills and can easily secure lucrative bodyguard positions with annual salaries of 200,000 to 300,000, they still lack the experience necessary to navigate the complexities of the old martial world. Without the backing of seasoned masters like old Zhou, the Iron Fist sect would soon face devastation, ultimately leading to their absorption or obliteration. Old Zhou observed them with a wry smile, shaking his head as he replied, I appreciate your goodwill. However, after all these years, you know I am not one to betray my mentors. Being able to return once a year to pay my respects to my master is sufficient for me. The expressions of the crowd shifted at the mention of their master. Old Zhou interjected, let us not dwell on that. Who is the eldest disciple? Step forward. I am master. I am Zhang Long, the eldest disciple, who had previously suffered a broken arm at the hands of Wang Dong, promptly stepped forward. Old Zhou placed a fine piece of cloth into his palm and declared, from this day forth you shall be the new successor of the Iron Fist sect. Take this and return to discuss it with the elders. Master, will you not accompany us? Zhang Long inquired. Old Zhou shook his head and replied, I have long withdrawn from the martial world. Now, I simply wish to impart my knowledge to a worthy disciple. As for whether he chooses to traverse the old paths of the martial world, that is his decision. I hope you will respect his choice and not impose your will upon him. Furthermore, rest assured, though I have seen the contents of this cloth, I shall never convey them to another soul. Yes, master, Zhang Long responded respectfully, bowing deeply. He glanced at Li Feng before carefully stowing the cloth away and turning to Fang Yuqing, saying, Master, please cooperate with us on our return. Preposterous! Are you attempting to commit treason? Fang Yuqing thundered. With a heavy heart, Zhang Long replied, I apologize, master. Act now. Understood. The disciples swiftly moved to restrain Fang Yuqing, dragging him towards the exit. As they departed, Zhang Long discreetly handed a stack of cash to the waiter, whispering, I will cover all expenses and damages incurred here today.
Yes.
The waiter trembled, clutching the money, overwhelmed by fear. Few are aware of the intricacies of the martial world, and encountering them while on duty is certainly daunting. After a moment of silence, Wang Dong spoke with a smile. Congratulations, old Zhou. You have cleared your name, identified the true culprit, avenged your master, and gained a promising disciple. I owe it all to you, Manager Wang. Without your assistance, I might have already met my demise. Old Zhou expressed gratefully, his gaze filled with astonishment. Yet, I truly did not anticipate that you, Manager Wang, are also a figure from the old martial world. And with such remarkable prowess, you must be a highly regarded disciple among the elite. Old Zhou, you are mistaken. I am merely an ordinary person and not part of the old martial world. Wang Dong replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. However, old Zhou remained incredulous. Could an ordinary individual truly comprehend the customs of the old martial world? By chance, Wang Dong spoke, asserting the truth of his words. Much of the wisdom and customs of the old underworld he had gleaned through conversations with seasoned veterans during his time at the Gathering of Heroes Pavilion. While these veterans were typically reticent with others, fearing they might not share enough of the old tales, they were unreserved with Wang Dong, eager to impart their knowledge. However, old Zhou remained skeptical. Noticing Wang Dong's silence, he assumed there were matters too sensitive for disclosure and refrained from pressing him further. Very well. Manager Wang is indeed an ordinary man, but I must still express my gratitude for your earlier assistance. Consider it a debt of gratitude, he said. Of course. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Li Feng, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Master, what is the true nature of the old underworld? Would you truly like to know? Old Zhou replied, directing his gaze toward him. Li Feng sheepishly responded, I'm eager to learn, but I believe everyone else is too, especially after the events that just transpired. You can see the concern etched on their faces. Chuckling, old Zhou said, Then allow me to share a brief overview. He glanced around at the assembled crowd, noting several who had hidden beneath the table, though most remained present. Particularly, Li Feng, who had been acknowledged by Wang Dong as a sun figure, had not flinched even when faced with the threats posed by Fang Yuqing and others. This loyalty warmed old Zhou's heart, solidifying his regard for Li Feng. Thus, he felt at ease to share insights that might otherwise be reserved for fewer ears. The term underworld is familiar to all. However, the image conjured often resembles that of chivalrous heroes from martial arts novels or dramas. In reality, the true underworld is a harsh realm, aptly described as one where the strong devour the weak, a lawless territory. Within this old underworld, only rules and might prevail, with the latter often shaping the former. While there are indeed many individuals of noble character, there are also countless unscrupulous villains who do harm to both country and people. Few remain committed to upholding rules and fostering loyalty among peers. I cannot delve too deeply, so let us speak of simpler matters, such as the 4 great factions and the 8 lesser factions. Master, is our Iron Fist sect considered a major or minor faction? Li Feng asked with intrigue. Wang Dong, seated nearby, listened with curiosity as well. Although he had heard much from the veterans, he was eager to hear old Zhou's perspective, a man once entrenched in the old underworld. Old Zhou chuckled before shaking his head. The 4 great factions are the Bee, Horse, Wild Goose, and Sparrow, comprised mainly of those who rely on brute force and deceit, akin to robbers and swindlers. The 8 lesser factions include the Golden Skin, Colorful Hanging, and the Evaluating Group, with most ordinary folk encountering them primarily through the Sparrow of the 4 great factions. What does that mean? Li Feng asked, bewildered, as many around him shared his confusion. Old Zhou chuckled. This refers to a rather unfortunate scenario where, in the midst of a man's pursuit of a woman, his trousers are already down. Yet before he can proceed, the woman's husband suddenly appears, unleashing a barrage of blows upon him, accusing him of infidelity and demanding compensation. There exists a colloquial term associated with immortals that you might be familiar with, right? It pertains to that immortals dance, doesn't it? Li Feng immediately grasped the meaning. This indeed was the essence of. As for the 8 minor trades, why are they so prevalent in our lives? I previously mentioned these 8 minor trades, which in contemporary parlance encompass fortune-telling, acrobatics, storytelling and singing, selling dogskin plaster, as well as orchestrating deceptive games. Old Joe remarked, some highly mobile vendors are quite similar to those peddling dogskin plaster. They fall under the category of the within the 8 minor trades. Regarding orchestrating deceptive games, do you play cards or engage in any form of gambling? Within this realm, there are indeed some practices that align with the 8 minor trades. Chapter 82. Secrets of the Martial World. Upon hearing Old Joe's words, the crowd was instantly enlightened, as if their eyes had been opened to new horizons. Most of them were not individuals of great wealth or status, so they had encountered such characters in their youth. Wang Dong chuckled, remarking, indeed, those of the martial world are omnipresent, infiltrating every corner. Manager Wang is correct. Wherever there is a well, there are people, and where there are people, there exists the martial world. Old Joe nodded in agreement, saying, in the realm of the 4 major and 8 minor sects, whenever a martial artist seeks to deceive, they often collaborate to ensnare their victims. Take, for instance, the vendors of medicinal plasters in this neighborhood. When they seek to sell their wares, if they encounter someone from the martial world nearby, they will discreetly inquire about the household's residence and any recent ailments. Once they ascertain this information, the sellers will arrive at the doorstep, and the unsuspecting victim will perceive them as miraculous beings, thus falling prey to their schemes, spending exorbitant amounts on mere clay or syrup masquerading as elixirs. After consuming these concoctions, they may find themselves no better off, having wasted their money. Does this not imply that those of the martial world are not to be trusted? Li Feng's expression shifted. If Old Joe ever suggested he partake in such activities, he would resolutely refuse. Old Joe, with a smile, continued, do you know what the martial world refers to ordinary individuals as? What is it, master? They are called chewer, or those who obscure the truth. The term obscure is quite self-explanatory, while chewer in the martial vernacular signifies money. When martial artists cannot make a profit, they claim they cannot treat a patient without chewer. Old Joe chuckled. Now you understand how those of the martial world perceive the average person, right? To many of them, ordinary folks are merely their cash dispensers. Master, you won't make me engage in such actions, will you? Li Feng's expression darkened. He found such conduct utterly inhumane. Many around him shared his sentiments. Their idealized visions of the martial world, shaped by novels and films, crumbling before their eyes. This is not the martial world. It is plainly a large-scale scheme of deception. Yet, this was indeed the harsh reality of the martial world. Old Joe shook his head. I have not finished speaking. Beyond the 4 major and 8 minor sects, there exist individuals whom most martial artists are reluctant to associate with, true ruthless characters who rely on lethal martial skills for their livelihood, such as those in the Death Door or those engaged in the security industry, known colloquially as the Red Flower Brothers. In ancient times, these individuals were often favored by wealthy merchants for protection during their travels. Their lives were intertwined with the safety of their employers. Should the merchant perish, so too would their protection. Unlike the traditional escort services, which relied on connections, these individuals fought with their fists, cutting a path through danger, valuing life and death as inconsequential. They truly sold their lives for profit. Our Iron Fist sect is unique, encompassing both Red Flower Brothers and the ruthless types of the Death Door, while also operating a martial arts school to train disciples. However, the students at our school do not learn lethal martial arts, as this could jeopardize the school's ability to function within a lawful society. I see, he replied. If I were to walk the path of the martial world in the future, I would choose to follow the way of the Red Flower Brothers. Li Feng exhaled with relief. As long as he was not compelled to engage in nefarious deeds, he believed he could maintain his integrity amidst the chaos of the martial world. However, to his surprise, Wang Dong and Old Joe exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Wang Dong remarked, "You are far too straightforward, my brother." Old Zhou was referring to the circumstances of a bygone era. Times have changed. After you master your skills, you need not traverse the martial path. You can open a martial arts school and teach, or serve as a bodyguard, earning a substantial monthly salary. Is that not your intention, Old Zhou? Indeed, that is precisely what I meant, Old Zhou affirmed with a smile. The times have transformed. Who among us does not yearn for a stable life? Many who once roamed the old martial world were driven by desperation, finding it nearly impossible to escape once they entered. Yet we now live in a new, civilized society. While it may not be flawless in every regard, it certainly does not devour you whole. Even manual labor can sustain a family of 3. It is not a matter of life and death. In summary, little Feng, prepare yourself for a few years of hardship, for my true teachings come with no promise of ease. However, should you succeed, not only will your skills place you among the elite of the martial world, but you will be among the finest of the finest. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master, Li Feng joyfully responded, hastily pouring a cup of hot tea for him. Old Zhou took a sip and continued, "Everyone, due to my past grievances in the martial world, we have wasted considerable time. Let us now sit down and enjoy a meal together." Indeed, indeed, the group eagerly nodded, taking their seats. Some gazed at Li Feng with envy, recognizing that having a true master like Old Zhou to impart skills would certainly allow him to prosper beyond the average person. Moreover, possessing such expertise meant his descendants would not face uncertainty in their futures. As long as there remained a demand for bodyguards or martial arts instruction, there would always be sustenance to be had. Unlike their own occupations, which could not be passed down to their heirs, it was no wonder some claimed that true teachings were priceless. After the meal, Li Feng expressed his gratitude to Wang Dong repeatedly before returning the car keys. "Donggu, thank you for your assistance these past few days. I find it difficult to articulate my appreciation, but it is deeply felt. I understand. However, please return the car tomorrow morning. I have yet to take Old Zhou home," Wang Dong replied, shaking his head stubbornly. Li Feng added, "Donggu, Master wishes to take us somewhere in his car." "Very well, may you travel safely," Wang Dong nodded, accepting the keys. Li Feng acknowledged with a nod and turned toward Old Zhou. As they boarded the car, Shen Shanshan smiled and said, "Your brother is destined for greatness." "Of course. He is my brother after all," Wang Dong chuckled. Looking at him, Shen Shanshan remarked, "But you are quite good at concealing your true self. Like Old Zhou, you work diligently in my shop, appearing ordinary. I never imagined you were once part of the old martial world and possessed such remarkable skills. You truly astonished me just now. Shanshan, I must clarify this matter with you. I am truly not someone from the old circles," Wang Dong explained. Shanshan, with a hint of disbelief, replied, "Continue to deceive me if you wish. However, I am aware that this must surely be a convention of your old circles, correct? It matters not whether you acknowledge it. I already know the truth. I am genuinely not," he insisted. "Understood, you are not," she said, resting her head on his shoulder, smiling as she added, "Please take me home." "Very well," he replied, driving her car toward her residence. Chapter 83. A passion rekindled after approximately half an hour, Wang Dong arrived at Shen Shanshan's residence. As he gazed at the entrance ahead, Shen Shanshan suddenly remarked, "You've come to see me several times. Would you like to come up to my room? If it's permissible, I would certainly be delighted," Wang Dong replied. Curiosity piqued about what her living quarters might be like, and he promptly prepared to exit the vehicle. However, Shen Shanshan chuckled. "Ah, how lecherous of you." "Not at all. You invited me, didn't you? How does that make me the lecherous one?" Wang Dong retorted, perplexed. Shen Shanshan laughed. "You must be harboring some unsavory thoughts, aren't you?" "Absolutely not," he insisted. "Don't you wish to stay at my place tonight?" "Not that I don't want to, but I simply hadn't considered it," Wang Dong hurriedly replied. To claim he had no desire to spend the night at her home would be a blatant falsehood. Shen Shanshan smiled and closed the car door, saying, "You still yearn for it, don't you? Perhaps next time I will invite you up. It's getting late, you should head back and drive safely." "Is tonight impossible?" Wang Dong inquired. "Indeed, it is," she stated, stepping towards the community entrance. Wang Dong found himself both amused and exasperated. realizing she was merely teasing him, which left him feeling unnecessarily excited. Nonetheless, he wasn't overly disappointed. He turned the car around and headed towards the bar. As he entered the private room amidst the respectful greetings of the bar staff, he found Zhao Ye still slumbering, clearly exhausted from the earlier events. Wang Dong leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her, then dimmed the lights, leaving only a few ambient lights aglow, and began to snack on some fruits. After a while, a soft hum escaped Zhao Ye's lips as she gradually opened her eyes, glancing around in confusion. Upon seeing Wang Dong, she exclaimed, "Brother Wang, you're back. Yes, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Wang Dong asked, bringing over some snacks and sitting at the edge of the bed. Zhao Ye slowly sat up, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. "You're so wonderful, Brother Wang. Is that all it takes for you to feel content? You are rather easily pleased." Wang Dong chuckled, playfully feeding her some fruit. Zhao Ye chewed a few bites, then kissed Wang Dong's cheek, saying, "I am indeed easily satisfied, but you mustn't let that lead you to neglect me. Rest assured, I will always treat you well," Wang Dong replied, smiling as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, the softness of her skin invigorating him. They shared a meal together, and once more, the flames of desire ignited between them. "Brother Wang, if we were to do it again, would it be painful? I could assist you with that," Zhao Ye suggested. Being a third-year student, she had undoubtedly seen her share of certain films. The thought of techniques depicted in such films made her cheeks flush as she slowly lowered her gaze. That night, the two of them indulged in their passion once again. Meanwhile, the seasoned veterans of Nantian City were shocked to learn the truth behind the betrayal of their master and ancestors, realizing that Fang Yuqing was indeed the true culprit. However, some were also privy to the situation at Iron Fist sect and began plotting nefarious schemes in secrecy. In recent years, the Iron Fist sect has consistently ranked among the top 3 forces in the old Jianghu circles of southern Sky City. The emergence of such a situation presents the opportune moment for them to take action. Even some external factions are eager to leverage the Iron Fist sect as a foothold to establish their own branches. A storm is brewing. The following morning, Zhao Ye and Wang Dong exited the bar, hand in hand. Wang Dong inquired, "Shall I escort you home?" "No, please take me directly to school," Zhao Ye replied softly, leaning against him. Although her appearance was impeccable, the night's escapades had imbued her youthful demeanor with a touch of a mature woman's charm. While others might not discern the change, her father, Zhao Chuanji, would surely notice. Upon returning home, her secret would inevitably be revealed. What would she say? That she had been with Wang Dong? Although Zhao Chuanji wished to foster their relationship, he would certainly not condone such rapid developments, particularly before marriage. "How will you explain this to your father?" Wang Dong asked. "Simple," Zhao Ye chuckled. "I'll just say we were at the bar until after 9 and then went straight back to school." Wang Dong smiled, finding her reasoning quite reasonable. "All right then, hop in the car. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I can grab something for you to take to school. And what about your roommates? They're in the same dorm as you, right? Even though they were wrong yesterday, if they're willing to make amends, don't let the relationship grow too strained. Could make your life difficult in the dorm," he continued. "I understand," Zhao Ye nodded, entering the car with him. Wang Dong dropped her off at the university entrance, and Zhao Ye shared her contact information, softly stating, "Brother Wang, if you miss me, feel free to call anytime." Of course, Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Zhao Ye waved goodbye and turned to walk into the university, while Wang Dong drove off to pick up Shen Shanshan. As always, Shen Shanshan was there early, eagerly greeting him with a radiant smile. "Good morning." "Morning. How long have you been waiting?" Wang Dong inquired as he stepped out of the car, taking her delicate hand. "Just arrived," Shen Shanshan replied. "But enough about that. I need to meet a supplier to purchase a jade dissection machine and some jade stones. Would you accompany me and lend your discerning eye?" "Certainly," Wang Dong responded with a nod. The two soon arrived at a place called Tianyu Stone Gambling Ground. Exiting the vehicle, Wang Dong expressed his hesitation. "Are we dealing with a competitor?" "Indeed," Shen Shanshan replied. "However, this competitor has been unable to control their impulses and consistently gambles on stones, resulting in the shop's income falling far short of its expenses. They are now on the verge of closing down and are looking to sell the entire establishment. I aim to seize this opportunity to purchase some equipment and stones." I see, Wang Dong acknowledged. In such failing businesses, the owner often seeks merely to recoup some losses, so many items can be acquired at significantly discounted rates. Although these items may be second-hand, as long as they are functional, why should one quibble over whether they are brand new? After all, not every partner is brand new either. As the two entered the stone gambling den, they observed a middle-aged man busily moving items. Wang Dong glanced around, noting that he was the sole occupant of the establishment. Sensing a presence behind him, the man turned to see. To his surprise, it was Boss Shin. "What brings you here so early?" he inquired. "I prefer to attend to matters promptly," Shun Shanshan replied with a smile. "Am I intruding on your work, Boss Hu?" she added. Boss Hu shook his head, responding, "Not at all. It's quite pleasant to have an early start." "And who might this charming gentleman be?" "This is my boyfriend, Wang Dong, the manager of the shop," Shun Shanshan introduced him. Boss Hu expressed his astonishment. "Impressive, Mr. Wang. A beauty like Boss Shin attracts countless wealthy suitors within our circle. Yet here you are, having won her affection. Do share your secrets for winning a lady's heart." Chapter 84. Where there are successes, there are failures. Boss Hu, you jest. You appear to be at least 40, and your experience in this regard must be quite extensive. "There is hardly a need for my input," Wang Dong chuckled. Boss Hu replied with a smile, "To be frank, I have just gone through a divorce." "Oh, I am truly sorry to hear that," Wang Dong said, momentarily taken aback, before expressing his regret. Boss Hu chuckled softly, "It's no trouble. Some women only stay when times are prosperous. Once fortunes dwindle, they vanish without a trace. However, I am certain that Boss Shin is not such a woman. Thus, Mr. Wang, you are indeed fortunate. I share that sentiment. My luck has been quite favorable," Wang Dong responded with a grin. Shun Shanshan interjected, "You two gentlemen ought to refrain from further banter. Boss Hu, regarding our previous phone conversation, you mentioned the stone-cutting machines and the stones. Where might they be?" "Right this way. I shall escort you to the warehouse." Boss Hu promptly led them to a nearby storage area. "Since the shop is closing down, I have let the staff go to save some expenses. However, this has meant I have been guarding the warehouse these past few days to prevent any unfortunate theft. Boss Shin, Mr. Wang, take a look at these two stone-cutting machines. While they may not be brand new, they are at least in 90% condition, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed." Shun Shanshan nodded slightly. "What price do you have in mind?" "Currently, such a set on the market would cost around 70 to 80,000. I can offer you a standard discount, 30 to 50,000 per machine. If you wish to purchase both, I can let them go for 65,000, Boss Hu explained. Shun Shanshan pondered for a moment, then turned to Wang Dong. "What do you think? We could acquire both machines." Wang Dong replied with a subtle nod. "With a discount of 50% on near-perfect condition items, this price is quite reasonable." Shun Shanshan agreed. "Then I shall take both." "Boss Shin, Mr. Wang, you are both discerning individuals. Please come and examine these stones as well. I can offer you favorable pricing, ensuring it is lower than wholesale rates," Boss Hu stated earnestly. It was clear that Boss Hu was intent on liquidating his inventory. Although he had incurred considerable losses, selling everything and renting out the shop could potentially recoup a modest sum of a few million. Moving forward, he resolved to live a more modest life, shunning the notion of striking it rich overnight through gambling. Ultimately, this existence would still be better than that of the average person. So there was no reason to feel pity. Yet, as a fellow industry member, Shun Shanshan couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy at the sight of another colleague facing such a disheartening fate. Had it not been for Wang Dong's assistance, she too would have been compelled to pack her belongings due to the incident involving Lu Tao. Surveying the warehouse floor, filled with baskets of stones, most only the size of a half-head with the largest merely 2 heads in size, Wang Dong inquired, "Boss Hu, is this all the stone inventory you have?" "Indeed," Boss Hu replied with a wry smile. "There were more previously. Others came before you and purchased several batches. Now only these remain. I understand these stones may not pique your interest, but I am willing to lower the prices further," Boss Hu added. "Let us proceed thus. I shall no longer sell the stones individually. Instead, I will offer you all 80 or so stones for a mere 80,000. When calculated, that amounts to less than 1,000 per stone. Although this price is not exorbitant, Shun Shanshan still glanced towards Wang Dong. After all, if these stones were merely refused, They would not even warrant a price of 50 yuan each. Wang Dong surveyed the stones and replied, "Agreed. We shall settle at this price." Thank you," exclaimed Boss Hu, elated, as he prepared to load them onto their vehicle. "Where is your car? I shall assist you in carrying them out." Suddenly, a man entered, his gaze directed at Wang Dong, imbued with a hint of fury. Yet, upon catching sight of Shinshanshan, he almost drooled. "Who is this beauty?" he inquired. "I do not recognize you, nor do I wish to," Shinshanshan promptly rebuffed, refusing to engage. The man's expression darkened, and he grunted, turning his attention to Wang Dong. "You remember me, don't you? Who are you?" Wang Dong certainly recalled. This was Gu Yiming, the individual who had previously caused him trouble at the Tianlong gambling stone venue. He appeared to be the vice president of some jade company, a wealthy second-generation heir. Gu Yiming, with a stern countenance, retorted, "You clearly know me. Stop pretending. Oh, I remember now, you are the one who fancies wearing tattered shoes. I wonder how well Lily has been tending to you. Why hasn't she accompanied you today?" Wang Dong jested. Fuming, Gu Yiming shot back, "You foolish brat. Don't spout nonsense. Lily's first time was with me. I witnessed the blood on the sheets with my own eyes. If you think you can sow discord between us, you are sorely mistaken. Is that so? Did you see her blood? Or was it merely blood she intentionally smeared on the bed?" Wang Dong inquired with mockery. Gu Yiming's expression soured, for he harbored doubts about Lily, the materialistic woman. He questioned whether she had been involved with other wealthy individuals prior to their affair. Wang Dong's insinuation intensified his suspicions. "Enough of your prattle. Boss Hu, I will take those stones for 100,000. 100,000? Boss Hu's face brightened with joy. "You are not jesting, are you? It is merely a trivial sum of 100,000. Why would I joke about it? I shall be forthright with you. I have come here today to purchase your entire establishment," Gu Yiming declared. "Thus, you would do well not to sell anything to anyone else." Boss Hu hesitated, glancing at Wang Dong and Shinshanshan. "What do you both say?" He believed himself to be quite affluent, unaware that countless others surpassed him in wealth. Wang Dong chuckled softly, raising a finger and proclaiming, "I shall add another 100,000, bringing it to 200,000. 200? Boss Hu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. These stones were predominantly remnants from larger stones, often dismissed as scrap. While the price of 80,000 seemed reasonable, it was, in reality, not particularly advantageous. 200,000 would be an astronomical sum. Gu Yiming, after all, is the son of the chairman of a jade company, and has been familiar with the jade industry since childhood. While he may not be exceptionally impressive, he possesses a certain level of expertise. Casting a glance at the stones, he felt they were not worth 200,000, yet he showed no inclination to retreat. After being expelled from the Tianlong stone gambling venue by Tang Xiaohu, he had someone investigate Wang Dong's background and discovered that Wang Dong and Shinshanshan had dealings with the Tianlong stone gambling venue. Not long after purchasing a batch of rough stones, they had sold a selection of quality jade to the venue. He immediately sensed something amiss. Previously, when he saw Wang Dong attempting to acquire this pile of stones for 80,000, he promptly intervened. Now, with Wang Dong offering an illogical price of 200,000, it was likely that there was significant hidden value within this pile of stones. Without hesitation, Gu Yiming declared, 300,000. Chapter 85. The dreadful loss of Gu Yiming. 300,000. Boss Hu felt his mind racing in disbelief. He could not fathom how this heap of worthless stones could suddenly hold such immense value. Was it merely due to their competitive spirit? "Sir, I neglected to inquire earlier. May I ask your name?" "I am Gu Yiming, the Vice General Manager of the Jade Supreme Company," Gu Yiming declared with pride. "Jade Supreme Company? The newly renowned Jade Enterprise." Boss Hu responded with newfound respect, exclaiming, "I never imagined that such a young man as yourself held such a prominent position. That is hardly remarkable. My father is the chairman," Gu Yiming boasted with arrogance. Boss Hu, eager to please, immediately donned a flattering smile, realizing why Gu Yiming was so extravagant in his expenditures. "Mr. Wang, what is your perspective on this matter? Isn't it just 300,000? Wang Dong replied with a grin, "I prefer to avoid trifles. Let us be straightforward. I will triple the offer. 900,000. What? How much did you say? Boss, who nearly fell to the ground in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is utterly insane. 900,000? Gu Yiming's expression shifted as he stared at Wang Dong in disbelief. His well-dressed subordinates murmured nearby, "Young master, this pile of worthless stones is hardly worth that sum. It's a gross overvaluation. Perhaps we should reconsider?" "Fools! What do you know?" Gu Yiming shouted angrily, then whispered, "Do you think it's normal for this kid to spend such a fortune on a heap of worthless stones? What does young master mean?" The others looked at him, perplexed. Gu Yiming, feeling clever, chuckled. This lad has some acumen in stone gambling. His willingness to invest such a sum indicates there is much more beneath the surface. No matter what price he offers, I am determined to acquire it. Boss, who? I will offer 1 million. Kid, if you have the guts, let us keep raising the stakes. No more increases. Wang Dong shook his head, smiling. "Congratulations, Gu General Manager. You have purchased a pile of scrap for 1 million. Shanshan, let us leave," he said. "All right," Shun Shanshan replied, immediately taking his hand as they walked towards the exit. Boss, who, a man of principle, quickly interjected, "Boss Shin, Mr. Wang, we had agreed on the 2 stone-cutting machines earlier. I will have the items delivered to your store shortly." "I appreciate it, Boss Hu," Shin Shanshan smiled. "No need for thanks. It is my duty," Boss Hu chuckled, then turned to Gu Yiming, asking, "General Manager Gu, will you settle the 1 million now? I can have the items loaded onto your vehicle right away." "Yes." Gu Yiming handed him a check for 1 million, coldly gazing at Wang Dong, stating, "You shall wait and regret your decision. I have already discerned the mystery of this pile of stones." "Then I offer you my congratulations," Wang Dong replied mockingly. Gu Yiming snorted disdainfully, having acquired the gambling stone yard, and instructed his team to transport the stones to the company, summoning the company's jade experts for their expertise. "Mr. Gu, there is something I am uncertain whether to share or not." After examining these stones, the jade expert remarked with a peculiar expression. Gu Yiming chuckled. "Is there joyful news? Please speak candidly." The expert replied, "To be forthright, while some of these stones appear to possess the potential for green hues, their quality is undoubtedly subpar. I estimate that purchasing them for under 100,000 could yield a modest profit, but exceeding that amount would likely result in a loss." The jade expert continued, "However, you mentioned acquiring this batch for 1 million. Thus, I must inquire whether you jest, transforming 100,000 into 1 million. Are you implying that I should have been aware of their true worth, which at most only reaches 100,000, while I would incur a significant loss?" Gu Yiming's expression shifted noticeably. The expert nodded, affirming, "Indeed, beyond that, I cannot provide further assessment. You truly lack discernment. Bring forth the tools. I shall demonstrate to you what true expertise entails." Gu Yiming retorted angrily. Despite his inadequate skills and poor management abilities, he occupied the position of vice president, leading to growing discontent within the company over the years. Today, witnessing Wang Dong's acquisition of stones, he sought to leverage Wang's actions to bolster his own standing. He had anticipated the jade expert would laud his capabilities, but instead, he was met with stark criticism. Should word of this incident spread, how could he maintain his authority? He promptly summoned several individuals to cut the stones, determined to prove the expert wrong. However, after the process, only one piece of ice-type jade emerged, valued at approximately 60 to 70,000. The remainder either failed to exhibit green hues or yielded low-quality types such as glutinous ice or inferior jade, with some pieces becoming smaller due to having, further diminishing their worth. Altogether, the stones amounted to a mere 90,000. Even if expertly cut, they would barely reach a value of around 120,000, which, while differing somewhat from the expert's assessment, was still far from the million he had envisioned. How could this be? It is unfathomable, Gu Yiming exclaimed in disbelief, recalling how aggressively he had bid, only to find himself with such underwhelming value. Upon receiving the tally from his subordinates, he angrily dismissed the report, exclaiming, "Damn it, that boy has deceived me." Observing his distress, the jade expert attempted to offer reassurance, but unexpectedly, Gu Yiming seized his collar, declaring, "It is your fault. You misjudged these stones," asserting they were worth at least 3 million, which compelled me to purchase them for 1 million. Now, look at the outcome. This is your responsibility. Do you grasp my meaning? His reputation within the company could not afford further decline. A scapegoat was essential. The jade expert's countenance paled, and he quickly protested, "Mr. Gu, this cannot be. If I were to concede to such an assertion, how could I ever show my face in this company again? If you offend me now, do you truly believe you can continue to work here?" Gu Yiming coldly fixed his gaze upon him. "Su, you might as well accept your fate. After all, your father isn't the chairman." Su's face turned pale with anger, yet he found himself helpless, forced to bear this unjust blame. After all, his father truly wasn't the chairman. Gu Yiming chuckled, "That's more like it. Rest assured, I will never treat you unfairly in the future." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Gu," Su replied, lowering his head with a bitter heart, cursing inwardly. If the scoundrel were to take over the company, he thought it would surely collapse. Should that happen, I would no longer bear the Su surname. Chapter 86. The stifling heat as Gu Yiming located the scapegoat, boss who arrived at the shop with 2 jade processing machines, cheerfully proclaiming, "I appreciate your patience." Shortly thereafter, I observed that boss who had chosen the perfect moment to suggest a lunch outing. "Shall we go grab a bite?" Wang Dong inquired with a smile. Boss who nodded in agreement, stating, "I was just about to invite you for a meal. If it weren't for your assistance in elevating the price, Mr. Wang, I would never have sold that batch of stones for over 100,000. Thank you, truly." As he spoke, he presented Wang Dong with a red envelope. Wang Dong chuckled, accepting the envelope without pretense. A quick touch confirmed it contained at least 20,000. "Since you are so gracious, we shall allow you to treat us," Wang Dong remarked. "It was only right for me to host," boss who replied with a beaming smile. "I noticed a delightful restaurant across the street. Does that suit you?" "Absolutely. Since you are the host, we shall follow your lead," Wang Dong agreed with a nod. "I want in on this too," Shin Shanshan interjected. "Look at you, boss Shin, being so polite. If you decline, what would 2 men dining together even mean?" Boss who joked. "Moreover, if you don't join us, how could I trust myself to take Mr. Wang to some entertainment venue? I'm indifferent. As long as he keeps me in his heart, I would follow him anywhere," Shin Shanshan replied with a smile. Wang Dong was touched and said, "Shanshan, you are truly wonderful to me. Oh dear, this is too sweet for me to handle." Boss who crossed his arms, playfully pleading, "I beg you to spare me from this dog food. I'm a recently divorced man." With laughter echoing, the trio left the jade shop and arrived at the restaurant's entrance, where boss whose phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Hello? Why are you calling me, woman? What? You still have feelings for me and want to reconcile? Are you joking? Not joking at all? Well, I must apologize, but I have no interest in you anymore. So just leave." "What's the matter, boss who?" Wang Dong inquired. Boss who gestured towards his phone, saying, "It's my ex-wife, the one I just divorced. She must have found out I'm back on my feet financially, claiming she still has feelings for me and wishes to reconcile. I send tea that laughable? Does she think I'm a 3-year-old easily deceived?" "Take it easy," Wang Dong reassured him, patting his shoulder and guiding him into the restaurant, where they settled at a table. When the waiter approached to take their order, boss who boomed, "Bring me some drinks. Start with a case of beer and 2 bottles of liquor. As for the rest, let these 2 gentlemen decide. I'll foot the bill." "Certainly, sir." After placing their orders, the beer and liquor arrived promptly. Boss who opened a bottle of beer and smiled at the 2, saying, "On the day I left the jade industry, I never imagined I would be dining with both of you. I have no complaints left. Let me toast to you both in gratitude. Please, enjoy. I shall join you for a few drinks." Wang Dong chuckled as he lifted a cup and poured himself some beer. After the meal, during which not a single bottle of baijiu was opened, Shin Shanshan expressed her surprise and inquired, "Boss who? Aren't we going to drink any baijiu?" "Shanshan, let us head back," Wang Dong interjected, not waiting for boss who's response. Grasping her delicate hand, he stood up and added, "Boss who? Do come and visit us often in the future. Next time, it will be our turn to treat you to a meal. All right, take care." Boss who, his face slightly flushed, waved them off. Once outside the restaurant, Shin Shanshan asked, "Wang Dong, Did I ask something I shouldn't have, prompting you to rush me out? Not at all. You just didn't realize that those 2 bottles of baijiu were ordered by Boss Hu for himself. He might get drunk and cause a scene if we stayed, and that would be awkward for him. Shin Shanshan quickly understood. So, a man's tears are seldom shed. Are they? They're all within the drink, Wang Dong replied. Such moments are best left for him alone. It seems Boss Hu still cares quite a bit about his ex-wife, Shin Shanshan remarked. Wang Dong nodded slightly. How could he not care? It's the middle of the day, and he's drinking so much. The isn't working the night shift. Let us go then. Shin Shanshan leaned against him as they walked towards the jade shop. Regardless of whether their relationship was public or not, everyone had already sensed something, so they might as well openly declare their connection. As Wang Dong spotted the jade shop sign, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Instinctively, he turned to see a gaunt man dressed in simple attire, with some spots stained with cement, suggesting he was a worker from a construction site. Despite the midday sun beating down, he wore a coat tightly, hands wrapped around it as if guarding something precious, while his head darted around, seemingly in hesitation. What's wrong, Wang Dong? Shin Shanshan curiously asked as he suddenly halted. Wang Dong smiled and said, Shanshan, you go ahead to the shop and wait for me. I'll just take a quick look. Take a look? Shin Shanshan's interest piqued. Can I join you? You can, but it's scorching outside. What if you get sunburned? Wang Dong hesitated, feeling the heat rising. It's just the sun. I'm not afraid of getting tanned. But if I do get darker, don't you dare think less of my beauty, Shin Shanshan teased. Never. From now on, I'll call you my dark beauty, Wang Dong laughed. How dare you mock me? Just wait until I catch you, Shin Shanshan playfully retorted. The two chased after the worker. Upon seeing them approach, the worker instinctively tightened his grip on his coat. Suddenly, the pair stopped, and Wang Dong inquired with a smile. Sir, do you have something to offer? No. Nothing for sale, you must be mistaken. The worker stammered, alarmed, as he quickly retreated. Wang Dong chuckled. Do not be afraid. We are not villains, merely representatives from the jade shop over there. I noticed how tightly you have bundled yourself on such a sweltering day. You must be fearful of something slipping out. How about we meander to the jade shop, enjoy the cool air conditioning, sip on some tea, and engage in a leisurely conversation. If the merchandise is satisfactory, the price will not be a burden for you. The worker, with a hint of apprehension, inquired, You are not the ones who apprehend people, are you? Wang Dong replied with a smile, No, we are also in the business realm. If you doubt us, take a look at the throngs of customers in that shop. We certainly cannot deceive you. Then shall we proceed? Chapter 87. The boutique antique market. The worker listened to their conversation, which seemed quite reasonable. After a moment's hesitation, he accompanied Wang Dong to the jade shop. Upon entering, Shin Shanshan immediately had someone bring tea, and then invited the worker to a nearby resting area. Sir, please take a seat. My surname is Shin, and I am Shin Shanshan. This is my boyfriend, Wang Dong. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? You can call me Dezhuang. The worker chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat shy in the presence of such a beautiful young lady. After speaking, he glanced at Wang Dong. You must be Boss Wang, right? I am someone who values practicality and has no interest in frivolous matters. I shall present the items to you, and you can make an offer. If it is agreeable, I will keep the items. If not, I will simply leave. Shall we avoid any tricks? Dawang. I share the same sentiment. Please, do present your treasures. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Dezhuang nodded and retrieved the well-wrapped object from his coat, preparing to hand it over. Boss Wang, take a look. I will indeed examine it, but Dezhuang, I must ask you to place it on the table first. If you pass it to me directly and I fail to catch it, it could lead to an unfortunate mishap, Wang Dong remarked. Dezhuang paused, not comprehending the antique community's etiquette of avoiding direct handovers, yet he found Wang Dong's reasoning sound and promptly set the item on the table. The object was enveloped in several layers of cloth, which Dezhuang carefully unraveled, ultimately revealing a bowl. Shin Shanshan's eyes sparkled at the sight. The bowl was remarkably exquisite, not the currently popular blue and white porcelain, but a pure snow-white porcelain. Huaxia white porcelain is most renowned, particularly from Minnan. Dezhuang exclaimed. Boss Wang, what do you think? He added with a smile. Shun Shanshan could not resist reaching for the delicate white porcelain bowl, noting its lightness and the coolness of its surface. Holding it closer, she admired the naturally occurring cracks on the porcelain, and upon flipping it over, she discovered the inscription on the bottom. Manufactured in the 10th year of the Kangxi reign, Imperial Court. Wang Dong, does Imperial Court refer to the inner palace, essentially the royal palace? Not quite, Wang Dong replied, shaking his head. While the Imperial Court can be associated with the inner palace, it does not denote the royal palace itself. The royal palace refers to the emperor's daily residence and office. The term Imperial Court signifies the institution serving the inner palace. In simpler terms, it is a special organization dedicated to serving the emperor and his family residing in the royal palace. As it is created for the emperor's household, the porcelain produced by the Imperial Court is classified as official kilnware. Oh, so this is official kiln white porcelain. Shun Shanshan began to understand. I have heard that Minan's white porcelain is world-class. How does it compare to this? In comparison to Minan white porcelain, this can indeed be considered a top-tier treasure, Wang Dong responded with a smile. After all, it was crafted for the emperor's family or as gifts for loyal subjects, produced without sparing any expense, aiming for perfection. Therefore, regardless of the dynasty, any well-preserved items from the official kiln can rightfully be regarded as masterpieces. Doesn't this imply that this delicate white porcelain bowl is indeed a treasure? Inquired Shun Shanshan. Wang Dong nodded in affirmation, saying, one could certainly say that. Boss Wang, Boss Shin, you truly possess an understanding of valuable items. I have not erred in seeking your expertise, De Zhuang remarked with evident delight upon hearing their praises of his possession. Rubbing his hands together, he hesitantly posed the question. By the way, if I were to sell this treasure to you, what price might you propose? Of course, Wang Dong replied with a smile. Although this white porcelain piece is well crafted, its preservation has not been optimal. You can see some glaze loss here and a minor flaw there. Therefore, it won't command an exceptionally high price. Moreover, we are not collectors. We intend to resell our acquisitions, so we must leave a margin for profit. Does that sound acceptable to you? I understand that perfectly. In business, if you were to offer me an exorbitant price, what would you gain? De Zhuang acknowledged with a nod. Wang Dong continued, since you comprehend the situation, I shall be straightforward with you. Would you be willing to part with it for 200,000? 200,000? De Zhuang exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. Is that for real? Boss Wang, you mean in our Chinese currency, not some trivial amount, right? Indeed, it is in our Chinese currency. Do you find it agreeable? Wang Dong smiled. Absolutely. I can hardly believe it. De Zhuang's face flushed with excitement. Earlier, he had been waiting on the roadside for an acquaintance he met online. Thank you so much, Boss Wang. My contact told me that this item is worth just over 20,000 in the market, and he invited me to meet him to sell it. I was just waiting for him, but with your offer, I realize he must have been trying to deceive me. It's fortunate I encountered you. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss. 20,000 is out of the question. Perhaps that was a price from over a decade ago. Wang Dong replied, shaking his head. Rumors occasionally circulate on Antique Street about individuals who claim to have stumbled upon items worth millions for just a few hundred or even a mere $10, achieving overnight wealth. Yet, those who are discerning understand that such tales are mere fabrications. There may have been some truth in the past, particularly when private transactions of antiques were prohibited in China for an extended period, and upon its restoration, genuine bargains occasionally surfaced. However, with the passage of time, the current antique market predominantly features modern replicas, with only a handful of authentic pieces, most of which are in poor condition. Any reasonably intact piece, even if classified as ordinary, commands several thousand or even tens of thousands. A piece like this official kiln white porcelain from the Kangxi era is undoubtedly a top-tier antique, and considering its relatively good condition, it would not be valued at less than 100,000. In fact, for any exceptional antique, it is nearly impossible to unearth one for less than 100,000, with prices often stretching into the 80s, 90s, or even surpassing $1 million. This is primarily due to the fact that genuine antiques are irreplaceable collectibles. After years of trading among antique enthusiasts, authentic items have become exceedingly scarce, which is why the prices of exquisite antiques are so exorbitant. Uncle De Zhuang, here is my contact information. Should you have anything to sell in the future, feel free to call me directly. If you cannot reach me, simply come to the jade shop. Wang Dong remarked. I cannot speak for others, but I assure you that my dealings will be fair. I will not make an unseemly profit, as I will purchase items worth hundreds of thousands for just a few tens of thousands. Indeed, Mr. Wang, with the price you just quoted, I recognize your integrity. After I return home, I will inform my relatives and friends to approach you should they possess any treasures. Zhuang nodded in agreement. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Chapter 88. Are you teaching me to commit a crime? Embarrassed, Zhuang offered a sheepish smile to the two individuals before retrieving his phone to check a message. Boss Wang, it's that acquaintance I met online, he just called me. Should I pick up? This is a personal matter for you, so you may choose to answer or not. However, it would be more straightforward to inform him that the item has already been sold, Wang Dong suggested. But there is no need to mention that it was sold to us. Zhuang understood the implication and assured, I get it. I won't cause you any trouble. He nodded and accepted the call. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he announced, Child, I've sold the bowl for 200,000. Your offer of 20,000 was nothing but a scam. From now on, please refrain from contacting me. I have no desire to maintain a friendship. Having uttered those words, he hung up abruptly, disregarding any response from the caller. Meanwhile, outside the jade shop, two men sat in a parked Mercedes. One was in his 50s, while the other appeared to be in his 20s. The older man cursed vehemently, nearly throwing his phone. Dad, what's wrong? Where is that old fool? Didn't we agree to meet here? The younger man inquired. The middle-aged man fumed. Damn it. Someone snatched the opportunity. That idiot sold the white porcelain to someone else. Moreover, this buyer is questionable. Offering 20,000 to a novice is utterly insane. Doesn't that imply that such items are worth at least several hundred thousand? This jeopardizes our business. Do you know who that old fool sold it to? The young man's expression revealed his irritation. Securing this deal could have sustained them for a year. The middle-aged man shook his head. That foolish old man didn't give me a chance to speak and just hung up. Think of a way to find out. I want to see who has ruined our prospects. Don't worry, Dad. I'll create a female account to add his social profile. I'm sure I can lure him in, the younger man replied. The middle-aged man smirked coldly. Ding. Wang Dong cheerfully remarked. Uncle, the 200,000 should be in your account now. It's arrived. It's really here. Zhuang exclaimed with joy as he noticed the balance in his bank account. At that moment, a notification popped up on his phone indicating someone wanted to add him on social media. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a beautiful woman. His face lit up with delight. They do say that wealth attracts fortune. Could it be true? What's up, Uncle? Wang Dong asked. Zhuang shook his head. Nothing much, Boss Wang. I'm heading back now. I'll definitely bring my relatives and friends here to sell their treasures. Thank you for supporting our business. Wang Dong replied with a smile, as he and Shinshanshan escorted him out. Having added the beautiful woman's social media account, Zhuang was swept away by her alluring images, feeling elated and somewhat lost in the moment. It is often said that, as individuals age, they become more mature and composed. Yet, in the presence of beauty, even the most seasoned among us cannot claim to be impervious to its allure. Zhuang finds himself ensnared by the charms of an online beauty this time. Shinshanshan whispered, I can't shake the feeling that Uncle Zhuang is perhaps a bit too exuberant. I hope nothing untoward occurs. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, if it is meant to happen, it cannot be avoided. We have treated him well, and that is sufficient, Wang Dong replied. Shinshanshan nodded in agreement. Indeed. We are merely acquaintances. Wang Dong's offered price is quite fair. What more is there to discuss? Wang Dong, having acquired this exquisite official kiln white porcelain bowl for 200,000, what do you intend to mark it up to for resale? Let us double it, shall we? 400,000, Wang Dong chuckled. In former times, antique shops did not typically display prices, leading to a somewhat arbitrary pricing system based on the individual's negotiation skills. However, with the passage of time, fixed pricing has become a hallmark of modern commerce. Nowadays, many antique and cultural relic shops openly display their prices. Only a few antiquarians still cling to the old ways, either inflating prices to the heavens or refusing to display them at all, relying instead on the whims of the customer. Shin Shanshan expressed her astonishment. Is it truly feasible to sell it for double? Absolutely. This bowl is particularly dainty and exquisite. 400,000 is a given. When the profits roll in, do not forget to share a bonus of 100,000 with me, Wang Dong jested. Upon hearing this, Shin Shanshan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her and replied with a smile. What do you mean, share 100,000? It was your purchase. It should all rightfully belong to you. You are my girlfriend. Fair share means 50-50, Wang Dong responded. Looking at him, Shin Shanshan felt a surge of emotion, saying, Wang Dong, you're intentionally letting me profit. To be honest, with your talents you could easily start your own shop. I am content with the current arrangement. You know how I feel. I have had enough of leisure. I am simply not cut out to be a boss, so I shall continue being your manager, Wang Dong replied. Shin Shanshan gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Thank you, Wang Dong. From now on, at least half of everything I have is yours. Really? Wang Dong inquired. I am absolutely serious. Does that mean your body is also partly mine? Wang Dong teased. Shin Shanshan paused, then playfully scolded. How can you joke at such a serious moment? It's truly infuriating. With that, she playfully punched Wang Dong's chest, though her force was gentle, eliciting a warm laugh from him. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Don't take it to heart. Such jokes are not to be made lightly. Shin Shanshan chuckled, then picked up the white porcelain bowl, placing it on the shelf, personally marking it with a price and product name. Her handwriting was beautifully elegant, imbued with a certain vitality. Wang Dong, slightly envious, remarked, Your handwriting is truly exquisite, unlike mine, which is crooked and unrefined due to my lack of formal education. Shall I teach you? Shin Shanshan offered. Wang Dong nodded. Sure. Shall we head to the office? Yes. As the two ascended the staircase and entered the office, Shin Shanshan produced paper and pen, inviting him to take a seat in the office chair, whereupon she began to guide him in the art of calligraphy with meticulous attention. Initially, the atmosphere seemed perfectly ordinary. However, as Shin Shanshan grasped his hand, her soft and supple form pressed against him repeatedly, leaving Wang Dong both unsettled and entranced, while Shin Shanshan herself felt her heart race uncontrollably. Before long, Wang Dong pivoted and embraced her, gently pressing her against the office chair. Shanshan, he murmured, I cannot help but feel that your intentions extend beyond mere instruction in calligraphy. Do you wish for me to transgress? Tell me, should I dare to commit such an act? Chapter 89. Hands without a place to rest. Shin Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at him, her eyes ablaze with fervor. In a flustered manner, she stammered, You, don't think too much into it. I didn't mean it that way. What if I did mean it that way? Wang Dong directly inquired, almost imperiously. With her face still aglow, Shin Shanshan found herself at a loss for words, succumbing to silence. Noticing her reticence, Wang Dong gathered his courage and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. When she did not resist, he ventured to kiss her lips. Shin Shanshan's delicate form stiffened slightly, yet she displayed no intention of pushing him away. As Wang Dong savored her sweetness, she unexpectedly reciprocated. As their kisses intensified, Wang Dong's desires grew beyond mere affection. One hand slowly ventured downward, gently squeezing. Shin Shanshan's eyes widened slightly as she gasped. Wang Dong, what are you doing? Is this permissible? Am I allowed? After a moment's hesitation, she cast a glance at him, ultimately closing her eyes in acquiescence. Wang Dong's heart soared with elation, his cautious demeanor giving way to boldness as he explored every inch of Shin Shanshan's skin. However, just as he was about to reach the most crucial part, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, her face aflame as she pushed him away, exclaiming, You are too much. Don't touch me again. I'm sorry, Shanshan. I didn't mean to, Wang Dong quickly explained. Shin Shanshan regarded him sharply, stating, You must have done it on purpose. Don't try to deceive me. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Please leave for now. With that, she gestured for him to exit the office. Seeing her appear somewhat upset, Wang Dong refrained from resisting, feeling a twinge of self-reproach for his hasty actions. He should have waited longer before venturing there. With a decisive slam, Shin Shanshan shut the office door. Wang Dong managed a wry smile, saying, Shanshan, it was my fault earlier. Please don't be angry. Rest well, and I'll come by later to take you out for dinner. All right? I'm not angry, Shin Shanshan replied softly. Then will you join me for dinner tonight? You're treating. Absolutely, whatever you wish to eat, Wang Dong responded promptly. Shin Shanshan nodded, returning to her chair, her gaze dropping as she realized her face was flushed a deep crimson. She hastily grabbed several tissues from her desk, playfully scolding. This Wang Dong is truly reckless. How could he behave that way just from a simple touch? Yet, the thought of his hand lingered, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, a sensation she had never before encountered. As Wang Dong descended the stairs, he spotted Li Feng engaged in stone-cutting lessons with old Zhou, prompting him to approach. Master Zhou, how is Li Feng progressing? This lad has commendable physical abilities, and after my training last night, his hands are fairly steady. Master Zhou replied with a smile. Manager Wang, if it's just stone-cutting, he could be ready to go solo in less than a month. Master, am I learning that quickly?
Li Feng exclaimed in astonishment.
Old Zhou chuckled. Do not rejoice prematurely. I merely stated that you may embark upon your journey in stone-cutting, but I did not imply anything further. Moreover, embarking is merely a transition from one mountain to another. It is not your destination but your commencement. There are still many lofty peaks awaiting your ascent. I am unperturbed. After all, I believe that as long as my family can live contentedly, that suffices. I do not covet extraordinary prowess. However, I shall undoubtedly master all that you, my esteemed mentor, possess. Li Feng replied with a smile. Old Zhou smiled in return, pleased with his perspective. To be content and to recognize when to halt is, in itself, a profound advancement in thought. Turning to Wang Dong, he remarked, Your commendable brother displays this quality well. Manager Wang, in a few days I wish to pay homage to our esteemed predecessor alongside Xiaofeng. Would you be able to accompany us? Of course, Wang Dong nodded. He understood well that while old Zhou had cleared the unjust accusations of betraying his mentor, many in the old circles were likely aware of the secrets he had glimpsed within the Iron Fist sect. They knew of his severed tendons and would undoubtedly view him as the prime target for uncovering the coveted secrets of the Golden Buddha. Thus, during old Zhou's visit to honor his predecessor, it was inevitable that someone would attempt to sabotage it. Old Zhou expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Manager Wang. Do not mention it. We are all one family, and it is only right that we assist one another. Wang Dong replied with a smile. Just give me a call when we are ready to depart. All right, Manager Wang. Casting a glance outside, he noted that the day was still young. Wang Dong stepped out, intending to see how Boss Hu was faring. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz appeared, blocking his path. He glanced over to find two men, one middle-aged and one young, disembarking from the vehicle. The middle-aged man cast a brief glance at him without uttering a word, while the young man inquired, Hey, are you an employee here? Yes. May I ask who you are? Wang Dong responded with suspicion. The young man continued, Is your boss in the store? What business do you have? Wang Dong asked. The young man, irritated, snapped back, What does a mere employee have to question? Just tell me if your boss is here, and be quick about it. With that, he tossed 100 yuan at Wang Dong's feet. This is yours. Oh, Wang Dong replied, eyeing him. May I ask your name? Are you deaf? I asked you whether your boss is here. The young man retorted angrily. It is you who seems hard of hearing. I merely inquired about your name, Wang Dong countered. Do you seek a beating? The young man shouted, raising his hand to strike Wang Dong. They were, after all, there to stir trouble, and he was confident that if he struck an employee, the boss would surely come out to investigate. The middle-aged man observed this scene without any intention to intervene, wearing an expression that suggested he was eager to see the spectacle unfold, envisioning Wang Dong fleeing in disarray. However, the very next moment his expression soured. Just as his son was about to bring his hand down upon Wang Dong, with a sharp sound, Wang Dong preemptively struck the young man across the face. Ow! A young man collided headfirst with a Mercedes, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The middle-aged man, taken aback, shouted angrily, How dare you lay a hand on my son? Do you know who we are? Who? Wang Dong inquired. The irate middle-aged man retorted, Are you not aware of the city's cultural relics shop? I am the proprietor, Xiong Fei. This is my son, Xiong Meng. If you dare to harm my son, Do you believe I won't make a call right now to have your jade shop shut down? Oh, the director of the cultural relics shop is meddling in the affairs of a jade store? Your connections must be quite impressive, Wang Dong replied mockingly. Why don't you make that call and see if you can indeed close down our jade store? Chapter 90. Who is behind? Xiong Fei's expression darkened as he coldly remarked. You are quite arrogant. How dare you provoke me like this? Very well, I shall grant your wish. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. You better not regret this, he added, and Wang Dong merely chuckled. Although the commotion at the entrance was not particularly loud, it captured the attention of many patrons within the establishment. Shanshan, who was upstairs, emerged and inquired, Wang Dong, what is happening? These two fellows have come to pick a fight, Wang Dong replied. Shanshan furrowed her brow and directed her gaze toward Xiong Fei and his son, saying, Gentlemen, it seems this establishment has not wronged you in any way. Has it? Are you the owner here? Xiong Fei scrutinized Shanshan, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, pausing in his intent to make a phone call. Shanshan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am Shanshan, the proprietor of this jade shop. If there are any grievances, why not discuss them openly? Owner Shanshan, you certainly possess vision. No wonder you are the proprietor, Xiong Fei replied. The young man in your shop assaulted my son. If you compel him to kneel and apologize to my son, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. Otherwise, I have already informed this young man that I am. Regardless of your identity, I will not allow Wang Dong to apologize, let alone kneel and bow in contrition. Shanshan interjected decisively, not allowing him to finish. Xiong Fei was momentarily taken aback. Owner Shanshan, you must understand that I am the director of the city's antiquities shop, and I am acquainted with many influential figures in this circle. If you choose to protect this young man, you should consider the consequences. Regardless of the price, I firmly believe Wang Dong has done nothing wrong, and thus, I will never permit him to apologize, Shanshan reiterated without hesitation. Wang Dong felt a warmth envelop his heart upon hearing her words. Unable to restrain himself from embracing her, Shanshan, you are truly wonderful to me. Oh dear, please don't do that. People are watching. Shanshan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Witnessing this scene, Xiong Fei felt his anger boiling to the surface, his voice turning icy. Very well. I see now that this young man is more important than your establishment. You are correct. He is indeed far more significant than my shop, Shanshan replied. Xiong Fei, at a loss for words, ground his teeth in frustration and dialed a number for the commercial division of the city, specifically the head of the Jade Safety Group. Old Liang, I have just discovered a jade shop of exceedingly poor character. Please come to my location. I will send you the shared location. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Old Liang responded promptly. The two had known each other for over a decade, fully aware of each other's dispositions. Clearly, this problematic jade shop had offended Xiong Fei in some manner. Otherwise, why would he take the trouble to report it? However, Lao Liang remained unfazed. With so many jade shops in the city, as long as the establishment wasn't particularly renowned, it was merely a matter of casual dealings. Glancing at the shared address sent by Xiong Fei, Lao Liang pondered, unable to recall which prominent figure owned the shop. He gathered a few team members and drove towards the location. Putting down his phone, Xiong Fei smirked coldly, proclaiming, the leader of the Jade security team is on his way. Soon enough you shall await the closure of your establishment. Yet, he added, I am willing to offer you a chance. If you kneel and bow to me, and if this lady is willing to accompany my son and me for a joyride, we might have a civil discussion. You seem to be asking for a beating, Wang Dong retorted, casting a frosty glance his way. Startled, Xiong Fei instinctively recoiled, fearing an imminent assault. Observing that Wang Dong had no intention of advancing, he mustered his courage to reply, continue your arrogance. Soon, you'll be the one begging for mercy. You deserve a thrashing. Wang Dong took a step forward, prompting Xiong Fei to hastily retreat into his car, neglecting his son in the process. Witnessing his cowardice, Li Feng and others in the shop couldn't help but chuckle. What a sight! This fellow is scared stiff yet dares to threaten Brother Dong. Indeed, how dare he think he can intimidate Manager Wang? Just wait, the misfortune will surely befall this fool. Yet, amidst the laughter, Shanshan voiced her concerns. Wang Dong, The Jade security team holds the reins of power over Jade shops. If their leader truly knows this man, we might be in dire straits. Wang Dong, however, reassured her with a smile. Fear not, everything will be fine. He then pulled out his phone, stating, who doesn't possess a mobile device? I can make a call too. Haha, with your connections, can you rival mine? Xiong Fei mocked. Go ahead, make your calls. Let us see who you can reach. Wang Dong simply chuckled before dialing Tang Xiaohu. Upon receiving Wang Dong's call, Tang Xiaohu was in the midst of a business discussion with a jade merchant. Glancing at the caller ID, he said, apologies, Mr. Fei, my good brother is calling. Can we continue our business conversation later? Of course, Tang Xiao, there's no rush. Your tea and refreshments are delightful, Mr. Fei replied, gesturing for Tang Xiaohu to attend to his friend's call first. Tang Xiaohu smiled. Mr. Fei, you are gracious. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to my brother. I am certain you will take a liking to him. That would be most welcome, Mr. Fei responded with a smile. Tang Xiaohu then stepped aside and answered Wang Dong's call, asking, brother, what is the situation? I find myself in need of your assistance once more, Wang Dong replied. Tang Xiaohu responded warmly, between brothers, there is no need for such formality. Just let me know what you require, and if it is within my power, I shall certainly assist. Very well, I shall speak plainly. The director of a relic shop, named Xiong Fei, has been deliberately causing trouble in the store, even summoning the leader of the Jade security team for support. Considering I have connections, I wondered if you could assist in resolving this matter? Wang Dong inquired. Tang Xiaohu paused momentarily, then chuckled. How fascinating! To encounter such a situation while running a shop? My dear brother, stay put. I shall drive over immediately to assess just how audacious this individual truly is. All right, I will await your arrival, my elder brother, Wang Dong replied with a smile.